This guy stood there, looking completely unfazed in front of the school beauty. While Chu Qingli kept rambling on about how they weren't meant for each other and had no future together, Shen An, already sick of it, just casually replied, "Stop flattering yourself, Campus Belle, I'm busy." Chu Qingli turned beet red from embarrassment, while the onlookers were completely baffled. Like, seriously? He's just gonna brush her off like that? Just then, dark clouds began rolling in. Shen An only had one thought on his mind. Chu Qingli and all these people had absolutely no idea about the crisis that was about to hit. Money, grades, the standards of modern society, it would all turn to ash. They had no clue that the guy standing in front of them right now was a regressor, someone who had traveled back in time from a catastrophic future. The Chu Qingli standing before me now is just a stranger I used to know. I've got way more important things to worry about. Who cares if she's the school beauty? Who cares what people think? Everything's gonna be turned upside down anyway. This whole thing started last night when a barrage of blinding light and shattered fragments rained down from the sky. Within them were chaotic flashes of unimaginable events. While Shen An was in a daze, a bizarre voice echoed in his mind. Alert! In 364 days, 11 hours and 59 minutes, spiritual energy will achieve full restoration. Once the spiritual energy awakening begins, the world as we know it will undergo unimaginable, earth-shattering changes. Society's rules will be completely rewritten, and the era of cultivators will begin. Pure strength will be the only thing that matters. Shen An jolted awake, staring straight into the blinding light and the swirling fragments in front of him. "Hold on, who are you?" A system prompt flashed before his eyes. This system originates from the ultimate universe. By utilizing top-tier cosmic algorithms, it can automatically generate corresponding cultivation techniques based on the spiritual artifacts the host makes contact with. Current number of techniques acquired, 0. Curious, Shen An reached his hand out. The second his fingers phased through the system screen, a monstrous, gaping demon head materialized. After a moment of sheer panic, Shen An stared right into its maw, only to be horrified by a chaotic vision of blood and absolute carnage. The system issued another warning. "This was once your fate." Shen An froze. Cold sweat poured down his face and his chest tightened in pain. That was me? Memories came flooding back into his mind. I remember now. In my past life, I was just an ordinary guy getting pushed around. Every day was a struggle to survive. All I wanted was to make it through, to escape that waking nightmare. I watched my country crumble and its people suffer, but in the end, I still couldn't outrun those mutated monsters. I died in absolute despair. But my heart was burning with indignation and a thirst for revenge. I want to reach the absolute peak. Maybe that's exactly why this system chose me to travel back in time. Right now, the vast majority of people hadn't noticed a single thing about the awakening of spiritual energy. Shen An reached his hand up high toward the light. Before it fully awakens, I'm going to take advantage of every single anomaly this spiritual energy creates. A prompt flashed on the screen. System is conducting a new assessment. Shen An's eyes suddenly shifted to a different color. The system chimed in again. The host is now fully bound to the system, initiating a new path. Everything in this world can be utilized as source material for the system to process. Please strive to collect and compile these powers into formidable cultivation techniques. The scene snapped back to reality. On the packed streets, amidst the rushing crowds, the national broadcast suddenly interrupted its regular programming for an emergency breaking news bulletin. The news anchor's grim voice echoed through the streets. Humanity is currently facing an unprecedented crisis. This is an event that defies every known framework of modern history. We cannot look to the past for answers. We can only rely on ourselves to adapt and survive in the days to come. Walking down the street with his eyes glued to his phone, Shen An thought to himself, "That's right, the system literally said I can use anything as material. Doesn't that mean I just need to hunt down wherever these anomalies are popping up?" Suddenly, a news headline caught his eye. Qingqing University urges students to prioritize safety and take strict sun protection measures. The UV index at the university campus has hit its highest level in nearly a century. A few people standing next to him saw the same alert and scoffed. If the temperature was actually that high, we'd all be fried by now. Total fake news. Did they pay to get this trending or what? Hearing them, Shen An looked up at the sky. He could feel it in his gut. Something was definitely very wrong. Glancing back down at his phone, he saw that the local UV index was sitting at 0. His suspicions deepened. Wait a minute. How can the weather be this drastically different? Qingqing University is only a 15-minute drive from here. Yep, there's definitely something weird going on. The reported temperature over at Thon Thon was currently a blistering 74 degrees Celsius. The comment section under the article was completely flooded with sarcastic jokes. Where the hell is this UV light coming from on a cloudy day? Honestly, it just looks like a badly edited picture, totally fake. Reading through the comments, Shen An just gave a faint smirk. In this world, whenever something paranormal happens, most people just brush it off as some cheap PR stunt. I'm the only one who knows. My very first lucky break has arrived. He just kept staring up at the sky, casually shoving his hands into his pockets with a wide grin. Less than half an hour later, over at the north gate of Ching University, usually the quietest spot on campus, the weather took a violently extreme turn. The scorching heat was so intense it looked like the asphalt was literally evaporating. The few passing students couldn't stand it and bolted. The second Shen An arrived, he was instantly drenched in sweat. His face was flushed red from the oppressive heat as his eyes rapidly scanned the campus grounds. His instincts were screaming at him. There was nothing normal about this place. Just a few seconds later, he suddenly spotted something bizarre. Right where the sunlight was glaring, the absolute harshest clusters of tiny, golden bubbles were floating in the air, drifting up from the ground like a glowing, ethereal mist. The sight was incredibly strange. Without a second of hesitation, Shen An dropped to a crouch, his eyes lighting up like he had just struck pure gold. He slowly reached his hand out to touch it. Instantly, the system's voice blared in his head with a barrage of rapid alerts. Warning! Massive Yang attribute fluctuations detected, intense resonance, proceeding to unlock Yang attribute data. In the blink of an eye, a blinding sphere of golden light engulfed Shen An's entire body. Spiritual energy flooded into his body in absolute torrents. It was so overwhelmingly raw and powerful that it felt like it was incinerating every single muscle fiber and bone joint from the inside out. The excruciating pain made Shen An clench his jaw tight, sweat pouring off him in buckets. A blinding pillar of light erupted right in the middle of the courtyard, sending all the nearby students screaming into utter chaos. Some stared with wide eyes, muttering, "Are they shooting a sci-fi movie out here?" Amidst the soul-melting agony, Shen An gritted his teeth, letting out a weak strain. "Damn it! Why does it burn so much? I feel like I'm literally going to evaporate." Right after that, the system calmly displayed a new prompt, processing and compilation fully complete. The host has successfully acquired the first cultivation technique, the golden Yang harmony art. Meanwhile, over at the main gate of Ching University, the vibe was the complete opposite. A massive, chaotic freshman welcome event was in full swing. Amidst the bustling crowd, Chu Qingli was the absolute center of attention. "Hey, which building are you heading to? Do you need someone to show you the way? I can walk you there myself. Hey, beautiful. Check out our club's recruitment flyer. Just take a quick look, and if you're interested, leave your number." Voices called out from every direction as flyers were shoved her way with aggressive enthusiasm. But Chu Qingli just gave them the cold shoulder, replying with a flat, icy tone. "No thanks, I'm good." As she kept walking, she rolled her eyes, judging everything around her. Just then, her gaze landed on a couple holding hands nearby, giggling and acting all lovey-dovey. Immediately, Chu Qingli let out a contemptuous scoff. Totally oblivious to her, the couple kept right on flirting. "Hey, we're so lucky we both got into colleges in the same city. A half-hour commute isn't bad at all." "I know, right? Now we get to see each other every single day." Just as Chu Qingli was about to legitimately gag on the spot, a massive explosion echoed from the distance, sending a violent tremor right through the main gate. The campus PA system instantly blared to life. "Attention! An abnormal high-temperature phenomenon has just occurred in the North Garden sector. All students are strictly advised to stay away from the North Gate." Chu Qingli furrowed her brows. She couldn't shake the feeling that these freak incidents were happening way too often lately. Hesitating for a brief moment. Meanwhile, over at the North Gate, the golden light emitted by Shen An gradually faded away. He stood completely still in the middle of the campus, his body wrapped in a faint, glowing aura. An invisible, suffocating pressure radiated from him, making everyone too terrified to even step close. His eyes were sharp and burning bright. His entire aura had completely transformed. Suddenly, a system prompt popped up. Gazing at the scorching sun, breathing with intense power. "You may now begin body cleansing using the newly acquired cultivation technique. This technique has been custom edited for the host. It is instantly unlocked without the need to learn. You have received 50 edit points." Shen An frowned. What the hell is this now? Whatever. I'll deal with it later. Even though he didn't know its exact purpose yet, something handed out by the system definitely wouldn't be some useless trash. While Shen An was still regulating his breathing, the sky suddenly turned incredibly gloomy. The scorching sunlight was swallowed whole by rolling, pitch-black clouds. A sudden chill swept through the air. Shen An closed his eyes and poured his focus into circulating the golden sun breathing technique. Not long after, the sun peeked out again, shining brightly as if absolutely nothing had happened. But that bizarre phenomenon couldn't escape everyone's eyes. A group of students started whispering, "Hey, did you guys notice the sky just randomly went pitch black a second ago?" Yeah. I even felt it get totally chilly. It was literally just boiling hot a moment ago. "Hey, look over there! There's a massive crowd gathering at the North Gate!" The crowd quickly rushed over to check it out. But less than 1 minute later, the principal of Ching University showed up in person. His face was beet red, completely drenched in sweat. Gasping for air, he screamed, "What on earth are all of you doing gathering around like this? Didn't the school send out an emergency text telling you to stay the hell away from the North Gate? Anyone who disobeys will face disciplinary action." That threat instantly made the students scramble back in pure panic. Everyone kept their heads down, pretending they hadn't seen a single thing. Right at that moment, a woman wearing a long black trench coat appeared next to the principal. Her face was entirely hidden beneath her hood, but her voice rang out with absolute authority. "Please set up a perimeter immediately. Completely lock down the North Gate area." The principal immediately nodded in agreement. At the exact same time, the system sent out another notification. "Host Shen An, you have successfully purified the Grade A contamination zone at the North Gate of Ching University. Contamination zones are areas formed by the abnormal restoration of spiritual energy. They are officially classified by the Ha Nation government as anomalies and ranked by various danger levels." Shen An was completely taken aback. "Wait, what? The Ha Nation government has actually been secretly tracking these anomalies? Does that mean someone else discovered these supernatural events before me?" Before he could even wrap his head around it, a frantic alarm blared in his ear. "Emergency alert! The North Gate is about to close. All students, please evacuate immediately." Back at the scene, the crowd of students instantly erupted into noisy whispers and gossip. Shen An furrowed his brows. He knew damn well he had caused way too much of a scene this time. There was no way he could stay hidden if he stuck around. With no other choice, he spun on his heels and made a quick tactical retreat from the North Gate area. Shortly after, the mysterious person accompanying the principal arrived at the exact spot. It was the woman in the oversized coat, acting incredibly secretive. She silently scanned the surrounding area, then bent down, gently pressing her hand against the ground. Closing her eyes, she brought her fingers to her nose and took a light tight sniff. This was caused by a human. Could it be that someone has already made contact with spiritual energy this early on? Meanwhile, the principal was trying his absolute best to shoo everyone away. One student stubbornly dragged his feet, frantically tapping his screen. "Wait, Professor, hold on a sec. I just gotta post this to my feed real quick." Elsewhere, upon hearing the news, Chu Qingli turned her head, deep in thought. Caused by a human? Spiritual energy? Wait, what? That terrifying phenomenon was actually caused by a human? No, that's impossible. That silhouette I just saw, that was definitely Shen An. After racking her brain trying to analyze it, she burst into a totally mindless laugh. "Ugh, don't be so stupid, Chu Qingli. That trashy ex-boyfriend of yours has absolutely garbage grades. There is zero chance he could even set foot in Ching University." A little while later, back at Shen An's house. Inside his room, the young man was sprawled out flat on his bed, sweating absolute buckets and complaining nonstop. "What the hell is going on? This crazy heat is literally coming from inside my own body. Cold showers, blasting the AC, nothing is working. Guess I'm not sleeping tonight." Suddenly, Shen An bolted upright as if he had just been electrocuted. A fleeting sense of unease made him shiver. "This is bad. I made way too much of a scene today. What if someone is already onto me? I need to check right now." He frantically grabbed his phone and furiously scrolled through the news feeds, but strangely, everywhere was quiet. Shen An furrowed his brows as memories from his previous life suddenly flooded back. If I remember correctly, there used to be this mysterious organization on the internet that constantly posted bizarre cultivation rules. Back then, everyone just brushed it off as some massive prank, like the wild fantasies of crazy novel addicts. But now, having been reborn and experiencing these supernatural anomalies with his own two eyes, Shen An didn't dare to take it lightly anymore. Maybe that weird woman I bumped into today is actually a member of that organization. Without a second thought, he directly logged into the organization's homepage. Right there on the screen, a detailed manifesto popped up. The list of cultivation realms was clearly laid out. First realm, Demon Seal. Draw spiritual energy into the body, condense it into divine power, and refine mortal weapons. Second realm, spirit creation. Borrow the power of heaven and earth, awaken the divine bloodline, and forge internal energy for cultivation. Third realm, Vajra. Strengthen the physical form, achieve an indestructible bloodline, and master elemental attributes. Fourth realm, divine moon. Break the limits of heaven and earth, accumulate faith, and manifest the divine body. Fifth realm, rising sun. Reach the absolute peak of the universe and manipulate life and death. Currently, spiritual energy is recovering it at an unprecedented rate. To prevent fellow cultivators from straying onto the wrong path, this realm chart is being made fully public. We hope that all cultivators will use this as a reference and avoid falling into the demonic path. After reading it, Shen An slightly furrowed his brows. The content was super cryptic and kinda dark, but the layout felt bizarrely familiar. It even had a freaking watermark on it. An announcement like this should have come straight from the Ha Nation government. Why is it being posted by some shady, unheard-of cultivation group? In my past life, I was just a totally normal guy swept up in the apocalypse. Whenever a disaster hit, all I could do was run for my life and try to survive. I never had the time or the qualifications to care about these secret societies. If I hadn't been reborn, I'd probably still be standing in line begging for relief rations just like everyone else. He let out a heavy sigh, his eyes turning serious. Could it be that this is a secret signal the government is sending out to those lucky enough to awaken to spiritual energy early on? Whatever, I'll just follow the instructions and circulate the golden sun breathing technique first. Right after, he sat cross-legged in his bed, closed his eyes, cleared his mind, and channeled his energy exactly as the technique directed. His entire body felt like it was being lifted up, gently floating in mid-air, while radiating brilliant bursts of golden light. The very first step of the cultivation method was physical purification. It transformed the body into a vessel for spiritual energy, absorbing the essence of heaven and earth, and eventually forging it into a sealed physique. Shen An was so deeply focused that he seemed to merge completely with the surging currents of spiritual energy. In just a matter of moments, his entire body trembled. A hazy glow surrounded him, and his aura exploded violently. 1-star realm, Demon Seal, breakthrough successful. The host may now use the acquired edit points. Shen An jolted in surprise. Edit points? Crap, I almost totally forgot about those. But what exactly does this mean? The edit data I extracted was the golden sun breathing technique, which has the yang attribute, right? The text he was reading stated the following. You may spend your acquired edit points and forcefully overlap your obtained edit data onto absolutely any object. Shen An was still half confused, not entirely wrapping his head around it. Forcefully overlap onto absolutely any object. What the heck counts as any object? Immediately, the young man reached his hand out in front of him. The system flashed. Do you wish to consume edit points to infuse the yang attribute into this item? Yes or no? Instantly, a cup floated up into the air under his command. Shen An let out a soft chuckle. I guessed right. Forcefully overlapping basically means enchanting an object, granting it supernatural power. If I select yes, then this regular cup will turn into a yang attribute cup. So, what if I use it on a gun, a sword, or some other weapon? Could I turn them into my own customized special weapons? Judging by the system's intent, I shouldn't just gather data for a single attribute. A whole arsenal of custom-designed weapons with superhuman power? Yeah, that's going to be absolutely crucial in the future. The young man turned to look at the gleaming sword resting solemnly nearby. Might as well take you out for a test drive first. If it works, I can order a real one. Now that he had been given a second chance at life, dealing with those mutated freaks meant he had to be fully prepared. With only a single corner of the room still lit, the night sky pitch black and the moon hanging high, Shen An was completely unaware of the sinister presence watching him from the shadows outside. Rustling sounds echoed, followed by a continuous, bizarre scratching. Sensing something was totally off, Shen An broke into a cold sweat and snapped awake, muttering, "Where the hell did a rat come from?" He sprang up, stepped out of bed, and instantly channeled his spiritual energy to scan the area. However, there wasn't a single living creature detected inside the house. Even the water pipes were dead silent. Could it be the neighbor's pets looking for a mate? With his enhanced hearing after breaking through to the ghost talisman realm, he had more than enough power to hear everything going on in the apartment next door. But he quickly realized the sound wasn't coming from there at all. Creeping out and narrowing his eyes, Shen An instantly spotted a dark shadow moving silently at the far end of the hallway. The moonlight spilled through, revealing the twisted, grotesque silhouette of the creature. A chill ran down Shen An's spine. He took a sharp breath. Damn it, it's that thing. A mutated rabbit, twisted by the chaotic spiritual energy. Even with his past life's memories rushing back, seeing the monstrosity up this close still made the young man's hair stand on end. In his previous life, this seemingly harmless mutated beast had actually ripped countless people to shreds, leaving rivers of blood in its wake. At the exact same time, on top of a skyscraper a few kilometers away, a girl in a black cloak stood on the edge of the roof. Bathed in the moonlight, she muttered to herself, "That rabbit still hasn't been caught yet. It really did swallow the Dark Knight spirit fruit. Its speed is absolutely insane." Her earpiece crackled with static, followed by the urgent voice of a teammate. Listening intently, she immediately fired back. "Report back the second you get update. I'm going after it right now." The moment the words left her mouth, she pushed off her feet, her entire body diving off the rooftop like a black arrow shooting straight down into the night. Mid-air, she suddenly sensed a sinister aura spiking nearby. She barked into her comms, urgency lacing her voice. "It's here! I've picked up the beast's signature. It's that Dark Knight aura. Again, the target has bolted into a densely populated area, 20 kilometers away. I've got the coordinates. We have to go all out and hunt it down. Otherwise, the people in that district are dead meat." Finishing her report, she violently kicked off the side of the building, launching herself into a mid-air somersault as her final warning echoed through the comms. "Everyone, stay on high alert. It hasn't been long since it swallowed the spirit fruit. Its mutation is still unstable, which means it could keep evolving and getting even stronger. Whatever you do, absolutely do not drop your guard." The silhouette of the girl in the black cloak glided through the air like a phantom. With every leap, she skimmed across the rooftops, effortlessly bounding from one skyscraper to the next. Down below, an office worker pulling an all-nighter casually glanced out the window. He froze, his eyes bugging out in absolute shock. I've gotta be hallucinating." He rubbed his eyes furiously, muttering to himself, "Working till 2 in the morning will really make you see people flying past the 65th floor?" His hyperactive boss suddenly snapped. "What the hell are you spacing out for?" Meanwhile, back at Shen An's apartment, the lethal game of cat and mouse had reached its boiling point. The mutated rabbit finally launched its attack. It lunged at blinding speed, its forelegs kicking up violent gusts of wind, baring its razor-sharp claws as it went straight for his throat in a deadly crushing bite. Shen An was momentarily stunned, but snapped back into focus in a split second. His eyes flared with intensity as he instantly channeled his spiritual energy. His body reacted on pure instinct, blurring to the side to cleanly dodge the strike. "My reaction speed really has gone through the roof," he thought to himself. After breaking through to the ghost talisman realm, not only were his hearing and reflexes insanely sharp, but his muscles were also leagues more flexible and resilient than before. Every single twitch and lunge of the beast played out in his vision at a crawl, like watching a slow-motion replay. Even so, Shen An didn't dare drop his guard. He furrowed his brows, hyper-aware. This damn mutated freak? To think it actually showed up this early? In his past life's memories, high-tier mutated beasts like this only started showing up after the anomaly had already spread everywhere. Yet right here, right now, this rabbit had somehow absorbed a Dark Knight spirit fruit, driving it completely berserk. Its strength and speed were already way past the normal limits. "If I don't put this thing down immediately, this entire apartment block is going to turn into an all-you-can-eat bloodbath." In a flash, Shen An pivoted and locked his grip tightly onto its furry tail. The monstrous beast shrieked in absolute panic. Its tail was its fatal weak point. Channeling every ounce of his raw power, he hurled the creature with a bone-shattering force, sending it crashing straight through the glass window. The peaceful night was instantly shattered by the deafening sound of breaking glass. Without a second thought, Shen An vaulted out right after it. Suspended in mid-air, his eyes turned as cold as ice as explosive spiritual energy surged directly into his fist. No hesitation. In the blink of an eye, he punched clean through the beast's stomach, leaving a massive, gaping hole. But the nightmare wasn't over yet. Even on its deathbed, the rabid creature desperately tried to siphon the pure yang energy radiating from Shen An's body. Shen An sneered inwardly. "A lowly beast like you dares to covet supreme yang energy? You're just begging to die." A blinding flash of light erupted, followed instantly by a devastating, earth-shattering explosion. The intense glare flooded into nearby pitch-black rooms, jolting several sound-sleep residents wide awake. "Was that a lightning strike?" One guy, thinking something crazy went down, poked his head out the window, but there wasn't a damn thing out there. The young man stood there, posing effortlessly cool. "That freak was like a starving ghost trying to swallow my power whole." He spun around, ready to leave, when suddenly a small, round object came rolling right up to his toes. Shen An glanced down. It was the only surviving eyeball of the mutated rabbit. The pupil was still blown wide open, gleaming with a blood-red, venomous hatred. Without saying a single word, he calmly lifted his foot and squashed the eyeball into a bloody pulp, utterly merciless. Shen An furrowed his brow, muttering under his breath. It's clearly a beast with a Dark Knight attribute, yet it risked everything to absorb Yang energy. It's not just because it went rabid, it means the realization hit him like a ton of bricks. The anomaly was already spreading fast. If he had just been an ordinary, unawakened guy, everyone in this building would have been its midnight snack by now. His gaze turned sharper than a razor. To survive this looming threat, I definitely need to get my hands on way more cultivation techniques. Meanwhile, just a short distance from Shen An's apartment, the black-cloaked girl from the association finally touched down at the scene. She landed as gracefully as a falling leaf, but her eyes immediately blew wide open in sheer shock at the blood-stained wreckage. It's dead? Not daring to waste a single second, she dropped to one knee, whipped out her spiritual energy scanner, and toggled her comms. Target is dead. The corpse has been completely pulverized. I'm moving in to extract the residual Dark Knight aura now. The exact second her fingers brushed the scorch marks on the ground, she yanked her hand back on pure instinct. What is this scorching heat? It's overwhelmingly intense. It feels like absolute pure Yang energy. It's bizarrely pristine, an exact match for the mysterious energy spike we detected at the north gate of Qingqing University. There is absolutely no way this is just a coincidence. She furrowed her brow in deep thought before reporting back. It's another cultivator. Looks like a completely new player on the board. The voice on the other end responded instantly. Are you saying that the anomaly purge at the North Gate and the extermination of the Dark Knight Rabbit were both pulled off by the exact same guy? Furthermore, even though his aura signature only registers at the one-star Ghost Talisman realm, his elemental attribute is frighteningly pure. It's the exact same Supreme Yang energy we detected at the North Gate of Qingqing University. The girl confirmed without hesitation. That's right. Headquarters began running a rapid background check. I can confirm there is zero record of this individual anywhere in our database. A pioneer hunter with kind of monstrous talent, the association must. Yeah, my thoughts exactly, she agreed, cutting them off as she sealed away the last traces of the residual spiritual energy. The voice on the comms issued a direct order. Put all your current assignments on ice for now. Your top priority is tracking down this pioneer and getting them officially registered in our system. Ideally, you need to convince him to officially join the Spiritual Cultivation Association. At the end of the day, a lowly is still a lowly. She might look like a total badass on missions, but she could never survive without a lollipop in her mouth. Loud and clear. But honestly, right now, I'd kill for a giant cup of boba tea. The moment she said that, a vague image of Shen An kept flashing through her mind, a dominating silhouette viewed from behind. Actually, the association hit the nail on the head. A guy packing this kind of firepower is definitely a top-tier master. I absolutely have to get him on our side. The very next morning, brilliant golden sunlight poured through the window. Shen An stretched his arms out wide, took a massive, deep breath, and gazed out the window with a look of absolute, unbeatable satisfaction. A good day starts in the morning. The bright sunlight shines down on him. Waking up early is definitely a plus for my cultivation. Shen An throws on a shirt, showing off his killer abs. He sits cross-legged on the bed, totally relaxed. Clearing his mind, he begins to channel the golden sun breathing technique. He slowly opens his eyes. After breaking through to the Ghost Talisman realm, every time I channel the golden sun breathing technique, I can actually feel the energy flow. It is like tiny threads wrapping right around my talisman. Wait, am I really about to break through again this fast? He reaches out and grabs his axe, swinging it through a few basic moves. Cultivation is just like chopping wood. There is no ultimate secret. It all comes down to pure persistence and endless practice. Gripping the axe handle tightly with both hands, Shen An channels all his strength and slashes hard into thin air. Instantly, the system chimes. Congratulations, you have leveled up! His eyes suddenly flash with a brilliant golden light. Inside his body, every single muscle fiber feels reborn, visibly bulking up. His physical strength has clearly taken another massive leap forward. My leveling speed is insane right now, but that is probably because I still have some leftover energy from my previous one-star breakthrough. From now on, I need to take it step by step and build a solid foundation. The only problem is, the energy surges from my training are way too flashy. I really need to find somewhere quiet. Over in the corner of his room sits the sword he ordered online, still in its original packaging. Meanwhile, at the Superpower Association office, a middle-aged man is sipping his tea. He scrolls through his phone at a leisurely pace, his eyes full of deep thought, detecting solar energy fluctuations. Is this a stellar anomaly? Back on the other side, Shen An has quietly slipped away to a small, isolated lake, far from prying eyes. He draws his brand new sword, which still smells of fresh paint, and holds it straight up. The system suddenly chimes in. Do you wish to consume editing points to infuse the Yang attribute into this item? He immediately replies, yes! Shen An thinks back to his previous attempts. It seems not every random item can be turned into a proper weapon. But this time, I can feel it perfectly. This blade shares the exact same origin as the power flowing through his body, blending together in a truly miraculous way. Just then, a notification pops up. Modification successful. Shen An is hyped, his face lighting up with absolute confidence. All right, you little beauty, let us see just how much damage you can do. After letting loose a few basic slashes, Shen An completely freezes in shock. The sword is glowing with a blinding, terrifying brilliance. Holy crap, just a few swings and the lake is practically evaporated. Sweat drips down his face, his expression completely tense. Thank God I did not start a forest fire, but that commotion was way too loud. With all this thick steam, someone definitely noticed. I have got to bounce right now. Just seconds after he bails, the girl in the black cloak from before comes rushing over, panting heavily. Damn it, damn it, damn it. I literally just sneaked off to use a discount coupon for some boba tea, and I missed him by a hair. Mercury is in retrograde. It has to be Mercury retrograde. Wait, boiling water? What the heck happened to this Buddha statue? She just stands there, absolutely losing her mind in despair. Oh my God, how am I supposed to explain this to the warranty department? I have to find him. The cleanup crew is totally going to have my head on a platter. Ever since that guy showed up, my life has been an absolute disaster. As she whips her head around to look at the scene, she freezes in pure shock. Hold on. No way. Just last night, he was only giving off a 1-star ghost talisman aura, and now he is already at 2 stars? But that is not all. There is an insanely powerful aura mixed in here. Could it be a spirit weapon? Spirit weapons. Just like the name implies, it means infusing an elemental attribute right into a blade, turning an ordinary weapon into an absolute powerhouse. But spirit weapons are ridiculously rare. Even the entire association only has 2 of them in existence. Not to mention, our spirit energy core tech is still full of bugs, and massive limitations mean mass production is impossible right now. So how on earth did this guy get his hands on one? Haha, I must be losing my mind. I am definitely overthinking this. Whatever, I need to clean up this disaster area first. Let us start by trying to cool down this boiling stream. Meanwhile, somewhere else, Shen An is strolling along, completely lost in his own thoughts. So right now, my weapon is packing the Yang attribute. But the system did not specify if I am strictly locked into just the Yang attribute. After all, it did mention before that I could modify all sorts of different combat techniques. So, if I unlock another attribute later on, could I stack it onto this blade along with the Yang energy? Suddenly, his phone buzzes in his pocket. He pulls it out, only to find a massive spam of messages from some random stranger. Hey there, mind if I ask, are you a pioneer too? So sorry to snoop, but I peeked at your browsing history. I saw you have been super interested in all these recent anomalies, and you even saved that post about the realm rankings. I have got a few friends who are also pioneers. We usually hang out together, and we are currently trying to find some more like-minded people to join our crew. Shen An lets out a heavy sigh. Crap, I completely forgot to turn on my privacy settings. He keeps reading the texts. There are 3 of us. Ever since the global mutation hit, we have been sticking together just to survive. Anyone who gets how messed up the current situation is totally gets it. Honestly, we are just hoping to find some veteran pioneers online to team up and make friends with. Shen An shoots a quick text back. I am literally just a beginner. The stranger immediately replies, oh, that is awesome. So bro, how far along are you in your cultivation? Have you broken into a realm yet? That body-forging divine talisman stage is an absolute nightmare. But rumor has it that even the top-tier elites on the national team are only stuck at the ghost talisman realm right now. So honestly, we are really not lagging that far behind them. Shen An types back, yeah, that is actually pretty insane. But deep down, he is quietly making his own calculations. The official national squad, and they are only stuck at the ghost talisman realm. Before he can even process the thought, another text pops up. Hehehe. All right, I will let you in on a massive secret. A brand new contaminated zone just dropped. Want to squat up and check it out? The more people we have, the safer it is, and we will split all the loot evenly. Reading that, Shen An is genuinely taken by surprise. A new contaminated zone? Less than a few seconds later, a file attachment dings on his screen. The bold title reads, Comprehensive Data on the Dark River Magma Dragon. Shen An opens the file. The screen is packed with detailed illustrations and heavy footnotes. The contaminated zone known as the Dark River Magma Dragon used to be an underground river, carved out by tectonic fault lines. But after the global mutation, the ancient waters were completely replaced by boiling, bubbling lava, turning the entire cavern into a massive natural underground incinerator. After skimming through it, he thinks to himself, so, this place carries the exact same Yang attribute as my weapon. Looks like I am definitely going to score some major loot this time. The very next morning at the Heavenly Wood sector, a place packed with dense green forests, towering mountains, and thick fog, a group of people has already gathered right outside the entrance of a dark, eerie cave. One of the men asks impatiently, "Old Lai, when is this buddy of yours actually going to show up?" Lai just scratches his head and laughs it off. "Any minute now. He is almost here." Seriously, Hunya, if it was not for that map and all the detailed intel you prepped, I never would have tracked this place down so fast. Your prep work is absolutely flawless. The person he is talking to, whose full name is Chuang He Na, just gives a soft, modest smile. "Oh, it was nothing. I am the one who should be thanking all of you. If you guys were not coming along, there is no way I would dare step foot in there alone. Once we head inside, let us make sure to watch each other's backs, okay?" Heya Nai is actually an official agent from the Ministry of Culture under the Spirit Energy Cultivation Association. Even though she is flashing a bright smile, deep down, she is letting out a heavy sigh. What a letdown. It looks like there are not any top-tier pioneers with real potential in this batch. And here I was hoping to recruit some fresh talent for the association. Most pioneers have absolutely no clue that the Spirit Energy Cultivation Association is actually a direct government agency of Xia country. The requirements to become an official, full-time agent are insanely high. For an average person, just finding a way to apply is like trying to catch smoke. The only reason I managed to get in was by surviving round after round of those brutal, hardcore exams. Of course! I am definitely going to be forced into working overtime again. Just then, someone spots Shen An and immediately calls out the username he uses in the chat. "Hey, is that Fang? You finally made it." "Yeah, that is me." Shen An flashes a warm smile as he introduces himself. "I am Fang. Great to meet you all." Chuang Hyunya instantly locks her eyes on him, completely taken aback. He is so young, and unless my senses are completely off, he is already at the 2-star Ghost Talisman realm? How bizarre. Even though his aura is incredibly intense, it does not give off that crushing, suffocating pressure like other top-tier experts. If anything, it actually feels kind of warm. Once the whole squad is finally assembled, the entrance to the cave is opened. Shen An confidently steps up to the front. "I will take the lead and scout ahead. You just keep the light steady for me, all right?" Hunan nods, replying with a very natural, easygoing tone. "All right." After walking for a bit, someone spoke up again. "Hey, slow down a bit. Watch out for the rubble under your feet." I thought all the water in here had turned into lava. A drop of water just fell and scared the life out of me. So weird. Do you guys feel like it's not as hot in here as we imagined? Yeah, maybe it's because we haven't reached the center of the polluted zone yet. If you're tired, just say so. Okay, everyone's safety is the absolute priority. Shen An just stayed quiet, as was his usual style. But in reality, he was secretly assessing everything. Even though he joined late, everyone still treated him like a core member of the group. Whether it was just their easygoing nature or they genuinely wanted to find a reliable teammate in this chaotic era, the feeling was very sincere. Right at that moment, appearing before the group's eyes was a boiling lava waterfall, erupting amidst the deep, dark abyss. "We're here! Is that real lava?" Shen An didn't say a word and immediately dashed forward. Seeing this, Chuang Hu Na panicked and yelled out in worry. "Hey, it's dangerous up ahead, What are you doing? Do you have a death wish? Quick! Pull him back!" Hyuna's screams echoed throughout the cave, but before anyone could react, the ground suddenly shook violently. The churning, fiery red lava lake suddenly roared like an awakening monster. The whole group instinctively stepped back, their eyes filled with panic. System notification. Anomaly detected in the surroundings, analyzing internal flames, initiating maximum processing power, compiling data. You have acquired the skill, Crimson's Annihilation Power Art. The system continued. Crimson Fireblade Art requires the use of a blade to unleash its full power. Every slash roars like raging fire. The blade is engulfed in a scorching layer, exploding into an intensely violent torrent of flames. The deeper the cultivation, the more the battle intent is stimulated, releasing colossal energy. Without a second thought, Shen An reached his hand right through the boiling lava and grabbed the hilt of the blade. In that instant, the blade and the man became one, resonating completely. He remained totally calm, his gaze unwavering. It just consumed a bit of my energy. "Guys, look, he's completely fine. Not only that, but his weapon is absorbing the power of the lava too. Everyone breathed a huge sigh of relief. It seemed Fuang had recovered. That was probably just a minor accident during cultivation. At the same time, the flow of spiritual energy around the cave began to stabilize. The air suddenly felt much lighter, cool and fresh, carrying an oddly soothing sensation. Shen An spread his arms out, smiling comfortably. I can feel it. The spiritual energy has shifted. I can absorb it smoothly now. The guy next to him said, just cultivate a little bit more, and we can officially step onto the path of cultivation. Hua Na smiled gently. I came here mostly just to gather materials anyway. You guys just focus on cultivating. I'll keep watch over the surroundings for you. The whole group cheered in unison. Thank you. A moment later, a few shadows suddenly appeared at the cave entrance. Hua Na glanced back. Other pioneers are here. As soon as these three muscleheads arrived, they immediately threw their weight around, acting incredibly arrogant and bullying the others. Ha! Where did you little shrimps crawl out from? Get the hell out of here. This turf belongs to us now. While everyone was still focused on cultivating, Hua broke out in a cold sweat, looking terribly anxious. This is bad. Those three are all at the one-star Ghost Axe realm. They outclass us completely. Even if we all gang up on them, we won't stand a chance. We can't mess with them. She had no choice but to keep the mildest, calmest attitude and negotiate. Excuse me, we were actually here first. My friends have already started absorbing the spiritual energy. If you don't mind, we can all share the area and absorb the spiritual energy together. The leader just kept screaming his head off. You little brat! Have you even reached the Ghost Axe realm yet? Take your we and our friends and get the hell out of here. Hua Na pondered silently. Since the spiritual energy awakened, the world now follows the law of the jungle. In this era of wild growth, weak pioneers supposedly don't deserve the resources to get stronger. But the Xia Nation won't let the situation last forever. As a member of the association, I have to do something. Unwilling to let his teammates be bullied any further, Shen An, totally fed up, stepped in, letting out a loud scoff. He went face to face with the red-haired leader. Look at you, all big and buff, but you only know how to pick on the weak. While the guy was still standing there looking dumbfounded, Shen An drew his blade in a flash. The energy was so overwhelming that the thugs immediately warned each other to back off. The group sitting quietly in cultivation suddenly felt the whole cave shake, completely clueless about what was happening. Shen An's eyes turned sharp and ice-cold. It's exactly because too many cultivators worship the strong, eat the weak mindset that we end up with unsalvageable tragedies. I don't know what caused this massive disparity in strength. The guy who was so arrogant just a second ago was now pale as a ghost. The moment Shen An decisively drew his blade, the thugs knew that staying meant losing their lives. The three of them screamed and bolted out of there like their tails were on fire. What the hell is this? What kind of monster is he? Run! Witnessing that incredibly badass scene, the group could only marvel. Boss, you're amazing! That blade strike was just way too cool. Shen An pretended to be embarrassed and scratched his head. Oh, it's nothing, really. They were just crossing the line. You guys have cultivated quite a bit, right? Ready to head out? After everything was settled, Hua Na turned to the group and said, the polluted zone here doesn't seem to have any spiritual energy left. Let's go. As soon as she finished speaking, she cast a thoughtful glance toward Shen An. Her gaze deepened. If that blade strike had actually landed, this place would be left with nothing but a few charred corpses right now. He is absolutely a genius pioneer possessing a high-tier attribute on top of having top-level innate talent. I definitely have to report this to the organization. At the Spiritual Energy Cultivation Association office, a female staff member was taking a call. Hua Na, you mean to tell me another pioneer with a high-tier attribute has appeared? Hua Na asked back in confusion. Wait, what do you mean another? Just then, a man suddenly loomed right behind the staff member, scaring the living daylights out of her. Ah, it's nothing. I've noted everything down. If there are any new developments, notify me immediately. Hanging up the phone, the staff member turned to the man and looked extremely excited. Sir, are we finally striking gold? Two pioneers with high-tier attributes appearing back to back. With a dead serious face, he replied, What do you mean, striking gold? Nowadays, anyone possessing a high-tier attribute holds a highly respected status. They receive extreme VIP treatment. This is going to be such a headache. Honestly, just thinking about it makes me want to quit my job on the spot. The sun was high in the sky when Shen An finally poked his head outside, looking completely groggy and sleep-deprived. As soon as he stepped out, the area was buzzing with whispers. Hey, look! That guy cosplaying over there is so freaking handsome, and that prop sword looks incredibly realistic. Carrying it on his back looks so unbelievably cool. I really want to ask where he got it made. Now that's what you call a real man among men, an absolute alpha. In reality, Shen An was just pretending to be a cosplayer to blend in, but he stood out way too much and drew everyone's attention. The young man took out his phone, his face instantly turning serious as he read the headlines. Cultivation novels becoming reality, dazzling golden light, purple energy arriving from the east, appearing just outside cave number 5. There was even a photographer who managed to capture a giant dragon flying across the sky. According to an anonymous source, they had encountered a top-tier ice attribute beast, and this exact person had appeared and chased it away. Shen An thought to himself, this is all because of the mystic flame, emitting heat up to 2,000 degrees Celsius. It'd be weirder if it didn't create an anomaly. The person who leaked my description couldn't be Old Lai or Chuang Hu Na, right? I've absorbed so much yang attribute spiritual energy. I feel like if I just run the golden sun breathing technique one more time, I can break through. He decided to ignore the gossip and quickly move towards the back of the mountain. 5 minutes later, at Shen An's house behind the mountain, a girl named Thon Huyen, known as a gardening expert, was enthusiastically digging and shoveling dirt. She let out a long sigh. Phew, finally done. But the moment she turned her head to look, Thon Huyen was so shocked she couldn't even breathe. Wait, no, who is that? Are they about to break through to the 3-star Ghost Axe realm? Unable to wait another second, she immediately dashed over. A Ghost Axe realm cultivation base causing this massive of an uproar? This goes way beyond the realm of a monstrous genius. No way, I have to go see if it's really him. No way, I am definitely going to catch you. The sheer power radiating from Shen An forms a massive tornado. He executes every single hand seal in the blink of an eye. Shen An's aura is erupting with increasing violence. Sprinting as fast as she can, Thun Huyen looks up in absolute awe. He's actually trying to activate a divine rune. I can't believe he's controlling his spiritual energy this perfectly. Has he been cultivating in secret for hundreds of years? A bitter memory flashes through her mind. Back when she failed her breakthrough to the 3-star ghost realm, it was the crushing pressure of a divine rune that had violently knocked her back. I coughed up blood and was bedridden for a whole week. Ugh, I really don't want to think about it. If even someone with my physique failed, where the hell did this absolute monster come from? Witnessing the scene unfolding before her, Thon Huyen has no choice but to admit it. Boundless spiritual energy, flawless control, and the sheer power to command divine runes. Every single thread of his spiritual energy seems to have been tempered 1,000 times over. Someone like this isn't just a monster anymore. He's practically a god descending to Earth, and she can see it clearly. Unlike most awakened, who rush blindly the moment they sense a breakthrough approaching, this guy is taking it one steady step at a time. His mindset and composure are unbelievably seasoned. He acts exactly like a legendary hidden master. Meanwhile, Shen An remains intensely focused on unleashing his raw power. The very next second, his entire body erupts with a terrifying surge of energy. He's breaking through the 2-star ghost realm. At that exact moment, Thon Huyen slams on the brakes. She's gasping for air, panting heavily from the exhausting sprint. But when she looks up, there isn't a single soul in sight. Panic instantly sets in. Damn it, am I too late again? It's only been 30 seconds. Thon Huyen quickly runs the calculations in her head. If my guess is right, he already knows I've been tracking him. If this keeps up, I'll never catch him. Gathering her composure, she calls out, Senior, you haven't left yet, have you? High above her, Shen An is quietly watching. So it is her, the girl who's been sniffing around my trail for the past few days. Thon Huyen speaks up with polite professionalism. I am the captain of the Black Squad, directly affiliated with the Han Nation Spiritual Cultivation Association. I'm also a pioneer myself. On behalf of the association, I would like to formally invite you to work with us. Desperate to avoid any deadly misunderstandings, she quickly clarifies. I've been tracking your movements for the past 2 days, but I swear it's only because we sincerely want you to officially join our ranks. Please don't let my actions give you a bad impression of the association. Also, even though we haven't gone totally public yet, I assure you, our charters and official documents are fully legitimate and completely regulated. She's putting on a brave face, but inside, Thon Huyen is a nervous wreck. God, I hope he doesn't feel offended, or think I'm just harassing him. Okay, watch your words, keep your tone soft and respectful. After a tense silence, Shen An finally speaks up, probing her intentions. Thon Huyen's voice accidentally pitches higher from pure panic. What do I do? Should I just tell the absolute truth? A guy like him isn't going to fall for cheap tricks anyway. What's the point of fake flattery? In truth, Shen An already knew exactly what was going on. He knew the Ha Nation wanted to track down and unite the pioneers, bringing their chaotic operations under government control while offering them a layer of official protection. Right now, the pioneers are completely unorganized and chaotic. I totally understand that joining an official association might feel like tying yourself down, senior. But at the end of the day, we are all going to have to face the spiritual awakening together. We have to stand against the unknown enemies of the future. From the shadows, he coolly fires back, and what if I say, I refuse? Right now, I still can't completely trust. Gathering every ounce of her courage, she officially introduces herself. My name is Tathan Huyen. Before the spiritual awakening, I was a professional athlete. She holds up her ID card like a shield. Does that ring any bells for you? These are my official credentials. Please, you have to believe me. Glancing down at the panicked girl, Shen An quietly assesses the situation. Now that she mentions it, she actually does look a bit familiar. He vaguely remembers seeing her winning athletic medals on TV. So it's true, people with elite physical genetics really do have an easier time awakening as pioneers. No wonder she was running so damn fast. There's just one problem. Shen An's thoughts turn incredibly dark. The only problem is, if history repeats my past life, the Ha Nation is going to fail miserably anyway. In the end, all of humanity was utterly wiped out. He weighs his options. Since I've been given a second chance at life, complete with a system, I'll definitely step up when the time comes. Just, not yet. The timing isn't right. Breaking the silence, he finally answers her. Yeah, I do remember you. Tell you what, he offers smoothly. Let me think about it. But on one condition. You have to keep my whereabouts an absolute secret from your higher-ups for now. He knows exactly what he's doing. Judging by her desperate attitude, the spiritual association is utterly terrified of pissing off powerful pioneers like him. A cunning plan forms in his mind. He can definitely use this naive captain to his own advantage. Thon Huyen agrees without missing a beat. I can absolutely work with you on that, but the anomaly you caused during your breakthrough was already picked up by the association. I have to report something. How about a half-truth? Does that work? Before she can even get a good look at his face, Shen An vanishes into thin air. She stomps her foot in pure frustration. Ugh, how many times is he going to slip right through my fingers? He's dodging me on purpose, and now I have to clean up the mess this big shot left behind. My life absolutely sucks. A voice crackles over her earpiece. All right, let's put all that aside for now. Honestly, you being out in the field right now is actually a blessing in disguise. The dispatcher delivers grim news. We've got fresh anomalous activity. Than Huyen freezes in her tracks. They're back already? A dark shadow falls over her expression. Those vicious, bloodthirsty mutants, I could never forget what they did. The nightmare is permanently burned into her mind. Whether they are pure, calculating evil, or violently insane, these monsters thrive by feeding on the dark energy inside contaminated zones spawned by the spiritual awakening. Some mutate into grotesque beasts that swallow humans whole. Others disguise themselves as literal natural disasters, endlessly slaughtering innocent people to conquer and carve up human territory. And the worst part, the part she can never forget, is that they constantly expand into brand new contaminated zones. If they aren't exterminated immediately, they will bring their horrifying, apocalyptic destruction, invading everything in their path. A blinding bolt of lightning violently tears across the sky. Splash! A heavy boot steps into a street puddle. Emergency sirens echo across the entire city. Red alert, severe thunderstorm warning. All residents must remain indoors. Please stay safe. The Jade Emperor scenic area is at critical risk of flash flooding. The perimeter has been completely locked down. Do not approach the area under any circumstances. Civilians huddle together, murmuring in fear. I haven't seen a storm this terrifying in decades. Is some legendary immortal undergoing their lightning tribulation out there? Meanwhile, Shen An quietly analyzes the raging tempest. This lightning energy is incredibly dense and majestic, purely destructive. But the real eye of the storm is right over there. Without a single second of hesitation, Shen An heads straight for the exit. Stepping outside into the howling wind, he locks his eyes on a massive mountain peak, entirely swallowed by a vortex of apocalyptic lightning. Target locked. Shen An doesn't hesitate for a fraction of a second. He leaps straight into the abyss. He hits the ground with dead silent, perfect precision. A mechanical chime rings in his head. System alerts. Contaminated zone detected ahead. Approaching Jade Emperor Peak, the system immediately feeds him the tactical data. Jade Emperor Peak. Elevation, 1,545 meters. Area, 25,000 hectares. A major city landmark. Current contamination level. Yet, without a single shred of fear, Shen An casually strides right into the pitch-black forest. But almost immediately, he notices something deadly wrong. Crack! The wild lightning suddenly converges into a single massive beam and blast straight towards Shen An. Meanwhile, back at headquarters, an operator stares at a giant monitor in sheer horror. Sir, based on the spiritual density readings, the threat level at Jade Emperor Peak is spiking rapidly. A stern voice responds. It's the association president himself, and he is deadly serious. This situation escalated far too fast, and the threat is critical. I had just dispatched Than Hien on another mission, but I had to issue an emergency recall. Captain Than Hien, give us your report. Hearing her name, Than Huyen snaps to attention. Sir, as of right now, Jade Emperor Peak is completely inaccessible. The localized lightning attribute spiritual energy is on the verge of a catastrophic meltdown. We are tentatively classifying this as a contaminated zone. Drawing on her field data, she delivers the grim truth, but based on our current readings, within just an hour, Jade Emperor Peak will undoubtedly escalate to an apocalyptic ranks threat. We need to activate the emergency protocols immediately. However, she hesitates, dropping a heavy bombshell. I've cross-referenced our entire Pioneer database. Out of everyone stationed in my district, there isn't a single Pioneer powerful enough to even get close to that death zone. Even for the 3-star Pioneers of the Sunflower faction, the predicted mortality rate was 100%. Han Les seriously suggested, then let's lock down Jade Emperor Mountain completely. Deploy patrols 24/7 to make sure no one gets up there. The Guildmaster completely agreed. They needed to nip the danger in the bud and lock down the entire mountain, especially the newly formed contaminated zone. The spiritual energy is erupting violently. Absolutely no one is allowed near it. We wait until the energy density drops before doing any further scouting. Meanwhile, Shen An managed to survive taking that massive lightning strike head on. Thank God I have the golden sun breathing technique guarding my spirit, he thought. He pushed forward relentlessly. But this still isn't enough to extract the purest lightning attribute. I have to step right into the eye of the storm, the very peak of Jade Emperor Mountain. Shen An knew all too well that in this era of spiritual awakening, humanity wasn't just losing its advantage. They were on the verge of dropping to the bottom of the food chain. If he just stood still and did nothing, let alone surviving the world's changing climate, even tiny creatures like rabbits or mice would evolve. With his foresight, he was absolutely certain that the future would bring terrors far worse than mutated beasts, monsters that could easily slaughter even seasoned cultivators. Even though I've mastered the golden sun breathing technique and the crimson fireblade art, which give me the yang and inner flame attributes, it's clearly still not enough. Shen An thought back to how he had spent his editing points to embed both of these attributes into his Tang blade. The Yang attribute boosts the blade's defense and durability, while the Crimson Fire blade art leaves quite a few openings when I attack. Only by making my own body overwhelmingly strong can I dominate those vicious, cunning beasts and truly gain the upper hand. Shen An was certain of one thing. The immense power of the lightning here was the perfect chance to reforge and reinforce his body. He pushed himself harder. If I want to keep growing stronger, I have to seize every opportunity these natural disasters throw at me. He knew exactly what was at stake. If he didn't do this, he'd just be waiting to die in the upcoming cataclysms. He tightened his grip. Even he had to admit the pushback was insane. But instead of backing down, Shen An gritted his teeth in sheer defiance. Gripping his great blade, he unleashed a massive slash, tearing through everything in his path. The sheer exertion caused Shen An to cough up a huge mouthful of blood. He had to face the harsh reality. This extreme lightning attribute was nothing less than the brutal, unforgiving power of divine punishment. He finally understood. It's constantly crushing me, furious that I dared to step right into its forbidden domain. It wants to force me to my knees. The situation forced him to think fast. But how do I make it submit? In this desperate moment, Shen An kept repeating to himself, calm down, think this through. The system mentioned something before. I have to make direct contact with the core spiritual energy. Seconds later, he locked onto the right method. That's it. Golden sun breathing technique, full power. As the heavenly lightning continued to violently blast down on him, Shen An stubbornly held his ground, unleashing every ounce of his power. His surging energy slowly began to push back against the agonizing lightning. Enduring the blinding pain, Shen An was absolutely determined to conquer it. His willpower flared. I have to hold on! The ground beneath his feet began to crack and splinter. He felt the bone-deep agony. This lightning spiritual energies is so tyrannical, so dense. Just breathing makes my muscles go totally numb. It seriously wants me dead. Yet, Shen An's eyes had already turned a brilliant gold. The massive lightning bolts converged and violently struck the peak of the mountain. Right at that moment, the system chimed in. Incredibly strong lightning attribute detected. Analyzing miles away, a room full of people burst into frantic chatter. My God, I've never seen a lightning strike that massive in my entire life. Is that a god from another dimension? Am I crazy? Or is there a shadow of a person up there in the sky? What happens if that hits downtown? Is it going to blast right through my house? Back on the mountain, the system updated. You have acquired the 100 refined divine lightning. Channel the heavenly thunder to forge your mortal flesh. Attain a divine body. 50 editing points rewarded. Shen An had finally survived the worst of it. The lightning attribute, a devastatingly powerful, top-tier offensive element, entirely different from the yang attribute. The lightning attribute could forge the body itself, turning flesh into living thunder. Whether in offense or defense, it was absolutely peerless, just like the legendary cultivators of ancient times. With abundant spiritual energy and heaven-defying techniques, they would draw lightning into their bodies. Enduring it over time made their physiques as unyielding as mountains, immortal and indestructible. Before long, Shen An completely fused his energy with the lightning. Thunder is now my spear and my shield. His body had undergone a massive transformation. I can feel it. The power of lightning isn't just about pure destruction, it's about cleansing and rebirth. I can feel it tempering and reinforcing my bones, my muscles, my meridians. And the crazy part? This forging process doesn't hurt at all anymore. The system flashed again. This is the pure lightning of judgment. It punishes all evil and guarantees 300% critical damage. Would you like to spend your editing points? Shen An hesitated for a second. Should I fuse this into my Tang blade? He quickly weighed his options. Fusing the lightning attribute would definitely make the blade tougher, but it would completely mess up the purity of the yang attribute, wouldn't it? Looking at it from another angle, he realized, besides, if I cram too many attributes into this Tang blade, it probably won't be able to handle the stress. Then it hit him. I've got it. I'll fuse it right into my right arm. The system prompted, do you wish to fuse the lightning attribute into this vessel? Shen An didn't hesitate. Yes. Instantly, a torrential surge of power violently integrated into his body. The next day, at the summit of Jade Emperor Mountain, within 3 hours, the spiritual energy density in the contaminated zone had plummeted from its absolute peak down to a mild hazard level. However, the air was still thick with lingering, static electricity. Military Major Hanla took one look around and confirmed it. Someone was here. It's a pioneer. Thon Hyen asked frantically, What? Another pioneer? Are they still alive? She pressed her hand against the scorched earth to investigate. I can't sense his elemental attribute, or exactly when he left. It's probably been too long. Plus, that massive thunderstorm last night washed away all the tracks. Thon Huen was still confused, so Han Lei broke it down for her. The anomaly started at around 6 last night. We locked down the mountain at 7. He must have slipped up here before then. Otherwise, my men would have definitely spotted him. He pointed out sharply. The lightning storm hit its absolute peak at 7 p.m. Didn't you use the guild's artifact to run a prediction? By dawn, the contamination level at the summit was supposed to hit S rank. But just after 8 p.m., the volatile spiritual energy started dropping. Hanle narrowed his eyes. Furthermore, I can tell that this guy likely possesses a lightning attribute ability. That's the only way he could have absorbed those heavenly tribulations. This whole anomaly was actually a massive goldmine for him. Laying out the facts, he stated, because of all this, I seriously suspect that not only is this man still alive, but he's the very reason the anomaly shifted. Otherwise, it's just too much of a coincidence. The question is, did he just stumble onto this miracle, or did he actively seek out this natural disaster, staying one step ahead of us the entire time? His tone grew grim. People like him are the most terrifying kind. We have absolutely no idea whose side he's really on. If he turns out to be a threat to society, the disaster he causes will be just as bad as the anomaly itself. We have to track him down immediately. Meanwhile, tucked away in his room, Shen An was sneezing his head off. Back on the mountain, Hanle issued his command. From now on, we find this man at all costs. His code name, for now, he declared the name with heavy authority, the Tyrant. Hanle continued, I hope the guild can recruit the Tyrant as soon as possible. We'll be locking down all information on our end. The person on the other line firmly agreed. Of course, however, we also have a high-ranking pioneer actively trying to make contact with him. Hanle immediately ordered, Miss Su, please give Major Han a quick report. Thon Huyen stood at attention. Understood. She took a deep breath, trying to steady her nerves before speaking. It's like this. He's the exact same pioneer who cleared out the anomaly in the A-rank contaminated zone at the north gate of Qingqing University. Deep down, she was panicking. This is bad. The target is totally getting exposed. Thon Hin explained further. I've been trying to make contact with him recently, but frustratingly enough, the guy is a total ghost. I did find the corpse of the mutated rabbit he took down, though. If my guess is right, he possesses the Yang Flame attribute. I'll do my best to get close to him and figure out exactly how he purified the North Gate of Qingqing University. Deep down, she couldn't stop panicking. Oh my god, I'm doing my absolute best here. You gotta mix truths with lies to make it believable. If I say nothing, I'm just asking for trouble. Hearing this, Han Le's face suddenly turned dead serious. An attribute. Then, he spoke softly. I understand. Little too, you've worked hard. We need talented young people like you, those who always push forward and carry the torch for the previous generation, just like the endless flow of the Yangtze River. Thon Huyen jolted in surprise, assuring him, Major Han, you flatter me way too much. This is my responsibility. I will absolutely keep doing my best. Besides that, Hanla noted, we will also throw out a few smokescreens about natural disasters. Let's stick with that for now. Honestly, I don't entirely agree with you all posting about spiritual energy on the internet. It's too easy for bad actors to exploit. The chairman seemed a bit hesitant. About that, huh? In the background, Thon Huyen secretly breathed a massive sigh of relief. Thank God, it's finally over. Meanwhile, back at Shen An's house, a heavy downpour started pouring from the sky once again. Inside, Shen An was using magic to dry his shirt, golden sun breathing technique. In the blink of an eye, the white shirt was completely clean and dry. Shen An immediately put it on. After being infused with the thunder attribute, he could still feel a very clear difference. Right now, he could clearly feel that his right arm seemed to have been physically altered by the thunder attribute. It had become the toughest part of his entire body, with a massive boost in strength. Not only that, but Shen An also noticed something else. Right now, I actually feel like I'm hitting the limit to level up again. But what surprises me the most is the thunder attribute itself. It's supposed to be incredibly violent, yet after fusing it, it became as gentle as a little kitten. I can control it flawlessly. A flash of agonizing pain crossed his mind when he thought about unlocking the Yang attribute. That first time using the golden sun breathing technique, that pain is something I seriously never want to remember. And Shen An figured, well, it shouldn't get any weaker after I absorb it, right? The system reminded him that this thunder attribute also had a 300% critical damage boost against abnormal evil spirits. Man, I seriously can't wait to test this out. Just then, his phone screen suddenly lit up, catching his attention. Shen An picked it up to check. What's going on now? Ever since the last incident, Shen An had set all news and forums to special alerts so he could track things closely. He stared at the red notification popping up on the screen. Right now, the world is in absolute chaos. To maximize public safety, the Xia Country General Association will always issue danger warnings as early as possible. Shen An made up his mind. However, these warnings also hide opportunities, and for a pioneer like me, that is an incredibly massive temptation. Even if I have to. Right at that moment, something unusual caught his eye. The top trending news right now, an explosion has occurred at a chemical plant. Currently, 0 casualties have been reported. An explosion has occurred at a chemical plant causing pollution within the city. The cause of the blast is currently under investigation. The explosion happened exactly during a shift change, so there are no casualties. Citizens are urged not to panic, and please make sure to prioritize your personal safety. Just skimming through it, Shen An instantly spotted something fishy. An explosion? Pollution? A massive event like this is just too suspicious. Comments kept flooding the screen. Oh my god, my house is right next to it. Not gonna lie to you guys, the vibe back then was seriously bizarre. I don't even know how to describe it properly. +1. Was it a creepy evil aura or something? Yes, exactly. It was totally that dark, evil feeling. Demons are invading. How spectacular. Are you two upstairs losing your minds or what? It's a factory explosion, and you're already making up supernatural ghost stories. A chemical plant exploded near my place once too. At worst, it just smells awful. You guys are just fear-mongering. Honestly, it's giving me the creeps. Are we shooting a movie or something? Reading all this sparked a feeling inside Shen An. This dark, evil stench. Why does it feel so damn familiar? A moment later, it finally hit him. I remember now. It's that terrifying, evil thing from before. That day, that massive Chukta beast kept marching forward, making Shen An too terrified to even breathe heavy. Don't move. With its sharp nose, it hadn't taken long for it to catch the scent of humans. The Chukda's face was utterly vicious, getting into a stance ready to tear its prey apart. Snapping back to the present, that memory was an absolute nightmare to him. Those things especially love to show up during the darkest and most gloomy moments. At first, they might just be normal plants or animals, But once they mutate, they can gain intelligence, and their strength becomes incredibly berserk. From their observation skills and hunting instincts to their sheer killing power, everything is boosted to freakish levels. Shen An realized clearly that this was 100 times more dangerous than that mutated rabbit from before. I have to head out tonight. I have to stop them from surviving and evolving any further. He seriously geared up for battle. The rain was pouring down harder and harder by the second, like buckets of water being dumped from the sky, flooding the entirely straight roads. Someone's vehicle just sped across the street, leaving a trail in the water. It was a military squad on a mission. Headquarters, this is the destruction squad tracking anomaly, file number 7, Chuk Da. We have temporarily lost the target. Current intel confirms that Chuk Da's ability is to blend into the shadows and conceal its physical form. The captain of the squad barked out the briefing. When it gets close, it emits tiny sizzling noises, and it has a strong appetite for human flesh. Please send backup immediately, the captain instructed with a stern voice. We absolutely cannot let that happen. The operators in the tech division responded. Copy that. Supplementary data for file number 7, Chuk Da, has been dispatched. A team member announced, the request for a search and destroy operation has been escalated to priority UTNB level. It is estimated to be resolved within the next 12 hours. Headquarters directed them. Destruction Squad, please continue your pursuit mission. You must make your personal safety your absolute priority. The whole team received the order and moved out together. Roger that! The captain was dead serious about this mission. 12 hours, it's not fast, but it's the absolute best support HQ can give us right now. Xia country is massive, and anomalies and awakenings are popping up everywhere. Even HQ is stretched way too thin. Just then, someone updated the intel. Wait a second. The area you guys are approaching currently has personnel from our Spiritual Energy Cultivation Association stationed there. The operator added, Squad Captain Tathan Huyen is currently carrying out an observation mission on a Pioneer. We can send a message to have her assist you. Hearing this news, the whole squad felt like they'd just been thrown a life preserver. Awesome. Thank you so much. Please get her to back us up right away. I've heard all about her combat record. The moment the operator finished speaking, someone's voice unexpectedly rang out. Huh? Since when did I get so famous? The captain and everyone behind him looked up in absolute bewilderment. Thon Huyen, wrapped in a raincoat, spoke up with a cold tone. So it's you guys. Are you the ones calling me in for overtime? The captain immediately snapped back. To Thon Huyen, we are dealing with an anomaly this time. A Chuk Da that specializes in eating human flesh. This isn't just about whether you work overtime or not. Thon Huyen was clearly unamused. Is that the kind of attitude you give when asking for help? With that, she turned to leave without hesitation. It seems the destruction squad is incredibly capable. You probably don't even need any overtime backup, right? In that case, Squad Huyen will excuse ourselves. The two girls beside her intentionally threw in some sarcastic jabs. Hey boss, isn't that a bit harsh? What if they actually get eaten alive? Well, then that's their problem, isn't it? Hearing that, the captain had no choice but to swallow his pride. I'm sorry, I was a bit too hot-headed just now. I hope you all can still help us track down its location. I'm sure you guys know just how dangerous the Chuk Da is. If we don't have your search and tracking abilities to back us up, not only are we going to get eaten and have to accept it, but absolutely no one in this city will make it out alive. Hearing that, Than Huyen replied with a cool tone. All right, enough joking around. I never said I wasn't going to help you guys. Only then did the destruction squad finally relax their faces, looking up at her with a hint of relief. Thon Hin continued to reassure them. This species is naturally cunning. They only like to operate in the dark, hiding without making a single sound, so they're incredibly hard to catch. But once it gets a taste of human flesh, it'll be completely out of control. Absolutely disgusting. We'll do our absolute best to help you guys capture the Chuk Da. On the other side, Shen An was standing deep in thought amidst the heavy downpour. Wearing a cloak that completely covered his head, he lowered his voice. I smell it. This is the exact scent. Quite a distance away from where Shen An stood, a dense, deathly aura billowed up. He felt a bit uneasy. After all, the two teams were supposed to be working together to carry out this mission. It only took Thon Huyen a few minutes to track it down. Found it! It's over here! She immediately shot a small burst of energy in that direction. File number 7, the Chuk Da. Preferences: darkness, damp conditions, and flesh eating. It was currently gnawing on something inside the cave. The captain quickly shouted, Wind! Demolition team, move out! The whole group leaped from their positions at the exact same time, instantly catching the Chuk Da's attention. Waiting for exactly that, it lunged over instantly. The captain frantically warned them, the target has spotted us. Demolition team, deploy quickly. The demolition squad immediately shifted into an ambush formation, moving as one. One by one, four of them surrounded it from all four directions, north, south, east, and west. They shouted in unison, full encirclement. Not only that, but there was another person diving down right above the Chukda's head. His hand was already fully charged with power for the strike. Take this. The captain violently slashed right into the Chukda's body, leaving a deep, gaping wound. Yet it still stood completely firm, glaring back at him with eyes full of pure hatred. Glowing red marks began to surface on the Chukda's hardened skin. It let out a frenzied roar and violently lunged forward. Watching from above, Thon Hin urgently warned them, "Watch out!" The Chukda's deafening roar echoed through the entire space, even blowing away the people standing nearby. One of the team members immediately checked in. "Are you okay, Captain?" The captain was painfully forced to accept the truth. The Chukda really is incredibly strong. If we hadn't retreated in time just now, we'd probably be minced meat. With such terrifying destructive power and that deadly dark attribute, if it stays in the city, it'll absolutely cause a massive disaster. The Chukda wasn't just attacking fiercely. It was actually even stronger now than it was a moment ago. It took a deep breath and spewed something out. Seeing this, Thon Huyen was burning with anxiety. It's trying to dig into the ground to escape. The girl next to her hastily stopped them. "Captain 2, that's the dark attribute. It has incredibly corrosive properties. Just touching an object can instantly destroy its structural integrity. We don't have a high-level counter-attribute to deal with this." Down below, the demolition squad was also discussing amongst themselves. Even if it can corrode the ground, it can't instantly create an escape route to slip away. So whatever you do, do not break the demolition team's formation. Our main job is still to gather real-time intel and command. Right in front of his face were the blood-red eyes of the Chukda. It lunged forward with brutal force, sending the person in front flying completely backwards. The other members absolutely refused to let it go. Don't let it get away. After it. Wherever the Chukda went, its thick slime left a trail right behind it. From her position, Thon Huyen could see everything clearly. Wait. The concentration of anomalous spiritual energy here seems to have suddenly spiked. "You two wait outside. I'll follow them inside." The two girls agreed in unison. "Got it." The members of the demolition squad looked around in sheer confusion. "Is this inside the abandoned factory?" Than Huyen spoke up. "Let me check the spiritual energy concentration here first." The captain stared at the device she was wearing on her wrist, looking completely curious. "Is that the new support gadget developed by the Research Council?" She confirmed it and explained. "That's right. The watch indicates that the maximum threshold of anomalous spiritual energy a single squad can handle is 50. The Chukda's anomaly level just now was 48. Right at that moment, the watch flashed a blinding, terrifying red. Wait, the threshold has already surpassed 80, and it's still rising like crazy. There's definitely more than one anomaly in here. Hearing that, everyone nervously looked up at the exact same time. The sound of rushing footsteps was getting closer and closer. The captain panicked. "This is bad. There really is another anomaly. That Chukda definitely lured us into a trap on purpose." Realizing the sheer gravity of the situation, Than Huyen screamed, "Fall back now. We cannot stay here any longer." Faced with a massive obstacle, the team quickly strategized. "Let's head straight for the exit. If it tries to block us, it won't be able to hide its tracks. With the few of us here, we can absolutely combine our strength to force the main doors open." Thon Huyen quickly led the way. "Over here!" But suddenly, her entire body completely froze up. In the blink of an eye, Thon Huyen collapsed hard onto the cold ground, her vision violently blurring. She forced her weak voice out to ask, but no one answered. Is everyone still okay? Despite the heavy fog in her mind, Thon Huyen was still lucid enough to realize the horrifying truth. No one was answering. It felt exactly like she was completely alone inside this abandoned factory. But they have to still be around here. It's just that I can't sense them, and they can't answer me either. She bit down the pain to think it through. Thinking back, the Chukda lured us straight into this factory, but this place actually isn't. It's the territory of a completely different anomaly. I just vaguely sensed it a moment ago. It's highly likely to be a giant python. Following that exact train of thought, Thon Huyen analyzed the situation. Unlike the Chukda's dark attribute, this black mist is highly toxic. We were poisoned the very second we stepped into it. But right now, her entire body was rapidly shutting down. This toxic gas paralyzed all our senses, and it's speeding up the drain on our spiritual energy. If we actually use our spiritual energy to attack right now, it will only make us burn out completely. And now, my spiritual energy has practically run dry. Without spiritual energy to protect my body, I'll become nothing but an empty corpse in no time. Fan Hin lay helplessly on the cold floor. Just what kind of monster is this anyway? It actually has combat intelligence? And it even possesses such a heaven-defying ability that it played us all like absolute fools. Is it really going to end like this? Right at that exact moment of despair, a brilliant ray of light pierced through a crack in the roof. Thon Huyen forced her heavy, exhausted eyelids open to look ahead. The silhouette of someone was dropping straight down from the ceiling, but right then, Thon Huyen had absolutely no strength left to recognize who it was, and her eyes fluttered completely shut. That person was none other than Shen An, charging straight into the danger. He landed on the ground incredibly softly. Right behind Shen An was a massive black python. Ah, so it's a dark attribute anomaly, huh? It unhinged its massive jaw with the clear intent to strike, but Shen An swiftly dodged out of the way. Just when he thought there was only one monster to deal with, the Chuk Da lunged out of nowhere to launch an ambush. Even so, Shen An remained entirely unbothered. I see, so there are actually two anomalies in here. Even with the Chuk Da's jaws clamped down tight on his arm, he calmly analyzed the situation. One is in charge of baiting the prey, and the other handles the harvest. You guys are pretty sharp, aren't you? No wonder the spiritual energy in here is so unusually thick. You really love biting people, huh? Shen An instantly unleashed a surge of new power from deep within. In that case, take your time and enjoy the pure taste of lightning. With just a single explosive strike, he left a massive gaping wound on the black python. Next, he locked his sights right onto the Chuk Da. You're up. Tell me, are you scared of fire? Driven by pure venomous hatred, the black python lunged forward to attack him once again. All Shen An had to do was execute a single somersault, dodging its fangs with absolute ease. Not only that, but he also immediately seized the upper hand. Watch this. While the black python was still completely stunned and confused, Shen An violently swung his arm, delivering a terrifyingly powerful slash. The devastating blow instantly sent the giant python into agonizing pain, making it vomit up all the vile slime trapped in its throat. The black python's toxic slime gave off an absolutely stomach-churning stench. But immediately after, it began to heal itself. Shen An had seen this coming from a mile away. Just as I thought, you're still hiding a few nasty tricks. Blinding currents of lightning coursed violently across the python's face. It shrieked in absolute agony, its massive body thrashing with lightning-fast reflexes. Seeing its desperate struggle, Shen An merely let out a confident smirk. He just stood there, calmly observing the chaos. Thank God I sensed it ahead of time. This giant snake's dark aura is way thicker than the Chuk Da's. Shen An readied his next move. Just now, when I swung my blade and unleashed the power of the internal flame, I deliberately suppressed it. I pulled back the internal flame, using my blade as a pure conductor to gather and channel every ounce of thunderous power from my hand straight into this snake's body. He had completely engulfed the black python in a roaring sea of fire. The Chuk Da is a dark attribute anomaly. Yeah, it's bizarre and terrifying, but its actual power is pretty weak. Sure, it's bloodthirsty, but the number of humans it could actually kill is only 1 or 2. It's nowhere near reaching evolution. But this damn snake, on the other hand, only then did he suddenly notice a sharp stinging pain right in his shoulder. Snake scales. This time, Shen An was genuinely caught completely off guard. It really is a high-level mutant. Even its intelligence is on a whole different level. Those hidden projectiles were almost impossible to defend against. Then he quickly began to heal himself. The poison in this thing actually carries a nasty, paralyzing effect. It's designed to silently take your life without you ever even realizing it. My wound is closing up, but I can still feel a sharp pain. Must be the lingering effects of the golden sun breathing technique. Shen An realized something. The Yang Flame attribute could burn away toxins, while the golden sun breathing technique provided healing and protection, allowing his lightning power to cleanse his body. When these two forces clashed with the invading toxins, it sent a sharp, unmistakable wave of pain through him, serving as a harsh reminder of the enemy's attack. Looking back at the grim reality of the situation, he knew that any other poor bastard out there, even with some defensive skills, would be dead meat by now. Thinking about it, for this snake to silently grow to such a massive size, aside from having at least the power of a 3-star ghost realm, it definitely had to do with its ambush hunting style. As Shen An analyzed it, teaming up with Chuk Da was an absolutely flawless trap for spirit-type vanguards. It must have devoured a ton of people by now. Sadly, a lot of vanguards probably died before they could even join forces with the government. He concluded that in the end, no matter how vicious, cruel, or resentful it was, it still ended up as nothing more than a pile of ash. Still, Shen An had a lingering thought. His flame power was incredibly pure, but his 3-stack fatal lightning strike was definitely the real showstopper. I guess my actual combat skills are pretty solid now. With that thought, Shen An slowly approached the massive black snake. Just as he was about to touch it, he realized someone else was still there. Shen An instantly snapped into a state of high alert. Fan Huyen, waking up from the thick suffocating smoke, let out a few harsh coughs. She looked completely exhausted, barely even able to stand. Shen An immediately recognized her. Wait, it's her? The girl from the association. To something? He thought. He spoke up in a slow, calm drawl. Hey, you can drop the act. No need to play dead anymore. Shannon coldly judged her. Your playing dead skills are honestly pretty terrible. Caught red-handed, Than Huyen's face burned bright red. Oh my god, how embarrassing. So it really was him the whole time, she thought. Desperate to explain, she stammered. I was just woken up by the smell. I swear I wasn't faking it. Ignoring her excuse, Shannon casually remarked, You've got some decent skills. Your teammates drained all their spiritual energy and passed out completely, but you managed to keep a sliver of protective aura active. If you hadn't held onto your consciousness, you wouldn't have been able to smell the blood and burning flesh. Thon Huyen awkwardly replied, thanks for the compliment. But inside, her mind was racing. I did manage to save a tiny bit of my spiritual aura, and he actually noticed it, but I have absolutely no idea how he managed to take down Chukda, let alone that massive snake. Thon Huyen was so mortified she didn't even dare to open her eyes. Seeing this, Shen An flatly pointed out, you know, you don't have to keep covering your eyes like that. Just make sure you keep your mouth shut and don't go blabbing about my identity. We'll be fine. He honestly thought to himself, her attitude is way friendlier than last time, before turning on his heel to leave. It's getting late, and since you and your team aren't in any life-threatening danger anymore, I'm out. Hearing this, Thon Huyen panicked and called out, hey, wait a second. But Shen An was already brushing her off without missing a beat. No need. Too many people here. It's a hassle to talk. I'll leave the cleanup of this place to you. Once he was finally clear of the area, he let out a heavy sigh of relief. Thank God she didn't catch me trying to touch that thing to absorb its dark attribute. Shen An shuddered, absolutely refusing to dwell on it. That sickening, icy sensation was honestly enough to make anyone's skin crawl. He figured it was probably because he had already scattered its dark attribute spiritual energy. Combined with his body's sheer instinctive resistance, the absorption completely failed. Even the system. Meanwhile, back in the ruined warehouse, Thon Huyen was still sitting there in a daze. Damn it. I didn't even get a good look at his face. Seems like he still doesn't trust the association at all, she muttered, groaning. She dragged herself over to wake her captain. Hey, wake up, it's all over. After a few solid smacks, he finally groaned and fluttered his eyes open. The captain muttered in a complete daze, Ugh, we got ambushed. As the rest of the squad woke up, their eyes immediately locked onto the charred remains Shen An had left behind. The captain was completely bewildered. What the hell happened here? Where did this incredibly pure yang energy come from? Thon Huyen simply shrugged. Well, just like you're seeing, another vanguard stepped in and saved our asses. Frowning in thought, she recalled, it might actually be my mission target. My original assignment was to track down a vanguard possessing a pure high-tier attribute. Wait, you mean this exact yang attribute? The captain asked. So, is he? Thon Huyen quickly cut him off. I haven't actually completed the mission yet. His real identity is still a total mystery. Honestly, he's been the one keeping tabs on me. He knows exactly what I'm up to. And yet, this time, he actually went out of his way to protect us. A member of the demolition squad was practically buzzing with excitement. He took down Chuck Da and that giant freak of a snake all by himself. I can't believe a powerhouse like that actually exists. The captain suddenly snapped out of his shock. Wait, speaking of which, where's Chuk Da's corpse? We need to secure the crime scene right now and hand any leftover materials over to the association. He quickly used his magic to start clearing out the wreckage. But the moment his boot accidentally brushed against a severed scale of the black snake, a massive jolt of electricity surged right through him. He jumped back, yelping, What the hell? Why is this energy so violently aggressive? The entire squad stared in absolute disbelief. Captain 2, didn't you just say his power was a yang attribute? But this lingering electrical charge, it's absurdly powerful. Than Huyen knelt down for a closer look. Are these really the only remains left of Chuk Da? She murmured. The sheer purity of the residual energy radiating off it was terrifyingly potent, definitely a high-tier attribute. This revelation made the captain incredibly curious. Wait, don't tell me two different high-tier vanguards showed up here? Did one kill the black snake and the other kill Chuk Da and then they just left together? Only Thon Huyen knew the horrifying truth. No, that's not what happened at all, she thought, panicking. Oh God, what do I even say here? The truth was, he was the absolute only one who had showed up tonight, but saying that out loud felt completely unbelievable. For one single person to wield two incredibly pure, high-tier attributes at the exact same time, just possessing one of them was. The entire area fell into a dead, heavy silence. The only thing moving was Than Huyen's racing mind. A dual high-tier attribute, Vanguard, he's literally a 1 in a million existence, and she instantly recognized his signature moves. First, the Yang Flame Vanguard, and the other she couldn't be more familiar with, the Thunder Tyrant. Even Than Huyen couldn't help but scream internally, what kind of absolute monster is this guy? Out in the dead of night, two massive trucks sat idling in front of a building, their blinding headlights cutting through the darkness. Thank God I had the foresight to station the rest of the squad outside the factory, she thought. If I was trapped inside for too long, they were under strict orders to immediately report to the association. The association had assessed the situation and dispatched an investigation squad straight to the scene. Honestly, their original plan was probably just to come scrape up our dead bodies. As the team rushed in, one of the members burst into loud, ugly tears, wailing, "Boss! Thank God you're not dead. I seriously thought we'd lost our captain for good." Another teammate standing nearby was practically sobbing uncontrollably. "If you had died in there, what the hell were we supposed to do without you?" Someone booted up a device. A group of investigators clad in full hazmat gear began meticulously examining the massive gouges left across the ground. But now, their main priority had shifted to scanning the lingering traces of spiritual energy. By analyzing the scorch marks and residue, the association's investigators could map out and reconstruct the entire battle. After a full scan, they would compile the data and send a comprehensive report straight to headquarters. One of the investigators immediately spoke up to report, "Captains, based on our analysis of the residual energy trails left at the scene, both the attack patterns and the sheer brutality of the kill strikes confirm that it was the exact same person who slaughtered both of these abnormalities." Hearing this, the demolition squad captain's face instantly tightened into a deadly serious scowl. He couldn't believe it. So it really is a Vanguard wielding dual high-tier attributes. I honestly thought my senses were just playing tricks on me earlier. But it makes perfect sense. Honestly, just one of those abnormalities would have been more than enough to butcher our entire squad. The squad member standing next to him nodded vigorously, cold sweat practically pouring down his face in buckets. Exactly, and this total badass just stepped in and wiped them off the map in the blink of an eye. We're supposedly in the same Ghost Realm stage, so how the hell is the power gap this massive? Than Huyen tapped her earpiece and spoke into the comms. "The target I've been tracking just made an appearance. His data has been fully updated. I need to file an immediate report to my superiors." The pale moonlight spilled through the massive hole in the shattered roof as her steady, professional voice echoed through the channel. "That concludes my surveillance report. It's confirmed. Both the Tyrant and the Kid from Chingching University are the exact same target I've been tracking." Sitting in his quiet office, taking a slow sip from a piping hot cup of tea, the guild chairman calmly replied, "I fully understand the situation. Little 2 are officially pulled off this mission. Stand down." Than Huyen's face remained dead serious as she listened to her new orders. This individual went out of his way to save your lives. Not only did he execute the abnormalities, but he also successfully secured the entire sector. That alone proves he harbors no ill will toward the association. He is clearly not our enemy. And to be frankly honest, Old Man Han and I don't exactly see eye to eye on this matter anyway. For your own personal safety, and to ensure the association stays on that tyrant's good side, I am ordering you to cease all contact with him immediately. She immediately replied, "Understood, but I have another theory regarding what happened behind the mountain when the tyrant was about to level up." The guildmaster's eyes narrowed. Than Huyen hurriedly reported, "I once felt an extremely powerful aura in the area he was operating in. At that time, I suspected he had a spirit weapon, but it still seemed highly unlikely. However, if we assume he actually possesses dual high-level attributes." The guildmaster's eyes suddenly turned grave, a drop of cold sweat rolling down his face. "He has a spirit weapon?" But less than 3 seconds later, he brushed the thought aside. "Impossible, no matter how outstanding his talent might be. There's no way he could possess a spirit weapon without any resources or backing." Than Huyen's face grew serious as she confessed. "When I made contact, the energy from the spirit weapon I sensed carried a yang attribute." Hearing this, the guildmaster lowered his voice and continued, "So that's how it is. What if the spirit weapon's attribute actually originates from his own yang attribute?" He envisioned a scene where Shen An leaped from the cracking water around him, radiating immense power. If he really is a master at the spirit creation realm, then theoretically, he could pull that off all on his own. Fan Huyen's eyes suddenly widened as she thought to herself, the spirit creation realm? The image of a glowing figure standing out from the rest materialized as the guildmaster spoke. If this person truly possessed the spiritual energy of a third attribute, it would completely flip the current situation upside down, sending shockwaves through the entire awakened community. His brow furrowed, deepening the wrinkles on his forehead as his steady voice rang out. Because according to our research, spiritual energies with different attributes will naturally reject each other inside the body. It's incredibly difficult for them to coexist. As of right now, there isn't a single awakened in the world who can wield multiple spiritual attributes at the exact same time. The scene shifted to Shen An standing under the shower, letting the water wash over him as he stood lost in deep thought. He was completely oblivious to the suspicions others had about him, about whether he truly possessed a spirit weapon. Then the fact that we haven't discovered a third attribute might not actually be a bad thing. We can only hope that an awakened with such massive power won't become an enemy of humanity in the future. Shen An dried his hair and opened the door, his mind a tangled mess of racing thoughts. There was less than 1 year left until the spiritual energy officially awakened. But now the world was already changing. He raised his hand, using his own power to dry his hair. Shen An suddenly paused, thinking back to the one-eyed man. He stood in silence for a long time, his gaze drifting into nothingness. Many awakened ones, just like him, had willingly stepped onto the path of cultivation. After unlocking the connection between their bodies and the world's spiritual energy, they could sense the shifts in nature far more sharply than ordinary people, just like the group they discovered in the underground river earlier. Even if they were only training on their own, without being officially recognized as awakened by the Xia Nation, the vast majority of them had already reached the first star level of the Phantom Realm. He turned around and casually grabbed a shirt from the chair. Right now, the Xia Nation is extending an olive branch to rogue awakened like me. This proves that both the official awakened and the freelancers are currently in a relatively stables of testing the waters. Shen An's expression darkened as he thought of Thon Haiyan. The mutants are still within the government's control, and no major conflicts have broken out among the awakened yet. Shen An relaxed his jaw, closed his eyes tight, and pulled his shirt on. However, even though they established the Spiritual Energy Cultivation Association, the scene shifted to the Spiritual Energy Cultivation Association. Outside, the night sky was pitch black, lit only by flashing red alarm systems everywhere. By now, you could hear people gossiping everywhere about their anxiety and the unpredictable mutations popping up around them. It was clear that the Spiritual Energy Cultivation Association and the government were desperately trying to protect humanity, while scrambling to issue early warnings about potential threats. Shen An stood outside, looking up at the sky as he muttered to himself, but that's exactly where the problem lies. The massive building in front of him was slowly burning to the ground, leaving a scene of total devastation. The government just doesn't have the guts to kick off a full-scale era of cultivation. The population is way too massive. Once they make all the info public, the very first thing that would happen is a complete breakdown of order. Internal chaos would explode, leading to massive riots and casualties. Looking at the current state of things, the officially recognized Awakened still lack the raw power to maintain stability during these chaotic shifts. Facing internal rebellion and external monster invasions at the same time would only make society collapse even faster. He quietly reassured himself because of that. The government taking this cautious, moderate approach right now isn't exactly wrong. After all, human nature is incredibly fragile. Images of demonic beasts suddenly flashed through Shen An's mind. The only thing that really worries me is that the growth rate of these mutants seems to have completely surpassed my expectations. He stared intensely at his system panel, unconsciously resting his chin on his hand in deep thought. That creature I ran into today is a textbook example. It mutated after being corrupted by the dark attribute when it touched the creeping fog. I realized they actually belong to a sub-branch of the darkness element, the shadow attribute. It's the absolute nemesis of the awakened. The system panel displayed a message as shadow attribute, branch of darkness, nemesis of the awakened, currently unable to be absorbed. Shen An analyzed the situation in his head for a long while. These mutants possess intelligence far beyond the regular ones. They even know how to team up and set traps to wipe out the awakened. He lowered his head, his face completely unreadable as he focused entirely on his thoughts. Even though they definitely can't be compared to the pure dark attribute mutants I've faced in the past, Just one of those pure ones could wipe out an entire country, or even a whole continent. The bloodthirsty mutant beast clamped its jaws tightly around a girl. If I hadn't tracked them all the way today, I'm afraid that little squad, along with the very person who tried to recruit me, would already be dead. Shen An stood perfectly still between two opposing forces of power, one an ominous, glowing blood red, and the other shining brilliantly like a sacred flame. It's just a minor branch of the attribute, but it's already this sinister and disgusting. The pure dark attribute is truly a massive threat. But if it's only temporarily unabsorbable, doesn't that mean that once I meet the system's requirements, I'll be able to absorb it? The dark attribute has such a terrifying ability to suppress human power. If I can turn that into my own power, nothing would be better. It could even be the crucial trump card I need to completely flip the board. He launched himself into the air, his entire body erupting in blazing power as a glowing golden sword materialized in his hand. Right now, I possess the Golden Sun breathing technique, which carries the Yang attribute. The 100-forged Divine Thunder, carrying the Lightning attribute. I also have the Crimson Fireblade from the Interflame attribute, a sub-branch of Yang. These aren't just high-tier attributes. What's even more important is that I have the perfect cultivation methods that are 100% compatible with my body. Combine that with my 3-star strength in the Phantom Realm. I'm afraid very few awakened out there could even stand a chance against me. Arcs of blue lightning violently crackled across Shen An's body. His sharp gaze softened. Shen An picked up his phone, unable to hide his surprise. "Auntie, why are you calling so late?" His aunt's cheerful voice came through the speaker. "Little ditch, have you been doing well lately? Listen, your younger cousin is going to move over to your area to study for a while. I really don't feel safe letting her stay in a hotel all by herself. Could you let her crash at your place for a few days?" he replied, clearly a bit confused. "My cousin?" Shen An thought to himself. My only memory of her is that she was a massive bookworm. I've honestly forgotten what she even looks like. But without hesitating for another second, he immediately agreed. "Sure, Auntie. Just have her come over. I've got a spare room anyway. When is she arriving?" His aunt hurriedly waved the thought away. "Oh, no need to pick her up. No need at all. I'll just send her the address so she can make her way there herself." The scene transitioned, his aunt's voice still overlapping the shot as a pair of small hands rapidly typed on a keyboard. "I'll make sure she brings some local snacks for you, okay?" Shen An politely replied. "Thanks, Auntie. I won't be shy about eating them then." His aunt cheerfully continued. "Your cousin should arrive sometime tomorrow afternoon. I'm sorry for bothering you with this," he smiled. "It's no bother at all, Auntie. Oh, I've got a bit of work left to do, so I'm going to hang up now, okay?" On the girl's computer screen, an anonymous group chat window popped up. "Spiritual Energy Awakening, Martial Arts Vanguard Team 7. I will arrive this afternoon. Fong Ha." Another user named 81-year-old Beauty, Deanla, messaged, "Are we meeting up in person or heading straight to the location?" The reply came, "Neither. I'm crashing at my older cousin's house. I need to play along for a bit." Then user Fong Ha replied, "I just got scammed for 50 cents on an online dating app. Kuzin, we'll figure it out then. I'm logging off now." And typed Yi Fong Hatsu, Shen An's aunt replied. "All right, just take care of your own business and remember to visit your aunt next time, okay?" The girl moved her mouse and clicked on something. A news article popped up on the screen with the headline, "Breaking News. The internet-famous town, now dubbed the Town of Death, claims 3 more lives." The girl's voice sounded both cold and curious. "Yanktown, huh?" Shen An's aunt pushed the door open and cheerfully asked, making the girl jump slightly, "Have you finished packing your luggage yet?" The girl turned around and replied, "I'm done, but honestly, I really don't want to bother my cousin. Staying at a hotel would be perfectly fine." Shen An's aunt immediately reassured her, "Absolutely not. Compared to staying outside, you'll be much safer at your cousin's house. I trust him completely." Even as her daughter gently pushed her out the door, she kept nagging. "Once you're at someone else's house, don't cause any unnecessary trouble, you hear me? Help out around the house whenever you can." "Got it." The girl didn't seem to care much. "Don't worry, Mom. I know." She slammed the door shut, leaning against it in the pitch-black room, panting heavily. Her glasses gleamed in the shadows, her eyes revealing a calculating look. She pulled down her hood and thought to herself, "I'll just take it one step at a time. Compared to those supernatural anomalies, nothing, my cousin says, could possibly be as scary." The scene shifted outside to a clear blue sky. She checked her phone and Google Maps announced, "You have arrived at your destination." Lin Yi looked up and muttered, "This must be the place, right?" Shen An slowly walked down the stairs. Seeing him, Lin Yi feigned surprise and called out, "Cousin!" His eyes widened in confusion. Are you, Lin Yi? I completely didn't recognize you. The girl just stood there awkwardly, remaining perfectly silent. The two of them went inside and sat down. Shen An awkwardly tried to break the ice. So, you're here to attend the summer camp, right? Lin Yi simply replied, that's right. He let her know, if you need anything, just call me. She followed up with, okay, thank you, cousin. Shen An turned and handed the girl a key, instructing, here is the spare key. I'll head back to my room now. Yours is right across the hall. Lin Yi took it and replied politely, all right, I'll be intruding on you for the next few days. The girl watched Shen An's back as he walked into his room, thinking to herself, looks like my cousin is pretty easygoing. He won't meddle too much in my business. Shen An suddenly stopped in his tracks. He peeked back, his brows furrowed in deep suspicion. Did I sense that wrong? Or is she just not hiding it well? Earlier, when she was sitting on the sofa, I definitely felt a faint, chilling spiritual aura flickering around her. Could it be? Has she become an awakened cultivator too? A faint blue light emanated from Lin Yi's body, leaving his train of thought hanging. So, she said she came here for a summer camp. Could it actually be because? Meanwhile, Lin Yi quietly unlocked her phone and sent a message to someone. The phone screen displayed her anonymous account messaging other hidden users. Yi Fong Ha Chu. My cousin is pretty nice. It seems he won't interfere with my activities. When are we making our move? Beautiful 81-year-old woman. Don't rush. Let's keep a low profile for now. This area has been pretty chaotic lately, and there are many contaminated zones. But there are always those top-tier cultivators showing up. Scammed $5 online dating. Yeah, I heard about that too. It was exactly like that last time at the underground river. Two teams clashed, and it turned out there was an incredibly overpowered grandmaster. They say he unleashed a single sword strike that sliced right through the sunlight, forcing the enemy to retreat. Beautiful 81-year-old woman replied. A sword strike that sliced through the sunlight? Are you for real? Then he must have a top-tier yang attribute. He's a high-level cultivator, isn't he? Is that actually true? I heard about that too, typed Yi Fong Ha Tzu. That's why we have to be extra careful this time. The spiritual energy hasn't fully recovered yet, so everything is still hidden in the shadows. God knows how many monster-like cultivators are lurking around in Xia country. Scammed $5 online dating, plus 10 to that. 486, replied Yi Fong Ha Tzu. All right, I'll wait for news from you guys. Lin Yi sighed and brushed it off. Whatever, since I just got here, it's probably best not to practice my cultivation right away. If my cousin finds out, it's going to be really hard to explain. 3 days later, the girl stepped out of the shower and saw Shen An sitting there in total silence, creating an incredibly awkward atmosphere. He felt that living with his cousin was bringing quite a bit of trouble to his own cultivation progress. His breathing adjustments could be interrupted at any moment. While sitting cross-legged on his bed, his entire body would emit an intense glow, so there was a high chance some sense might catch him practicing the golden sun breathing technique. As he practiced, Shen An worried, it's so damn bright. Will I get caught? Why didn't I notice the golden sun breathing technique was this flashy before? But the scariest part of all was, Lin Yi went into the kitchen and carefully prepared a delicious meal for him. Cousin, dinner is ready. Tonight we're having beef stew with tomatoes, a cucumber salad, and sweet corn pork rib soup. He slowly walked over to the table and sat down, replying, all right, you're being way too polite. Just leave the dishes for me to wash. The girl softly responded, it's no problem. I'm staying here temporarily, so these are things I should be doing anyway. She was far too polite and meticulous, absolutely flawless. She did chores like someone with a severe neat freak obsession and OCD. While lost in thought, Shen An picked up a beautifully glazed peas, eggs, or meat and placed it in his rice bowl. It's just that. The two of them sat perfectly across from each other without saying a single word. I'm not stopping her from doing all this just so she can truly let her guard down around me. Shen An continued to act completely normal. Only by doing this can I uncover her secrets. Lin Yi didn't suspect a thing either. Suddenly, the phone on the table buzzed. Seeing this, he asked out of curiosity, what's wrong? Is a friend looking for you? A fleeting look of panic crossed the girl's face, and she hesitated, unable to give a straight answer. Shen An immediately stood up and excused himself. Well, you two go ahead and chat. I'll head back to my room. Lin Yi wanted to stop him, but her throat tightened, unable to utter a single word. As she unlocked her phone, she subtly glanced up, watching his every move. Lin Yi spoke through the phone. Wait, what did you say? The Heavenly Palace anomaly is going to appear again tomorrow? At what time? 3 in the afternoon? Don't worry, I'll definitely be there. She immediately agreed with the person on the other end of the line, seemingly oblivious to the fact that Shen An had already floated up and was eavesdropping right outside her window. All right, then let's meet at the entrance of Yanghe Town. Be there or be square. He pondered to himself. Isn't Yanghe Town that internet-famous town out in the suburbs? It's just a 1-hour drive away. A wisp of blue aura leaked out, catching Shen An's attention. Sure enough, my little cousin is also a cultivator in this era of spiritual awakening. He peeked inside and saw Lin Ji sitting perfectly straight, practicing her techniques. Thank goodness. Based on her current strength, there's no way she can detect me. A powerful surge of energy radiated around her. Shen An secretly deduced. But she's still just a high school student, yet she's already reached the 2-star Ghost Talisman realm, and she's even showing signs of breaking through. Could her bizarre personality be a side effect of having such insanely high talent? As the glow of the evening sunset slowly faded away, he mused. So my cousin coming here for a summer camp was just a cover-up. The Heavenly Palace anomaly is the real reason. She must have gotten wind of the Heavenly Palace anomaly from somewhere, so she made up an excuse to come here. Shannon tightly gripped the edge of the wall. Every time the Heavenly Palace anomaly occurs, it's a massive opportunity. I could acquire a new spell to boost my power. He smirked silently to himself, wondering, I wonder what kind of attribute will show up in Yanghe Town this time. Afterward, Shen An shrugged it off and immediately left. Whatever. Suddenly, Lin Yi's eyes snapped open. She stared out the wide-open window, illuminated by the bright moonlight, asking herself, was I just hallucinating? It felt like someone was watching me just now. The scene shifted to Yanghe Town, where rolling hills surrounded tightly packed houses. Outside the town gates, a loud voice called out, Yi! 50 Cents ran over and slung an arm over the girl's shoulders, winking playfully as she asked, so you've been staying at your cousin's house these past few days, huh? How is it? Is he handsome? Her online handle was scammed $5 online dating. Lin Yi brought a hand to her chin and replied coldly, he's nice enough. As for his looks, he's pretty average. Average looks? A famous pretty boy? Well, either way, he definitely wasn't the type of popular pretty boy she was into. Hearing that, 50 Cents sighed in sheer boredom. Well, that's a bit disappointing. Suddenly, number 81 approached them, crossing her arms with a faint smirk. Her sharp voice rang out. Don't forget, Yi used to rate herself as just an average girl in a crowd too. Her online handle was beautiful 81-year-old woman. Uncle, who was sitting a short distance away, saw this and declared, all right, that's enough. Lin Yi suddenly remembered something and asked, yeah, is that guy really not showing up this time either? He said, it's just the 6 of us again. She's not coming. Number 81 quickly urged everyone on. She's always been mysterious like that. We're used to it by now. Let's move. From up high, Shen An sat silently, watching the group march forward. His expression remained totally calm as he thought to himself, looks like my little cousin's team actually has the skills to move completely undetected. With a single glance, Shen An could gauge everyone's strength. Even the weakest among them was solidly at the 2-star Quifu stage, and the guy who just spoke had already reached the 3-star realm. Listening to their chatter, it sounded like they had a heavy hitter who was constantly missing in action. His eyes narrowed, sitting in absolute silence for a long while on the mountain of this famous town. His sharp eyes gleamed with cold calculation as he stared into the distance. The scene shifted as a narrator's voice rang out. Suddenly, a massive vine descended from the heavens, just like the magic beanstalk in the fairy tales. It was incredibly tall, and where it struck the earth, its massive root system spread out, covering everything. This demonic vine spawns randomly around the True Yang Harmony Zone, and its timing is completely unpredictable. This totally defied everything the pioneers thought they knew. It was beyond human comprehension, a literal mutation of the heavens and the earth. It had nothing to do with weather patterns or geological shifts. It was a bizarre entity spawning straight out of the void, stretching its reach everywhere. It didn't cause immediate destruction, nor did it trigger roaring thunder or blinding flashes of light like other rare anomalies. The group of 6 slowly crept into the dense fog near the mountain's roots. Number 81 gasped in absolute shock. Oh my God, is that it? They were standing dangerously close to the colossal vine, which was radiating an overwhelming oppressive power. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they never would have believed it. Suddenly, Nengu Mao spoke up with a shaky voice. Wait, we really shouldn't go any further. Seeing this, Lin Yi frowned in confusion. What's wrong? Nengu Mao was trembling from head to toe, her knuckles turning white as she clutched her backpack straps. Her lips were pressed tightly together, her eyes wide with sheer terror. She stammered, I didn't realize until I actually saw it up close. But now, I'm terrified. She looked around frantically. Did you guys see those rumors on the internal forums? Nengu Mao covered her mouth, practically suffocating on her own fear. Honestly, I had a friend on that team. The last time this vine showed up, they tried to get close to it. They were all elite pioneers, way stronger than me with incredibly high cultivation bases. Her voice cracked as she went on, but after they came here, they were wiped out. Every single one of them. The more she spoke, the more violently Nungu Mao shook. Her face had gone deathly pale. Clutching her head in despair, she cried out, "I just have this awful feeling. We're going to end up exactly like them." Despite the terrifying warning, the 6 of them gritted their teeth and pushed forward into the fog. Only Engu Mao's desperate warnings echoed behind them. "We're going to die." She stood completely paralyzed, her face drained of all color. Still clutching her head, a strange, eerie energy began radiating from her body. She kept muttering frantically to herself. "At first, I thought I could handle the life of a pioneer. I thought I was ready to either strike it rich or die trying, getting my bones crushed to dust." But standing right in front of this thing, her primal instincts screamed in absolute terror. Her gut was telling her that they were facing an apex-level global mutation, an overwhelmingly powerful, unprecedented, and utterly alien anomaly. She bit her lip so hard it almost bled, tears streaming uncontrollably down her face. I just can't. Number 81 froze at the sight of her breaking down, her throat turning dry, completely lost for words. Seeing this, Lin Yi's eyes softened with concern as she nodded. "Yeah, you're right. To be honest, we can all feel it too." The young girl looked up at the towering, colossal vine, her expression turning deadly serious. Inside this wood attribute monstrosity, there's this aura of pure desolation. I don't even know how to describe it. It feels like drowning in the endless flow of time itself, like everything is rotting away and all life force is being sucked dry. That's exactly why we're feeling this overwhelming dread and nausea. It's like it wants to devour our very souls. Suddenly, Lin Yi grabbed Ngu Mao's hand, making the terrified girl jolt in shock. But the young girl tightened her grip, screaming at the top of her lungs with unbreakable resolve. This is the true path of a martial pioneer. Watching from above, Shen An thought to himself, the death aura around that thing is way too thick. I've seen plenty of cosmic anomalies, but aside from pure yin attribute mutations, this demonic vine is the most repulsive thing I've ever laid eyes on. His gaze darkened as he stared intensely at the group below. Deciding to cultivate in a place like this, I have to hand it to them that takes some serious guts. The massive trunk of the demonic vine, right in front of Shen An, was already stained a sickly blood red. There were even corpses dangling lifelessly from its branches. He thought to himself, plants are supposed to be the ultimate symbol of overflowing life. But this thing just radiates death. It doesn't even feel alive. It's more like a rotting corpse masquerading as a living creature, completely stripped of any natural spirit. Lin Yi jumped up to a higher vantage point, urgently shouting, "Listen up, guys. We don't have time to second-guess ourselves. Since it's too dangerous to go deeper, we'll set up and absorb the energy right here." Standing firmly on a thick branch, she warned them, "Everyone, stay within my line of sight. Do not wander off." The others immediately dropped into a meditative stance, shouting in unison, "Got it!" Lin Yi did a quick sweep of the area, finally letting out a sigh of relief. Without wasting another second, she sat cross-legged on the branch and threw herself into her cultivation, an immense sphere of energy instantly erupting around her. A gentle breeze swept through the area. Standing with his arms crossed, Shen An watched her closely, a proud smile tugging at his lips. Not bad at all. She's keeping her guard up. She chose a spot that's not too close but not too far, just perfect for absorbing the energy. As expected of a top-tier student, she calculated the exact coordinates to maximize her gains. No reckless charging, but no cowardly retreating either. Suddenly, in a fraction of a second, Lin Yi's energy barrier blasted outward. Shen An stood frozen, watching a blinding pillar of light crash down through the forest, radiating pure, unadulterated power. He was stunned. Is she already breaking through? To hit the 3-star threshold this fast. My little cousin's talent is absolutely monstrous. Watching Lin Yi's energy sphere swell into a raging storm of power, Ngu Mao screamed in absolute disbelief. 3-star Kui Fu Realm, number 81, couldn't contain her excitement either, hyping her up. "Yi, you're incredible!" She rubbed her eyes, unable to process it. "I can't believe Yi actually did it." But at that exact moment, the massive roots of the demonic vine began to pulsate with a sick glowing light thrashing around violently. Sensing the deadly shift, the older guy in the group whipped his head around in pure panic. "Oh, hell no!" he roared, his voice cracking with sheer terror. "Run! The vines are coming straight for us!" Number 81 spun around, her heart dropping to her stomach. What the hell? How did it even sense us from all the way out here? In the blink of an eye, 2 of their teammates were violently snatched up by the crushing vines. "Help! Somebody, please help me!" they shrieked in absolute agony. Ngu Mao didn't even hesitate, she bolted. Run! Run for your lives! If we stay here, we're all dead meat! Total chaos erupted. Everyone was screaming and scrambling for their lives, except for Lin Yi. She remained completely motionless, trapped in deep meditation inside her energy sphere. Her massive breakthrough had triggered way too much of a shockwave. "Whatever you do, do not let those vines touch you!" someone screamed. "The second they wrap around you, that death aura will infect your body and you'll melt into a puddle of gore in seconds." Bam! A massive, whip-like vine slammed directly into Lin Yi's protective barrier, causing terrifying cracks to splinter across the surface. Deep in her trance, Lin Yi's brow furrowed in pain. Seeing this, number 81 fiercely grabbed Ingu Mao's arm, her voice hard as steel. "No way! We are not leaving. If we run now, Yi is a dead woman!" Ingu Mao's face twisted into an ugly, desperate scowl as she spat back. "Are you out of your damn mind? What do you expect me to do? Burn my own life force to act as her meat shield? She's the one who chose to cultivate in this hellhole. She got arrogant, and now you want me to throw my life away just so she can get a power-up." Just then, the older guy shot number 81 a dead, emotionless glare. "Get a grip, kid. Life and death are up to fate. If we don't run right now, we're all going to be buried in the same grave as her. You're young and naive. Stop thinking with your damn heart. We just met on the road. She means nothing to us." Slap! Number 81 cracked him across the face with everything she had. Tears of absolute rage burned in her eyes as she screamed, "Then get the hell out of here, you cowards. I will never abandon my teammate." Watching the entire meltdown from above, Shen An sighed inwardly. "My poor little cousin is so deep in her trance, she probably doesn't even realize she's knocking on death's door right now." A wave of genuine anxiety washed over him. She's just a high schooler, after all. The power of this demonic vine is completely off the charts. Honestly, I'm not even 100% sure my current strength is enough to pull her out of this alive. But damn it, time's up. Down below, the massive, writhing vines were already completely engulfing Lin Yi's fragile energy barrier. Shen An gripped the hilt of his blade, his eyes flashing with a deadly cold light. He muttered under his breath, "I promised Auntie I'd keep her safe, and I never break a promise." Screaming in defiance, number 81 launched herself into the air, ready to fight the monstrous vines to the bitter end. But suddenly she slipped. In a flash, a massive vine whipped out, coiling violently around her body. Meanwhile, the main stalk of the demon plant was drilling relentlessly into Lin Yi's fracturing shield. Up above, Shen An drew his blade and dove from the heavens like a falling meteor. "Yai!" Number 81 shrieked in absolute despair. Running for her life, Ingu Mao sobbed hysterically as she glanced back over her shoulder. Boom! A cataclysmic pillar of blazing energy crashed straight into the demonic vines with devastating earth-shattering force. Amidst the blazing inferno, a foot gently touched down. Shen An stood at the absolute epicenter of the chaos, an overwhelming, godlike aura exploding from his body. Watching from a distance, the older guy and Engu Mao dropped to their knees, gasping in pure, utter disbelief. The vines, they're retreating. The attack stopped. That flame gradually burned away the vines. The blinding light forced the older man to shield his eyes, wondering, is this really a pioneer too? Number 81 also asked herself, is it the extreme yang attribute? Makes sense. Only someone with such a high-tier attribute would dare to be this reckless. To be able to repel the desolate vine, the older man gritted his teeth. On what grounds? He always prided himself on his extremely high talent, reaching the 3-star Ghost Mansion realm in such a short amount of time. Roughly speaking, the number of pioneers nationwide with that kind of speed can be counted on one hand. He looked up with a resentful, defiant glare. Not to mention that mysterious freak, even Lin Yi's talent is only on par with mine. But, Shen An swung his gleaming sword to the side. The older man stood below, his mind racing with countless thoughts. If there really are people like that among the pioneers, then what does that make us? Just specks of starlight meant to serve as a backdrop for the bright moon? You completely crushed my pride. No, he crushed all of us pioneers. Shen An's cold face and razor-sharp gaze flickered within the aura of power. Just what kind of existence is this guy? The system panel chimed. Detected extreme wood attribute. Auto-recording, recording successful. Shen An's entire body surged up amidst the vines. As they continuously multiplied, he could instantly absorb all the surrounding growth and vitality. He rapidly healed his own injuries. This wood attribute technique is way too strong. As long as there's life force around, this is basically a perpetual motion machine that recharges itself. Shen An shut his eyes tight as the vines gradually wrapped around his body. The system panel announced the attribute extraction. Desolation. The desolation attribute can instantly trigger a desolate aura, corroding all surrounding life force. Suddenly, Shen An's eyes snapped open, glowing with a piercing green light. He thought to himself, no wonder this vine can only grow in such treacherous terrain. The aura swirling around him slowly faded away. Shen An looked around and analyzed the situation. If it grew anywhere else, I'm afraid the life force within a 10-mile radius would be completely sucked dry by it. He glanced back, watching the vine retreat upwards with cold, sharp eyes. Plundering. Lethal. This desolation attribute is absolutely overpowered. It forcibly steals the life force of others. Suddenly, a sweet voice rang out, catching Shen An by surprise. Thank you, big brother, for saving my life. Number 81, whose entire body was covered in wounds, used the last of her strength to step closer and whisper. Thank you. If it weren't for you earlier, we definitely would have died. What can we do to repay you? Shen An quickly waved his hand dismissively as he walked away. No need. See you around, he thought to himself. I only managed to get here because I followed their intel, and I ended up getting the abundant life force and desolation attributes. Honestly, I'm the one who came out on top. The older man and Wu Mao didn't say a word, just staring intently at his back. Shen An pondered. As for their conflict earlier, I should definitely keep a closer eye on those siblings' movements from now on. He gripped his gleaming sword tightly and leaped high into the air. When people are in danger, their true colors are easily exposed. A fractured team will. Wu Mao's eyes widened as he looked up and blurted out, "Whoa, he left so fast." "What do we do now?" the older man asked in a cold, mocking tone. "What?" Regretting that you didn't save them earlier. He turned toward Lin Yi, who was sitting inside the sphere of power. Now that the threat is gone, and Lin Yi has broken through to the third stage, our best option is to do whatever it takes to stay in this team. The girl weakly opened her eyes, her gaze hazy and unfocused. Lin Yi suddenly stood up. Number 81 called out anxiously, Yi, Yi, you're awake. The older man, on the other hand, figured they had to wait and see if she was rational enough. She won't let our relationship fall apart. Honestly, instead of worrying about this drama, we should be thinking about that mysterious guy. Lin Yi looked anxiously at the people lying motionless on the ground and asked, "What happened here? And what about them?" Next to her, the remains of the vine were still smoldering. Lin Yi thought in fear. The lingering energy of that yang attribute is just too strong. Even from my distance, I can still feel its blinding, overwhelming heat. The older man stepped forward, offering in a soft voice, "Let me tell you what happened. Here's how it went down." Later, Lin Yi slowly walked back to Shen An's house, her mind in a complete mess as she asked herself, could there really be someone that incredibly strong out there? Earlier, the older man had ingrained it into her head. Someone like that is no different from a monster. He recounted the sight of Shen An single-handedly using his overwhelming power to hold back the swarm of vines. That vine, the one we couldn't cut through no matter how hard we tried, he forced it back with a single slash. Do you understand? As the massive vine retreated into the sky, the older man confessed with a defeated look. Now that vine actually retreated all the way up into the sky. It curled up, not daring to come anywhere near us. As Lin Yi quietly opened the door, the older man's words still echoed in her ears. That is the earth-shattering power of that person. Even though he left, that vine is still panicking like a frightened chicken. It completely lost its ferocious, roaring attitude from earlier. The moment she stepped inside, Shen An, who was already sitting and waiting, quickly asked out of concern, "You're back?" He looked up with a worried expression and asked, "You don't look so good." After that, she hurried back to her room, completely ignoring Shen An as he kept rambling on. "You pushed yourself pretty hard out there. Get some rest. I'll order takeout for dinner, okay?" The girl just replied coldly, "Yeah." The second she got into her room, Lin Yi leaned heavily against the door, panting. Her face clearly showed sheer exhaustion. Breaking through took way too much mental energy. Every single time I control my spiritual power to trigger divine judgment, it takes extreme focus. Honestly, it's more exhausting than staying awake for a whole month straight. She collapsed onto the bed and pulled out her phone to check it. Well, good thing I'm not a normal person anymore. Staying up for a few days won't kill me. Pushed myself hard, huh? But while Lin Yi was still tangled up in her thoughts, Shen An quietly slipped out of the house. Living a normal life like my cousin is completely impossible for me now. Suddenly, something popped up on her phone that made Lin Yi's eyes go wide with shock. The phone screen lit up with a message. "Jialan, if you find any traces of that powerhouse, notify me immediately." It suddenly dawned on the girl. This was the very first time Jialan had ever spoken in this group chat. The screen displayed the text exchange between Lin Yi and the person going by the alias Jialan. "Jialan, if you find any traces of that powerhouse, let me know. I will definitely reward you handsomely." "Understood, Jialan." Also, I have a question for everyone. Do you guys think the person who saved us could be that famous figure from the Dark River melting dragon incident? If it really is that legendary master, why would he go out of his way to save us? Countless breaking news threads began exploding all over the internet, hotly debating Shen An's insane power. Breaking news! Breaking news! The top-tier Yang attribute god has returned. That single sword strike was like a rainbow piercing straight through the sun. The daylight was completely swallowed up by an endless sea of white light. I've seen it before in the polluted zone of the Dark River melting dragon. It's the exact same light, followed by that massive fiery explosion. We were forced to evacuate the cave, I swear, with a strike like that. No pioneer of the same tier in all of Xia country would dare to face him. If you guys ever see him pop up in the mutation zones, you'd better be careful. Shen An hopped onto his bike, make a mental note. All right, Lin Yi should let her guard down around me now. Even if I go out, she won't suspect that I'm tailing her. He quickly pedaled away. But right now, I need to figure out how to absorb this desolation attribute. The desolation attribute has a much closer affinity to plant life. As he rode, Shen An recalled the white skeletons left clinging to the thick vines. But then again, this is a dark attribute. Its very nature is corrosion. If I fuse it into my own body, there might be severe side effects. A wave of unease washed over him. Furthermore, Shen An suddenly thought, so the best method would be to find something similar to that bizarre demon plant. That massive vine had dropped from the sky because it sensed the incredibly dense surge of reviving spiritual energy. It was precisely its own evolutionary path that birthed the power of the desolation attribute. He smiled in satisfaction, muttering to himself, I know exactly where I need to go. Shen An made his way up toward the rolling hills, bathed in the bright, glowing moonlight. He parked his bike right in front of the city forest park gates. Slowly, Shen An walked over to a patch of wildflowers blooming in the grass. I need to pick a plant. He squeezed his eyes shut, trying to sense something. With power swirling around him, Shen An spread his arms in midair, unleashing his spiritual aura. That stream of spiritual energy gently swayed the delicate stems. Is this how plants react to spiritual energy? He thought to himself. The reaction is intense, but it's still not enough. I need to go harder, Shen An yelled out, pushing his power to the limit. I need more power. Suddenly, his eyes snapped open as he sensed something. A tiny flower was swaying gently. Shen An stared at it for a long moment, wondering, is it this one? He stepped closer. The little petals clung tightly to Shen An's finger, greedily drinking up his energy. Once it had its fill, the flower burst with vibrant life. Shen An smiled softly. It's quite sentient. This wildflower is obviously just a plant, but around spiritual energy, it acts like a greedy little puppy. It even rubbed against my finger after drinking its fill. He gently stroked the flower, and it actually leaned its little head into his palm. Shen An whispered softly to it, out of this entire forest, you reacted to my energy the strongest. You're perfect for the desolation attribute. Then, holding his hand just a short distance away, a massive surge of power flared up, engulfing both him and the flower. The flower quickly rested in Shen An's palm as the system prompt appeared, asking, do you want to bind the desolation attribute to this target? Without hesitation, he answered, yes. Shen An's power erupted, shooting straight up as if trying to tear the night sky apart. Suddenly, he noticed something bizarre happening right in front of his eyes. The flower had fully bloomed, and it no longer had just the 5 petals it started with. That white blossom radiated a mystical beauty, glowing brightly in the pitch-black forest. He looked up at the withered, devastated landscape around him and thought to himself, this desolation power is absolutely terrifying. It's like the touch of a demon. It's only been 3 seconds, and it's already drained an entire section of the city park. This is way too overpowered, and it's still spreading like crazy. Across the massive forest, only the spot where Shen An stood was radiating this overwhelming power. The flower swayed gently, visibly growing larger. Without a second thought, he casually plucked the flower to take with him. Whatever. If I keep this up, I'm definitely gonna draw the attention of the Aura Association. Before leaving, Shen An made sure to glance back a few more times. After all, this was the city center. The Aura Association was bound to keep a close eye on this area because of the Aura awakening. These mutated plants are actually dangerous. Now that I think about it, there were a lot more security cameras when I walked into the park, and the whole place was completely dead, not a single visitor in sight. He held the flower up, looking at it in utter confusion. Wait, it still hasn't stopped absorbing energy? It doesn't even have roots anymore. How is it still alive? Shen An lightly brushed its petals with a warm smile, but compared to how recklessly it was devouring energy earlier, the absorption has calmed down a lot now. How miraculous. Even after being plucked from the dirt, its sentience hasn't faded one bit, to think. Before I picked it, it was just an ordinary wild flower. He pondered to himself, could it be that after binding an attribute to it, this plant started evolving, like it broke through some evolutionary chains? Meanwhile, somewhere else, a blazing red light shattered the silence, followed by a blaring alarm. Warning! Abnormal energy levels exceeded. Warning! X. The system alarms shrieked relentlessly. Warning! Abnormal energy levels exceeded. Warning! Limit breached. Over at the awakened Flora Research Department, the staff were panicking. The abnormal energy levels are spiking massively, someone yelled. What the hell is going on? An authoritative voice barked orders. Everyone, gear up with your energy bracelets. Deploy to the park immediately. Lock the perimeter down. Absolutely no civilians allowed inside. A monitor screen flashed the number 30, loudly beeping, beep, beep. One of the squad members gasped, "This is insane." The incident at the north gate of Qingqing University only hit an 8 or a 10. Even the Dark River Dragon was only a 25. The teammate walking beside him nodded in grim agreement. Exactly. Any abnormal aura concentration over a 10 gets immediately taken over by the military. But this park, its base aura level wasn't even at a 10 to begin with. A squad member pulled out a scanner to check the readings. He turned to the others, baffled. This is incredibly weird. Look at this. Air humidity, surface moisture, temperature, everything is completely normal. Even the solar radiation levels are perfectly fine. But the trees here look like they've been. He suddenly stood up, deeply confused. What kind of elemental power could even cause this? I think we need to push a little further. The true epicenter must be dead ahead. Suddenly, a researcher from behind screamed at the top of his lungs, "Stop! Do not take another step." His voice was dead serious. Whatever you do, absolutely do not touch anything. This is the desolation attribute. A member of the demolition squad echoed back, utterly confused. The desolation attribute? The researcher shot back. Do you guys know about those massive vines suspended in the sky? Two squad members gasped in shock. Sir, are you talking about that demonic vine that got classified as an A-rank anomaly? The researcher lowered his head, his voice heavy. Exactly. It was given an A-rank classification because of how exceptionally lethal it is. The reason it's so brutal, the reason it tore so many of our vanguard to shreds, is ultimately because it wields the desolation attribute. It's a terrifying power capable of violently draining the life force of every living creature around it, stealing everything just to feed itself. The demolition squad members went pale with sheer terror. One of them spoke up, his voice shaking. Professor, if you hadn't stopped me just now, would I have died the second I stepped in there? The researcher gave a grim nod. Plants that awaken the desolation attribute basically turn their surroundings into an absolute death zone. Anyone who steps inside will have their life force instantly swallowed whole. He continued, his tone grave. I've reviewed the classified files on another plant with the desolation attribute over in the Xia Nation. It's the notorious ancient tree forbidden zone located in Shang City. That massive, rotting ancient tree completely corrupted the surrounding forest, turning it into a forbidden wasteland where no living creature can survive. The researcher subconsciously brought a hand to his chin, lost in deep thought. His calm, heavy voice echoed through the eerie silence of the woods. With the massive upheaval in the world's energy, plant mutations absolutely cannot be taken lightly. Based on our current intel, the desolation attribute is the single most destructive power a plant can ever awaken. And now, aside from that ancient tree and those demonic vines, a brand new desolation entity has just appeared. Suddenly, a sharp voice cut through the suffocating tension from behind them. I'm already up to speed on the situation. Hanla placed a heavy hand on the researcher's shoulder, making the old man jump. He immediately barked out orders. All research personnel on site, get into your hazmat suits right now. You're moving into the contaminated zone with us. Everyone scrambled to comply, quickly throwing on their protective gear. Under the cover of night, boots crunched quietly over the dead, barren soil. The squad leader up front reported back. We still haven't located the source of the desolation. Wait, didn't Intel say that only those demonic vines had the ability to move around? Wait a minute. Is the desolation energy fading? We've only been in the woods for 5 minutes, and the concentration levels have already plummeted to a 25. Han Le turned around, his expression dead serious. Stand by. Let us scout ahead for a moment. Fan Huyen nodded. In the blink of an eye, the two of them dashed forward, leaving the squad far behind. Fan Huyen's eyes widened in sheer disbelief, a flicker of genuine terror in her gaze. Hold on, what is this? Han Le stood frozen, a cold sweat breaking out on his face as he muttered the impossible. The source. Somebody dug up the source and took it. The researcher was so utterly stunned that he stuttered, struggling to even form a sentence. Dug it up? How in the world is that even possible? Powerless stared at the empty dirt, a dark shadow over his face. If someone out there actually has the power to just walk into a desolation dead zone and pluck the source from the ground, then we need to be extremely careful about who we're dealing with. Thon Huyen hastily spoke up. Captain Han, I know exactly what you're thinking, but there's absolutely no residual spiritual energy left behind by that high-level awakener. Ignoring her panic, Han Le pulled out his tablet and brought up the files. Based on our big data filtering and cross-analysis, we've managed to isolate this suspect's profile. His movements perfectly match the exact locations of the last two major anomalies. She took the tablet, staring at the screen as she muttered his name under her breath. Shen An. Han Le stated with absolute ice in his voice, I am forwarding his entire dossier to you right now. There is a very high probability that this is the exact same individual you had a run-in with earlier. This association will handle the rest. Thon Huyen stood there frozen, completely speechless for a long moment before finally responding. Understood. 2 hours later, Shen An was holding a brand new flower pot in both hands. He smiled, gently stroking each individual petal. This is my first time keeping a plant. I couldn't just leave you without a proper pot to live in, right? There you go. A nice little home I picked out just for you. Now, stop clinging to my finger. Hearing this, the tiny white blossom obediently let go. Since this guy has the desolation attribute, he'll keep cultivating endlessly. I guess he's become quite a capable assistant that I've trained up. The white flower pot kept glowing brightly. Looking at Shen An, she thought to herself, the desolation attribute is pretty unique. It's super helpful in battle, and even packs a lot of surprise effects, right? Plus, it looks completely ordinary. Even if Lin Yi happens to see it, she won't suspect a thing. In combat, an ordinary appearance is actually the best camouflage. In a split second, his face turned dead serious. In real battles, raw power is only one part of the equation. What really matters is who holds more trump cards. Suddenly, his phone buzzed. Looking at the notification on the screen, Shen An picked it up and wondered, Old Wang, isn't this my childhood best friend who went off to the military and hasn't been seen for 3 years? He reminisced about their school days. Old Wang, whose full name was Wang Liang, was Shen An's neighbor. From elementary all the way to middle school, they were always desk mates. They were supposed to stay desk mates in high school, but that kid just packed up and left, saying he wanted to join the army. Shen An answered the call and asked warmly, You little punk, are you back? Wang Liang quickly replied, Yeah, want to grab a drink? Let's meet at the usual spot. He paused, then awkwardly scratched his head and added, Oh, right, I actually have a secret. An important one to tell you. Don't go passing out from a shock when you hear it. After that, Wang Liang immediately put his phone down on the table. Sitting across from him were Thon Huyen and Galan. Wang Liang spoke up, Reporting, Captain. I've done exactly as you ordered, but I have a request. If he isn't the person we're looking for, can you guarantee his safety? Jalan slammed her hand onto the table. She crossed her arms and said strictly, Just focus on your missions. Don't do anything unnecessary. If he isn't the guy, Shen An and Wang Liang clinked their glasses together. He hesitantly took a few sips of beer, secretly observing. Looking at Wang Liang's demeanor, the military life must have been really tough on him. Wang Liang, this goofy idiot, has matured so much. He downed his glass of beer, let out a heavy sigh, and opened up. Man, these past 3 years, military life has given me a lot of mixed feelings. What about you? Shen An smiled lightly and replied, I'm doing okay. Got into college, so it's not too bad. Hearing that, Wang Liang let out an "oh." Shen An gently stared into his beer glass, smiling to himself. Shen An recalled his past life during the chaotic war, a devastated, ruined landscape filled only with smoke, dust, and the remnants of riots. Frankly speaking, in his past life, he never got the chance to see Wang Liang again during those turbulent times, let alone get any news about a soldier. It's highly likely that he died at some unknown time in a nameless battle. This time, can I actually change my old friend's future? Suddenly, Wang Liang asked with a worried tone. I wanted to ask, have you run into anything weird lately? Like the stuff in movies, zombies, monsters, things like that? A wave of suspicion rose in Shen An's mind. That makes sense. It's completely normal for the military to know about the spiritual energy revival. Could these questions mean he's probing me? He asked back coldly and bluntly, what exactly are you trying to say? Wang Liang looked nervous and warned him carefully. It's good if you haven't. Honestly, I came here today to tell you something. I'm not trying to scare you. I'm warning you. In the near future, maybe a few months, maybe a year from now, all those degrees and the wealth we value so much right now will become completely worthless pieces of scrap paper. Everything will be completely reset. Hearing this, Shen An froze, completely speechless. A train of thought flashed through his mind. Ordinary soldiers are definitely under strict gag orders and sign-binding NDAs. They are absolutely forbidden from leaking anything about the awakening of spiritual energies from Reggie. So, the truth is, I've already been put on the military's suspect list and I'm being tracked. And since Wang Lang is my childhood best friend, they sent him to probe me. Wang Liang quickly raised his hands to reassure him. Don't worry, everything I've told you today. As long as you don't breathe a word of it, you'll be fine. But because I played dumb and wouldn't cooperate, Wang Lang still warned me out of goodwill, telling me to be careful of the upcoming changes, even if it meant breaking discipline. Suddenly, the phone next to him buzzed incessantly, grabbing his attention. The voice on the other end was dead serious, barking an order. Wang Liang, emergency assembly at the target location within 10 minutes. Without a second thought, Wang Liang immediately replied, "Yes, Captain." Then, leaving Shen An sitting there, he quickly dashed off. "Sorry, bro. Emergency mission. I have no choice. Just head home first. I can't walk you back." He immediately shot up from his seat and suggested, "Is it related to the spiritual energy revival? Let me go with you." Hearing that, Wang Liang suddenly froze. Shen An hurriedly stepped up, patted Wang Liang's shoulder, and smiled. "Take me with you. You meeting me this time, it was also an order from your superiors, wasn't it?" Wang Liang asked nervously. "How did you?" He quickly reassured him, "Don't sweat it. I'm just not sure what your superiors have told you." As night fell, Shen An stood with a serious expression, observing everything in the forest and analyzing the situation to himself. Besides, I really want to know what the military is dealing with. It's definitely related to the massive changes happening in the world. He and Wang Liang entered the military's spiritual energy restricted zone number 19. The sky was pitch black with thick gray clouds. But since the Spiritual Energy Association is already handling the anomalies, then what exactly is the military in charge of right now? Perfect timing. I want to investigate the truth anyway. This place, the spiritual energy is so dense. The concentration of spiritual energy here has even surpassed that of the contaminated zones, hasn't it? The two of them walked up to a squad that was already standing in neat formation. Wang Lang shouted his report. "Wang Lang, reporting for assembly." Shen An casually strolled in after him. Verification successful. Enter. Suddenly, a massive explosion erupted right in front of them, startling everyone and forcing them to step back. A formidable squad of soldiers pooled their strength together to suppress a demonic beast. The demonic beast immediately spewed out a blast of red energy with devastating, destructive power, sending several soldiers flying. Shen An froze, his eyes widening in disbelief. "Is this a fusion attribute?" Ji Lan, standing nearby, replied grimly, "That's right. The abnormal fusion of the darkness and flame attributes has made this hellhound exceptionally fierce and brutal. Several soldiers have already been critically injured." Ji Lan, a military officer at the three-star Ghost Mansion realm. As soon as she finished speaking, she barked out, "Wang Liang!" Wang Liang slammed his hand against his chest and shouted, "Present!" Ji Lan immediately scolded him, bringing an unauthorized civilian into a restricted zone without permission. He stammered, trying to explain, "No, wait, She angrily cut him off. "Forget it. This is an emergency. We were just waiting on you. Get over here now and set up the defensive formation," Wang Liang shouted. "Yes, Captain." Ji Lan bit her lip tightly and stole a quick glance backward. "So that guy is Shen An? He doesn't look like anything special. The spiritual energy around his body is only fluctuating slightly. Could it be that he isn't the one we're looking for? But now isn't the time to overthink this." She warned in a deep, serious voice. "Since you're Wang Lang's friend, I won't such, but this is a restricted zone. Once you step in here, you're responsible for your own life and death, and whatever you see must remain an absolute secret." Shen An was about to reply when Gay Lan grabbed her weapon and yelled, "Truong Mat, Ling Ngok!" The demonic beast unleashed an increasingly massive surge of destructive power. She raised her gun, aimed straight ahead, and fired. A bright flash of fire exploded right on the beast's head, making it roar in agony. The terrifying beast snapped its massive jaws open. With glowing red eyes, it let out a deafening roar. Someone shouted, "Its mutation level is getting even worse." The man warned them as he saw the beast swinging its claws to attack Langok. "Langok, watch out!" Langok froze and raised his arms to block. Gilan ordered sternly, "Don't let your guard down. Keep your distance. We have to take it out before it completely evolves." Langok replied, "Got it." Observing from a distance, Shen An smirked, his eyes sharp. A well-trained squad with teammates who truly trust each other. Great discipline and teamwork. Everyone plays a crucial role, and when they combine their strengths, the explosive power far exceeds their individual limits. Suddenly, his eyes widened as he noticed something. Shen An screamed at the top of his lungs, "Run! You guys are no match for it." Jilin frantically barked out orders. "Stay on high alert. Escalate the threat level of the Forbidden Zone. Listen up, no one takes a single step back." Wang Liang immediately rushed forward, following orders. "Yes, ma'am." The massive, towering beast glaring down at him forced Wang Liang to stumble back. "Attention! The Hellhound has completely fused with the dark attribute. It's fully mutated." Its blood-red eyes glowed with a terrifying, absolute rage. Wang Liang froze, gritting his teeth as pure terror filled his eyes. Jilan cried out in panic, "Wang Liang!" Shen An glanced over, thinking to himself, "This is bad." As for the beast, Jilan clenched her fists and roared, "Listen up, everyone. Forbidden Zone 019. The rank C, mutant hellhound has completely evolved. It has now escalated to a rank B threat. Combat protocols are updated." Meanwhile, Shen An stood off to the side, his expression deadly serious and completely silent. Suddenly, Wang Liang violently coughed up blood. Shen An rushed over, urgently asking, "Hey, are you all right?" Wang Liang forced a painful smile and replied, "I'm fine. I just tried pouring my spiritual energy into the collar, binding it, and suffered a heavy backlash." With the last bit of his strength, Wang Liang forced out the words, "You don't need to worry about me." Shen An's gaze darkened, a brief flash of sorrow passing through his eyes. Jilan aggressively slammed her rifle into the ground. She bellowed her orders. "Listen up, everyone. I don't care what tactics or methods we have to use." The squad stood together, facing the monstrous beast. "Even if it cost every single one of us our lives, we absolutely cannot let a rank B mutant leave this forbidden zone." Shen An didn't say a word. To Gilan's absolute shock, he simply bent his knees and prepared to leap. The moment he gathered energy in his hands to strike, she frantically yelled out, "What the hell are you doing?" Shen An launched himself into the air, carrying a devastating, tornado-like aura that tore through everything. His eyes flared with light as he flashed a wild, savage grin. With a cocky, challenging tone, he sneered, "Think you're tough, huh?" The beast lunged upward to meet him head-on, its bloodshot eyes glaring as it bared its terrifying fangs. Shen An vaulted high above the monster's head, unleashing his ultimate move. "Then let this divine lightning." Shen An ruthlessly slammed that explosive energy straight down onto the beast's skull, striking so fast it didn't even have a second to react. "Teach you a damn lesson." The ground violently exploded and quaked, knocking the others off balance. Truong Mat couldn't believe his own eyes, screaming out, "Am I seeing things? That's a rank B mutant." Even Commander Ko. Lam couldn't handle on her own. Wang Liang's eyes were wide as saucers as he stammered out, "See, Commander, don't tell me my buddy. Is he really?" Jilan's brow furrowed tightly as she gave a slow nod. "None of us are hallucinating." She emphasized every word with absolute certainty. "He is, without a doubt, an absolute tyrant." Meanwhile, Shen An stood calmly before the roaring flames that were slowly reducing the massive beast to ash. His gaze sharpened and his voice turned ice cold. "Still not completely dead, huh? Guess I have no choice then. Commander Old Vuong, you guys better step back." Jilan and her squad instinctively moved forward. She thought to herself in disbelief, "We needed our entire unit to form a formation, perfectly coordinate, and prepare to sacrifice our lives just to face a rank B mutant. Yet, he can push it this far all by himself?" Her brows knitted tightly together, her mind racing with countless thoughts. Just what kind of monstrous power is this? The moment Shen An raised his hand, crackling bolts of extreme lightning completely engulfed him. Witnessing this, Jilan had to silently admit to herself, "I have to confess, this is the absolute pinnacle of the lightning attribute. Even in the entire Xi'an nation right now, this is a top-tier existence. If we wait until the spiritual energy is fully restored," staring intensely at the immense power he was gathering, she grimaced, asking herself, just how terrifyingly powerful will he become? High up in the sky, a massive, swirling vortex formed, sending devastating bolts of lightning crashing violently into the earth. Jilan stood frozen, completely awestruck by the apocalyptic sight. Shen An strode forward with absolute dominance. Without even looking back, he casually slashed his hand downward, commanding that overwhelming power to obliterate the ground behind him. Absolutely insane. Lingok cringed, groaning. "Just watching that gave me chills down my spine. My ears are literally ringing." Truong Mat stood right next to him, shivering uncontrollably as he stammered, "Why the hell does this lightning attribute feel 10,000 times more terrifying than the dark attribute? Getting corroded by darkness I might be able to handle, but getting struck by lightning like that? Hell no, I'd be dust." Shen An casually strolled out from the smoke and announced, "Old Vuong, it's all done." Wang Liang rushed over, giving him a playful scolding. "You little punk, you almost gave me a heart attack." He casually smacked the back of Shen An's head, joking around. Who would have thought my little bro was this much of a badass? Wang Lang scratched his head awkwardly, confessing, I'm really sorry, man. I actually suspected you might be an awakened pioneer, but military orders are absolute. I ended up dragging you right into this mess. Shen An just lightly punched him in the chest, grinning. Hey, what's with the sad face? We haven't seen each other in 3 years, and you're treating me like a stranger? As if I don't know the kind of guy you are. From a distance, Gaylan approached, catching Shen An's attention and making him turn around. She extended her hand with a warm, approving smile, taking the initiative to speak. Shen An, thank you so much for your assistance. Hearing this, he let out a soft chuckle, his sharp gaze softening. Shen An shook her hand, casually replying, oh, it's nothing at all. Just consider it a, since aimlessly cut in, shifting to a professional tone. I completely forgot to introduce myself. I am Ji Lan, the officer in charge of guarding Forbidden Zone 019. You practically saved Forbidden Zone 019 today. I would highly appreciate if you could leave your contact information. I need to file a full, truthful report. Without missing a beat, Shen An agreed right away. Yeah, no problem. Watching this unfold, Wang Liang was internally cheering. Man, what a wild feeling seeing my strict commander actually showing respect to my childhood buddy. Gilan continued, offering genuine praise. Shen An, your sheer combat strength vastly outclasses many of the awakened pioneers that the military has specifically recruited. Because of that, I deeply want to invite you to join the ranks of the Xia Nation's military. But, coming from a mere border guard commander like me, I'm afraid my invitation simply doesn't carry enough weight. Her gaze dropped slightly as she thought to herself. What's even more terrifying is, his cultivation realm should only be at the 3-star spirit taming stage. Yet, the power he just displayed honestly far surpasses the level of an absolute grandmaster in the creation stage. Shen An immediately chimed in, slightly confused. Commander Ko, are you trying to say you feel you aren't worthy enough to recruit me? Jalan didn't hesitate for a single second. Exactly. I believe there is absolutely nothing to deny or be ashamed of regarding that fact. Gilan softened her tone, speaking openly. To be completely honest, we were following direct orders from our superiors today to gather intelligence on you. We never actually intended to drag you into this sudden mutation crisis. Honestly, I believe the higher-ups will come in person to recruit you. Shen An gave a modest chuckle, waving his hand. Oh, come on. It's really not that big of a deal. In all seriousness, I have nothing but the utmost respect for all of you. Not just anyone has the guts to lay down their own life to protect others. Before today, I'd never seen our military fight firsthand. Watching you guys back there, how should I put it? It really moved me. Hearing his sincere words, Galan froze, taking a long moment before softly replying, thank you. Shen An placed a hand over his heart, speaking with absolute genuine respect. Because of that, if you ever run into deep trouble in the future, just give me a call. I'll come back you up, just like how you guys always put your lives on the line for all of us. You protect the ordinary folks so they can live in peace. But of course, there is one tiny condition. You guys absolutely cannot interfere with my personal training, and you definitely cannot restrict my freedom. Ji-Lan was slightly taken aback, a flicker of genuine surprise crossing her eyes. After making his terms clear, Shen An casually waved goodbye as he turned to leave. Well, it's getting pretty late. I should probably head out. She immediately nodded in agreement. All right, Wang Liang and I still need to dispose of this mutated dog's carcass. I'll have someone escort you home right now. Shen An walked away with a calm, confident stride, thinking to himself, I finally understand the true role of the military. Behind him, the squad watched him go with deep reverence. Looking back at the military fortress, entirely surrounded by towering mountains and thick, gathered spiritual energy, countless thoughts swirled through Shen An's mind. The military specifically stations their bases in these highly dangerous zones filled with dense spiritual energy. On one hand, it allows the soldiers to train in an energy-rich environment, absolutely guaranteeing the Army's peak combat readiness. But on the other hand, they serve as a living, breathing barrier, drawing a strict line between the safety of ordinary civilians and the horrors of the supernatural. The exact moment he was out of earshot, Jilan let out a heavy breath and said, Wang Liang, calling your friend extraordinary doesn't even begin to cover it anymore. What we witnessed today was probably just a tiny fraction of his true power. Yet, even that fraction leaves us entirely in the dust. For an awakened pioneer to exclusively reach this level of strength, it completely proves that he possesses traits entirely unheard of. Insane luck, unshakable courage, and absolute raw talent. He couldn't have achieved this if he was missing even a single one of those three. Wang Lang turned to her, eagerly suggesting, Commander, Since he's that incredible, can't we pull some strings and offer him way better benefits? Look, if you feel you don't have enough authority to officially recruit him, then let me do it. I'm his childhood best friend, after all. Jilan just smirked, reaching over to shove his head down in a playful tease. All right, knock it off, you brat! Hurry up and follow me to clean up this battlefield. Wang Liang had no choice but to obey. Yes, ma'am. Scene transition. As the dead of night finally fell, the entire military facility went completely dark, except for Shen An's window, which was still brightly lit. He sat in the room, completely focused on his training. Even though my identity was exposed this time, he thought, I still haven't shown them anything besides my lightning attribute. Besides, judging by their attitude, this might not be a bad thing after all. Shen An recalled the day's events. At the very least, he now knew that his lightning attribute was incredibly rare. It was almost entirely unique, and since it completely countered the dark attribute, the military desperately wanted it. He then looked down, letting out a long, tired sigh. In order to recruit me, not only will they avoid threatening or suppressing me, but they'll actually give me a say in things. They'll also provide the fastest path to growing stronger, along with access to the most advanced information network. On top of that, I finally understand the different roles of the military and the Spirit Association. Jay Lan and Tan Huan, belonging to two different teams, stood back to back. Shen An pondered to himself, the military acts as the guardians. They are the sword in the shadows, the unbreakable shield of the nation. They're doing everything they can to protect the peaceful lives of the citizens. The government is taking a two-pronged approach, using restricted zones to keep ordinary people safe, while simultaneously dropping hints that spirit energy is awakening. As these thoughts ran through his mind, the bustling street market below glowed with neon lights. Indeed, the government was using restricted zones to protect the masses, while slowly leaking the news of the spirit energy revival. This dual approach was meant to buy ordinary people more time, so they wouldn't be completely blindsided by anomalies right from the start, leaving their homes destroyed and forcing them to wander the streets. A swirling stream of golden light spiraled right into Shen An's abdomen. He raised his hand, holding the glowing orb of power. As expected, the restricted zone is overflowing with spirit energy. Absorbing that desolate power still hasn't satisfied me. Suddenly, the energy flared up brightly. Bursting with immense intensity, Shen An's eyes glowed a piercing gold. This was the sign. A breakthrough was imminent. Meanwhile, Lin Yi was walking down the street, carrying her groceries, wondering to herself, has my cousin gotten home yet? She strolled quietly down the lonely street. If he's there, I can have him taste test and see if my cooking has gotten any better. All of a sudden, a massive pillar of energy erupted right in front of Lin Yi, shooting straight up and violently tearing through the sky. She froze in her tracks, her eyes wide with shock as she stammered, What? What is this? Lin Yi's eyes reflected nothing but that colossal pillar of light. The shock waves from the breakthrough surged outward violently, casting a dense aura over the entire city. No, wait, this terrifying pressure. In a split second, the erupting power formed a massive swirling ring of clouds high in the sky. Lin Yi gasped in wonder. Could it be? Is another pioneer about to break through to the spirit creation realm? Lin Yi stood absolutely paralyzed, witnessing a tremendous force that looked ready to rip the heavens apart. It's moving, she stammered. Wait a minute, this isn't the ghost possession realm, this overwhelming power is. As the energy manifested into a colossal finger pointing forward, she realized, it really is the spirit creation realm. She stared in pure disbelief, her eyes wide as she kept asking herself, a pioneer this powerful was right next to me all along? Meanwhile, the system monitors inside the headquarters started blaring a loud alarm. Warning, warning, anomaly index has reached 99. Anomaly index has reached 99. Spirit energy fluctuations detected 5 kilometers southeast of the city center. Han Le screamed into his radio, what the hell is going on? All units, move to the target area immediately. Thon Hin's eyes widened in sheer panic. How did an anomaly this massive go completely undetected until now? These readings, this is enough to wipe out the entire city. The surrounding soldiers stared in awe at the massive explosion of light lighting up the city's sky. Did a new spirit creation realm pioneer just emerge? Or worse, this city is about to face an earth-shattering catastrophe. Honestly, it could even be both. Hanla frantically barked out his orders. Request immediate backup from headquarters. Deploy all available gear and tactical units, excluding weapons of mass destruction. Suddenly, someone rushed into the room, gasping in a complete panic. Major Han, the alarm has been cleared. The anomaly has vanished. It was just a pioneer leveling up. The scene shifted back to Shen An, who was sitting comfortably in his room, letting out a long, exhausted sigh. He scratched his head, muttering casually to himself. 1-star spirit creation realm, huh? I didn't expect the breakthrough to be that ridiculously easy. Other than my body feeling a bit lighter, I don't really notice any major difference. Shen An then unlocked his phone and saw a new message notification pop up. He couldn't help but feel a bit confused. It was from Wang Liang. The screen displayed their chat history. Wang Liang's username, Liangshan Hero, popped up. Bro, a massive, unexplained fire just broke out at the Qingqing University sports field. Hot news. Hey man, check this out right now. Internal sources confirmed it's an anomaly spawning from a corrupted zone. What's worse? This is the second time it's happened, Shen An replied. Are you talking about that freak high-temperature incident in Kongbak? And now it's escalated to the whole campus catching on fire? Liangshan Hero sent back. Oh, so you already heard about it. Rumor has it that a pioneer actually purified the corrupted zone at Qingqing University a while back. But for some unknown reason, the anomaly just popped right back up. Hey, don't go blabbing about this, or I'm telling your boss. Liangshan Hero then added, oh, speaking of which, bro, I really need to warn you about something. Your power is just way too insane. Even my higher-ups are saying that you're completely out of control. I won't be able to cover for you anymore, man. From now on, whenever you go out, you need to be extremely careful. Shen An read the text and nodded in agreement. Wang Liang was absolutely right. This was exactly why he had always kept his guard up around the military and the Spirit Association. Being too flashy isn't always a good thing. That's exactly why I've been hiding the true extent of my powers. He quickly typed out a reassuring reply. Don't worry about it. I'll be careful. Your boy still has a few tricks up his sleeve. Right at that moment, Lindy gently pushed the door open and called out, I'm home. She then peeked in and asked sweetly, Hey cousin, have you eaten yet? I brought you some food. Awesome, Shen An replied gratefully. Just leave it on the table. I'll eat it in a bit. Linyi's face instantly dropped into a slight frown. She let out a heavy internal sigh. My cousin is a really good guy. He doesn't have a single bad habit. His only real flaw is that he is unbelievably lazy. Linyi glared at him as he stayed glued to his screen. He just wants to lay around the house all day. He didn't even bother going to college. Every single day, he's just endlessly scrolling on his phone. Honestly, with the way the world is changing, going to school probably doesn't even matter anymore. But still, us pioneers are constantly running around, risking our lives every single day. We have to hunt down rare opportunities and desperately hide our true identities from ordinary people. Yet here he is, living out this perfectly carefree, stress-free life. Right before heading into her room, she couldn't help but shoot him one last lingering glance. Lin Yi then threw herself onto her bed to rest. To think that an earth-shattering spirit creation realm master just appeared right here in our district. The pioneers who sense that massive energy spike are definitely going to spread the news soon. Oh, well, whatever. When the chaos hits, I'll step up and protect my cousin. Consider it payback for letting me crash at his place. Meanwhile, out in the living room, Shen An was deeply engrossed in a video showing the violent outbreak of the flames. First, it was the abnormal heat waves. And now it's a full-blown fire. Could this be the Yang attribute? From the footage, the flames had clearly spread with terrifying speed and ferocity. He noted to himself, all the trees and flower beds around the track have been completely reduced to ashes. The whole area is already heavily cordoned off. The comment section was going crazy. Holy crap, with a fire this massive, did someone try cooking hot pot in the dorms and fry the entire power grid? The flames are huge. North City really is something else. A random fire breaks out, and they literally deploy the special forces to put it out. That's terrifying. Am I hallucinating? Even the special ops guys showed up. But wait, since when is putting out fires a job for the military special forces? A flash of concern crossed Shannon's face as he analyzed the situation. The video is way too short, and it just abruptly cuts off. But this definitely looks way worse than what happened back in Kongbak. I wonder how the Yang attribute is going to behave this time. If I'm going to check this out myself, I really need to get in touch with her first. The very next day, a massive crowd had gathered outside the gates of Qingqing University. Everyone had their phones out, eagerly waiting and recording, hoping to catch a glimpse of the chaos. The crowd muttered anxiously amongst themselves. I heard the entire campus went up in flames. Is that actually true? Excuse me, do you know if anyone got hurt? How is a disaster this big not literally everywhere on the news? Despite the endless wave of frantic gossip, a pair of footsteps quietly pressed forward. An investigation regarding student safety and flammable materials on campus. As Jilan and Shen An confidently strode through the gates, the crowd gasped in awe. Whoa, who are those two? They look so incredibly badass. They even wondered. We were kept outside, so how come they got to go in the second they arrived? The two of them stopped dead in their tracks, full of suspicion. Ji-lan spoke up, wondering, to burn like this, is this really the heavenly fire? Shen An repeated, heavenly fire, she explained. That is the name the government gave it. And at night, the bright flames flared up, spreading across houses, streets, and mountains without a single warning sign. The fire erupted out of nowhere and was impossible to put out. We could only wait for it to swallow up everything it wanted. Isn't the name just perfect? Ji-lan turned to ask, Shen An, I am taking a trip to the principal's office. Do you want to wait here or come with me? He quickly replied, you go ahead. I am fine staying here. She made sure to remind him, then be careful, okay? Let's meet up later. Shen An took a walk around to observe. He bent down to inspect the dirt and sand. Could it be that there isn't a single trace of the heavenly fire's spiritual energy left? In that case, I obviously cannot collect it either. Looks like I oversimplified things. Suddenly, a voice called out from behind, making him jump. Shen An. He turned around, unable to hide his surprise. Chu Qingli? Qingli asked in disbelief. It really is you. Why are you here? Qingli's friend turned to ask, Shen An? Is he that ex-boyfriend you mentioned? The one who only made it into a junior college. She just quietly gave a single nod. Qingli's friend patted her shoulder, laughing mockingly. Buddy, I know you coming here might mean you are still hung up on Qingli, but the reality gap between you two is way too obvious now. Just give it up already. Shen An didn't bat an eye, asking coldly, hung up on her. Seeing this, the people around immediately started gossiping. Isn't that Chu Qingli? Why is there a guy with her? No idea. Probably just some pathetic loser trying to hit on our campus belle Chu. Never seen him before. So he is not from our school? What the hell is campus security doing? Didn't they say surveillance was tightened? Why are they letting outsiders in so casually? I really hate these kinds of freeloaders who come here trying to get lucky. Qingli's friend stepped closer, criticizing him. Qingli is the campus belle of our school now. I advise you to think it through. Do you have any idea how many guys way better than you are chasing after her? You don't stand a chance here anymore. Just go back. This is not a place for someone like you. Oh, right. One more thing. Our school is currently under lockdown. How exactly did you get in? If you don't spit it out, I am calling the cops. Qingli didn't say a word, just coyly turned her face away, narcissistically thinking to herself. Didn't he say he wouldn't regret breaking up with me? Then, what is he doing here now? Talk about saying one thing but meaning another. Ji-lan suddenly appeared and asked, Shen An, are these your friends? Shen An replied coldly, high school classmates. Not exactly close friends, she chimed in. Ah, so they are just classmates. Ji-lan even shot a smug smirk at Qingli. Qingli and her friend shrank back in fear. Her aura is so intense. Just who is this woman? How does she know Shen An? Gaylan turned to him and said, I just spoke with the new principal. The whole heavenly fire situation is a lot more serious than we thought. It is hard to explain everything right now. The principal is going to take us to the original flashpoint. Since your current status here is an invited military advisor, you need to come too. Shen An agreed without a second thought. No problem. Principal Qingqing showed up with a security escort by his side, shouting orders, everyone clear out. While the sports field is under lockdown, absolutely no one is allowed near it. Qingli was so shocked her jaw dropped, stammering, Principal! She stared at the principal's stern expression, thinking to herself, the principal usually has a million things to do. He is so busy that no one ever sees him around. I heard even the vice principal has a hard time getting a meeting with him, and there are even rumors that no one in the whole school has ever seen him smile, not even once. Did he really come all the way here for this woman and Shen An? Qingli's friend awkwardly folded her arms, trying to look polite. The principal actually showed up. Don't tell me he brought security to arrest these two trespassers. The principal stood right in front of Shen An and Ji-lan. He enthusiastically shook hands, smiling as he spoke to him. Hello, sir. I have been pulling my hair out over all these weird incidents at the school. I was terrified that the students might get hurt by the fire. It is an absolute blessing that you are here to handle this. The principal even bowed his head, pleading with Shen An, we are counting on you to take care of the situation at the sports field, sir. Seeing that scene play out, Qingli was completely caught off guard, her eyes widening in sheer disbelief. The guards barked out loud orders. All unauthorized personnel. Step back. No crowding around. Move back. Some of the students couldn't believe their eyes either, excitedly whispering among themselves. Am I seeing things? The principal is an elder, but he is treating that teenager. Amidst the noisy crowd, the murmurs continued. He has got to be some kind of VIP. No wonder he got past our gates. Just look at that aura and how they are treating him. Out of everyone, only Qingli still standing there, completely stunned. The crowd even turned to make sarcastic jabs at her, leaving her utterly humiliated as she hung her head low. Wait, who was it that just called him Chu Qingli's pathetic simp of an ex-boyfriend? Qingli's eyes began to well up with tears, her vision blurring. How could this be happening? At this point, even if someone chased after him, he probably wouldn't even look their way. She stood there all alone, drowning in the harsh whispers and mocking stares aimed right at her. Did she seriously not realize who she was messing with this whole time? Meanwhile, on the outside of Chengqing University's North Campus, the school grounds were heavily surrounded by rugged mountains and dense forests. Principal Qingqing led the group, with Jilan, Shen An, and a handful of low-ranking soldiers following right behind, just as the golden glow at the academy's north gate slowly faded away. I honest to God thought the worst of it was over. But then, a few nights ago, one of the sports fields just randomly burst into flames. Even the fire trucks couldn't put it out. Thank goodness it happened at night, when there weren't any students around. We managed to lock down the scene just in time. The principal confessed, grinding his teeth in pure frustration. But right after that, sports field number 2 caught fire. Then number 3. If it was just one field, we could have made up some excuse. But with all these bizarre incidents happening one after another, Principal Qingqing stopped in his tracks, looking up as he lowered his voice. Thank God we were actually able to put out the fires at the other fields. All except for this one. Shen An followed his gaze, taking a subtle sniff of the air as he made a mental note. That burning smell is incredibly intense. Staring right at the basketball hoop that was completely engulfed in flames, he couldn't help but ask, "So, is this basketball hoop the actual flashpoint of the fire?" Principal Qingqing didn't hesitate for a second, immediately confirming, "That's exactly right. The flames right here are the only ones we absolutely cannot put out." Jilan held up a device with its screen currently displaying the number 11. Seeing this, Shen An asked in confusion. "What is this?" she explained in a low voice. "You can think of this as a basic device for detecting spiritual energy abnormalities. If the threshold exceeds 10, the area must be sealed off from ordinary people. The lives of ordinary people are incredibly fragile. An abnormality above 10 is an inescapable natural disaster to them." The machine buzzed as the number climbed to 60, and Jilan's voice trembled as she exclaimed, "Whoa, that high!" She yelled, "This is bad. The threshold is too high. If we just leave it, I'm afraid it won't just be Qingqing University, but the entire city that will be affected. We must immediately dispatch 3 3-star generals and 7 2-star generals to form a barrier against it. They must be the ones with the purest spiritual energy and the most stable cultivation." Hearing this, Shen An instantly leaped inside, ignoring the others who were calling out to him, "Advisor Fang," and even the sign outside that strictly prohibited entry. He fearlessly charged into the sea of flames as the display on his watch beeped continuously, the number soaring to 110. Jilan yelled an alert. "The flames are still burning fiercely. It's rising again." A threshold of 110. She hesitated before the massive blaze. How could he dare to go in alone? Not even the strongest soldier king in the current restricted zone would. Shen An's tall, imposing figure stood firm, looming within the sea of fire. He slowly moved forward to inspect everything. "Last time, my yang attribute helped me resist the lightning. This heavenly fire should naturally be something I can block as well. But while my body is protected, I can't touch the source flame, and there's no way to activate the power of my spell bead." The heavenly fire stood before him, surrounding its master. Then, it opened its mouth wide and lunged to attack. Shen An didn't flinch in the slightest, his face stern as he raised a hand to block it. The two of them clashed head-on. Golden yang body protection again. The heavenly fire opened its massive maw, and he tried to stand firm against its immense power. Shen An gritted his teeth and endured, his brows furrowed, sweat dripping down. The system panel announced, "Extremely strong heavenly fire, attribute fluctuations detected." He gritted his teeth and smirked, as expected of a heavenly fire. It's even more willful and powerful than the desolate power of death. Though wounds had appeared on his face, he continued to endure. The system panel announced, "You have received the attribute technique, 9 Dragons Heavenly Fire Sealing Art. 9 Dragons of Heavenly Fire, executing evil and sealing all wicked spirits." Shen An stretched out his hand, sending the heavenly fire soaring into the sky. The system panel announced, "The technique you have compiled does not need to be learned. It has been unlocked. Extracting attributes." The heavenly fire began to split into many parts. His eyes lit up as if new power had been activated. Though his eyes remained closed, marks of power began to appear on his face. A mystical red light erupted from Shen An's entire body. From that single heavenly fire, now appeared chains wrapping and coiling around his body. Both Principal Qingqing and Jilan were horrified as they watched the vast power grow stronger and stronger. This is the aura of a SEAL. I've seen high-level pioneers from the military SEAL a restricted zone. That person's methods were different from Shen An's, but the sealing aura is extremely similar. Shen An raised his hands and yelled, commanding the chains. They gradually twisted together, enveloping him. He lifted them into the air as he stepped outside. The principal of Qing, overjoyed, announced, "I will temporarily seal the heavenly fire here. For now, don't unseal the stadium, don't repair it, and don't allow anyone near here. This way, at least the heavenly fire won't continue to spread. Rest assured the stadium will not be unsealed. Besides, the school has more than just this one stadium." Jilan just stood there quietly observing, her brows furrowed, showing clear displeasure. Shen An spoke up admiringly. "Qingbei is truly generous, having 7 or 8 stadiums." The principal exclaimed loudly, "About that, advisor, you're quite humorous. If you have a need." Before he could finish, Jilan cut him off. "Principal, I have some things I need to discuss with Advisor Fang." The principal scratched his head and continued with a laugh. "No problem, no problem." 10 days, Shen An pressed. "What's wrong?" Jilan moved closer, speaking cryptically. "Shen An, you're hiding your secrets really well," he replied calmly. "It's nothing special. This heavenly fire is very powerful, quite difficult." Her eyes sharpened, her words laced with meaning. "Stop playing dumb. You know I'm talking about you hiding your talent and your cultivation realm." Shen An listened to her words with a casual smile. "Fair enough. It's normal for a pioneer to have secrets, especially for someone as strong as you. Shen An, although I have no right to ask anything of you, I hope you'll listen to what I have to say next." Outside, the cityscape was in ruins, with smoke and fire billowing up. Let me put it this way, at the critical moment of this great change, when the spirit chi completely recovers, you will be equivalent to a modern-day nuclear deterrent. Shen An remained silent, facing Jilan's arguments. Therefore, whether it's the military restricted zones or the Spirit Chi Association, they will all fight to have you. It's not even out of the question that high-level forces from other countries will come to recruit you, offering generous terms. She closed her eyes and continued softly. "Of course, I won't deny that I have my own considerations. If you could join the military, it would be a great benefit to our restricted zone. It would also be like gaining another friend, another path. Therefore, I suggest you start thinking about it now, so you won't be hesitant when the time comes." Hearing this, Shen An was silent for a moment. Before speaking, "I'm very curious about one thing. Why do you and Wang Liang seem reluctant to pull me into your restricted zone, even feeling that you're not worthy?" A hint of unease flickered across Jilan's face. She quickly replied, "Of course, it's because of that Special Forces restricted military zone. They are so powerful it's almost monstrous. So I thought you'd be more interested in them." He asked again, skeptically. "Top level?" She affirmed with certainty. "Of course, but I haven't met them much either. I heard they've been very busy lately," he thought to himself. The top military force of Xia country has been so busy recently that even officers from other military regions have heard whispers about it. Jilan waved her hand as a signal. "All right, enough talk, let's go." The principal said he wanted to treat us to a meal. Shen An followed, wondering to himself, it seems they're also facing some significant troubles. Countless pioneers appearing in a city in peril. This indicates that some extremely terrifying abnormalities have emerged. Their abilities far surpass the power of current pioneers. From Jilan's tone, these pioneers must also be at the spirit creation realm like me, or maybe even stronger. Shen An's brows furrowed, sweat beading on his forehead, a worried look on his face. He thought to himself, the day of the spirit chi recovery is truly drawing near. It feels like my preparations. He slowly stepped out of the massive fire. How should I make the most of the heavenly fire attribute I just collected at the stadium? Heavenly fire? It spreads without rules. It burns indiscriminately, leaving nothing in its wake, like an endless, desolate flame. It's perfect for dealing with those infinitely regenerating abnormalities from other dimensions. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and Shen An's eyes shot open, shining brightly. I've got it, he thought. Isn't this a 100% perfect match for my red flame blade technique? Enchanting it would be like adding flowers to brocade, making it even better. And one morning in the tranquil mountains with range after range of rolling hills. Behind the mountain, Shen An stepped forward, weapon held firmly in hand. He stood before a sign that read, "This mountain is dangerous. Please do not climb." Feeling a bit suspicious, there are no abnormalities on the back mountain, but it's been sealed off. However, news from the military couldn't have arrived this quickly. Knowing that I would cultivate and test my skills on the back mountain, knowing my habits, it could only be the Spirit Chi Association. Shen An subconsciously raised a hand to his chin, a cunning smile on his face. Could this land have been? Suddenly, something made him feel strange, and he froze for a long moment. Shen An stood still, observing his surroundings, his expression darkening. He thought to himself, wait a minute. A parasite swarm creature snuck in behind this mountain too? And this aura, it's exactly like the one I encountered at the factory, but not as dense. From a high tree branch behind Shen An, a pair of beastly feet dangled down. The beast hanging from the branch stared ahead with sharp, cold eyes. Shen An casually swung the sword in his hand and thought with a smirk, it has intelligence, it's sizing me up. The system panel displayed a notification. Heavenly Flame, also known as Supreme Flame, possesses a powerful light attribute that specializes in exterminating evil. Do you wish to bind the Heavenly Flame attribute to your blade? Yes. No. He raised the sword, which was emitting a massive amount of energy, and answered yes. A golden flame of immense power erupted from the sword. The Heavenly Flame ignited, an eternal, inextinguishable fire. Shen An's eyes reflected the golden flames as he smirked slyly. I wonder what kind of effect this undying heavenly flame will have when combined with my crimson flame blade technique. Seeing this, the beast flinched back in alarm, baring its teeth, its eyes flashing with fear. The flame, like a blazing vortex, shot out and pursued the beast, scaring it so much that it scrambled to flee. The flame gradually dissipated. Shen An walked closer, smiling with satisfaction and praising it. Excellent. The energy of this flame is even 2 times stronger than the original Crimson Flame Blade technique. Moreover, this energy has no effect on me. He gently touched the still glowing blade with 2 fingers. Shen An's gaze hardened as he muttered, "Cold! Well then, let's hunt down that vermin and see what it's all about." The scene changes to a live stream happening inside that same forest. A voice rang out, "Hey fam, I'm really not a scammer, okay? Do you guys have any idea what it's like to be a super lucky person since you were a kid?" Shimmer cheerfully made a cute pose with 2 fingers to attract viewers. Even though this is my first day live streaming, the content just finds its way to me. People with various online nicknames began to comment. User 123.456. Fishing for content? Spicy urban legends. Don't bother. If you've got the guts, go straight to the north gate of Qingjing University and film that high-level rift. I'll gift you a rocket. This other stuff is boring. Professional debunker of 5,000-year-old magic. Is the user above on a 2G network? The hottest thing right now is the Heavenly Flame at the stadium. It's totally not fake, it looks terrifying. If Shimmer can film the Heavenly Flame, I'll do a handstand and eat dirt. Shimmer's eyes widened in shock as she noticed something strange in front of her. The beast lunged from behind, tackling her to the ground, and the phone in her hand went flying. The phone hit the ground hard, cracking the screen. The scene of Shimmer, writhing in pain as the beast pinned her down by the throat, was captured on camera. The viewers found something new to argue about. Spicy urban legends. What happened to Shimmer? Did she see a ghost? Professional debunker of 5,000-year-old magic. Damn it. This act started way too suddenly. The special effects are so fake. 2 streams of tears flowed unconsciously from her eyes. Her gaze was filled with despair. She let out a muffled cry. No, the beast was relentless. It opened its mouth wide, revealing a set of sharp white fangs. Suddenly, the Heavenly Flame flew in from behind, saving her. Watching through the screen as the beast fled, people couldn't believe their eyes and started commenting. "Oh, damn, what is this? A fire dragon! Awesome, top tier, special effects!" The screen displayed a notification. Viewers, 13,954. The streamer, Shimmer, shot up, trembling, and hurriedly asked, "You are?" She quickly snatched her phone. Shimmer laughed loudly, hastily raising her phone to film the brilliantly shining, powerful flame, and exclaimed, "I got it on camera. There's someone standing in the fire." The phone screen showed a fleeting image of Shen An within the golden flames. His image was plastered across news sites and broadcast channels. People began to discuss it endlessly. The advent of the ginseng flame, a single slash that tore the heavens asunder, an immortal descends to save the world. Heavenly Flame my ass! The mysterious man with a heavenly blade, the king who commands the flames, creating a forest of fire views. 1,359,000 shares, 254,000. Hotness, top of the charts. Qingli's friend sat at her computer and called out excitedly, "Qingli, come look! An immortal descended to save someone. So there really are powerful cultivators out there. The heavenly flame is real too." Hearing this, Qingli crossed her arms and dismissed it indifferently. Don't believe that stuff. Everything online is just acting and special effects. Suddenly, something caught her eye. Qingli immediately leaned closer to the screen, stared and stammered, "This is." Qingli's friend smiled and continued, "See? I told you it was real. He's so cool. Qingli! Qingli!" Qingli's face darkened. She clenched her jaw, and sweat beaded on her forehead as if she couldn't believe her eyes. She insisted, "This video is absolutely fake. It's all just special effects, she thought to herself. No way, it's absolutely not him. It's just someone with a similar build. If it really was him, he would have been burned to a crisp long ago. If it's real, would he take this chance to get revenge on me? Damn it. I will never bow my head. The scene changes. Number 81 opens his phone and shows it to Lin Yi. Yi, does this person look familiar? He looks a lot like the pioneer who saved us from. I think so too. Also, I recently found out that a great master who broke through to the spirit creation realm lives right near my house. These two, could they be the same person? At the same time in the forest, Xiao Ya also opened her phone and turned to Old Li. Old Li, look, isn't that Shen An? He feels a lot stronger now. He smiled and added, my god, that blade-wielding pose is exactly the same. We really hit the jackpot latching onto him back then. The scene changes to the outside of a tall building under a clear blue sky with the sun shining brightly. A voice spoke up. The city's crisis is gradually approaching while our pioneers are not strong enough to handle it. The guild president hurriedly spoke during the meeting. I heard the military has had an in-depth discussion with Shen An. That means Qing Xuan's voice was firm and resolute without a hint of hesitation. I believe he will help us. The scene shifts to another meeting room. Ji Lan began. To ascend to the spirit creation realm in such a short time, what kind of monster is he? Even Yi Chang has to be wary of him. And just how many high-grade attributes does he actually have? Han Li replied in a low voice, 3 or more than 3. With such powerful potential, our position is nothing but a joke. Recruiting him is the only way. She wondered, are you saying the higher-ups have also decided to go themselves? He closed his eyes and explained slowly, it's been decided, but it seems the high-ranking officials aren't ready to lower themselves to make contact with Shen An. After all, the top pioneers in the past all came from the military. Then, Han Li looked down and didn't forget to add, see what else Shen An needs. The newly researched weapons and equipment, and information on suitable locations for cultivation. All of these can be given to him. Also, this livestream video and all the videos that have been posted must be dealt with. Qing Xing looked up worriedly. All the spirit cheat users in the Xia Nation have their eyes on him now. This kid? Jilan looked down, closed her eyes, and gave a faint smile. He really makes you look forward to what he'll do next. An alert chimed in the quiet space. A soft voice whispered, Teacher, it seems the Xia Nation has found new hope. Jia Lan sat by Buba's hospital bed, thinking aloud. With the appearance of someone this powerful, the chances of you waking up have increased a little more. A day later, outside a building surrounded by forest, the early morning sunbeams peeked through. Shen An sat quietly in the kitchen eating breakfast, lost in a sea of thoughts. The rumors yesterday were insane. Who would have thought? A streamer actually went into the back mountains to livestream. To get famous, they're really reckless. He mused while taking a small bite of bread, but that video is nowhere to be found online anymore. The livestream channel has also been shut down. It was probably handled by the military or the Spirit Chi Association. Shen An's eyes snapped open as he noticed something. He looked at Lin Yi's door and wondered with concern, wait a minute. Lin Yi still hadn't come home, so Shen An hurriedly picked up his phone to call her. Why did he feel like something was wrong? That kid, she wouldn't be this unreliable, would she? But all he got in response was the automated operator's voice. Hello, the subscriber you have called is currently out of the service area. Shen An's face couldn't hide his fear. He thought to himself, this is bad. I have to go find her. Lin Yi and number 81 were walking through the foggy forest. She whispered, 81. How long have we been trapped here? Can you give me a rough estimate? Number 81, exhausted, struggled to reply, roughly. Probably about 10 hours. I can't remember clearly anymore. I'm sorry for dragging you into this. At first, I thought it was just a normal phantom. She cried out in pain. Lin Yi quickly cut in. It's okay. Stop apologizing. In the end, it's because I'm not strong enough. Remember, we must stay alert and conserve our strength. The girl's eyes stared forward as she wished to herself, if only I could be like that powerful expert. From behind them, a giant demon with blazing red eyes appeared in the cold night. Just as she turned, the girl saw a black claw lunging at her, now only a hand's breadth away. Lin Yi shouted, watch out! She drew a seal, and a swirling barrier of spiritual light rose up to shield her comrade. The girl focused her power, firing a beam of blue light straight at the descending claw. Her figure dodged past as she knocked down several dark shadows. Number 81 spoke up. These are the people who got trapped and died here before. The girl said, now they've become abnormal living corpses. It's toying with us, trying to assimilate us too. Number 81 said, not only are our attacks completely ineffective against this black mist, but our spiritual energy is also being drained rapidly. Plus, we have no idea where that anomaly is. She continued. It's like it's waiting for us to completely run out of spiritual energy. It's treating us like pawns to be worn down. It seems invincible. Number 81 frowned, staring ahead silently, deep in thought. She screamed in horror when she saw a red orb that looked like an eye. The red mass pulsed as if it were alive, dripping from its lower edge. Small red circles detached from its body, floating in the swirling darkness. Her steps faltered for half a beat. She poured power into her hand, unleashing a diagonal slash. Number 81 shouted, "Get lost, you damn thing!" Lin Yi added, "That thing is starting to lose its patience. Don't be careless." The sharp glint in her eyes faded. Her eyelids twitched slightly before she quickly calmed herself. Behind her, a dazzling glare of red light pierced through the smoky screen. The girl quickly dodged aside. Many eyes were surrounding her. The girl looked up towards the dim light, her hair gently brushing against her cheek. Lin Yi thought, I can't hear 81's voice anymore. The girl held her breath, blinking slowly to fight off her fear. Lin Yi thought to herself, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have acted on my own and been so overconfident, thinking the two of us could complete this mission alone. That's right. The path of cultivation has always been full of dangers. I've even thought that one day I might die in some nameless corner. The girl reached out her hand as if trying to grasp something. But what will the world become then? What role will the cultivators hidden underground play now? The grand era after the recovery of spiritual energy, I guess I'll never get to see it. The corners of Lin Yi's eyes twitched, and a tear escaped from her lashes. She looked ahead in surprise. Lin Yi tried to reach for a sphere of blue light that erupted violently, its branches of light illuminating the entire space. Shen An charged straight into the stream of blue light, his hand pressing firmly against the blazing epicenter. Lin Yi's eyes filled with tears when she saw Shen An. She called out loudly, Kazan! He made the blue sphere explode into a web of cracks, flinging Lin Yi's body out of the bright center. Shen An stood tall in the darkness, his hand closed around the still vibrating blue sphere. The girl thought to herself, it really is my cousin, so he's not an ordinary person. Lin Yi shouted in horror, Be careful! The anomaly's hand is behind you on the right! He gripped the glowing artifact tightly in his hand. Shen An thought, perfect. Let me see what effect heavenly fire has on the darkness attribute. He spun around, a fist engulfed in orange flame sweeping behind him as the red monster roared. Shen An shouted, Red flame saber technique. A stream of blazing red fire shot straight towards the monster. Lin Yi stared ahead silently, lost in thought. Number 81 spoke up. Are we about to die? She continued. Damn, what is this sea of fire? Did we get sent to hell along with the anomaly? The girl reassured her, calm down, look carefully, we're still alive. Number 81 said in surprise, We're alive? Wait a minute, you are. He cut in, It's dealt with. It's dealt with. I haven't even had breakfast yet. You two should. Lin Yi smiled at him. Number 81 stared intently at Shen An, her eyes wide as if she just remembered something. She stepped closer and said, It's you, isn't it? Back at Zhenyang Plaza with those deadly vines, you're the one who saved us. He spoke shyly. Was I really that easy to recognize? Lin Yi asked, Wait a minute, you're saying the fire attribute expert who saved us before was my cousin? Number 81 said excitedly, No way. The super expert is your cousin? Didn't you say your cousin was very ordinary? Shen An scratched his head, standing there with a quiet smile. She put her hands on Lin Yi's shoulders and shook her, continuing, This is our life-saving benefactor. The one who cleared out an entire desolate area with a single slash. The one who made the 3-star Ghost Mansion uncle deploy defensive lines. And he even caught Sister Jialan's attention. The girl thought to herself, so my cousin is that expert, but just now, he clearly used an incredibly pure lightning attribute to destroy the Black Mist anomaly, a high-level, dual-attribute super genius. With both his lightning and fire auras far surpassing my abilities. Wait a minute. Could it be that the great master who broke through to the spirit creation realm in our district was my cousin? A glowing hand pointed a single finger, energy gathering at its tip. Shen An spoke up. All right, it's me. I still have something I want to ask you two. You two know that this kind of dark attribute anomaly can't be handled like a normal one, right? So why? Number 81 replied, about that. Wu Mao seems to be seriously ill. He always hid his missions from his family, and now he's being kept at home, so of course he couldn't come. Uncle seems to have another, more difficult mission. As for our other friends, we aren't always together. Lin Yi said apologetically, Yeah, this time it was my fault for being careless. I thought that since I'd broken through to the 3-star Ghost Mansion realm, there wouldn't be any problems. He stood there, watching the two girls intently, lost in thought. Shen An thought to himself, come to think of it, these teammates all have their own agendas. It seems this team won't last much longer, but I will never abandon my comrades. This number 81 was dissatisfied with her teammates before. And yet now, she's stepping up to save face for them in front of an outsider. She truly is someone who values loyalty. And my cousin is smart. She probably sensed this a long time ago, too. He spoke up. Cousin, actually, I was thinking, since you and your friend already know my identity, and I trust you two, why don't we, Shen An continued, form a team? What do you think? But you two can't tell anyone about this. Lin Yi was silent, thinking it over, but number 81 was thrilled. Really? Can we? Big boss, this is great, this is great. My lips are sealed. I'm really reaping the benefits thanks to YY. The girl shed a tear, thinking, that's right. A powerful cultivator like my cousin must have realized long ago that I was a cultivator too, and has been silently protecting me. It turns out, on this lonely path of cultivation, having a reliable family member who wholeheartedly supports and accompanies you is such a happy thing. Moved, Lin Yi bit her lip as tears continued to fall. The girl smiled and said, okay, thank you, cousin. Tonight, I'll fry 2 extra eggs for you. Later, at the park, Lin Yi was looking at her phone and said, Sister Jilan just posted a new mission. The girl stared intently at her phone screen, reading the message. Jilan had announced a mission for the Land of Extreme Warmth. Go to the Land of Extreme Warmth to collect mission items related to the darkness attribute. Please think carefully before registering. Shen An spoke up. So it's the darkness attribute, huh? This Land of Extreme Yin, do you know about it? The girl replied. The Land of Extreme Yin is in the border region of the Dark System, a place strictly forbidden by the Xia Nation. Because the Dark System within is extremely powerful, cultivators on missions always avoid this area. Lin Yi continued, moreover, most of the anomalies currently in the city have slipped out from that region. The government has never explored deep into this forbidden zone. I've heard that some very serious disasters have occurred inside. Shen An spoke up. Is that so? Then we have to check it out. Ask for the specific details of the mission. Did she reply? Number 81 answered, nope. That Sister Jilan is super mysterious. She never says more than a few words. He thought to himself, the Land of Extreme Yin is within a forbidden zone, strictly managed by the Xia Nation, and there have been countless casualties. And yet, Jilan can still issue missions related to the Land of Extreme Yin to cultivators. It's not that she's some reckless maverick who dares to defy the government, but that her identity is unusual. Or perhaps she's a high-ranking official in the military or the council. I'm leaning towards the latter. A message appeared on the computer screen. Yi Feng Xiaju, Sister Jilan, I want to register. What specifically do we have to do? Jilan, the objective of this mission is to collect the 7-rot flower. Jilan, a little reminder, the reward for this mission is more generous than usual, but all the dangers in the Land of Extreme Yin are from the Dark System. The danger level of the anomalies there is also higher than anything you've ever encountered. Therefore, you must form a team before registering. Number 81 said in surprise, oh my god, what's going on? Why is Sister Jilan replying in such detail? She continued messaging, Jilan. This mission is likely related to an S-rank anomaly. The mortality rate is extremely high. Everyone, please think carefully before acting. If you can form a team with strong and reliable cultivators, it's not too late to register then. As she walked, she replied, well, let's just go with that. We'll see if that person agrees or not. Shen An spoke up. If there are strong and reliable cultivators, Lin Yi thought to herself, this is way too blunt. The only thing missing is her saying, I know you. I know a cultivator like you would be interested. Do you dare to come? He continued speaking. Cousin, it seems this is aimed at me. In the middle of a swamp, a vertical black mass stood, with white fang-like shapes faintly glowing. Shen An spoke. Interesting. This Land of Extreme Yin, I really want to take a trip there. The computer screen showed a message between Lin Yi and Jilan. Someone spoke. Jilan, their team is over here, she said. It's fine. If he is a cultivator worthy of the Xia Nation's trust, he will come. The other person continued. But if he doesn't come, then won't this batch of cultivators? Jilan finished. If he doesn't come, it just means fate hasn't aligned. She then spoke up. Do you two think that these missions to collect the 7-rot flower are intentionally designed to send strong cultivators to their deaths? The other person stammered, Sister Lamb, She placed a bouquet on the table and said, undertaking a life or death mission like picking the 7-rot flower, its core purpose is the complete opposite of what it appears to be. Jilan continued speaking. This is the necessary path to accumulate strength for the Xia Nation. Only by picking the 7-rot flower can we save even more cultivators, who are the future core strength of the Xia Nation. On a quiet train car, a little boy pointed to his mother, looking at Shen An leaning against a pole, carrying a long weapon. Three girls stood before Jilan's master's hospital bed. One of them clenched his hand and said, "No matter what, we must harvest more seven-rot flowers. Master, as the only cultivator in the Jia nation to have reached the Vajra realm, we must use the seven-rot flower to heal and awaken him. The existence of a Vajra realm expert after the spiritual energy revival, his value is no less than that of a nuclear weapon today. He is our greatest leverage in negotiations with other nations, both before and after the spiritual energy revival. Therefore, even if we have to sacrifice a few of Jilan's teams, or even more cultivators, it is all worth it." The old man's eyes were closed. Red veins bulged beneath his oxygen mask. A golden light weaved into a halo, and a figure barely had time to cover their face before stumbling back. The other person spoke up. "The mission is important, but your health is just as important, ma'am." She remained silent, her face hardening, filled with killing intent. Jilan bit her lip and said, "My health is important?" she shouted angrily. "Yes, it's very important, because my life was brought back by my comrades." Suddenly, as if realizing something, Jilan fell silent, her eyes filled with sorrow. She spoke regretfully. "I'm sorry. I shouldn't have gotten angry with you all." The other person said, "Sister Lamb, it was my fault for misspeaking." "Is your headache acting up again?" Jilan replied. "It's fine. It's not time to take my medicine yet." Thinking of her comrades, she said, "I just wanted. But never mind. It's all in the past now." She recalled the life and death battle alongside everyone. "Sword wielder team, please retreat immediately."
The darkest head zone.
"It's truly an incredible place, Jilan. The mission to pick the seven-rot flower, we can only entrust it to you. For our master," for Jilan screamed. "No, I'm not going, Captain." He used his last bit of strength to protect her. "Our attributes. I hope you can make use of them. You must survive and return," Jilan said sadly. "They transferred their spiritual power to me, but they didn't know that if the seven-rot flower is stained with blood or not picked whole, it becomes useless." 1 hour and 45 minutes later, on a cold gray plateau, the three of them walked towards a barren mountain range stretching to the horizon. A tired number 81 asked, "How many more kilometers do we have to walk?" She spoke up. "Hey, I'm just saying, Boss Yi, you guys are so strong. Can't we just fly for a bit?" Lin Yi replied. "When the spiritual energy isn't abundant enough for the human body to fly at will, even cultivators can't do it." Shen An's sharp, cold red eyes showed that he was vigilantly observing his surroundings. Suddenly, Shen An spoke. "Is that the darkest zone up ahead?" He thought to himself, "It's enveloped by the dark attribute. Even with layers of barriers, I can still sense that unsettling odor." Number 81 spoke up. "This disgusting stench is 100 times scarier than the anomaly we encountered last night." "No, 1,000 times scarier," Lin Yi added. "Calm down, we're here now." Shen An said, "Not bad. Look ahead." Unexpectedly, quite a few cultivators have come here. On the empty patch of land, people stood chatting, while an armored figure sat cross-legged on top of a car, observing. Lin Yi spoke up. "That's right. I don't think it's just because of the so-called generous reward, but also because of what 81 and I encountered. The dark attribute is very difficult to deal with, bloodthirsty and full of malice." The girl continued, "But now the city has experienced more than one rampage by dark attribute anomalies." He spoke. "That's right. I've personally faced 2 dark attribute anomalies. One was a mutated rabbit, but instead of a wild rabbit, it was more like a large rodent." Shen An continued, "There was also a large snake lurking in a factory at night. It had higher intelligence than that mutated rabbit. It could cooperate to create traps and ambushes, which led to the entire team from the Spiritual Energy Association being wiped out. Most importantly, just as 81 said, these anomalies are incredibly cunning. They seem to be intentionally avoiding the military's defenses at the city's border." The waves cast a blue reflection on the steel columns as a technician checked the pipes near the edge of the platform. Shen An spoke up. "Although I don't know what method they used, anomalies are now appearing in the city more and more frequently, to the point where it's becoming difficult to stop them." A black bird soared over a ruined neighborhood. He continued, "That's why we absolutely have to make this trip." Steel bars were pressed against the energy gate. The crowd waited in silence for a hand signal from the supervisor. Qingjing stared intently ahead as if she had noticed something. She fell silent, lost in thought. Qingjing exclaimed when she saw Shen An, "What the hell? He came too? And he even brought 2 girls with him." Xiaoqing looked at her and called out gently, "Boss, boss." Qingjing clasped her hands together and prayed silently. "Amitabha Buddha, great Buddha, please don't let them see me. Don't let them see me." Recognizing him, she called out, "Oh, it's you? Are you also going to the extreme dark zone?" "That's great," Qingjuan said, scratching her head. "The military synchronized Shen An's files a long time ago." Number 81 asked, "Great master, who is this girl? Could she be Yi's sister-in-law?" Lin Yi was just as surprised. "Ah, cousin, Qingxuan waved her hands to explain. Oh God, this is a huge misunderstanding. He spoke up. Of course not. This is someone who works for me, Captain 2 of the Spirit Chi Association. She said, then why do I feel like this is even more of a handful? A voice came from behind them. The group turned around. A bunch of shameless, bragging brats, Old Man Dang said. These ascendant practitioners nowadays, each generation is younger than the last, with no manners at all. It's one thing not to greet your elders, but to be so noisy on top of that, don't you see where you are? This old man hopes that in a little while in the extreme dark zone, you can all be just as trusting of one another. Number 81 snapped angrily. Looks like my temper is about to flare up again. Do you have any idea who these people are? Lin Yi raised a hand to stop her. Number 81 glanced over and saw Shen An shake his head, so she let it go. She pointed her finger at the old man and said, Ha! Worry about yourself. We'll see who ends up as monster food first. Old Man Dang squinted at her, then fell silent. He looked at her and said, The ride is here. Let's go and see. The vehicle door opened, and Jia Lam stepped out to the astonishment of many. Someone spoke up. Is that Sister Jia Lam? She appeared with an ice-cold expression. Someone else said, It really is her. Jia Lam strode forward, her cloak fluttering, her gaze frigid, and her aura chilling the heavens. Number 81 looked at her and exclaimed, Who the hell is she? That's quite an entrance. Shen An spoke up. She's probably the one here to open the gate for us. She turned back, her blue eyes glowing as lightning gathered behind her. Jia Lam stood before a wall of lightning, drawing power from the azure abyss. She formed a hand seal, causing it to glow, and spirit energy erupted from her palm. Jia Lam's eyes were like ice as she raised her arm, creating a vortex that tore through space. She threw the seal and said, Everyone is here. A crimson portal ripped open in front of them. Jia Lam turned back with a majestic air and said, You may enter, a special reminder. The 7 decade flowers you collect must be intact. They cannot be tainted with human blood. If they don't meet the requirements, you will not receive the reward. If there are no other questions, you may begin. Shen An and his group stood silently, staring ahead. One by one, the people entered. Old Man Dang spoke up. She doesn't go in herself, but sends us to our deaths. There's not even any death compensation. What kind of attitude is that? A young man said, Old Dang, can you say a few less words? If we die, we'll just be reported as missing. If the government gave your family a huge compensation for no reason, wouldn't that be admitting that they got you killed? The old man, looking thoughtful, fell silent as he pondered this. Qingxuan turned to him and said, That middle-aged man is probably a 1-star spirit creation realm, just like you. Also, among those who haven't said anything, there seem to be a few other masters, but they've likely concealed their spiritual auras, so it's hard to tell. The others are all solid ascendant practitioners at the 2-star or 3-star Ghost Axe realm. The strength of each squad is roughly the same. Shen An said pensively, It seems the mission is quite difficult. I didn't expect them to find so many elite ascendant practitioner squads. He thought to himself, that guy from earlier is also in the spirit creation realm? Why does his spirit energy level not seem that high to me? The secretary spoke up, Sister Lamb, I've completed the personnel statistics for this extreme dark zone mission. There are 37 people at the 2-star Ghost Axe realm, 12 people at the 3-star Ghost Axe realm, and 3 people at the 1-star spirit creation realm. The difficulty level for this incident ranges from Class B to Class S. She replied, Take me to the monitoring equipment. I've already finished all the prep work, so don't worry. The miasma descended into the valley. Withered trees with gnarled black branches stood on the cracked earth. The group advanced into the wasteland, a dark aura swirling around them like an invisible barrier. Shen An turned back and said, Stay close. The dark attribute here will obstruct your vision. If we don't stick together, we'll get separated in no time. It's easy to get disoriented. Number 81 knelt on the rocky ground and said, Sorry, I feel sick. I can't hold it in. Lin Yi looked at her with concern. Qingxuan placed a hand on number 81's shoulder and said, It's okay. It's the smell of rotting corpses and brain matter mixed together. You're not the only one who feels sick. This is very normal. Number 81 raised a hand to wipe the corner of her mouth, her pale face still showing signs of discomfort. Qingxuan looked ahead and said, See, the group up ahead with a similar realm level is also throwing up. She continued, The dark attribute is a natural counter to ascendant practitioners. You can think of it as a type of corruption. The anomalies in the extreme dark zone are extremely complex. Shen An spoke up. Based on the anomalies we know of, a Class B anomaly is similar to the Ghost Axe realm for ascendant practitioners. The range of damage it can cause is controllable. He went on. A Class A anomaly is similar to the Spirit Creation realm. A Class S anomaly is comparable to the Vajra realm, or even higher, basically a catastrophe-level event. However, it must be emphasized that anomalies with the dark attribute are enhanced within the extreme dark zone. An anomaly that would normally be rated Class B could be boosted by at least one level here. Number 81 spoke up. Is that for real? This is the first I'm hearing of it. I get it now. But what about you, Captain 2? Are you guys okay? Lin Yi also asked. Yeah, aren't you guys getting corrupted? Qing Xuan replied. You're overthinking it. My teammate and I often handle similar anomalies, so we're not afraid of the stench. My captain has already broken through to the 3-star Ghost Axe realm. She continued. Besides, lately he's been strict about making me improve myself by mutating my water attribute into an ice attribute. Number 81 spoke up. Our ranks are the same, Captain 2. I don't know if you feel the same way I do, but as soon as I entered this thick fog, my spirit energy started to drain, but it's worse than what I've encountered in previous incidents. Qing Xuan replied, Many masters have died here before, including elites from the army at the 1-star spirit creation realm and above, so we have to be even more careful. Let's go. The mission is important. Lin Yi added, we can't see the people ahead of us anymore. Let's get a little closer. From now on, I'll talk less to conserve my breath. Everyone, focus your spirit energy. Don't let this fog take advantage of any openings, he thought to himself. After coming in, my body doesn't seem to feel that much severe discomfort. It seems both the Yang attribute and the enhanced enchantment type Thunder attribute are effective at dispelling the Dark attribute. Or perhaps after I advanced to the spirit creation realm, the effect of my spirit energy became stronger. Elsewhere, a young man leaped into the air. His long blade glowed as he slashed down at a shadowy monster before him, saying the anomalies in the extreme dark zone are nothing special. Old Man Dang laughed and said, Brothers, we will definitely be the ones to collect the 7 DK flower and show these young people what real strength is. The other man said, Nice one, old bro. Go for it. After number 81, it was now Lin Yi's turn. She grimaced and coughed lightly, pressing her lips together to hold back the nausea welling up in her stomach. She cried out worriedly, Yi! Shen An turned to look at the girl, thinking to himself, she's still just a kid, after all. He placed a glowing hand on her back, and instantly Lin Yi's discomfort subsided. The girl said in surprise, Kuzin? A radiant light enveloped her body. Lin Yi said, this feeling, the nausea and the corrosive cold are both gone. It's as warm as sunbathing in winter. Qing Xuan said, as expected of the power of the spirit creation realm. The girl said, what a warm attribute. As expected of a rare high-grade attribute. I only started to get a deeper understanding of attributes after reaching the 3-star Ghost Axe realm. My wood-type attribute specializes in absorbing the spirit chi from the dew on plants between heaven and earth. My mutated water attribute has become an ice attribute. Captain Shen An began to explain. It's not a fire attribute, but a yang attribute. Before I could explain it to you, I was the one who dealt with the fire activity in Kongabak and the training grounds at Qingqing University. He continued. But these two anomalies are different, and the Yang attribute and the Heavenly Fire attribute are also a bit different. Than Hain Hyan asked, Huh? You're just admitting it like that? So you're saying you now have 3 rare high-level attributes? Shen An thought to himself, actually, there's also the Desolate King attribute. But the tallest tree catches the most wind, so I'm keeping that one in reserve. She continued, something like that. I haven't broken through to the 3-star Ghost realm, so I can't sense attributes clearly, but I'm basically following the path of the Metal attribute, my great god big bro. I promise I'll never betray you after we get out. Your Yang attribute, can you warm me up a bit with it? Shen An looked at number 81 and smiled. He said, all right, I'll warm you for a day. With that, Shen An slapped her hard on the back, transferring his spiritual energy. Number 81's face scrunched up. Tiu Thon asked, what are you guys doing? Patting each other back and forth. So warm, she didn't answer, her eyes closed as if she was enjoying it. Shen An looked at Thon Hien and asked, Captain 2, maybe your team wants to go too? She smiled and replied, the feeling isn't bad. Tuton said excitedly, then what are we waiting for? Her teammate also spoke up, please, great God. All 3 of them were enjoying the warmth from his spiritual energy and feeling very comfortable. The heavy footsteps of a monster's clawed feet echoed on the cold ground. Shen An lowered his head, his eyes glancing to the side. His red pupils glowed as if sensing an anomaly, and he spoke. Watch out, an anomaly is coming. Thon Huyen asked, what is that thing? As she shot a beam of light straight ahead. Captain T yelled, 81, it's right in front of you. Number 81 jumped in terror. She looked up at the giant demonic shadow falling on her like a mountain and exclaimed, holy crap! The beast, wreathed in purple flames, glared with blood-red eyes. Its roar was so intense it made the air thick. Ovis said, "Be careful. Is that an A-rank anomaly?" Than Huyen focused her power, and the light beam erupted like a spear, tearing through the darkness. She shouted, "Leave it to me." Thon Huyen shot a green beam of light straight at the creature. She gathered blue crystals into a sharp point and said, "This level of difficulty." Lin Yi exclaimed in surprise, "It's gone?" A horde of living corpses closed in from behind Shen An. His eyes glowed a fiery red as if he was sensing something. Surrounded by the dead, the group stood back to back, their eyes fixed on the ground as a dark energy spread towards them. Shen An said, "Watch your feet." He raised his hand, drawing a glowing sword, and yelled, "Get back!" Shen An's eyes blazed with a golden light, displaying the murderous aura and power about to be unleashed. He knelt down and unleashed his attack. Shen An stood amidst a sea of exploding flames, his presence completely overwhelming the enemy. Screams echoed from within. "Hot, hot, don't touch me!" He rested his sword on his shoulder and said, "We're safe for now. These anomalies have been dealt with." It looked like a lot of them, but there were actually only two. Shen An turned to Thon Huyen and said, "I just didn't expect the anomalies here to have evolved to mimic human language." She replied cheerfully, "Maybe they learned it from eating so many people." He continued, "These anomalies, even the weakest one, have been nurtured by this extremely dark region to become." Jilan appeared, still gathering purple energy in her palm amidst the flames that licked across the ground. Jilan thought to herself, he took out two A-rank shapeshifting beasts with a single blow. Even I would have had to fight them for at least a few rounds. Lin Yi spoke up, "If what Captain has said is true, then we need to stick together even more. Otherwise, I think there's a high chance an anomaly will disguise itself and blend in with us, then attack when our guard is down." Number 81 sat looking up, silent. Suddenly, Shen An said, 81, get up." She looked at him, thinking to herself, "The oppressive aura is terrifying, more potent than that of demons and zombies. Even a slight touch could probably burn me to a crisp. Is this the pressure of a higher realm? I feel like I can barely breathe." Shen An suddenly turned around, as if he'd noticed something unusual. Lin Yi walked closer to him and said, "Everyone, listen. Can you hear the sound of ocean waves up ahead?" Shen An remained silent, lost in thought. Everyone jumped in fright as they noticed the strange phenomenon happening in front of them. Suddenly, two people fled in terror, realizing the situation was beyond their control. One of them yelled, "Run, stop fighting. This thing is demonic." The other cried out, "Help me, I've seen a ghost." Shen An and his team stared intently ahead, his expression cold and focused. Everyone ran in a panic. One person asked, "Isn't this the thing that even the legendary army would suffer heavy losses against?" Lao Dang replied, "It's the Dark Tide." Lao Dang's group ran, screaming help. He created a blue defensive barrier and confidently declared, "This so-called Dark Tide, just because the regular army can't beat it, doesn't mean I can't. You fools, it's all as good as mine." As soon as he finished speaking, Lao Dang turned and charged directly at the Dark Tide. But when the darkness enveloped him, he realized with horror, this is wrong. There's something unusual here. Black, slimy hands of all shapes and sizes appeared, as if wanting to swallow Lao Dang whole. His voice was weak. "It's not just C rank. It's not CS either. It's more than that." He was dragged into the magical trap, his screams echoing through the air. Everyone fled in chaos. Someone asked, "The dark aura is so thick. Are they beyond saving? Can we even escape?" Shen An asked. "Captain 2, what is the Dark Tide?" She replied. "The Dark Tide, the ultimate form of the dark attribute, a devouring abyss that can swallow everything, including the anomalies within it. Our plan was supposed to avoid the tide." "Oh God, are the people up ahead really all dead?" He remained silent. Lin Yi exclaimed in shock, "So this is the Dark Tide. I've only ever heard about it on the forums. They say it's a power that can wipe out an entire city-state. Big bro, shouldn't we get out of here? Is there still time?" Shen An activated the hidden power within his body, remaining silent. He activated his spiritual energy, forming a glowing aura that enveloped the group. Shen An shouted, "Everyone, don't panic! This barrier has an effect that suppresses the dark attribute. If needed, we can pool our strength to maintain this spiritual barrier and protect everyone through this." Than Huyen spoke up, "What are you planning to do? The Dark Tide is a condensed state of the dark attribute. There's no way we can fight against it with our current strength." That old man at the spirit creation realm was swallowed in an instant. Shen An summoned the dual attributes of ice and fire and said, "So what if it's condensed? I'm going to destroy it." Lin Yi cried out worriedly as she saw him shoot up into the air. "Big bro!" Thon Huyen looked up after him and said, "I can't have heard that right. What is he planning to do? Destroy the Dark Tide?" After summoning his power, he shot forward like an arrow of light, his entire body exploding with a brilliant golden aura. Fireballs floated in midair as Shen calmly assessed the situation. "Just as I thought." He stood among the monsters. his body glowing brightly, and said, "These anomalies, to be precise, they are A-rank anomalies being controlled and evolved by the dark attribute. It's more accurate to say they're an upgraded, fused version." Shen An thought to himself, from B rank to A rank, from A rank to S rank, and the level of this dark tide anomaly itself, calling it SSS rank, wouldn't be an exaggeration. No wonder it could so easily swallow the experts of the spirit creation realm, who are the very elites of humanity. He suddenly created an ice ball in his hand. Shen An launched the stream of ice straight ahead, tearing through the monster's body in an instant. The monster opened its mouth and let out a furious roar, creating a terrifying pressure that enveloped the surrounding space. He charged forward with blazing red eyes and a piercing gaze. His eyes erupted with a golden light as he unleashed his power. Flames flared up, raging intensely. He thought to himself, the power of the spirit creation realm combined with my enhanced weapon. Originally, he would have had to fight a drawn-out battle with the CB-grade giant python, but now he could easily annihilate the CA-grade fused anomaly within the dark tide. His red eyes flashed with surprise as Shen An suddenly noted something. He looked ahead and thought to himself, he looks familiar. Is that the guy from before? Hey, are you still alive? Shen An continued to analyze the smoke-shrouded man. He's still reacting. It seems his spiritual power hasn't been completely consumed by the dark attribute. Even if his foundation in the creation spirit realm isn't as solid as mine, he is a genuine creation spirit realm user after all. There's still a glimmer of hope. He raised his hand amidst the fiery space, blue lightning gathering as he summoned divine thunder. Thunder rumbled down from the sky. The divine punishment of the thunder tore through the ground, causing the space to tremble in a blinding white-blue light as he roared, "Refine!" Shen An stood before the man with his sword and said, "As expected, there's still a small chance to save you, but not much." He stood thoughtfully, holding his fire sword. A golden aura enveloped Shen An as he spoke. Infinite growth, huh? So this must be what's special about S-rank and higher anomalies. Shen An then said, "Well then, let's see how you handle this." Spiritual power protection. Again, amidst the crimson fury, he was the only golden point of light holding his ground. A system notification appeared, detecting extremely strong dark attribute. The power of the Shen An thought to himself. Even after reaching the creation spirit realm, I still can't extract the dark attribute. As expected, the dark attribute is a little more special than the others. He smiled confidently, as if he had found a solution. Standing before the horde of anomalies, Shen An thought, since I can't completely destroy it and I can't directly absorb it, then I'll just have to try a different method. He unleashed a golden aura that shot straight toward the beast, thinking, it's a shame I didn't bring my little white flower with me. Otherwise, I could have used the power of the wilderness to compete with this dark attribute. Flames flared close to his face, but Shen An's red eyes remained calm, as cold and sharp as a blade. He thought, I've got it. It's something I already have, isn't it? While Xuan was creating a barrier, number 81 spoke up and asked, Captain, if I may ask, have you ever encountered a situation like this before? Xuan replied, my knowledge is limited. I've never seen anything like this. Everyone stood still within the barrier, looking forward. Someone spoke up, the dark tide. It can be stopped like this? Lin Yiyun stammered, what is this shield? This is so strange. I've never when facing the ghost vine before, but in this bizarre environment, my cousin has been in there for so long. What if something happened to him? Xuan took the young girl's hand to reassure her. His spiritual power barrier is still there, isn't it? It's just flickering a little. Let's use our spiritual power to reinforce it together. Besides, if something happens to someone with his level of strength, our only fate would be to die here with him anyway. She continued, a person in the creation spirit realm who possesses several superclass attributes. I even suspect his true strength has already reached the 3-star creation spirit realm. It's not your place to speak, you little shrimp from the 3-star ghost mansion realm, Lin Yifei sneered. Captain Susku, you've got quite a sense of humor, Xuan asked. Is that so? My teammates say the same thing. Are you feeling better now? The crimson streams of gas were violently swept away by a flash of golden light, causing the space to shake violently. The entire group was shocked and confused about what had just happened. Shen An unleashed the Nine Dragons' heavenly fire sealing technique. Golden flames swirled like a raging torrent, swallowing the entire area. He yelled, go! 2 streams of energy erupted simultaneously, sending golden fire and blue chi shooting upwards. Number 81 exclaimed excitedly, yay, that's her cousin! The young girl's eyes widened as she said, that technique, it's so cool! Shen An manipulated the firepower, summoning a rearing fire dragon that coiled and crashed straight down onto the blackened ground. Jialan spoke, The heavenly fire attribute, a seal. She looked ahead and thought, did he just seal the dark tide? Shen An clenched his fist, and blue electricity shattered around his arm as his body shot forward like a lightning bolt. He merged the blue lightning with the golden fire, creating a fiery vortex that swept through everything. Shen An roared, "Nine Dragons' Edict!" Blue lightning surged up like a wave, pushing against the descending mass of golden fire. He yelled, "Seal!" A sealing formation appeared at his feet, and the fire tree swirled, swallowing the white thunder before gathering into a golden storm. Shen An compressed the power, and intersecting streams of fire created a brilliant golden orb. He controlled the golden orb, lowering it as waves of fire spread out, cleansing the ground. Shen An spoke up. "It's safe for now. An unexpected harvest. I picked someone up. What should I do with him?" Lin Yi happily approached him and said, "Big brother." She looked at him and asked, "You sealed a high-grade dark attribute. Why don't you look happy?" Shen An crossed his arms and thought, he said he was going to destroy the dark tide, and he actually did it. This guy is really something. He continued, "Because this is just a temporary seal. The dark attribute here is too abundant. We have to leave quickly while the seal is still effective. Let's take this chance to gather the 7 decay flowers." Qing Xuan replied, "Understood. We'll take this person back to the Spirit Association for treatment." She then asked, "Where are the people who were up ahead? Did no one make it out?" Shen An answered, "Not even a corner of their clothes or a piece of bone can be found. Except for this guy, they were probably all swallowed by the dark attribute." Whatever the scene below was, number 81 said, "They were just alive and well a moment ago, and now they're all gone. Maybe I'm just cold-blooded. My only thought right now is that I'm glad I didn't have to witness them die with my own eyes." Everyone fell silent again. He turned back and said, "E81, you two and my captain will go on ahead. The most dangerous thing right now is still this black coat, so it makes more sense for me to cover the rear." The young girl replied, "Yes, sir." Shen An stood proudly on a ledge, gripping his sword and staring ahead. A system notification appeared, beginning to scan for intense dark attribute waves. From the black ledge, he waved his hand, and a purple, shadowy light swirled around his feet. The system announced, "Scan successful." Shen An floated in the night sky, spreading his arms wide as pillars of purple shadowy light rose up to surround him. The system reported, "Initiating ultimate computing power. Compiling." He closed his eyes to focus, and purple demonic markings crawled across his skin as his aura surged like a tide. Compilation successful. Shen An opened his eyes, purple flames burning at their edges. His icy gaze pierced through the darkness. The system continued to report, "You have obtained the dark attribute technique. Powerless dark realm. Effect. Condenses a sealed, foggy space. Within this space, spiritual chi will be corroded by the dark attribute, and existing spiritual chi will be severely depleted." Tendrils of purple shadowy light spread out like a spiderweb. Shen An held out his hand as a glowing formation orb gathered in the center. He asked aloud, "The dark realm, a special domain?" He continued, "Which means, as long as I activate the powerless dark realm, if I combine it with my other attribute techniques, won't I be able to stack even stronger weakening effects? That way, even if an anomaly more bizarre than the dark tide appears, I can fight above my level and destroy it." Qing Xuan said, "Master, do you feel like this fog is?" Her eyes widened in shock as she thought, this wave of spiritual chi, how did he break through again? There wasn't even any change in the heavens and earth just now. Qing Xuan looked at him and continued to wonder, "No, that's not right. Could it be he absorbed the power of the dark tide?" She continued her thought. During the Omen phase, when spiritual chi was recovering, all precursors knew that the dark attribute was the most terrifying. Its power converged from the deep-seated negative emotions and latent malice within living beings. Therefore, absorbing the dark attribute is strictly forbidden by the government. Qing Xuan thought to herself, in the past, the government did try to research ways to purify and refine the dark attribute. A doubt arose, but they paid a tragic price for it. That's also why anomalies with the dark attribute are categorized separately. Qing Xuan thought further. Although their ranks also go from D rank to S rank, even a D rank is enough to make a precursor who has just entered the Ghost Mansion realm suffer immensely. Not to mention a dark tide that harbors an S rank anomaly. Forget one creation spirit realm user, it could easily swallow 10 of them. Model. She continued to ponder. Back when the dark attribute wasn't forbidden, some pioneers had also tried to absorb its power. However, a 3-star, ghost-possessed leveler like him was driven completely mad just by absorbing a tiny bit of the dark attribute. His skin rotted, his mind shattered, and to this day, he's still in a psychiatric hospital. He stood there, lost in thought for a long while. Shen An opened his eyes and said, "Come on out. You've been watching us for a long time." GLM spoke up. If I'm not mistaken, you were the one who sealed the dark tide. Thon Huyen said in confusion, Jia Lam? She walked towards him and asked, also, what were you doing just now? Absorbing the dark attribute? Shen An replied, that's right. Thon Huyen thought. He admitted it. Jia Lam fell silent. She aimed her gun straight at him, her expression cold and unwavering. Number 81 cried out in horror, Sister Jia Lam, what are you doing? Lin Yi's face paled, the corner of her mouth twitching as the tension rose. Jia Lam continued, if I remember correctly, Shen An is the highest priority target your military wants to recruit, right? My union wanted to recruit him, but you people snatched him first. What do you think you're doing? Shen An placed a hand on Thon Huyen's shoulder and asked, strange. Isn't our mission to find the 7-decade flower? Miss, you're clearly in a hurry to complete the mission, but now it seems you're unhappy that we didn't die here. With a chilling gaze, she kept the gun pointed at him in silence. Number 81 spoke up, Sister Jia Lam, we've always trusted you. But you were already here. Why didn't you help us earlier? If it weren't for Big Brother Shen An, we would have all been wiped out. I don't matter, but Yi is still just a child. But you just stood there with your arms crossed and watched. And now, Jia Lam smiled and said, just kidding. It seems you didn't kill your beloved comrades. Congratulations on passing the test. Number 81 continued. What beloved comrades? Thon Huyen added. Yeah, that's right. Shen An looked at Jia Lam and asked, so the reason you came here was to test me? She replied, something like that. Because you have such talent and strength, I didn't want to read those cold files. I wanted to see for myself what kind of person you really are. Jia Lam continued. Also, to answer your question about why I didn't intervene earlier. Number 81's eyes widened in a shock as he looked at her in silence. She went on, because pioneers can only abide by the principles of pioneers in a world with recovering spirit energy. We are all the same. This is our fate. Life, death, disaster, and fortune are always changing in the life of a pioneer. Jia Lam continued, but you all are very lucky. You have someone trustworthy and strong enough to protect you. Her voice echoed, haven't you noticed? The reasons no abominations have attacked you yet is because they're terrified of the power Shen An used to seal the dark tide. She turned to look at him. Let me lead you to the 7-decade flower. I'm more familiar with this place than any of you. He thought to himself, this woman, why do I get the feeling she's mentally unstable? Thon Huyen whispered, her team, they encountered a dark tide before too. But in the end, she was the only one who made it out alive. Shen An thought, so that's how it is. Because of her identity, she shows absolute obedience and indifference towards the mission and its rules. At the same time, some kind of conviction is helping her to keep going. It's just that after seeing me seal the dark tide, she couldn't control herself anymore. Shen An said, forget it, 81 Little Sue, let's just be patient with this injured patient. She asked. She's injured? He replied. Her spirit energy shield is severely flawed. I thought she had the power of the spirit creation realm, but her spirit energy shield feels like it's dropped by 2 whole levels. Shen An continued. This proves her injuries are anything but light. Jia Lam nudged the tip of her shoe forward, her footstep light on the cold floor. She spoke, thanks, but my injuries are fine. In the extreme dark zone, the Thama burial grounds were a cold, desolate wasteland of scattered stone tablets. The group moved through the gray landscape, Shen An walking beside his comrades with his sword at his hip. His red eyes narrowed slightly, as if he had discovered something unsettling. This is, he uttered upon seeing a skeleton in tattered clothes. Jia Lam announced, we're here. This is the Thama burial grounds. Someone shouted, look, that's the 7-decade flower. Shen An watched Jia Lam intently. She lowered her head in silence, the air growing thick and heavy. Jia Lam walked towards the 7-decade flower as a sinister, red-outlined, ghostly aura began to swirl around her. She raised her hand and said, finally. Shen An frowned, his red eyes turning ice-cold as he sensed something was wrong. He thought to himself, this isn't right. Hey, Shen An said as he opened his palm, a swirling flame gathering there. Snap out of it, he shouted, throwing the fireball at her. The force of the attack startled Jia Lam. So strong. This is the extremely rare positive attribute. She instinctively reacted, deflecting the attack with a flick of her wrist. And yet, Shen An's simple attack had completely extinguished the dark aura around her. This made Jia Lam suspicious. Could it be that I was about to? Lin Yi came forward and asked, Sister Jia Lam, are you okay? Thon Huyen warned, if you're being affected by the dark attribute, we should all stick together. The little girl quickly delegated the task to Shen An. The 7-decade flower. Just let him go get it. That'll be enough. To avoid wasting time, he immediately set off to find it. Just then, a glowing flower appeared before Shen An's eyes. In an instant, it retracted back into the ground. A second later, it transformed into a giant fox demon. It opened its massive mouth wide, roaring. So hungry, so hungry, so hungry. Shen An remained calm. He decisively controlled his power and channeled it into the fox demon, but it just opened its mouth and sucked all the power in. Shen An wondered, just how many abominations did this fox demon devour to become like this? Is it another S rank? So Shen An switched tactics. I have to deal with this quickly. Get the 7 decade flower and head back. The seal on the dark tide won't last much longer. From behind, then let's use this to test a theory. This time he unleashed a super tier attack. Boundless Dark Realm. Instantly, the fox demon was trapped inside a magic sphere. Not only that, but several more chains appeared, causing the demon to howl at the heavens. At the same time, the system made an announcement. Affected by the special dark attribute within the Boundless Dark Realm, the S-rank abomination, half-demon fox, has been downgraded to B rank. Shen An assessed, a drop of 2 full ranks. It seems the foundation of S-rank abominations in the extreme dark zone isn't very stable. Right then, he drew his blazing red sword and swung it in a slash that seemed to set space itself on fire. Meanwhile, Than Hyen's attention was drawn by a strange flow of power. What is this now? This dark energy is a dark attribute, but it feels different. GLM agreed, that's right, I don't feel that oppressive, gloomy, cold, and disgusting aura. She had realized it, because this is Shen An's domain. He has mastered the dark attribute and, at the same time, is completely self-taught. From that, he created a domain of his very own. And Jia knew very well that creating a domain with spirit energy was an extremely difficult feat. Before, the only person who could use a spirit attribute to create their own spatial domain was Master. Besides my master, there are at most only 3 people on the entire planet who possess this ability. The other 2 have unknown identities, but we know they are in the M Nation. With that, she recalled, back then, when it was predicted that the capital city was about to face a world-ending disaster, Master deployed his domain to suppress it. But the result was, just like that, Shen An was already back outside. He's moving. He's out, Lin Ji exclaimed. That was so fast. Shen An smiled brightly as if nothing had happened. All right, the Thama burial grounds behind us probably won't cause any more trouble. The glowing flower from before sprouted once again. This time, Shen An successfully touched it. It seems there won't be any more problems. Only when he plucked the flower and held it in his palm did he dare to breathe a sigh of relief. Jia Lam had been standing motionless this whole time. She took the flower in a daze. This is the 7 decade flower. Such a tiny little flower. Shen An quickly reminded her, mission complete. We have to retreat immediately. This dark tide isn't like a normal dark attribute anomaly. It could cause trouble at any moment. He immediately thought of the pressing problem, not to mention, we still have a burden with us. Jilan didn't forget to express her gratitude. Okay, thank you, Shen An. Without you turning the tables, this mission would have been a failure. Thanks to everyone else, too. Let's get out. After that, they all began to move out of there. Jilan spoke up again. Shen An, I really am grateful to you. She then revealed, the source, the only Vajra realm venerable in Korea, is currently in critical condition. The 7-colored flower is his only life-saving medicine. You've saved his life. Shen An silently repeated that name in his mind, Vajra realm. As soon as he saw the exit, number 81 couldn't hide his joy. We can finally see the light. We made it back alive. Lin Yi was just as excited. That's right, we can finally see the sun again. The people outside saw them and shouted in unison, the 7-colored flower. They really managed to pick the 7-colored flower. Jilan said they got it, but we didn't dare believe it. Everyone was wondering, that's right, who was the one who actually picked the 7-colored flower? Number 81 was astonished by the scene outside. Why are so many people waiting? Something caught Lin Yi's attention. She realized, isn't that a vehicle from the Spirit War Zone? Their combat power is absolute and their reputation is renowned. Is there anyone in all of Xia country who doesn't know them? Number 81 was in awe. Wait, Miss Jilan is a high-ranking manager in the Spirit War Zone. Oh man, just a moment ago I was even belittling her. The Spiritual War Zone, the leading war zone among the 9 major regions of the Xia country in this era of peaceful development. It's where the most powerful and renowned elites from across the nation gather the greatest force, a hub for talented individuals after the recovery of spiritual energy. They receive preferential treatment. Not only do they have abundant resources, but the forbidden zone they guard is a cultivation paradise one can only dream of. Hanla solemnly accepted the precious item. He and his comrades didn't forget to show their respect and saluted. Hanla affirmed, I'll take the 7-colored flower to the hospital immediately. Please rest assured. Jiled replied, I'll be there. As soon as the words were out, they quickly got in the car and left. Shen An was also curious. So you're from the spirit war zone? Jilan explained. News of your strength and performance has probably spread throughout our entire war zone. It won't be long before you're a famous man. She praised him endlessly. However, I must admit that your strength alone can overwhelm one of the strongest squads in the war zone. Moreover, your potential is immense with no visible limit. With that, Jilan made an offer. If you're interested, would you like to join us? You would receive the best cultivation resources. Oh, right. For this mission, your rewards, your teammates' rewards, and the entire Neon Heap Squad's rewards will all be doubled. But Shen An refused. I thank you in advance for the rewards. And while I know you are the strongest in Xia country, I have my own ways and path. At this point, Jilan seriously reminded him. Shen An, the world is changing now. The thing our country values most, or rather, is most wary of, are these dark attribute anomalies. Their numbers are increasing at a terrifying rate. In the future, the situation will only become more severe. She stressed the severity of the matter. Their range of influence will also continuously expand, like malignant tumors. At any moment, they could cause catastrophic consequences. That's why we have to do everything in our power, setting up forbidden zones to contain them. The Spirit Association is also monitoring them strictly, Jilan then affirmed. I'm not telling you all this to tie you down or to preach morals at you. I just feel that an outstanding pioneer like yourself now has the right to know about this situation. Shen An assured her. I understand. If I encounter an anomaly in the future, even if it involves strangers, I won't just stand by and watch. You can rest assured on that. Hearing this, Jilan could smile with relief. I'm very happy to have met you. Shen An, she offered him a token. I hope you'll take this. Then she explained, with this token, you can freely enter and exit any forbidden zone to cultivate. The Spirit War Zone will also be open to you at any time. There's one more thing. Would you like to go visit the Old Master? Shen An asked doubtfully. You mean the Vajra Realm Venerable? Jilan offered. He is my esteemed teacher. I think you should meet him. I wonder if you'd agree. This is just my personal thought. I want to be friends with you. Shen An didn't respond immediately, his hand tucking the token into his pocket. Finally, he agreed. All right, one more friend is one more path. I'll go with you on this trip. Then consider this a gift between friends. Seeing the flow of power emanating from him, Jilan couldn't help but wonder, what is this? Shen An explained, I think I can cleanse the residual poison left in your body from the dark attributes contamination. As soon as the stream of power entered her body, Jilan felt it clearly. The lightning attribute, it also has a healing effect. Right now, I just feel a tingling sensation all over. The place that was once cold and painful has become warm, and the uncomfortable feeling has disappeared. A part of her body was recovering. The wound eroded by the black mist was healing. Her damaged internal organs seemed to be regaining their former health, and the blood vessels in her body were being realigned and cleansed. Jilan was truly surprised. All the toxins in my body have been completely purged by this rare lightning attribute. This is incredible. I feel like I've been reborn. When it was over, Shen An asked, how do you feel now? Jilan replied, very good. All the remaining dark attribute on me has been completely eliminated. No, to be precise, it's been destroyed. At the same time, doctors were examining old Dang. He's only at the first stage of the spirit creation realm, and he's already this badly injured. Can he even be saved? Thon Huyen walked over to chat. You two haven't left yet? Wait a minute. What's with Jilan's wound? She calmly confirmed. That's right. The pure lightning attribute has completely cleansed the remaining dark attribute from my body. Than Huyen got playful. So this is the tyrant of the lightning attribute, huh? It can destroy enemies and save people. Shen An instinctively covered his body with his hands. Hey, she put on a pleading expression. I want to ask you something. Can we cooperate with you for a bit? Shen An still hadn't grasped the situation. What do you mean? Than Huyen proposed. If we combine your spirit energy with our medical equipment, we could probably save many more pioneers who are being tormented by the dark attribute. She bowed her head deeply. Please, could you demonstrate it one more time? Shen An agreed and began to channel his energy. Like this? A doctor couldn't help but be amazed. It seems to be working. Such a pure, high-grade lightning attribute can actually destroy the dark attribute. Following that, Jilan shared, just now, Shen An directly transferred it to me, and the dark attribute on my body was immediately destroyed. So, does that mean we just need Shen An to shake hands with the injured pioneers? I remember there's someone in a coma who's also at the spirit creation realm. Than Huyen scratched her head and disagreed. No. Not everyone at the spirit creation realm can withstand this kind of spiritual power, a doctor spoke up. That's right, Chief Jilan. While your injury was severe, in our assessment, it was still on the lighter side. To treat the patient from before, the required lightning spirit energy is estimated to be immense. He added more about Mon Dung's condition. Furthermore, just saving his life and waking him up would be a great outcome. A complete recovery is impossible. Shen An wanted to know. All right, it's like a blood transfusion, right? So how do I transfer my spirit energy to everyone? You'll store it for later use, right? The doctor respectfully instructed, this way, please. Then he instructed, place your hand here and release your spirit energy. Shen An replied, got it. Lin Yi was overjoyed. I can't believe it. Sister Jilan is a high-ranking officer in the Spirit War Zone, and my cousin, he actually made the renowned Spirit War Zone give him special treatment. The young girl had witnessed everything. The cold Sister Jilan even took the initiative to become friends with my cousin. And just now, I saw Sister Jilan give him her token. Shen An felt Lin Yi's gaze and subconsciously turned his head. He then asked, how are you two doing? Lin Yi replied, Cousin, we've already gotten everything sorted out. The girl had a plan. Next 81, and I want to go train some more and take on a few missions. We can't always depend on you, cousin. Otherwise, we won't make any progress this way. Lin Yi reminded herself, I can't slow them down anymore. I have to quickly catch up to my cousin. Shen An smiled and instructed, all right, be safe. He was a little happy. His cousin had grown up. After everything was settled, Thon Huan waved goodbye. Well, we'll be going then. You two, we'll meet again, if fate allows it, on the next mission. Jilan quickly departed. Inside the vehicle, someone was grumbling, yeah, cold and aloof. Yeah, right, won't go to the scene. Than Yuan was extremely frustrated. And look what happened. The Spirit War Zone dragged him away. All my work these past few days was for nothing. The girl behind her had to console her. Captain 2, calm down, calm down. Than Huyen knew full well that the Spirit Association's organizational structure was still too chaotic. At the main headquarters in the branches, many of the managers were even more two-faced than the high-ranking military officials. Not only that, but there were also some problems with this incident. The top intel teams were scattered like rats. Let's not even talk about whether they'd be willing to lower themselves to befriend Shen An. It was already a blessing that some of the stubborn ones didn't show up to cause trouble. In the most high-end hospital room in the Spirit War Zone's medical base, Shen An spoke up. So this is Mr. Ngo. Jilan had to admit. Quite a sight, isn't it? A diamond-rank powerhouse is such a frail old man. She added. He looked even worse before, like a corpse. We even used the 7DK flower, but he still hasn't woken up. Shen An wanted to understand more what exactly happened to him. So Jilan explained everything. A dark attribute calamity descended upon Duthan City. It was a bizarre phenomenon. The sky was torn open by darkness. To prevent the anomalous dark attribute from affecting Duthan City, our master used his own body to seal the remnant. She revealed that, at that time, all of us used a special method to transfer our spiritual power to our master beforehand. Jilan's voice was heavy as she recalled the truth. We estimated this anomalous calamity to be beyond S rank. Although the tide of darkness we encountered was already a terrifying S rank, the damage from the calamity, the more she thought about it, the more pained she became. Once it appears, it could destroy all of Duthan City. Even the cities surrounding Duthan would be infected and destroyed. The significance of Duthan City is extraordinary. Once it's destroyed, the entire nation will fall into chaos. Jilan truly didn't dare to imagine it. Our master used his own domain to forcefully seal the S-rank anomaly. But we never expected that it would take the combined power of all of us to deal with this massive calamity. It was even more terrifying than our assessment. She remembered the scene clearly. Our master was, by the dark attribute, he was turned to ash in that instant, becoming a vessel to contain the anomalous dark attribute. Shen An remarked sincerely, he stopped the city from being destroyed? In that case, he is a truly great pioneer. He was already familiar with such situations. In his past life, many pioneers had stood in front of him just like that, which allowed him to be the last one to survive until the end. Perhaps in his previous life, at this very moment, he had already sacrificed himself. Seeing Shen An's action, Jilan cried out, what are you trying to do to our master? Shen An reassured her, don't be nervous. The 7-decay flower has already taken effect, but I still want to see if I can remove the stubborn remnant of the dark attribute in his body. That way, he'll wake up faster. Jilan wanted to emphasize, what? This is an S-rank calamity. The image of Shen An obtaining the 7-decay flower flashed in her mind. As if gaining some confidence, Jilan agreed. Fine. You can try. She was very hopeful. Maybe you're the miracle we need, but you have to be careful. This dark attribute is even more terrifying than the one in the tide of darkness. Otherwise, our master wouldn't be recovering so slowly after we used the 7DK flower. Shen An calmly affirmed, I know. I can feel how powerful the darkness here is. From there, he shared, Even though it's been suppressed and weakened by the purifying power of the 7-decade flower, it can still exert an immense pressure on people. Just then, Jilan's face grew grim. She hurriedly shouted, "Shen An, be careful!" Shen An released the power within him to calm himself. He opened his eyes, which were now filled with energy. This is. The scene before Shen An was more familiar than ever. It had pulled his spirit back to the past. A grotesque monster opened up in the middle of the sky and asked with a powerful voice, "Who are you?" Shen An thought to himself, just a little contact with the dark attribute in Old Ngo's long ailing body was enough to mentally contaminate me and create an illusionary realm. He spoke up, "That's not important. I'm just someone who has come to eliminate you." Shen An thought to himself. It suddenly attacked him. Shen An shouted in surprise, "What the hell is this?" A powerful light shot from his eyes, showing his intense focus. With terrifying speed, Shen An dodged the blow in an instant. He said, "The lightning from this grotesque monster is no weaker than the divine lightning I absorbed on Jade Emperor Peak." Shen An continued, "There are also many insect-like anomalies with the dark attribute. I have to say, even though this is just an illusionary realm, every single one of them is as strong as the anomalies in the dark tide." He thought to himself. Holding his weapon, Shen An said, "Well then, I'll just have to exterminate these pests." With glowing red eyes, he shouted as his flaming sword sliced through the air. Shen An unleashed a crimson wave of power, tearing through the darkness. The flaming sword shone brightly as he prepared to charge and attack the mysterious enemy before him. Shen An thought, "It's the consciousness of an S-rank anomaly, but perhaps because this is an illusion or maybe because of the 7-decade flowers effect, it has been weakened quite a bit." A great power was unleashed, 2 beams of light. He looked at the grotesque monster in shock and thought, almost A-rank, so this is what Old Ngo was facing. Having to eliminate anomalous disasters throughout the city? No, I'm afraid it's more than that. Shen An spoke, "Boundless dark realm." A black vortex gathered in his hand. Shen An raised his hand, facing a giant black vortex that was sucking in the sky. It spoke in terror, "You are not human." The giant grotesque monster watched as the purple-black vortex pulled everything inside. He smirked, his glowing red eyes filled with. The dark orb spun, sucking everything into the void. It vanished, leaving a message. "We will be back soon." Standing inside the dark orb, he thought, this is probably the consciousness left behind by the power of the dark attribute anomaly. It just said "we." Could it be that it still has accomplices? But will other calamities strike later? Shen An looked straight ahead, his crimson eyes showing no fear in the face of this evil power. He said, "Let's get out of here first and figure it out." His glowing red eyes opened wide, staring intently at something extremely important. A powerful current swirled around the dark orb, creating a terrifying force. Shen An yelled, "Seal, 9 dragons, heavenly fire sealing technique." Jilan spoke up. "This is the dark attribute from inside Old Ngo," he said. "The dark attribute in Senior Ngo's body is likely the remnant of the calamity anomaly." Shen An continued, "Although it still possesses a very strong dark power, under the drain from the 7-decade flower and Old Ngo's seal, its influence is no longer that great." He continued, "Old Ngo is worthy of being the #1 pioneer of the Hua Nation. For so long, he has been using his body as a vessel to suppress the power of the dark attribute. If it were anyone else, who knows how many times they would have died already." She said, "You really saved his life." Shen An spoke humbly. "It wasn't all my ability. Without the 7-decade flower, I wouldn't have been able to remove the stubborn dark attribute from his body either." Jilan said, "The 7-decade flower saved his life, but your ability is what gave him the chance to fully recover." Her hand clenched tightly. A powerful stream of blue electricity erupted. Using all its might, Shen An continued, "All right, it's probably useless now anyway." He went on, "However, there's still one thing I want to tell you. Just now, in the spiritual illusion, the dark attribute from the remnants of the calamity seemed to be a premonition. It will strike again. We must be ready at all times. When that happens, we can't let an old man who just recovered from a serious illness lead the charge." She spoke up, "I know. I've heard the rumors." Shen An asked in surprise, "Rumors?" The military surveillance department and the Spirit Association periodically compile the abnormal spiritual energy fluctuations that both sides have collected. The data on these phenomena are recorded in a log, strictly managed to prevent any leaks to the outside. Jia Lan said, "Rumor has it that those speculative data show that with Xia country's current defensive power, we probably can't even hold out for the first year of the spiritual energy's recovery." Of course, no one believes it. He spoke up. "Surveillance data on abnormal spiritual energy fluctuations." Shen An thought to himself, Could it be that because of my rebirth, the future will also change? I remember I seem to have lived until 3 years after the spiritual energy's recovery, though at that time, the entire blue star was almost completely destroyed. He placed a hand on her shoulder to reassure her. Don't overthink it. Perhaps old Ningu will wake up soon. Shen An continued, rest assured, if the calamity strikes again, I will definitely stand with you all, he thought to himself. This battle against the calamity, whether it comes sooner or later, is inevitable. This time, I must change everything. The moon was full and bright. As Shen An cultivated, he thought, after fighting two S-rank anomalies, I think I'm about to break through to the 2-star spirit creation realm. He continued to think. The recovery of spiritual energy is on a set schedule. Although I have the power of the dark attribute, it's still not enough. That anomaly in the illusion, even though its power was weakened, it was hard to conceal its true might. Shen An focused on the white flower, his expression intent. He pointed at it and said, you. Not bringing you with me before was my loss. It's my fault you weren't convenient to carry around. Shen An held it happily in his hand and said, all right, I only regret not having the chance to let you help me level up. He said, let's take you out for a walk, shall we? In the evening, behind the mountain, he walked and said, the Spirit Association's Botanical Research Institute is quite skilled. In the early stages of the spiritual energy's recovery, nature's self-regulating ability has become very strong. But in just a short amount of time, the trees that were burned down have recovered quite a bit, and there's even a series of new grafted saplings. Shen An took the plant out of its pot and said from now on, as he tended to it, he spoke, you have to absorb a little at a time. You can't be too reckless, or with that appetite of yours. All the forests on Blue Star wouldn't be enough to feed you. The plant emitted a green light, its roots stretching out as if absorbing food. Shen An crossed his arms, calmly observing the explosion of natural power. He looked ahead and thought to himself, that should be enough for now. Shen An pulled it up and said, all right, let's move to another spot to absorb. He looked at it and asked, among the evolved life forms of the plant kingdom, or perhaps the wood system, I wonder what rank you would be. A wilderness attribute anomaly, at the very least, could be considered A rank. As Shen An walked, he continued, originally, there were quite a few animals on this mountain, but I don't see a single one today. Is it because they're afraid of the wilderness power you're exuding? A pair of glowing red eyes stared straight at him. Shen An showed a look of surprise at the echoing sound. He stared intently ahead and said, that sound is a wolf. He continued, a pack of wolves, about to evolve. Shen An looked up at the fierce wolf before him and wondered, this must be the Wolf King, right? It seems to have nearly completed its evolution. It answered him with a terrifying roar. In an instant, the Wolf King completed its evolution, its pupils turning a fiery leaf green. He was a little surprised, hugging the flower pot closer as he wondered, this spiritual energy, is it about to become an A-rank anomaly? Shen An quickly stepped back as he was surrounded by a pack of wolves. He thought to himself, after evolving, the Wolf King anomaly evolved from a simple animal's wood attribute to a poison attribute with strong corrosive properties. This poison attribute must have been formed by absorbing the dark attribute. Shen An observed the spiritual powers radiating from it and judged, it seems the activity of the dark attribute is increasing, to the point that it caused the Wolf King to suddenly upgrade to a dual attribute. He gritted his teeth and told himself, but it's just the power of an A-rank anomaly. With that thought, Shen An decisively pulled the glowing flower from its pot, muttering, now, let's take care of them. He knelt on one knee, planting the flower's roots into the ground, while assessing the situation. Although it's just an A-rank anomaly, the trouble is that the wolf pack is huge. Moreover, at the foot of the mountain is a residential area. If they get into the city, the consequences will be dire. Then Shen An slammed his palm down, transferring a golden energy. Then let's begin. Not long after, blue wood spirits shot straight up into the sky. At the same time, he said to himself, I want to see, without using any other abilities, just how much damage can be dealt with wilderness power alone. Meanwhile, down the mountain, several people looked up at the strange energy. Xiao Hang stared at it and asked, the Wolf King successfully evolved. It's so strong. What's the pollution level at? The other person looked down at his hand and replied, 90. Upon hearing that number, his face and the faces of the other members turned pale. He turned his head and repeated, 90. The leader of the demolition squad pressed a red button on his bracelet, adding, not only that, it's still rising. A wood attribute Wolf King has at least the strength of a 3-star Ghost Axe realm. It might even be a 1-star Spirit Creation realm. How can there be so many? The other wolves range from 2-star to 3-star Ghost Axe realm. Xiao Hang interrupted in a panic. But looking at this, we don't have enough manpower. We can't win. Even you just broke through to the 3-star Ghost Axe realm, right? The crowd simultaneously looked towards the swirling green vortex and shouted, "It's the Dark Attribute! The Dark Attribute has appeared again! How can this be?" No wonder the pollution level is so high. The demolition squad leader shouted, continuing, "I get it. The reason the pollution level is so high is that the Wolf King has evolved to have 2 attributes. This is extremely rare for an anomaly to do." The number had now reached 100, causing everyone to panic. He spoke urgently. "But even if we can't win, we have to stop them. Once this pack of beasts successfully evolves, the area at the foot of the mountain will be devastated. The nature of beasts is already brutal, and it'll be even more terrifying when they receive the power of evolution. I need to notify the Spirit Association immediately to call for reinforcements." Suddenly, the ground began to shake violently, making everyone scream. "Wait, can you guys feel the mountainside trembling? Is it an earthquake? How can an evolving wolf pack cause an earthquake? No, that's not right. Another anomaly has appeared. Just now, it was only 100. They immediately fell back, watching with wide eyes as the green energy shot out in all directions and exclaimed, "Heavens, it's the wilderness power. Why is there wilderness power here?" As soon as those spirits descended upon them, the crowd began to flee. "Run! We have to retreat to a safe area, no matter what. Is it the G Leo that went missing before? There was no warning?" The demolition squad leader spread his arms and ordered, "Hurry! We have to evacuate all the surrounding residents immediately." A member glanced back and asked, "Wait, Captain, the wilderness power isn't coming for us. Then what is this?" Hearing that, he also looked back to observe. Everyone froze as blue tentacles spread all over the cliffside. They were all incredibly curious. Has the wilderness power hidden itself deep within the mountain? That's right. It's so strange. The feeling of danger is gone. Should we still report this? The tree roots are growing longer and longer, even sprouting right out of the rock face and warping the trees. White flowers also began to blossom all over those tangled roots. Seeing the spiritual energy radiating from them, one person wondered, "These are flowers?" The scene cuts to Shen An standing alone in a field of flowers, facing the ferocious Wolf King. He looked up. "If you keep this up, this sea of spirit flowers will never stop growing and spreading until it's drained all the energy from your kind." Shen An looked at the wolves ensnared by the roots, then continued speaking to the Wolf King before him. "You still have your protective aura to struggle with, but what about them?" One wolf was bound so tightly its whole body trembled. It let out a silent scream. A few seconds later, the roots dropped it, and all that remained was a dry skeleton. He calmly slid his hands into his pockets, observing the red flowers that were beginning to sprout. The Wolf King couldn't take it anymore. It opened its mouth and fired a blast of its spiritual energy. A streak of blue light shot swiftly toward where Shen An was standing. He was instantly covered by tree roots, his voice openly contemptuous of his opponent. "It's useless, haven't you realized? Spirit Flower's desolation attribute has already seeped deep into the ground beneath this mountain forest." The roots rose higher and higher, and a crimson flower bloomed at the very top. Shen An stood upon it, looking down at the Wolf King, and declared sternly, "A sea of flowers blankets the sky, taken from the mountain and used for the mountain." It showed a flicker of fear upon hearing his next words. "Even though you've reached level 2 and unlocked your sentience, you probably don't know the saying. Weeds can never be fully burned away. They will grow again with the spring breeze." Right? Yet the Wolf King still decided to charge forward. Seeing its movement, Shen An praised it. "Not bad. You even managed to pinpoint the flower's location." He turned to the red flower and whispered, "Little flower, they've discovered you. What should we do now?" The Wolf King charged forward, full of vigor, not forgetting to let out a few growls. Who was it trying to scare? At its master's command, the flower instantly moved to block Shen An. The beast didn't hesitate to take a huge bite out of the flower. It seemed as though the Wolf King would destroy it, but who would have thought the petals would clamp down tightly on the monster's jaws? He was also quite surprised to feel the Wolf King's spiritual power radiating outward. Shen An frowned, deep in thought. So it's really going to let the dark attribute consume its own body. The connected tendrils of the red flower began to fuse together. They formed countless threads that wrapped around the Wolf King, causing it to howl in agony. In just a moment, the Wolf King had vanished inside the spirit flower. As the petals closed shut, a question burned in Shen An's mind. The power of desolation is so overwhelming. Just what kind of ability is this? I never expected that after I grafted the desolation attribute onto this spirit flower, it would form its own cultivation method without needing any further adjustments from me. He looked at the swaying flower and confirmed his thoughts. Once trapped in this overwhelming sea of flowers, no anomaly can escape. After consuming the Wolf King's mouse of flesh, it spat out a massive skeleton in front of Shen An, making him even more certain of this. Even if you continuously destroy the spirit flowers, they can regenerate, using the endless power of desolation to turn everything into bleached bones. Shen An reached out and gently touched a petal, murmuring, "This is called the Endless Spirit Sea." As the flower bloomed under the round moon, the system announced the spirit flower has successfully been grafted with the desolation attribute, Endless Spirit Sea. Not long after, the petals gradually opened to reveal the stamen within. The spirit flower grew taller and taller, absorbing the blood-red petals from the sea of flowers, making him realize, "Little flower, you're about to bloom." Cutting to the control room, someone stared at the crimson on the screen and yelled in a panic. "Class a mutated contamination detected. Everyone, look at this. Two completely different spiritual energy signatures have appeared in the Kancheng zone. The Wolf King leveled up and generated a dark attribute, but now a desolation attribute signature has appeared completely without warning." Qing Xuan stood there, looking a little worried. The guildmaster frowned and demanded, "What's the exact location?" A subordinate pointed to the map with a trembling hand. "The low mountain forest here. It's the area Captain Su was previously in charge of." Hearing this, he looked puzzled. Didn't the Vandal squad already go to intercept the wolf pack? A voice crackled over the radio, making the guildmaster pause and listen intently. It was the captain of the Vandal squad, reporting from the field. "This is the Vandal squad at the location of the mutated wolf pack. A powerful desolation energy has suddenly erupted. We've detected concentrations that exceed the standard limits. This wave of desolation power has wiped out the mutated Class A wolf pack anomaly. But the desolation power didn't target us. It went into the mountainside. Right now, a scene of countless mountain flower anomalies blooming has appeared." He looked at the endless petals flying in front of him and continued, "We can't get any closer. We don't know if this desolation power will affect the surrounding areas next." The captain added urgently, "We predict that once this unidentified anomaly fully erupts, its impact will far exceed that of the spatial rift that appeared before. Shouldn't we send reinforcements? If something goes wrong, the Ascendants on site might not be able to handle it." The guildmaster, looking flustered, adjusted his radio and spoke, "If that's the case, we'll dispatch 2 elite squads." A drop of sweat trickled down Qing Xuan's face. She thought of Shen An's silhouette and had a suspicion. "That's right, it's the back mountain. I've always had a gut feeling. This time, it's him again." She suddenly raised a finger and said, "Wait a minute. I think the person who released this desolation power is probably Shen An. His house is located right here." Qing Xuan thought of him enveloped in his golden spiritual power and said with conviction, "He will protect everyone here." The scene shifts back to the back mountain, a gloomy peak with red petals falling ceaselessly. Shen An was still calmly looking up at the spirit flower, musing, "Just as I thought. The one that ate the Wolf King is going to be just like it, about to evolve a second attribute." The flower began to radiate an increasingly mysterious power, so intense that he had to raise a hand to shield his face. He asked with excitement, "A fire attribute? That's a little unexpected." Shen An then reached forward and retracted to the spirit flower, muttering, "All you have to do is swallow to evolve. Your method of leveling up is almost unfairly easy." As it shrank down to fit in the palm of his hand, the system announced, "Spirit flower has devoured the mutated wolf pack and the Wolf King. Spirit flower evolution complete. Desolate flame spirit flower, Class A anomaly. Attribute desolation. Attribute fire. The desolate flame spirit flower can now be placed in the netherworld to be nurtured." Shen An was stunned for a moment, repeating the word netherworld. He quickly summoned a black circle, whispering, "Why didn't I think of this? I can actually put the spirit flower inside the netherworld." It began to pull the spirit flower inside. Shen An confirmed his theory. The netherworld is full of anomalies with the dark attribute and the right kind of soil. If the spirit flower absorbs them, it might evolve the dark attribute. Suddenly, dark clouds gathered ominously, crackling with flashes of lightning that shot down. Afterward, 2 golden arms materialized. They clasped their fingers together and slowly lifted him up. Shen An entered a meditative posture and began to feel the change. "I can feel it. It's become easier to channel my power. Spiritual energy of the heavens and earth is naturally merging with my physical body, as if we were always one." Just then, Jiang Lu, who was standing in a small cave witnessing this spectacle, snarled, "Found you. So this is where you were hiding." He smirked and muttered to himself, "The legendary heavenly fire tribulation, to forge a spirit creation realm. How exciting." Jiang Lu unleashed his own energy, posturing as a fire attribute ascendant. In that case, I'll have to take that spiritual energy of yours. I want everyone to know that I am the #1 fire attribute ascendant. Instantly, Shen An sensed the presence and called out in a sharp voice, "Who's there?" The moment the word left his lips, a blazing flame shot towards him, making Shen An wonder, a fire attribute ascendant? He quickly swung his palm behind him, summoning his signature black circle. Shen An calmly pushed it back toward him. He sternly rebuked, "Where were you hiding before, not bothering to conceal your spiritual energy at all?" Shen An watched as his opponent's feet touched the ground and made an assessment, a wild ascendant who broke through to the spirit creation realm. No affiliation, no organization, just someone who enjoys a good brawl. Zhonglu leisurely strolled forward, smirking, "You're quite interesting. I can sense a powerful spiritual pressure coming from you, Ao. How did you manage to dodge my flowing fire meteor just now?" Shen An pressed his lips together at those arrogant words, sizing him up. He charged toward Shen An, spiritual energy swirling around him, and roared, "My name is Zhonglu. You'll be remembering my name very soon." Shen An quickly pressed two fingers together, raised them to the sky, and called out, "Divine lightning." Zhonglu, still looking smug, flew forward with his eyes gleaming. The moment he finished speaking, a streak of blue light appeared in the vast sky. A bolt of lightning immediately shot down toward him, making Zhonglu freeze and wonder to himself, "What is this?" His face began to twist, his eyes squeezing shut as he faced the attack. But a few seconds later, Shen An's divine lightning slammed straight into Zhonglu's body. It vanished, leaving countless slash marks all over him. His knees buckled and his entire body seemed to be restrained. Zhonglu hung his head, trembling and wondering what had just happened. Wasn't that guy also a fire attribute pioneer? Meanwhile, Shen An, his eyes blood red, walked right up to Zhonglu. He reached out and touched the back of his neck. Without a word, Shen An slammed Zhonglu's head into the ground, causing his entire body to crash down with a thud. He stared at Zhonglu with eyes like bullets and asked, "I must have misheard you earlier. Did you say your name was Zika?" The man was exhausted, trying to grit his teeth and endure the pain, staring up defiantly, his mind still reeling with questions. How is this possible? How can this be? I'm a 1-star spirit creation realm cultivator. I was always the fastest to advance among all the pioneers. And that's not even mentioning my special move. He recalled how everyone used to admire him. It was one of the highest grade attributes, the rarest of the rare, the fire attribute, immense power, and my spirit creation realm strength. I am clearly the best of the best. Everyone should submit to me, curry favor with me, just so I might grant them some benefits in this new era of spiritual energies awakening. Back in the present, seeing Zhonglu's silence, Shen An clicked his tongue. He channeled his power, sending divine lightning into his body, making Zhonglu scream in agony. "It hurts!" He saw a cold blue light flash in one of Shen An's pupils and thought, "Isn't he a fire attribute? How does he have a lightning attribute too? He didn't just extinguish my flames. He's made it so I can't even stand up." Shen An said indifferently, "And here I thought you were supposed to be strong." Shen An smirked. "Is that all you've got? For someone with so little time, you sure are overconfident." Zhonglu bit his lip in terror. But this guy clearly hasn't broken through to the 2-star spirit creation realm, has he? So why does the pressure and spiritual energy coming from him feel like he's 2 entire realms above me? No, it's 3 realms. He was so scared by the boy's ruthless face that he was petrified. "I'm going to die. Zhonglu, I'm really going to die here." Zhonglu quickly raised his head and begged, "Don't kill me." Hearing this, Shen An paused for a moment. He raised his hand and said, "Let me just give you one piece of advice. The powers of a pioneer shouldn't be used casually against other people." Shen An stuck his hands in his pockets and advised, "If you're so bored, why don't you go clean up the anomalies that are causing chaos?" Seeing this, Zhonglu stammered, "You?" Shen An looked off into the distance. Zhonglu sat up, watching his retreating back and thinking, "This guy, what's his deal? How can he have such strong spiritual energy?" His eyes widened as he asked himself, "Is his power just that heaven-defying, or am I just too weak?" The scene changes to a bustling city. Night has fallen, and countless lights are shining. Zhonglu, in his tattered clothes, walked alone into a room. He frowned, still lost in thought over something. His friend saw him and started teasing, "You're back. That new hairstyle looks good on you." "Young Master Zhong, I've told you before, provoking people is just." Li Shen pointed a finger at him, lecturing, "Even if you get angry, I have to say it again. You can't keep going on like this. The spiritual energy hasn't even officially recovered yet, and we're as insignificant as dust. Yet you go around making enemies everywhere. Isn't that way too risky?" Zhonglu said nothing, silently walking over to the sofa as the lecture continued. "You're so aggressive, not even distinguishing between friend and foe. You're just asking for trouble. Tan Huang cut in. Strange. I've said so much today, and he still hasn't gotten mad? The two looked on in confusion as he slumped onto the sofa. Tan Huang quickly came over, slinging an arm over Zhonglu's shoulder and teasing, "What happened? Did you get possessed or something? Are you still the same troublemaker Zhonglu? The one who wants to fight anyone he sees, ready to explode at any moment?" Li Shen walked over and asked softly, "Didn't you go to challenge that Heavenly Fire One-Blade guy today?" "What exactly happened?" he announced dejectedly. "I was taken down in an instant." Tan Huang jumped up and shouted, "What do you mean, taken down in an instant? Explain yourself clearly." Zhonglu, trembling all over, said through tears, "I was defeated in the blink of an eye." He put his hands on his head, blaming himself. "I should have realized something was wrong then. If I had just stopped in time, I wouldn't have had to suffer this humiliation." Li Shen was skeptical. "Is this One-Blade guy really that strong? You're a high-grade fire system genius. You just awakened less than a month ago, and you've already broken through to the spirit creation realm. Finding someone like you across several cities is rare enough as it is." He recalled the divine lightning, his face pale with fear as he recounted. It was just for a moment. Everything happened in a flash. Before the blazing fire phoenix dance, Tan Huang interrupted. "Could it be you found the wrong opponent? I mean, your fire attribute is so pure it's astonishing. Unless it was someone from a high-level war zone, there's no way anyone could normally fight you on even ground. Not to mention, you've already ascended to the spirit creation realm." Li Shen stroked his chin thoughtfully. "You awakened late. Not long after awakening, when we were fighting for resources, you defeated two wild pioneers of the same system as you. They were even at the 3-star noble residence realm. So is it possible that this heavenly fire One-Blade you ran into wasn't a pioneer at all? We predicted back then that his power wasn't stronger than yours." Zhonglu grabbed his arm. He cried out desperately, "How could I be mistaken? That's the exact spot where heavenly fire One-Blade appeared. It's definitely his territory. You guys wouldn't understand unless you went through it yourselves." He thought back to being struck by the divine lightning, then frantically recounted, "He's a monster. That stormy lightning power, it was like all the thunder in the sky was gathered right next to my ears. My head almost exploded right then and there." The two of them froze in place, as Zhonglu stated with certainty, "My gut tells me it was him." He pictured Shen An's imposing figure and said confidently, "He's a spirit creation realm pioneer with supreme-grade dual attributes of fire and lightning. His lightning ability is countless times stronger than my flames. He was definitely hiding his true strength. He has to be at least a 3-star spirit creation realm." Li Shen was still in disbelief. A wild 3-star spirit creation realm pioneer? How is that possible? Tan Huang speculated, "If your feeling is right, then this person is going to become the nightmare for all the talented young pioneers." He crossed his arms and remarked, "An attribute and talent that terrifying. It really makes one feel like they can only look up from afar, never able to reach." Zhonglu muttered, "He crushed me with a single move." Suddenly, he clenched his fists and asked, "What do you guys think? Should I try to secretly learn from him?" Hearing this, the other two were dumbfounded, letting out a stunned, "Huh?" The scene shifts back to Shen An, who was meditating and wondering to himself, "Strange, I was clearly about to break through to the 2-star spirit creation realm just now. Why does it feel like the opportunity is gone?" Shen An closed his eyes tightly, trying to find the reason. "It's not because of me." He let out a sigh, then opened his eyes, revealing his golden pupils as he murmured, "It must be an external cause." Then Shen pushed the door open and went outside, telling himself, "For some reason, the current spiritual energy can't gather and resonate. It's preventing me from condensing the laws of nature to create an environment for leveling up. Could it be?" He thought of the Spirit Energy Association and the monitoring department. They would be compiling data on the spiritual energy fluctuations collected by both sides. This data would be recorded and strictly managed to prevent external incidents. Rumor has it that the projections from this data show that with Xiasha country's current reserves, it would be difficult to survive the first year of the spiritual energy recovery era. Shen An saw several bolts of lightning strike down nearby and wondered, is something big really about to happen? Is the spiritual energy recovery about to start early in the city I'm in? He sat down on the sofa, picked up his phone, and tried to contact Jia Lan to see what the situation was with the military. But the operator's voice announced, "The subscriber you have dialed cannot be reached." Shen An looked down at the diagnostics screen. He couldn't get a signal. Could the military already be at the front lines? No. If there was a major incident, the military would have definitely contacted him. The worst-case scenario was that they'd been forced to cut communications. Just then, a call came in. The name that appeared surprised him. As soon as Shen An answered, her urgent voice came through. Shen An, the situation has changed. Please send backup. He glanced back at a creature banging on the glass window, then said the signal wasn't very good. Are a lot of abnormalities appearing in the city? Than Huyen stammered, no, it's a huge problem. I'm in the city. Then the phone cut off, making Shen An ask in annoyance, hello, before looking over to where the bat had been. He gave it a death glare, as if in challenge. The bat quickly shattered the glass window to charge inside. Shen An remained calm, watching it rush toward him and muttering, overestimating yourself. He brought two fingers together, creating a green beam of light. Shen An quickly leaped up, swung his arm, and shot that spiritual energy straight into the bat. Just then, Lin Yi pushed the door open and yelled, cousin! An abnormal bat broke in! She froze, looking at the shattered glass and wondering, did something happen? Lin Yi walked over, looked through the hole, and continued. Abnormalities only appeared occasionally before, but now one brazenly shows up right in our house. And what's more, there isn't just one. Shen An agreed. Yeah, it's very possible. As long as the situation is stable, it's still within my control. He looked up at the sky, muttering, the worst-case scenario is that a massive upheaval will happen here, just like the disasters we've seen on the news. Shen An frowned and explained, two-star Spectre Realm abnormalities usually just hide in the dark, not run rampant like this. He concluded, we're in for a tough fight next. I just don't know what it is yet. Call all the Ascendants you can contact and have them come to the house. Lin Yi obediently listened. Yes, Shen An turned and asked, you're about to reach the threshold of the spirit creation realm, right? For now, I'm entrusting the house's protection to you. Guard this opening. Don't let any abnormalities in. You girls have a problem with that? The girl replied confidently. No problem. The scene changes to a high-rise rooftop. Someone's voice rang out. Our signal being affected. Than Huyen said worriedly, If a mutation and disaster of this scale is really happening, we'll have to handle it ourselves. Another member cut in. Could it just be faulty equipment? Honestly, Captain A, I really can't imagine what an unpredictable class abnormality is like. She adjusted her radio and continued. I'm also hoping this is just a false alarm. Thon Huyen quickly reported, what's the patrol status for all teams? Area A, contamination level 4. Everyone, be high alert and report fluctuations in contamination data. Suddenly, something fell from above, making her squad look up in confusion. A swarm of abnormal bats was now diving toward them. Than Huyen announced loudly, abnormal swarm detected. Bolts of lightning were now constantly striking down. News reports blared everywhere. The city is about to face the biggest storm in the last half-century. Red alerts have been issued in many areas. Due to the storm, the entire city has the day off. Citizens are advised to remain at home and not go outside. Everyone immediately headed home, buzzing with discussion. It feels like a major storm is coming. So scary. This can't really be happening, can it? An apocalypse. What on earth is going on these days? Motorcyclists outside were also shouting. Something is definitely wrong with the sky. We're not gonna die, are we? At the same time, Lai Than, driving behind, spoke up, stay or go, Kwang Luke, you make the call. Suddenly, a few bats charged at him unexpectedly. Kwang Luke raised his palm, creating a blazing red spiritual power, and shouted, you're asking for death. He quickly launched a blast of energy at them. They flew in a perfectly straight line, which made him wonder. What's wrong with these abnormalities? With Kwang Luke's fire attribute here, shouldn't low-level abnormalities be giving us a wide berth? In just a moment, a bat caught in the spiritual energy let out a cry, startling everyone. The bat wasn't incinerated. Kwang Luke panicked, sweat pouring down as he denied it. No, that's not it. It's not that it wasn't incinerated, they regenerated. The people here are already monstrously strong, but even the abnormalities are this terrifying. Home. We have to go home now. Scene changes to a few hours earlier. Than Huyen looked at everyone on the screen and spoke. Therefore, we should immediately invite the highest-ranking members of the Spirit Association and Shen An to conduct a confidential discussion. Just as she turned to the director, she received bad news. A person appeared on screen to announce, Special Abnormality Alert. A class abnormality is approaching the city center. ETA within 24 hours. Swarms of bat abnormalities have already gathered on the city's outskirts. Someone, a class? Than Huyen quickly gave an order. The man, being chased by a tendril, yelled, Kub BS. The latest forecast indicates the approaching abnormality is Kub BS Unlimited. Immediately after, the tendril abnormality with blood-red pupils dove at him. The scene changes to the inside of the military district. The place was deserted, not a soul in sight. On the rooftops, a swarm of bats was busy destroying everything. Jilan drew her two familiar weapons, ready to fight them. Her eyes grew dangerous, her face darkening. A few seconds later, Jilan unleashed a flurry of slashes in midair. When she was done, she squinted ahead. Information displayed Jilan's ability, deviant spiritual power. High-level metal attribute mutation. Can transform spiritual power into any form and enhance it, achieving 200% of its power. Jilan turned to see Hathian landing and thought to herself, these dark attribute bat abnormalities just keep multiplying. They're impossible to kill. It's like they're trying to stop us. He looked up and said, Commander Jilan, it seems your wounds have healed. Your power has recovered. Hathian walked forward, looking at the sky and assessing, but the situation doesn't look good right now. Only high-ranking officers like us are left to defend the entire military district. Please give the order for our next step. Jilan said in a low voice, my district's signal is being jammed by the abnormalities. The anti-jamming measures have failed. We can't contact our personnel working outside or the other military districts. I believe the other military districts are facing the same situation. She readied her weapons, looking at the swarm of bats before her and emphasizing, what we have to do now is this, Jilan shouted her command. Team 1, Team 2, stay and defend this position. Do not let them enter the restricted zone. The rest of you, with me, break through the encirclement and rendezvous with the breakout teams from the other military districts. Immediately, everyone charged forward, their fighting spirit blazing. The swarm of bats grew larger, enveloping the entire city, which made someone realize the abnormality's final target isn't the restricted zone. It's the city. At that moment, two people were taking shelter from the rain at a bus stop. Someone was running as fast as they could, shouting, Run! It's raining! Chim Mo pulled out her phone and said cheerfully, What a downpour! I'll find a raincoat and keep filming. This crazy weather has huge appeal. She turned to the person next to her and said, It's like that time I had to work until I was completely exhausted just to film a viral video. The man beside her was trembling violently. When she saw this, her face turned pale. Chim Mo screamed in terror when she saw his whole body was covered in green veins. She scrambled to get away as the abnormal bats began grabbing people in the area. Where are those gunshots coming from? There are so many bats. The bats are biting people. Before long, one of them grabbed her by the collar, yanking Chim Mo into the air. In her moment of peril, a green arrow suddenly shot past, forcing the bat to drop her. She fell to the ground with a thud. Startled, she looked up at the person in front of her. Thon Huyen held out her hand and said, My comrade will take you home. She quickly gave an order. You two, get her home safely. Her subordinate cut in frantically. Boss, the number of C-class abnormal bats is increasing, and what's more, they're showing signs of evolving. Thon Huyen urged with a stern voice. If you know they're using human flesh and blood as food to evolve, then quickly get these people to safety. She looked up and continued, Then come back and regroup with me. This is a concentration zone with the highest level of abnormal pollution. The other two immediately shouted in unison, Yes, ma'am. Meanwhile, Shen An was holding his sword. He landed on a nearby rooftop, looking at the giant bat in front of him. Shen An carefully backed away, assessing the situation. Have these bats all evolved to nearly the level of a 3-star demon? He raised the weapon close to his face, then swung his arm with great force, sending a streak of golden energy through the night. However, something wasn't right, causing Shen An to pause for a moment. He looked at the bats and thought to himself, this anomaly is completely different. The bat colony is constantly multiplying and transforming. They seem dead but still show signs of life, making them difficult to completely exterminate. What's more, any area in the city where people are gathered has anomalies swarming together with a very high concentration of dark attributes. Shen An's face grew serious as he thought about the dark energy. It's as if countless identical polluted areas have appeared at the same time. This has the potential to become a catastrophe, so finding the members of the Spirit Association will still take some time. Well then, I'll just have to do this one step at a time. He immediately raised his hand high and shouted, Boundless dark realm, become nourishment for my spirit core. Shen An thought of the other faces and told himself, but I have to hurry. The vanguards who formed teams earlier have basically called everyone they could. With the power of these vanguards, and with homes to shelter them, self-protection isn't a problem. But if this keeps up, that nightmare will become reality. Surviving then will be very difficult. 10 minutes later, Thon Hin stood amidst a swarm of bat corpses. Damn it, I kill and kill, but there's no end to them. She was deeply worried. My spiritual energy recovery rate isn't fast enough. At this rate, my spiritual energy will be completely depleted. I wonder if my two unlucky teammates have run into trouble. Suddenly, cries and pleas for help came from behind her. Save me! Thon Hin quickly rushed to save the person, not forgetting to yell, "Damn it, these anomalies keep getting stronger. Their energy is about to reach the spirit creation realm. Our forces are spread too thin trying to save people. It's not enough. They've already started to attack people inside the buildings en masse." It was just like the situation that had almost occurred in the capital before. She hurriedly shot out green beams of light, piercing the abnormal bats. Though Than Huyen was strong, she was still swarmed by others. She suddenly widened her eyes, thinking to herself, if this continues. Than Huyen looked at the vortex of abnormal bats before her and said to herself, an anomaly king is about to be born. The city was gradually descending into chaos. The level of this anomaly was no less than the near disaster that almost happened in the capital. What's worse, it seemed like no one could stop this from happening. Whether it was the Spirit Association or the army, it seemed no one could completely salvage the situation or reverse this deadly course of events. The entire city was about to be destroyed in an instant. An urgent report came in from the Vanguard team in Sector A. They've sacrificed themselves, detonating into a mist of spiritual energy. To stop the spread of the bats, the Vanguard team in Sector B lured the anomalies and were surrounded. They also detonated into a mist of spiritual energy, successfully taking the Bat Anomaly group with them. Latest alert. Dark Attribute Anomaly detected. Codename Cocoon. Energy has reached Diamond Realm. Danger level S rank. Predictive models have confirmed it meets the criteria for an Anomaly King. In the observation area, in front of a computer screen, but the number of bats is too large and their reinforcement speed far exceeds our current defensive capabilities. The S-rank emergency plan has been activated, but even with coordinated efforts, the vanguards in other areas can't make it in time. The city has been enveloped by a thick black fog. Reinforcements from the military district and other areas can't get in. We've become an isolated city. The chairman made his decision. The city's survival is at stake. As a vanguard, I am willing, like everyone else, to live and die with this city, to advance and retreat together. We are the people of this city. If the anomalies want to destroy it, they'll have to get through our defenses first. Try to contact headquarters to send one last message if we cannot stop this disaster. To prevent the dark attribute from spreading further, immediately initiate the Annihilation Protocol. Back with Than Huyen, she was encased in a shield sphere, protecting herself from the bat swarm. She thought, my spiritual energy is completely depleted. If this keeps up, Than Huyen launched a burst of power forward. That energy illuminated the dark space. When she saw that monster, she was shocked. No way, this is a third-tier spirit creation realm beast. Than Huyen tried to attack it, but she herself realized, damn it, my spiritual energy is almost completely gone. The monster's claws snatched Than Huyen. Her whole body fell freely, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. This is all I can do. She gathered her strength and unleashed a blast of energy. Even if I die, I have to. Just then, a flame shot past Than Huyen. A fierce explosion erupted before her eyes. She stammered, She saw Shen An standing protectively in front of her. Than Huyen was astonished. B-Boss. His eyes glinted with icy fire. Shen An raised his sword, Divine Lightning. He showed no hesitation as he faced the monster that was gathering its firepower. A single vertical slash of divine lightning struck down. The monster's entire body was sent flying. Shen An landed on the ground and said apologetically, sorry, finding you was a bit of a hassle. There were too many identical anomaly swarms along the way. Than Huyen warned him urgently, be careful. They will regenerate. A dense swarm of bats flew toward them, blanketing the sky. He replied calmly, of course I know. A sphere of power condensed in Shen An's hand. Don't worry, in life and in work, I am. The deployed domain expanded. He stood firm. A man of my word. Only then did Than Huyen realize. That's right, how could I forget? The city still has Shen An, this peerless vanguard. He raised the boundless dark realm. From its center, Shen An turned and asked, are you okay? Than Huyen replied, I'm fine. Thank you for saving me. I still have some hemostatic medicine that can help me recover. His eyes had turned red. Shen An channeled lightning to her. I've helped you clean out the remnants of the dark attribute. If you have time, bandage your wounds. Than Huyen agreed. Okay, she couldn't help but be amazed. As expected of a high-grade lightning attribute, the pain from my wounds has significantly decreased. The healing speed is even faster than the hemostatic medicine from the Spirit Association's research department. From the monitoring screen, an officer noticed something. Look, the anomalies, they seem to be decreasing. Did they break through the encirclement? His superior denied it. No. All reinforcement vanguards around the city have been attacked and have lost contact. They still can't enter the city. Look, the number of anomalies outside the city shows no sign of decreasing. Inside the city, the number of vanguards keeps dropping. Not a single team has re-established contact. Perhaps the anomaly king is about to appear, so the number of bats in the city is decreasing as they gather. Actually, I wanted to go home for a visit to see my parents, but I guess I won't be able to anymore. Back with Shen An, he was asking, then let's do what we can for one last time. Do you have any solid intel? What exactly is this thing? Thon Huan replied, it's a super S-class anomaly, using the entire city as bait. Its power is no less than the one that was previously sealed in the Central Spirit District. Disaster. That's the word often used to describe it. This cocoon is like a harbinger of disaster. It can only give you a warning, just as humans can only know a catastrophe is coming, but cannot prevent it from happening. Inside, an extremely terrifying creature is incubating. Once it succeeds, the entire city will be annihilated. But now, we have a more scientific explanation. Research shows that even anomalies of the same type will cannibalize and attack each other. In their chain of mutated evolution, evolving through consumption is the fastest way to level up. But dark attribute anomalies are different. The most typical example is the hive effect of this swarm of anomalies below us. Normal evolving anomalies will automatically place themselves in the position of a servant. We call this perfect evolutionary form an anomaly king model. Sir, I know you're incredibly strong, so strong that it's beyond my comprehension, but you still haven't reached the diamond realm. Besides, even the strongest pioneer had to lie dormant after sealing a calamity. It took generations of us, gathering the 7 decay flower. We don't want to lose another calamity-level pioneer. If you can, please leave as soon as possible. Break through the aberrations blockade to get out of the city and meet up with Shen An. Did the return of spirit energy make you forget the 20-something years of your education? This is my home. No matter the cost, I will have no regrets. Hearing this, Qing Xuan felt relieved. Under the heavy downpour, he stepped forward into the sky, where a swarm of bats had already gathered around him. Shen An activated the golden sun ignition. A surge of energy erupted as he casually used the entire city as a sacrificial altar to celebrate the birth of the king. Shen An turned to her and asked, "Are your watch and equipment still working?" "Let me borrow them." She handed them to Shen An. "Doesn't this thing have the function to detect aberrations and contact the Spirits Association?" The sword in his hand was now engulfed in flames. "I have to go up there and destroy it before the bats fully converge. That's your cue to act." On the display screen, the target was rapidly ascending. A monitoring officer reported, "The signal from the pioneer who lost contact has been restored. It's Captain 2. Captain 2, can you hear me?" Following Tu Qingxuan's flight path, they realized, something's wrong. How is she moving that fast? And she's flying towards the origin point with the highest concentration of contamination. Tell her to turn back now. Going there alone is a suicide mission. Li Hai spoke into the radio. Specialist Tu Qingxuan, respond if you receive. Cease your actions immediately to avoid casualties. Await reinforcements from the association headquarters and the military district. There has to be a way. Specialist Tu Qingxuan, stay put and await orders. The watch on Shen An's wrist buzzed. He raised it and said, "Finally figured out how to use this thing. Hello? Hello? Can you hear me?" Li Hai quickly asked, "Who is this?" "Where is Specialist Tu Qingxuan?" Shen An replied, "Right here. I need all of you to coordinate with me now. I'm going to take down the king." At the center of the aberration zone, he was shocked. "What did you just say?" He flew straight towards the center of the bat swarm and repeated, "I said, if you don't want the city to be destroyed and become food for the aberrations, then have all your communication personnel use every piece of equipment and intel you have to help me attack that cocoon and kill it." Hearing this plan, Li Hai was stunned. He made an instant decision. "All right, everyone, halt your current tasks and connect with him immediately. Use any undamaged satellite radar. Scan for aberration sources nearby and give him all the intel support you can. We have two." An officer immediately began working on the equipment. "Yes, sir." They acquired an image. The satellite photo shows the giant cocoon is surrounded by a massive swarm of aberrations. The closer you get, the denser they are, circling like a vortex. The number of aberrations on the North Sea route might be able to break through the main road where they are concentrated, suggest breaking the encirclement from a secondary route heading southeast. Just as Shen An was charging straight up, a monitoring officer noticed, "This is bad. An aberration has spotted him. Two of them, estimated to be A rank and S rank. Are they spirit realm level? Watch out and evade." Li Hai thought to himself, but can he really escape? It's too late to retreat now. The entire observation area was shaking. Outside, he was tearing through the aberrations, blocking his path. Shen An asked again, "And then what?" Li Hai was stunned. "The aberration source. It's gone. One strike. He killed a dark attribute its rank aberration with a single strike. Could he Everyone began to celebrate. The tyrant! It's the tyrant! This is great! We're saved! That's right, the great hermit hidden within the city. I never expected there to be such a powerful pioneer here. Shen An calmly analyzed the situation. He thought, after enhancing the demon's subjugating blade, the flames also have a suppressive effect on dark attribute aberrations. It can reduce their regeneration speed. If I had successfully leveled up before this and then increased my power a bit, perhaps one strike would have been enough to completely negate the regenerative abilities of these aberrations. Bright, powerful slashes cut through the dark night. If that's the case, I'll just have to rely on speed and a high frequency of attacks to finish this. The bat swarm has stopped! They halted in mid-air. The people below were surprised. What's happening? The bats have stopped attacking. The guildmaster realized this is not good. For these bat minions to suddenly stop their attack, there's only one possibility. They're being summoned back by the Aberration King. Can it be the Aberration King wants to accelerate its emergence? If the bats outside the city are all being recalled, does that mean we still have a chance? Meanwhile, on Jielan's side, she was unleashing her power to hold back the descending swarm of bats. Jielan turned to Wang Lin and asked, "How much longer until we can enter the city?" He estimated the equipment predicts at least half an hour. She looked up at the immense number of bats in the sky and sighed. Half an hour. The Aberration King will have successfully hatched by then. The city will be lost. What's the point of stopping it then? Wang Lin was also helpless. We're out of options. The number of these bats is 10 times greater than our initial estimates. That's right, 10 times the S-rank numbers we predicted. Looking at the artillery fire directed at them, Jielan saw no hope. Even if we rely on large-scale, heavy-duty weaponry, we can't possibly eliminate them all. This won't do. If this continues, the surrounding cities will sooner or later become a hotbed for the dark attribute. Do we still not have enough manpower to break through the encirclement? He replied, not even close. I don't know what some of the other pioneers are thinking, just standing by with their arms crossed. Do they think the fire won't reach them? Her gaze stopped at one point where the bats were gathered in a black mass. Look over there! What is that? The bats in the city are gathering towards the area where the Aberration King is emerging. From the very center of it, brilliant flames were erupting. Jilin thought to herself, wait, those bright flames in the sky, could that be him? Shen An? Seeing her dazed, Wang Lin gently called out. Jilin? She regained her composure. It's nothing. Jilin gave an order. All units intensify firepower. Don't worry about supplies, it's not an issue. We must enter the city. Spiritual warfare zone. Do not give up on protecting any city. A stream of fire appeared in the sky, forming a dragon that charged towards the bat swarm. Both Jialin and Qingshuan were stunned. This sea of flames. Lin Yi recognized it immediately. It's my cousin. That's my cousin's blade technique. The bat swarm grew even more ferocious, but they will all become prey for the flaming dragon. Shen An sneered, so you've all come to offer yourselves to me? A single flame-wreathed slash came down. Then that's just perfect. A colossal firestorm shot straight towards the swarm. The vortex of flames tore through them, incinerating the bats. His eyes were still burning with fire. Shen An was about to break through, right here and now. Suddenly, I can feel it again. In this spirit-drained state, I can feel the sensation of an impending breakthrough to the next realm. He stood there, preparing his next move. Shen An shouted, let's speed this up. He held his sword in one hand and condensed a boundless dark sphere in the other. The sphere of dark power grew larger and larger. Shen An called out, Spirit Flower, come out! Cracks began to appear. The outer shell of the dark sphere shattered, and a brilliant red spirit flower bloomed. Wild thunder rolled down from the heavens. He intended to drain them all and help me break through. The spirit flower was in full bloom, unleashing its desolate power. From the flower, vine-like tendrils shot out. They pierced through the bats, all of them becoming nutrients for the flower. Shen An landed on the flower's pistil. Seeing that the sky was empty of bats, he muttered, it disappeared again? I only noticed after chasing it all the way up here. The giant cocoon, it's like a flower in a mirror, or the moon on the water. You can see it, but you can't touch it. But I can hear the king's heart beating. He closed his eyes to feel it. It was like the heroic and desolate sound of war drums on an ancient battlefield, a resounding declaration of war that could awaken the most evil and crazed ambitions from the depths of one's soul. To be this timid and still not show yourself, I fear it hasn't fully hatched yet. Shen An asked, hey, have you found the specific location yet? The other side replied, found it. The king's position has been synced to the device. The watch on his wrist emitted a red light, shooting straight up into the sky. He realized it was over there. A golden energy radiated from Shen An's body, the golden yang breathing technique. He shot up high, fully unleashing his power. That energy radiated throughout the night sky. The surrounding bats were instantly incinerated. The people below only saw a brilliant force in the sky, dazzling in color. What kind of ability is this? Is it a fire attribute? No, how could a fire attribute be this powerful? And it can counter the darkness attribute. Is it a yang attribute? The ultimate yang? A high-tier attribute that is the complete opposite of the darkness attribute. The abnormal energy concentration is starting to drop to 100%. This is truly unbelievable. As the tank division was assembling, a report came in. We've detected that the entire swarm of bats blocking our way has received some kind of order. They are all retreating, flying back towards the city. Lan was full of anticipation. Shen An, attack the Anomaly King's cocoon! The guild leader muttered to himself in praise. So it really is him. That tyrant with his Heaven's Fire single strike, unbelievable. This power is the purest and most extreme yang attribute. The only thing is, he's facing it all alone. She urgently advised, let's enter the city immediately. But he stopped her. Wait, look over there. That thing. Lan's eyes filled with astonishment. The cocoon, which was covered in a sticky slime, was showing signs of movement. Could it be the Anomaly King is starting to break out of its cocoon early? The pioneers below were roaring in anger. It's all because of it. It's the source of all this evil. And these beasts. They killed our countrymen. Kill them all. I will exterminate every last anomaly. Meanwhile, the spirit flower began to take root. Just defending is a sure way to die. We have to do something. We have to help Brother Fang. The birth of the creature in this giant cocoon will cost all of us our lives. It's turning the entire city into a bloody hell. On Thant Haiyan's side, they were working hard to heal everyone. Lin Yi looked over. Among the anomalies holding Brother Fang back, however many B-class, A-class, and even S-class there are, it just proves how many of our relatives and friends they have harmed. The young girl's gaze stopped at a single point. I've got it. A while ago, when Brother Fang took out that flower, I saw it absorb the power of a lot of bats. Isn't that just like the time we encountered the ghost lantern with the desolation attribute? So Brother Fang also possesses the desolation attribute's power? The girl took the lead, releasing her power. Then let's pour all of our spiritual energy into the net created by those plants so it can absorb our power. Everyone followed her lead. All right, the guild leader saw their actions. He was surprised when he saw the spiritual energy shooting towards the flower. Are those pioneers gathering their spiritual energy to attack the anomaly? No, that's not right. Their power isn't strong enough to directly attack the anomaly. When he saw the roots absorbing the spiritual energy, the guild leader had an epiphany. I get it. They're providing spiritual energy to the plant that Shen An summoned. He himself unleashed his power. I have to lend him a hand too. The others didn't hesitate for a second. Me too. Ooze too. The immense spiritual power of all three shot out. Thon Huyen, who was healing people, froze when she felt it. From all directions, countless streams of spiritual energy were flying towards the spirit flower. She had to stop her healing and look up. This is the power from all the pioneers in this city. She also contributed, gathering spiritual energy in the palm of her hand. Bring it on, Anomaly King. This is the resistance of humanity in this city. The spirit flower's power was enhanced, and it glowed with a brilliant golden light. The anomalies became even more ferocious. Any that attacked were sliced into pieces by Shen An's sword. The Golden Watch spoke up with a reminder. Be careful, all the anomaly bats outside the city are frantically closing in on you. 200,000 B-class anomalies with power equivalent to the 3-star Ghost Talisman realm. 100,000 A-class anomalies. A class at the 1-star Spirit Creation realm, and there are even S-class ones up there. At this point, he was surrounded by the swarm of bats, a brilliant golden spiritual energy protecting his body. Looking at the cocoon, Shen An said nonchalantly, it's useless. No matter how many minions you summon, they will all be annihilated by me. He provoked his opponent. Anomaly King, you haven't even finished evolving and you're already rushing to break out of your cocoon? Is it because you're afraid of being killed by me directly? Unable to bear the humiliation, it stretched out its hand. The Anomaly King's head was revealed, its cold blue eyes glaring. It let out a roar, unleashing its power towards its opponent. Beneath it was an orb containing immense power. The ground below cracked over a wide area. Everyone panicked. An earthquake! It's the power of the Anomaly King! Damn it! Does this mean the Anomaly King can easily destroy us just by emerging from its cocoon? Everyone, from Jialan to Thon Huyen, watched him with hope, their eyes fixed on him. Lin Yi also prayed. Shen An, you have to succeed. His cold voice rang out. You are the Anomaly King of Darkness, the main culprit behind this disaster. The spirit flower behind him bloomed, supporting Shen An. I grew up here. I love the environment here, and I cherish my current life. The Anomaly King opened its massive maw and unleashed its power. His brows furrowed, his expression utterly serious. The two forces collided, and a violent explosion erupted. Opposite him was the eye of the Anomaly King. Just a tiny one-star spirit creation realm creature. It roared. And you dare to challenge me? Shen An could feel the pressure radiating from it. This is not good. The Anomaly King is truly different from ordinary anomalies. After taking a full-powered blow from me, it still hasn't been killed. Even after being burned to this extent by the Yang attribute, it was still able to swallow me whole. This digestive fluid also has extremely strong corrosive properties, not to mention the concentration of the dark attribute hidden within. If it were any other pioneer, they would have vanished from this world long ago without a trace. I can't believe an anomaly of this level possesses such high-level intelligence. Is it not afraid of me attacking it from the inside? The inside of the body is the most dangerous place after all. Shen An threw a fiery punch downward. First, let's give this a try. A blazing fire radiated from his hand as he landed. Shen An frowned, thinking to himself, it seems that although my power has been weakened considerably by its fluid, I can still injure it. As long as it's effective, then everything can be solved. Now, Spirit Flower. The Anomaly King is using this trick to fight me. This has caused the Spirit Flower on the outside to be sucked in as well. Fortunately, it had already absorbed enough of the strange dark attribute. Not only that, but also the spiritual energy sent by the pioneers in the city. Looking at the dim Spirit Flower in his hand, he guessed, what's wrong? You don't like its dark attribute, he thought to himself. This is unexpected. A Spirit Flower with the Desolation attribute is actually repelled by the Anomaly King's dark attribute. I wanted to destroy it from the inside. A blow from him struck the ground. The Anomaly King began to summon a swarm of bats to surround itself. Number 81 asked worriedly, Lin Yi, what's the situation now? She replied, I don't know where Brother Fang is either. An announcement came from the coordinator. Everyone, retreat in an orderly fashion. We will do our utmost to ensure your safety. Thon Huyen thought to herself, Shen An is fighting inside the Anomaly King's body. Everyone is doing a good job with the protection detail. The fallen creatures and the Aberration King haven't had time to attack the city. We have to finish the evacuation immediately. Galam coordinates from above, minimizing any potential casualties. Looking at that Aberration King, she knew they had to be fast. There was no way they could defeat it. A vortex formed around it, devouring all the fallen creatures that were sucked in. A look of surprise flashed across his eyes. A young man pursed his lips, holding his breath as his spiritual power swirled around him, and a patch of slime clung to Shen An's shoulder. The boy's eyes narrowed, growing tense. His vision of Shen An began to blur, and his eyes shot open when he heard a tearing sound. Ruined buildings appeared. This place, right behind Shen An, an Aberration King was lurking in one of the buildings. As its fist flew out, he spun around just in time, spiritual power condensing in the palm of his hand. Then he realized it was gone, his spiritual power. Right now, Shen An was about to be. Shen An thought to himself, wait, this can't be right. My body's physical functions are still in the state they were in after my training. This proves it. Right now, this must be the Aberration King's hallucinatory ability. It's trying to make me feel like I've returned to my past life, making me think I haven't awakened yet, that I haven't become a vanguard. As its true form reached for him, Shen An could only struggle to dodge. He came to a decision. The Aberration King wasn't powerful enough to completely strip away his strength, which means its power isn't greater than his. Shen An closed his eyes. My power isn't gone. What I need to figure out now is how to overcome this barrier within the illusion. This very breakthrough is the weakness the Aberration King has exposed to me. The Aberration King's hand grabbed him. It laughed triumphantly. You fool! Once you're here, you can never get out. Just look. An idea sparked in Shen An's mind. I've got it. The Aberration King's eyes turned a blazing red, and half of its face became ferocious. It turned out that the other face had transformed into his. Its mouth gaped wide. It's all over. This is what truly belongs to you. This is your fate. Accept it. So what if you people gain a little power? What can you possibly do? Humans, in the end, are just. However, Shen An remained completely calm. Is that so? Looks like this is the only trick you've got. Spiritual power radiated from his body. It seems you still don't know. Me? I was reincarnated. I got to live this life again, for the sake of protecting my family and the people by my side. The Aberration King was suddenly struck by a wave of spiritual power. From the air, his body erupted in a powerful blaze of flames. A brilliant fire flared out. Shen An's eyes and hair had turned fiery. He commanded, "Get to work, system." Surrounding Shen An were three giant hands brimming with immense spiritual power. The system announced, "Verification complete." You have met the requirements for a breakthrough. Do you wish to break through to the spirit creation realm? He raised his sword high. King of aberrations, I must thank you for helping me realize this. My rebirth was the turning point to change this world that was destined to be devoured by you, and I am the one chosen to enact vengeance. It created a vortex, trying to suck him in, its mocking laughter echoing, "You useless little ants, I thought you had some skill." Shen An just stood there calmly, watching the torrent of power gradually approach him. He dodged back slightly, avoiding a direct confrontation. It sneered, "Human, you can't escape this place. Obediently become my nourishment." But the Aberration King's laughter abruptly stopped. Its screams rang out. "What is this thing? My body, my precious body, you despicable human." A fiery punch had struck the Aberration King from below. Shen An unleashed Wind Burial, Nine Dragons Skyfire, Evil Slaying Karma Strike. As it was attacked by the flames from all sides, from the sky, everyone saw only a brilliant sphere, like a small sun, followed by an announcement. All aberrations cleared. The Aberration King's crimson eyes were gradually covered by black mist, and finally, the sky began to return to its clear state. The black mist was being drawn in by the boundless abyss. It condensed right in front of Shen An, who coldly absorbed it all. The boundless abyss was gradually absorbed by Shen An. He silently rejoiced. It's finally over. But the people below couldn't believe it. It's over. Cheers erupted. It's over. The city is safe. We weren't wiped out. We survived to see the second day. Is it really settled? We're saved. Jialan looked up at the sky. The sun's rising. Below, Wang Lin asked, "Aren't you going to look for them?" She replied, "There's no need. We have our own work to do. For instance, letting these people's lives return to normal and restoring this city to how it was." In the monitoring room, people were hugging each other. "This is great. We did it. We really did it." We also did our part to stop the king's descent. Saved by a stroke of luck. It's a good thing he showed up. He actually managed to defeat the king. Without him, we would have had to bear the shame of letting the city fall to the enemy. Even in death, we couldn't have escaped that responsibility. Qing Xuan asked worriedly, "They're still alive, right?" The guildmaster reassured her, "Don't worry. Our medical center wasn't destroyed by the swarm of aberrations." She replied, "I understand. If it weren't for Shen An, they wouldn't have had any chance of being treated. Sometimes I have to wonder, what kind of master is he? Why does he possess such immense power? He can always turn the tide, accomplishing things others can't even imagine." The old man stroked his chin thoughtfully. "Well, after this battle, the headquarters should be making a move, right?" Chingsh answered, "The phenomenon in the sky just now indicates he has advanced to the second star spirit creation realm. At this realm, someone will make contact with him before we do." Her gaze drifted. "When I first started monitoring him, I thought I had a chance to compete with him. But now, I've been left so far behind. Besides, from what I know of him, both his spiritual power attributes and his talent are at their absolute peak. I'm afraid his true strength is far beyond this. Forget this place. Even in the entire Sha Nation, he's a top-tier genius." The guildmaster added, "A light that shines to the very heavens, a seal of dragon flames that slays all aberrations." This is a spectacle everyone witnessed. It must have already sparked a lot of discussion. In the future, the wave of discussion will only grow, not just among the vanguards, but among ordinary people as well. We must act soon. Qing Xuan was surprised. "Gee," the guildmaster replied, "the funeral wind. That name isn't bad, is it?" Meanwhile, number 81 was hurrying after Lin Yi. "Yi, slow down, wait for me." She was only concerned for him. "Where's cousin?" He tried to persuade her. "Don't rush. I think it's better if we go home and wait." Lin Yi's gaze stopped in one direction. She called out softly, "Shen An, cousin." He turned to look at them. Then Shen An walked over and asked, "Why did you two insist on coming out to find me?" "How are you now? Can your body still take it?" Lin Yi replied. "I knew it. You need us right now." Reassured by her, he comforted her. "I'm fine. You did a good job." Shen An thought to himself, as expected of an aberration king. "It's been a long time since I've been this badly injured. The Unity, along with the seal, used up almost all of my spiritual power after breaking through to the second star spirit creation realm, and now I've made these two kids worry about me." The moment she touched him, Lin Ji sensed it. She asked directly, "Wait, cousin, did you break through another realm again?" "Second star spirit creation realm. How can you level up at such a terrifying speed? Just what level is your talent?" Number 81 was also in shock. "What? Big Bro broke through again?" News reports flooded in. The man who saved the city, Superclass Vanguard, the mysterious master, the funeral wind, slaying the Aberration King with a single slash. Who is this legendary figure? What level has the one who single-handedly defeated the Aberration King reached? Everyone was buzzing with discussion. "That's insane. I thought we were all done for at that moment. The experts from the Spirit Association and the military district were all helpless. But he alone wiped out a catastrophe. Who on earth is that funeral wind? Without any official resources or support for one person to cultivate to this level, could there be some mysterious faction behind him that I can't even fathom? In front of a computer screen reading the news, Jianglu swore, "Damn it, I wasn't seeing things. It really was him." A single person defeated a king-level aberration that caused a city-destroying disaster. He felt that, for me, Zhonglu, to lose to a master like that was a blessing in disguise. Jianglu was eager to leave, but Li Yu quickly asked from behind, "Young Master Jiang, where are you going?" He replied, "I want to go apprentice myself to him." Someone behind them muttered, "Well, I feel like the scene's about to change to Dasha, Sioux City." In front of a desk, someone asked, "Hey, what are you guys looking at?" A scruffy-looking man with a cigarette dangling from his lips said in disappointment, "I was hoping to see the army and the Spirit Guild destroy each other. This is so unsatisfying." Another guy gave an order, "Find a top-tier gun and go meet him." A third person immediately refused. "That won't do. This guy's known as a child of heaven, a savior. How could a single bullet be satisfying?" A photo of our protagonist was placed on the table. The Undertaker. A sharp fingernail viciously dragged a line across Shen An's picture. The photo was quickly consumed by flames. No rush. Anyone who stands in our way, no matter what realm they're in, will not be spared. They will all be destroyed. The man's eyes glinted with a cold, murderous intent. At that moment, a knock was heard at the protagonist's door. "Hello, may I ask if Shen An is home?" When he opened the door, two people were waiting outside. Qing Xuan was holding a pile of gifts, and next to her was the guildmaster. "Regarding the recent S-Class anomaly invasion, we were severely negligent. Thanks to you, sir, an irreversible disaster was avoided. On behalf of the Spirit Guild, we wish to express our deepest gratitude to you." Shen An calmly invited them in. "It was nothing. Please come in and we'll talk." Lin Yi brought out some water for the guests. Qing Xuan silently sized up the surroundings, thinking, "So this is what a top-tier master's home looks like. What is the military even doing? The Spirit Guild should apply for a place." The guildmaster began, "Actually, there's another reason the Spirit Guild sent us here this time. We wish to seek your approval for something. We plan to officially release the title, The Undertaker. The current situation across Dacia is that every city has a number of powerful Ascended. Their fame spreads, making them renowned figures within the Ascended community. And this S-Class anomaly was the most terrifying one to date. We want to release the title The Undertaker to make Tai City a key strategic city in the post-spiritual energy revival era. After this S-Class disaster, we are certain that our city needs a famous and powerful Ascended leader to serve as our pillar of strength." Qing Xuan continued, "In the future, celestial phenomena will become more frequent, and invasions by anomalies will increase. We cannot be in a situation where we're considered for abandonment again." He was surprised. "Abandon the city," she confirmed. "That's right. But really, it wouldn't have made a difference. After all, if it weren't for you, everyone in the city would have died. It's just a matter of how they would have died." Lin Yi came to a realization. "I see. It seems my understanding of how cruel this world has become after the spiritual energy revival is still lacking." The protagonist advised, "Yi, we don't need to be so pessimistic." He thought to himself, "I've been so focused on my cultivation that I've neglected the city's development since the revival. Although the Tai city I live in is one of Dacia's key provincial cities, it hasn't reached the top 3 in terms of strategic depth or development. Among the more than 100 cities, the top 3 are the capital, Shen City, Tian City, and Shang City. Besides them, there's also Hai City, Yuan City, and Chuan City. So, this incident is actually an opportunity for Tai City." The guildmaster continued, "Right now, all the cities are starting to compile reports on the number and strength of their Ascended. They're developing their regional strategic power. The stronger an Ascended is, the higher the city's evaluation level. The more resources they get, the more rogue Ascended will be willing to join the city's Spirit Guild. Everyone, whether they're an Ascended or an ordinary person, needs a solid pillar of support. A beacon of hope that people can look up to. Our Spirit Guild will keep your private identity a secret, focusing mainly on building up your mystique. A mix of truth and fiction to let them speculate and imagine." Shen An nodded slightly. "A reasonable amount of mystery is much smarter than revealing everything." Lin Yi chimed in from the side. "That's right. The human imagination can sometimes be far more intimidating than reality." He agreed. "I have no objections. This is beneficial for me and the people around me. In that case, I hope we have a pleasant partnership." Shen An extended his hand toward the man, and the two of them shook on it. The guildmaster continued, Following this, with the close cooperation of the Spirit Guild and the military, Tai City returned to normal operations at an unbelievable speed. The city's recovery and the rescue of the injured proceeded in an orderly fashion. This disaster accelerated the process of maintaining order everywhere, and the world began to get back on the right track. At the Spirit Guild headquarters in Shen City, a discussion was underway. The Undertaker. Is this the Ascended who handled the S-Class anomaly in Tai City? Among the new Ascended who've registered recently, he stands out the most. An employee pointed at a computer screen displaying Shen An's information. Not just that. According to the documents submitted by Tai City, he possesses more than one high-tier attribute. Heavenly Fire Single Slash, which went viral online before, a high-tier fire attribute, and Tyrant, a high-tier lightning attribute named by the military district. That's him too. The person added, and that's not all. There's something even more amazing. Yuru joined the conversation. Are you guys discussing the Undertaker? Excuse me, could you let me see his information for a moment? The man agreed. Miss Yu, of course. Of course. Yuru looked at his image on the screen. More and more Ascended are showing their talents and distinguishing themselves. I'm sure there are still many who haven't seen his abilities firsthand and feel unconvinced. Even I want to witness his prowess for myself. The Undertaker. Perhaps we'll meet soon. Meanwhile, in a library in Shang City, a guy approached a young woman to hit on her. Hi, excuse me, could I? She rejected him. No, this is a library. You're disturbing others. The guy didn't press the matter and walked away with a dejected sigh. She thought with disdain, what a boring idiot, completely oblivious to the changes in the world. I've only been in Shang City for a few days, but so much has already happened. After the exam ended, I awakened my spiritual power and became a one-star Gui Fu Realm Ascended. It's rare to become an Ascended, and I just happened to be one of the chosen. Perhaps that's also why I was able to escape the disaster in Tai City. Ordinary people, what can they use to fight against anomalies? Especially for mediocre people, what else can they do? She recalled meeting him before. So we were just classmates, huh? With the way he used to be, he was probably drained of his blood by those bats long ago. How could I have been so mistaken as to think that genius looked a little like that useless man? This Undertaker is 1,000,000 times more outstanding than he is. Only a powerful and handsome Ascended like him is worthy of me. Back with Shen An, he was holding a flyer for a house for sale. Their goal was, today we're going to take a break and get ourselves sorted out. Our objective is to go house hunting. Lin Yi pulled down his sunglasses neatly. But cousin, is it really okay for us not to train today? Shen An replied, it's rare to have a day off. We need a balance between work and rest. The Spirit Guild's suggestion was actually very reasonable. Besides leveling up our cultivation, we still need to spend time improving our own quality of life. Lin Yi was overjoyed. Team Leader Su said this, Qingshuan added. Your living conditions really do need improvement. We made an appointment to go see some houses with you two today. As she stepped into the luxurious house, she couldn't help but get excited. But I never expected Team Leader Su to have these kinds of resources. This high-end house, I never even dared to dream about it. Team Leader Su said to feel free to take two. I get one too? Shen An was much calmer. What's the big deal? This is the era of spiritual energy revival after all. Those other people all know the value a powerful cultivator represents. Houses and property are nothing in comparison, she replied, but this is still a change of plans that feels unsettling. And here I was, thinking I could just earn some money and cultivation resources to improve myself. A strange scent drifted past Lin Yi. Suspicious, she asked, hey, do you smell something rotten? He smelled it too. Yeah, it's like a foul sewer, but not quite. I've been in Thai for so long, and I've never smelled anything like this. Hey, Shen An squints, wondering if it's just a random plumber fixing the pipes, but he quickly brushes the thought aside. No, someone is definitely following us. Both of them snap around on high alert. A gang of thugs is storming right toward them. You're the wind burialist, aren't you? Took you long enough to notice you stepped right into my poison mist. Just as I thought, you're nothing but overhyped trash, a weak little sissy with zero bite. The thug scoffs. The Thai family is truly pathetic for making a brat like you their captain. The gang surges forward. We're gonna teach you a harsh lesson, kid. Cuff up all the goodies the Thai family gave you and pay your respects to us. Lin Yi reacts in a flash. She unleashes a sharp surge of spiritual energy, slashing right past him. One of the thugs raises his weapon high. An axe comes crashing down. She quickly summons a glowing shield to block the heavy blow. This isn't good. Kuzin, watch out. They're at the spirit creation realm too. Shen An raises his hand, roaring flames instantly condensing in his palm. A bunch of small fries like you actually dare to rob me right on the streets? His fiery fist blasts forward, blazing right across the thug's face. The intense force sends the man flying backward. His goons gasp in pure shock. No, that's impossible, the leader stammers. This sissy clearly got hit by my armor-piercing paralysis poison. My spiritual energy should have left his entire body completely numb and stiff. Shen An stands completely unfazed, glaring coldly at the poison spray gun revving up in the thug's hand. The armor-piercing, paralyzing toxin, crafted by a mutated wood attribute pioneer, swirls inside the chamber. It's a vile concoction, brewed from the spiritual, energy-infused sweat of a pioneer, refined, extracted, and mixed with illegal black market powders. According to their tests, it's designed to effortlessly pierce right through an opponent's spiritual defense. Sure, the paralyzing effect is short-lived, and the actual impact force is painfully weak. But in a life-or-death duel, a split second is all it takes to decide victory. We are all in the spirit creation realm. You really think we're scared of you? Don't even dream of running away this time, brat, Shen An sneers in disgust. A mutated earth attribute and a mutated wood attribute, huh? He thinks to himself, these weird, underhanded tricks perfectly match their trashy, unorthodox style. A normal protective spiritual aura would definitely leave an opening for a pioneer like him to exploit. Shen An smirks. Too bad for them. Against me, it's completely, utterly useless. One of the thugs lunges straight for Lin Yi. Without missing a beat, she delivers a brutal spinning kick right into the bastard's gut. As Lin Yi lands gracefully behind him, Shen An slowly takes off his sunglasses. His eyes burn absolute disgust. You guys are really annoying. Blazing flames erupt wildly around his body. Why? Step back. A massive wave of hellfire explodes outward, leaving the thugs frozen in sheer terror. A gigantic fireball condenses in the air. The intense heat scorches their skin, and agonizing screams tear through the street. This is terrifying. What the hell kind of fire is this? Is this the power of the wind burialist? It burns! Stop! Please stop! Van Hyen sprints toward the chaotic scene, waving her hands frantically. They aren't dead yet, right? Please, spare their lives. Seeing them still breathing, she lets out a heavy sigh of relief. Thank goodness, that was way too close. These thugs are prime targets for the association. Glaring down at the unconscious bodies, Than Huyen scoffs. The Spirit Energy Association has officially started registering all pioneers for stricter management, especially dangerous scumbags like them. Shen An glares at the charred bodies. I hate being bothered. If any of you ever dare to provoke me again, it won't end this cleanly. Thon Huyen crosses her arms, visibly annoyed. Consider yourselves incredibly lucky you're still breathing. As the medical staff quickly haul the groaning thugs away on stretchers, Thon Huyen reveals the truth. If this had happened just 2 days ago, the Spirit Energy Association wouldn't have interfered with a pioneer civil brawl at all. Getting beaten to death would have been exactly what you deserved. The Wind Burialist only spared your miserable lives to give face to the association. If this brutal lesson still isn't enough for you, well, you already know damn well what kind of horrific punishment awaits you behind bars. She grumbles internally. What a bunch of absolute idiots. Seriously, what is wrong with these people? Why do they keep blindly provoking the #1 pioneer officially backed by the association? Lin Yi steps forward, her curiosity piqued. Captain 2, I have to ask, what kind of punishment are they actually going to face? Captain decrosses her arms. These scumbags already have heavy criminal records. Even if they're in the spirit creation realm, they are getting slammed with a life sentence. They can kiss their freedom and basic rights goodbye forever. They'll rot in a maximum security prison, forced to squeeze out every last drop of their pioneer value for the system. Shen An nods in approval. Squeezing them dry like that is a perfectly ruthless method, not bad at all. Than Huyen quietly watches his reaction. This man standing right in front of me is the ultimate treasure of the Spirit Energy Association. He's the literal future of the Ha Nation, she thinks. Even if we fiercely push campaigns and hype up the Wind Burialist to the absolute max, there's always going to be a horde of brain-dead idiots. Their spiritual energy is pathetically weak, yet they act tough and rush in to essentially offer up their own heads. Is our association's propaganda really that hopelessly subtle? Regardless, roping in elite pioneers like him and pouring endless resources into their growth is the association's top priority. I absolutely cannot let these blind, suicidal fools ruin the fragile alliance we've worked so hard to build with Shen An. Thon Huyen flashes a bright, professional smile. Come on, let's go pick out your brand new luxury villa and car. She makes a silent vow. Next time, I definitely need to make a bloody example out of these thugs to scare the rest of the monkeys. Soon, they are escorted to an ultra-modern high-rise. These are the two premium properties the association has handpicked just for you. Thon Huyen gestures proudly. First, we have this massive penthouse on the top floor. It boasts the absolute best panoramic view of the city center, fully equipped with luxury amenities. Living here is incredibly convenient. The second option is a breathtaking 3-story private villa. Both estates are fully furnished with the highest grade interior designs. You won't need to spend a single dime on extra renovations. All you have to do is pack your bags and move right in. Lin Yi's eyes sparkle with excitement. Wow, both of these places are absolutely incredible. Shen An doesn't even blink. Then I'll take both of them. Lin Yi tugs his sleeve, looking hesitant. Wait, can we really do that? He confidently waits for the association's response. Why not? I fully trust Captain Tu's boundless sincerity. Than Huyen smiles warmly, making the promise without hesitation. Not a problem at all. I'll put in a quick word with the higher-ups. Rest assured the paperwork will be done in a flash. Shen An raises an eyebrow. And the cars. Without missing a beat, she leads them straight to the luxury auto dealership. The Spirit Energy Association actually has an exclusive partnership with. Before she can finish, the nearby crowd bursts into excited whispers. Oh my god, look at that girl. She's so ridiculously elegant. What a dominating aura. And that guy next to her is definitely no joke. He's just wearing casual clothes, but you can feel his intense presence from here. I can tell just by looking at him. He's got to be some crazy wealthy young master from a top-tier family. He's totally here to buy a luxury car for his gorgeous girlfriend, right? Nearby, Chu Qingli's friend stares in absolute shock. Wait a second, isn't that Chu Qingli's ex-boyfriend? The same guy the academy principal personally escorted in the military base? I just came out for a casual stroll, and I run straight into my roommate's ex-boyfriend? And what the hell, he's actually buying a multi-million-dollar car for another girl. Her eyes go wide as she quickly whips out her phone, snapping a sneaky picture of the pair. Miles away, Chu Qingli's phone buzzes violently with a barrage of texts. Attached is the candid photo. Chu Qingli, you will never guess who I just saw. It's your ex-boyfriend. He just walked into the ultra-exclusive VIP-only Forest luxury dealership to buy a car. The absolute cheapest ride in there starts at over $1 million, and he's buying it for this incredibly stunning high-class girl. Staring at the glowing screen, Chu Qingli's face remains completely cold. She types back an indifferent reply. So what? But deep down, she scoffs in pure disbelief. Buying a luxury car? Where the hell would a loser like him get that kind of cash? It looks like he completely dodged that massive disaster, and instead of dying, he somehow got ridiculously lucky. He actually managed to find himself a rich sugar mommy, huh? Too bad for you. The massive gap between our statuses isn't something you can just casually cross with some dirty money. You were completely beneath me then. You are beneath me now, and you'll be light years beneath me in the future. Just wait until I ascend to the absolute peak of the pioneers. All these pathetic material things will mean absolutely nothing. What a stupid fool. Back at the breathtaking new villa, Lin Yi squeals with joy, sprinting excitedly up the grand crystal staircase. Brother, we actually own a luxury villa. It's completely ours. Stepping into the lavish foyer, Shen An casually scans the extravagant architecture. Not bad at all. Wipe that drool off your face, kid. We still have the massive penthouse in the city center. We can freely swap between the two whenever we get bored. I'm gonna go check out the top floor. She zooms up the stairs like a rocket. Shen An sighs, a rare soft smile tugging at his lips. This kid, she's finally acting like an actual child for once. She doesn't have to desperately pretend to be a hardened adult anymore. In my past life, right up until the moment I reincarnated, I had never once met her. She must have grown into a pioneer everyone blindly relied on, constantly pushed to the front lines, but not this time. In this life, I refuse to let this innocent kid shoulder the world's heavy burdens just to die a brutal death all over again. Suddenly, his phone vibrates wildly. Shen An glances at the caller ID, an eyebrow shooting up in surprise. Jilan, what the hell does she want from me? He hits accept, keeping his tone flat. Hello, what do you want? Jilan's smooth, teasing voice echoes through the speaker. Just calling to say congratulations on your massive promotion, Captain Fuang. I heard a little rumor that the association just gifted you 2 luxury estates. Their desperate bootlicking tactics never change, do they? Shen An lets out a low chuckle. Actually, I think it's a fantastic little habit they have. They should definitely keep it up. Jilan just laughs, seeing right through his act. Oh, you don't need to cover for them. I already know a ridiculously powerful pioneer like you couldn't care less about these shallow, money-stained trinkets. But honestly, if you want to upgrade your living conditions, there's no better payout than this. The spirit fruit growing in the restored spiritual grounds will be ripe soon. When it is, I'll send you a piece to try. She thought to herself, the gap between ordinary people and vanguards all comes down to their perspective. But the chasm between an elite vanguard like Shen An and the rest of the pack, that was on a whole different level. Even the strategic resources of the spiritual war zone probably meant nothing to him. Jialan sent a message. I've got an internal mission over here. I'm hoping you can step in. Are you interested? Shen An replied bluntly. This was your real goal all along, wasn't it? Let's hear it. Getting straight to the point, she asked, do you know about the Tianbao Tower in Shang City? Of course he knew it. Wasn't Tianbao Tower the biggest commercial hub in Shang City? Its recent lockdown had the locals complaining nonstop. That's right, she confirmed. It's due to an anomaly invasion. There's been a massive number of casualties. Right now, it's nothing short of a literal haunted house. Tianbao Tower, the iconic landmark of Shang City, the mega complex with the highest foot traffic, practically the very face of the city itself. However, with anomalies stirring up chaos left and right, lately, deadly incidents had been piling up. The Shang City Spirit Association was completely out of options. Arriving at the scene, Shen An raised a hand in greeting. Hey everyone, I'm here on orders from the spiritual war zone. As he approached them, he thought to himself, Jialan told me to keep my identity and realm a secret for now. I don't know the exact reason, but I'll play along for now. Shen An's eyes secretly sized them up. His spiritual energy couldn't probe their exact realms. Are they all hiding their true strength? Judging by the clothes of those two on the side, they had to be from the military district. Liang Rong spoke up first. So you're the guy. Nice to meet you. Another member, Hui Wei, chimed in. Hello. He could sense it. These two gave off a vibe very similar to Su Qingying. They were definitely from the Shang City Spirit Association. Song Wei spoke up. Commander Jia Lan already informed us. Hui Wei introduced them. We're from the Shang City Spirit Association. We'll be operating with you this time. The sky suddenly broke open, pouring heavy rain as their vehicle rolled out. Sitting inside, Hui Wei continued. Listen up, everyone. We're temporary teammates for this run, even though I'm still entirely in the dark about your actual combat levels. Shen An sat in the very back with two others. They remained completely silent, brushing him off. Lu Xia shattered the awkward silence. I think we need to agree on one thing right now. Once we're inside, we have to watch each other's backs, right? Shen An noticed the sheer complexity of this squad. It really was a patchwork of transfers from over. Shang City was a massive hub, and the Spirit Association members here were clearly a mixed bag. Beside them, Lang Rong threw a dismissive glance at Shen An. He leaned in and whispered to Song Yue. Didn't Jia Lan say she was sending us some massive big shot? Is it really this kid? I can't say for sure, Song Yue whispered back. He looks pretty scrawny, like a high schooler, but he doesn't have a government wristband, and his aura is completely sealed off. I can't read his true strength at all. Liang Rong was shocked. A big shot? Don't tell me. Is he the sealer? The one who single-handedly crushed the calamity and saved Tai City from total annihilation? But is the sealer really just a young student like him? Whether it's possessing 3 ultra-rare, high-tier attributes, or obliterating an endlessly multiplying calamity anomaly with just the strength of a 1-star spirit creation realm. Sealing the king of anomalies while simultaneously breaking through to the next realm right on the battlefield? He's seriously piqued my interest. Meanwhile, at the military district office in the spiritual war zone, Jia Lan picked up the receiver. Hello, spiritual war zone, Jia. The voice on the other end cut her off in a panic. Tianbao Tower has completely fallen. Our entry team has gone entirely dark. Right now, the anomaly concentration in the sky has hit 12,000. The known death toll is 53. Please, you have to prioritize this. She couldn't believe it. The mutation rate is accelerating? Jia Lan offered a firm guarantee. Rest assured, I am not taking this lightly. The person I deployed this time is flawless. You have my absolute word. The voice demanded, Who did you send? Her tone turned ice cold. You handed the mission to us. Stop asking questions. That is the ironclad rule of the spiritual war zone. Back at Tianbao Tower, a violent vortex tearing with fierce lightning swallowed the sky. A heavy blood-red rain hammered down as Shen An's team stepped out of the vehicle. Shen An analyzed the grim scene. The situation is dire. Whatever is in there is no weaker than the monster I fought last time. Someone gasped in horror, staring up at the churning crimson sky. Look up there! What the hell is on the windows? If I'm not mistaken, that's definitely blood. Song Yue stepped forward, sharing intel. From what I know, the interior of Tianbao Tower is actually quite cramped. The whole building is 40 stories high, making it the tallest structure in Shang City. Over 2,000 staff and customers. Were supposed to be evacuated, but before the lockdown, some people refused to cooperate. As a result, a massive number of civilians are still trapped inside. Shang City dispatched rescue teams before, but none of them ever made it back out. Liu Xia grimly added, "That's exactly why the current figure of 50-plus casualties is just a baseline estimate. At the end of the day, no one truly knows what's happening in there." Shen An turned to them. "Is there anyone inside we can still contact?" Liang Rong shook his head. "Highly doubt it. Ever since the anomaly hit, the people inside haven't sent a single signal out." Hui Wei shuddered as he recalled it. "On the second day of the lockdown, I was stationed outside for perimeter support. The entire place felt like a towering tomb. A brand new commercial hub suddenly looked ancient and rotting. It looked like it had been abandoned for decades. Looking through the windows, there wasn't a single soul in sight, just a suffocating, dense fog. We were planning to use the windows as a breach point. And then I saw a mangled corpse, chewed up by an anomaly, plummet out of a window. After that, the anomaly aura leaking from the building escalated violently. It hasn't even been a single week, and it's already deteriorated to this nightmare." Shen An shot them a sharp, condemning glare. "So you have zero contact with the inside, and your entire casualty report is just a wild guess based on body parts falling out the window? The Shang City Spirit Association sure loves to cut corners." The harsh truth made Hui Wei stammer. But we were out of options." Shen An silently calculated the odds. The Shang City Spirit Association did a pathetically sloppy job on intel gathering. But then again, they might not have had a choice. The actual death toll was undoubtedly far higher than reported. To ordinary humans, facing an anomaly inside a sealed environment was basically like suffering a dimensional collapse attack. Total slaughter. "No more wasting time," Shen An ordered firmly. "We are breaching the building right now. Some anomalies trigger their evolution by devouring the living. The higher the body count, the more terrifying the monstrosity waiting for us inside." Liang Rong grabbed his shoulder from behind, holding him back. "Hold up. The military might have told us to follow your lead, but you have to give us a tactical strategy first." Shen An brushed him off with a chilling calmness. "What strategy? We're completely blind here. We go in, assess the threat, and adapt." Liu Xia voiced her anxiety. "Besides, you haven't even officially joined the government forces." Liang Rong backed her up. "Everyone standing here has extensive step experience handling anomalies. If you're calling the shots, the least you could do is understand our individual abilities." Liang Rong scoffed. "Look, I called it. He's had zero official training. He's totally clueless when it comes to tactical squad play." Song Ye cut in sharply. "Enough! We're on the clock here, so shut your mouths. Commander Jia Lan personally endorsed him to lead this op. It's not like you guys haven't heard the rumors about him." Shen An threw a final, icy warning over his shoulder. The deadliest mistake before any mission is inner conflict. Without waiting, he marched straight toward the entrance alone. "If you don't want to go in, stay out here." Liang Rong hurriedly chased after him. "Hey, wait a damn minute." The interior was splattered with grotesque bloodstains. Liu Xia immediately felt something was horribly wrong. Why is it dead silent in here? High above them, a sinister aura locked onto their movements. Liang Rong snapped his head upward. Staring right back at him was the hideous, savage face of a monster. Shen An's eyes flashed with absolute frost. Searing flames erupted and condensed in his grip. With a vicious swing, a blazing sword arc tore through the air. Shen An stood there, entirely unbothered. Blinding sword intent slashed out in a dense, lethal web, illuminating the dark void overhead. Song Yue and Liang Rong were frozen in absolute shock. "Just like that! It's over," she gasped. "Where the hell did he pull that flaming blade from?" Shen An didn't bother answering. He bent down and picked up a severed feather from the blood-soaked floor. "Examining it," he muttered, "a hybrid of a bird and a lizard. Judging by this extreme level of mutation, it's feasted on a hell of a lot of human flesh." Song Yo's face instantly drained of color. "This is," staring at the swarming horde of monstrosities lurking in the shadows, she screamed, "an A+ rank anomaly." As the group silently moves inside, two members at the back whisper to each other. "A+ rank, so that's a 2-star spirit creation realm," one asks. "But I only just passed the 1-star level." "Exactly," the other replies. "That means he could take me out in a single blow." They eye Shen An with suspicion. "He uses a blade. Could he really be the mortician?" "That blade. It's the heavenly flame blade, isn't it?" Hui Dui marvels, finally understanding. "I can't believe it. You're actually the mortician." "After all, in our minds, the mortician is a recluse who never parts with his blade," one says. Shen An reveals, "After I advanced, I fused my spiritual energy with the blade's path. I transformed it into a spirit weapon that I can recall anytime with my energy. And I'm sure I'm not the only one who can do this." With his flaming blade in hand, Shen An takes the lead. "Let's go. Don't waste time." The others quickly fall in line behind him. Right. This is great. I'm so glad you're on our side." Leading the way, Shen An heads up the stairs, his surroundings splattered with bloodstains. He thinks to himself, if the situation is this grim already, I fear the casualties might already be over 500. This place has been wiped clean too? Tong Duyet stares down the corridor ahead. There's so much blood here, but not a single body in sight. Aberrations love human flesh, but there's no way they wouldn't leave anything behind. Suddenly, a creature attacks Longvin from behind. She spins around, but Shen An is already prepared, hurling 2 fireballs at it. The monster is struck dead on, spraying blood everywhere as its massive body collapses. Someone stammers, "It's another aberration." Shen An frowns, asking, "Doesn't anyone else feel like something is off?" Lin Vuong looks surprised. "What is it?" Shen An lays out his analysis. Even though these 2 aberrations have the power of an elite, this number of them shouldn't have been enough to trap the first responder teams inside. "I'm afraid this isn't the Tianbao Tower we're looking for." Lin Vuong is stunned, while Tong Duyet asks curiously, "What do you mean?" Shen An elaborates, "Along this entire path, despite all the bloodstains, the suffocating stench comes entirely from the dark attribute of the aberrations. There isn't a single trace of human death." He calculates silently. "Right now, we're like headless flies. I have to run a test to confirm my theory." Tong Duyet stammers, "This?" Shen An hesitates. "But should I really unleash the sphere of infinite darkness in front of these people?" As Dong Tin had said, the path here was tragic, but the oppressive atmosphere wasn't the suffocation of death. It was a sense of emptiness, a void, as if no living creature had ever walked these halls, like a simple empty model. Shen An holds out his hand. "Exactly. If I'm not mistaken, this place has been turned into an empty shell by an aberration, a mere facade, their real lair." As he summons the sphere of infinite darkness, someone gasps, Is that the darkness attribute?" A system notification appears. Similar type of inner dark world detected. Activate data. He selects, yes. The inner dark world, a space created based on the darkness attribute, which can also be called the nest of a dark attribute creature. It simultaneously pulls the original space inside of it. To truly enter the inner dark world, one must find the door it created. "I see," he says. "For us to enter the real Tianbao Tower, we need to find that door. And for those trapped inside, it's the same if they want to escape. Furthermore, they're being influenced by the dark attribute, affecting their minds and emotions, creating powerful hallucinations. That's why some of them would think a window was the door to survival." It also explains why those who tried to escape through the windows all ended up as corpses. Tong Duyet continues the thought. Because they were manipulated by the dark attribute and died inside the inner world. So, we need to find the door you're talking about, right, boss? Another message flashes. Warning. The inner dark world has been alerted. It senses the presence of its own kind. The inner dark world has appeared. Shen An gathers his spiritual energy. Here it comes. A dark mass shoots toward them like a drill. The team members begin to feel sick. "I'm being attacked by the dark attribute. Why isn't my spiritual shield working?" "Me too. My head is killing me. Something feels like it's trying to crawl out of my skull." Shen An's eyes flash with 2 different colors as a golden sphere of spiritual energy envelops them. Lu Ha and Hu Dui stabilize. "I'm okay now. Was that the dark attribute attacking us?" Seeing him standing firm, they're shocked. "Wait, the mortician, is he completely unaffected?" "Haven't you realized yet?" Luong Vien whispers to Tong Duyet. "He's the one who saved us. Even though the dark attribute wasn't directly attacking, we were still suffering from its negative effects. Without him, we would have been..." Flames gather in Shen An's palm. "Found it." The fire takes the shape of a dragon and lunges forward. Break. A blade materializes in his hand. He slashes forward. "It's right here." A surge of immense power erupts from that spot. Tong Duyet is stunned. "This is..." Shen An silently lowers his gaze as black miasma pours out from the gateway before them. He grips his sword tightly, then steps forward. "Let's go. Stay close to me." Unseen, their images are being watched by something else. Lu Ha freezes. "I think I can smell it now." Their steps halt, and their eyes widen in horror at what lies before them. She gasps. "The smell, it's coming from the bodies and blood of our comrades." Ahead of them lies a field of corpses. Upon entering the inner dark world, Shen An's group is immediately confronted by the horrific reality inside the true Tianbao Tower. The frantic sound of flapping wings echoes through the air. It's followed by sinister whispers. Then, an aberration lunges forward, its mouth wide open, revealing rows of sharp teeth. Its bloodshot eyes roll wildly as it charges straight for the group. Hui Dui shudders and cries out, "Another A+ rank, dark attribute aberration. This is insane." Long Vin says nothing, but a bone-deep chill runs down her spine. Shen An doesn't speak. He simply acts. He opens his palm, releasing his blade. Then, he unleashes a powerful kick, sending the blade flying straight toward the aberration. The move is swift and decisive. With a sickening thud, the blade impales the creature, causing it to explode. But it doesn't stop there. The blade continues its trajectory toward another one right behind it, just as Shen An leaps into the air. At the exact moment the blade pierces the second aberration, he reaches its position, retrieving his weapon mid-air. Behind him, an even larger aberration prepares to ambush him. Shen An immediately tightens his grip on the blade, the weapon returning to his hand and amplifying his battle power. Without a word, he unleashes a flurry of slashes, each arc of the blade sharp and decisive, every strike fatal. No aberration survives his assault. This is the power of the Crimson Flame Blade technique. This art leaves a flame sigil on the target, allowing me to easily trigger internal ignition. As soon as he finishes speaking, a ferocious inferno erupts, turning the entire area into a blazing hell, swiftly incinerating the horde of aberrations. Lu Ha thinks in terror his fire attribute is too terrifying. Those dark aberrations were turned to ash in an instant. Tong Duyet braces himself against the overwhelming heat. He marvels to himself. From the very beginning, he hasn't needed our help even once. At that moment, Shen An suddenly walks in a different direction. He approaches the bodies of the victims on the ground, touching them with his flame blade. The fire covering his body spreads to the ground, engulfing the corpses of the fallen. He murmurs softly, as if sending them off, "The aberrations brought this calamity. You are all innocent. These monsters will be buried with you. Still, to die alongside these beasts is a disservice to you all." Hey Dewey watches from behind, unable to hold back his awe. One blade fire cremation, he truly is the mortician. The legend is real. While the flames purify the area, Shen An turns back to the four of them. "Now that we're here, you all should do something. You're in charge of finding survivors and rescuing them. Leave the aberrations to me." He gave a quick order, and the first floor was cleared. "I'm heading straight up," he declared. The four-person team nodded in understanding, ready to provide backup from behind. The Tianbao building, a gateway to the dark world, was now completely overrun by anomalies. Shen An took the lead, his blade a blur as he carved a path forward. With a single fatal sweep of his heavenly flame saber, he annihilated every anomaly on the 10th floor. Having feasted on human flesh, the anomaly's cultivation had skyrocketed. Now, they were all at least at the one-star spirit creation realm. But aside from the gruesome scenes they left behind, their strength and abilities showed no other significant changes. His advance was seamless. Shen An soon reached the 15th floor, but he still hadn't found any survivors. The moment they stepped onto the floor, Lu Ha shivered. This level, it's oppressively cold. The dark attribute energy is piercing right through my spirit energy shield. Just like the floors below, this one was littered with the bodies of the unfortunate. Lung Vin quickly noticed something was wrong, his eyes fixed on a single spot. The longer he stared, the more his skin crawled. Something was moving on the corpses. "It's corrosive," he warned. "Everyone, be careful. Don't let that fuzz get in your nose." The silence in the room was terrifying, broken only by the drip, drip of blood. The metallic stench was overwhelming, and that's when a giant centipede crawled across the ceiling right above their heads. Its form was monstrous, with 6 glowing red eyes and a gaping maw filled with razor-sharp teeth. It let out a threatening roar, but Shen An just smiled, satisfied. Finally, a sentient anomaly has shown up. The centipede shrieked, spitting a volley of poisonous dark attribute spikes. The spikes rained down like arrows at blinding speed, but Shen An dodged them all with ease. He looked up at it coldly, spinning the fire blade in his hand. The spinning blade formed a shield of fire. As the spikes exploded against it with a crackle, the centipede recognized its disadvantage. It immediately retreated, its massive body coiling into a defensive ball. It wasn't attacking. It was trying to stall for time, using its thick armor to endure. Shen An saw right through its plan. He brandished his blade and sneered. "Trying to buy time to evolve, are you?" Shen An dropped into a low stance and hurled his fire blade straight at the centipede. "Go!" The monster screeched in panic. The distance was too short, making it nearly impossible to dodge. Its eyes widened in terror. Boom! A thunderous explosion echoed through the floor as flames lit up the entire corner. He looked on with an air of indifference mixed with disappointment. "I overestimated you. I thought you'd at least be a 3-star spirit creation realm. Something that could make me break a sweat." Suddenly, a clattering sound came from behind them. Lung Vin immediately went on alert, whipping his head around and shouting. "Who's there?" Shen An also walked toward the sound. "Survivors." A door creaked open, revealing a pale-faced young man trembling from head to toe. "Hey, are you spirit walkers?" He opened the door wider, letting them see inside. "There are 5 of us still alive in here." Shen An scanned the small room. For some reason, it contained a secret space that looked like a high-security storage vault for a major brand. The survivors were all frozen, paralyzed by fear. Shen An offered a reassuring smile. "It's okay now. We're here to rescue you." Hui Dui stepped forward to introduce them. We're from the Kangxi City Spirit Chi Association. The monsters outside have all been eliminated. You're safe now. Come on out." But the young man remained dazed, muttering under his breath, "Killed." Fear was etched onto his face as he struggled to form the words, "Killed, killed." Huidui tried to calm him, but the young man grew more agitated. "All killed. So many terrifying monsters, and you killed them all with a single blade?" At that very moment, outside the Tianbao building, a large crowd had gathered to monitor the situation. They were all personnel from Kangxi City, responsible for surveillance and external support. One person holding a tracking device spoke up. "Unlike before, this time, I think we might actually have a chance." Another nodded in agreement. "That's right. We can sense the Undertaker's fire attribute spirit energy on every floor. We haven't made contact, but we're picking up his spirit energy fluctuations, faint as they are." Suddenly, someone shouted a report. "Latest spirit energy fluctuation detected on the 40th floor." His colleague jumped in shock. "What? The 40th floor?" As the blood rain began to fall again, casting a gloomy chill over the air, an excited voice cut through the tension. 9 minutes and 56 seconds. The Undertaker took only 9 minutes and 56 seconds to clear his way to the top floor of the Tianbao building. This news is going to send shockwaves through the entire Spirit Walker community of Kangxi City. But it didn't stop there. New discovery. S-class anomaly contamination levels detected on the top floor. Up on the highest level, Shen An stared coldly at the final boss of the building. "So, you're the anomaly king of this place?" Before him stood a colossal, deathly pale anomaly. Its tattered wings beat softly. Without hesitation, Shen An closed the distance, rushing the bone bird in the air before it could make a move on him or his team. He wasn't underestimating his opponent. On the contrary, he observed it cautiously. Though the anomaly king had the form of a bone bird, the parasitic worms crawling over its body were actually part of it. There was no room for carelessness. With that thought, Shen An swung his blade in a probing attack. Just as he expected, the bone bird didn't just stand there and take it. It swiftly folded its wings, using the sturdy bone joints to block the strike. Shen An was slightly surprised by its reaction speed. He hadn't expected it to clamp down on his blade so tightly he couldn't pull it free. The bone bird opened its eyes, its eerie blue gaze fixed on Shen An. Below, someone cried out in panic. Even the Undertaker can't handle this anomaly king?" Someone else said impatiently, "No, we have to help." Huidui wanted to, but felt helpless. What good would we be? Who among us can even touch that thing? But just then, Shen An broke into an unreadable smile. He had never been one to back down from a challenge. A crackle of thunder echoed from his hand as he stared at the bone bird with icy eyes. "Playing pretend? The warm-up is over." He yanked his blade hard, channeling lightning into it. "Thunder body, 100 refinements." A deafening roar of thunder erupted. Shen An spun with immense force, swinging his blade down on the wings that held it captive. A fusion of lightning and fire. The power was terrifying. A single strike heavily wounded the bone bird, causing it to scream in agony. He continued to slash down, his voice cold as he attacked. "Shut up, you're too noisy." A bolt of lightning descended, nearly severing the wings the bone bird was so proud of. Shen An was starting to feel bored. "Aren't you going to fight back? If you're this weak, you don't deserve to be the anomaly king of this place." His eyes were like ice, a brilliant light shining within them. His tone was mocking. "Even after turning the entire Tianbao building into your personal pantry, you're not even as strong as that calamity bat." It was rare for Shen An to talk this much. As he shattered several bones on his opponent's body, he stated flatly, "I think it's only fair to let you taste the feeling of helplessly waiting for death." Lu Ha stared blankly. "I take back what I said. This is a complete one-sided beatdown." Huidui shuddered, a cold sweat breaking out. At the same time, he felt a deep sense of regret. This is terrifying. He's toying with an anomaly king. That's an anomaly king. Why did someone like the Undertaker have to show up in Kangxi City? If only he belonged to us. Song Yue watched the aerial battle intently, analyzing it. Every one of his strikes is perfectly calculated. From left to right, from outside to in, perfectly balanced, without the slightest deviation. From start to finish, he hasn't once attacked the bone bird's skull. This bone bird isn't just no threat to him, it's completely incapable of fighting back. The power gap between them is just too massive. He has surpassed the level of an anomaly king. Just as she finished speaking, Shen An landed on the ground after unleashing his final Thunder Body 100 Refinements attack. The bone bird let out a horrifying scream as its body exploded by piece, leaving only its head intact. It desperately tried to use a healing technique to recover. But Shen An obviously wasn't going to give it that chance. He stared at it coldly. "You still want to recover?" Gripping his blade, he shot forward. This time, the lightning was bright enough to illuminate the entire sky. It was time to end this. The Anomaly King seemed to sense the danger, opening its mouth to roar and threaten Shen An. But for him, backing down from a weaker opponent was never an option. A thunderous explosion rocked the building. A massive pillar of lightning erupted from the top floor of Tianbao building, causing the blood rain to subside. But the lightning didn't stop there. It shot straight up into the blood-red clouds above. A moment later, the thunder and lightning vanished, and the blood-red clouds dispersed. The rain slowly lightened to a drizzle, then stopped completely. Outside, the support team from the Spirit Chi Association stared at their devices. It's over. The Anomaly King's energy is dissipating. A wave of emotional discussion swept through the crowd. Unbelievable. Just how powerful is that Spirit Walker? He's on a completely different level than us. So this is the gap between an ordinary person and a true genius. Now I finally get it. There's always a higher mountain. Looking at the partially destroyed Tianbao Tower, their conversation shifted to the recent incident in Taishi City. They heard the S-rank anomaly that invaded Taishi City was called the Sacrificial King. Though the details were unknown, they all understood it was an event that could never be replicated. And now on the highest floor, Shen An stood like the undisputed master of the spirit wielder world. He calmly reminded them, the core is dead, and the dark veil has vanished. You can all contact the outside and file your reports. Song Ye immediately got on the line. Hello, this is Song Ye. Reporting in, the Tianbao Tower incident has been resolved. All anomalies have been eliminated. But before she could finish, Shen An was already leaving. As the sun began to rise, its warm light washed over him. Song Ye watched his retreating back and replied to her comms. That's right. Thanks to the Undertaker, we completed the mission successfully. I hope the Kangxi City Spirit Association will coordinate to express their gratitude to Taishi City and the Undertaker. By now, Shen An was already some distance away, heading for the emergency exit. With the mission complete, all he wanted was to go back, rest, and cultivate. Because of this, he had no idea that as he left, Song Yue was furiously yelling into her comms, "What about the Kangxi City captain? The one who just took office today? What's he doing here? Showing up only after the mission is already finished." The Spirit Association's contact person answered hesitantly. He knew the Undertaker from Taishi City had arrived. We advised him not to cause trouble, but a self-confident spirit wielder like him wouldn't listen. At that very moment, a figure shot across the sky above Kangxi City, streaking like a missile toward Tianbao Tower. Hearing this, it wasn't just Song Ye who was furious. Hui Wei and Liang Rong also frowned in disgust. Song Ye roared, "What in the world are you people doing? This mission was assigned by the military region. Furthermore, the stellar military region itself had to step in to invite the Taishi City captain. We are responsible for ensuring his safety. The Spirits Association and the Kangxi City captain have unclear intentions. This is a direct provocation against the stellar military region." By now, Shen An was already walking down the stairs, completely unaware that someone was targeting him. Song Yue continued to warn the Kangxi City Spirit Association. "The Undertaker is our guest. Anyone who dares to provoke him will have to bear the consequences themselves." Shortly after, Shen An stepped out of Tianbao Tower. His senses were razor sharp. A single glance was all it took to notice the abnormality. Besides, the person targeting him wasn't even trying to hide their aura. His opponent rushed forward with overwhelming momentum. Shen An stood tall, his hands in his pockets, and spoke calmly. "You're fast, so you've arrived," the other man announced. "I am Ye Fengzhang, the captain of Kangxi City. You must be the Undertaker from Taishi City." Shen An replied with cold indifference, "And what if I am?" He silently assessed his opponent. A wind attribute spirit wielder? This was his first time seeing one. The man was arrogant but deliberately concealing a portion of his spiritual power. He was at least at the spirit creation realm. Ye Fengzhang flicked his wrist, launching a wind blade. Shen An countered with the swipe of his fire blade. The two attacks collided with a deafening boom, forcing both men back a step as they maintained a defensive distance. Seeing how young Shen An was, Ye Fengzhang smirked. A plan formed in his mind. This Undertaker was just a kid. He could use this chance to build prestige for the Ye family. He feigned politeness. "First, thank you for helping Kangxi City resolve the Tianbao Tower crisis. However, as the captain of Taishi City, isn't it against the rules for you to operate so far from your jurisdiction? A young man like you should understand propriety." Shen An answered calmly. "When I arrived, Kangxi City didn't have a captain. I came because I accepted a request from the military region. So what business does a brand new captain like you have with me?" Yu Fengzhang rubbed his nose and chuckled reassuringly. "Don't be so tense. You youngsters are so hot-headed. My Yu family is a family of principles. We have no ill intentions. We always respect talents like you." As he spoke, he began to channel his wind attribute along with another, darker power. His voice changed. I just want to borrow your blade for a moment. So his real goal was the spirit weapon. Dual attribute spiritual power swirled in his hands. A fierce wind kicked up, whipping Shen An's hair and clothes, but his expression remained unchanged. After understanding his motive and gauging his strength, Shen An burst out laughing. Ha! Borrow it? Ye Fengzhang had no idea this was the worst mistake of his life, still confidently assuming his opponent would submit. Shen An brandished his blade, and his aura changed in an instant. The fire blade seemed to come alive as heavenly flames erupted from it. An immense pressure radiated from his body, causing Yue Fengzhang's face to change and his smile to freeze on his lips. In that moment, Shen An transformed into a death-reaping Asura, the true embodiment of the Undertaker. He spoke with a chilling voice. Borrow my ass, you old fool. Without another word, Shen An attacked. He gripped his blade tightly and swung it upward in a powerful arc. The ground split apart and flames surged from the fissure. Yue Fengzhang nimbly dodged to the side, a look of excitement in his eyes. Not bad. Now this is getting a little interesting. The battle erupted, and flames spread with ferocious intensity. Song Yue frantically coordinated her team. Those two are fighting. The signal in the area is cut off by the shockwaves again. We'll report to the military region immediately. You guys notify your superiors, and get the survivors out of here. Amidst the sea of fire, Shen An's calm voice cut through. I'll give you 10 minutes, unless you want to lose a captain. Hui Wei was stunned. What did you just say? Before he could retort, Song Yue clamped a hand over his mouth. She immediately replied, understood. The group instantly split up to carry out their tasks. Lu He grumbled, that old geezer Yue Fengzhang, causing trouble the moment he takes office. Let's hurry back and call for backup. Hui Wei was still unconvinced. I think we should teach that Undertaker a lesson. Our Kangxi city is a Tier 3 city nationwide. Lu He snapped back. Do you really think that's possible? In the middle of the battlefield, Shen An raised a hand and summoned his lightning attribute. Next, let's see what fate has in store for you. A bolt of lightning as thick as a pillar crashed down on Yue Fengzhang. He swung his arm, deflecting it. Ha! Big words. If you want to kill me, then you'd better give it your all. The moment he finished speaking, Shen An appeared behind him. The overwhelming spiritual power sent a chill down his spine. Ye Fengzhang whipped around, his pupils contracting. Boom! An explosion shook the entire area as a blinding light erupted. Yue Fengzhang was sent skidding across the ground, shattering the pavement beneath him. He broke out in a cold sweat. Terrifying, what was that feeling just now? Though he didn't want to admit it, he was starting to feel cautious. Looking at Shen An standing amidst a sky-high sea of flames, holding his blade like a death god, Yue Fengzhang couldn't help but feel a primal fear. Extreme Yang attribute. Its explosive power is too terrifying, strange. Why am I feeling fear? Hearing this, Shen An let out a cold, contemptuous laugh. My full strength? I'm afraid you won't even last 10 minutes. For some reason, Yue Fengzhang suddenly burst out laughing, a sound full of manic excitement. His eyes were glued to Shen An's blade, convinced that all of his opponent's power came from the weapon. So it really is that blade, a new type of spirit weapon. Shen An frowned but didn't say a word. The man was mistaken, but he had no interest in explaining things to the weak. Jealousy flared in Yue Fengzhang's heart. A spirit weapon that can contain such immense attribute power. After being fully forged, it can cleave mountains and part seas. I can't believe it's finished, and they gave it to a mere kid. The more he spoke, the more agitated he became, his hands clenching his torn clothes as he tried to control himself. But it doesn't matter. This trip wasn't a waste after all. This spirit weapon must belong to me. With that, Yue Fengzhang tore off his shirt like a wild beast breaking its chains. He roared, "You brat who's barely in the spirit creation realm, hand over the blade. If you don't, I'll kill you and take it. Not enough. That's still not enough. Didn't I tell you to use your full power?" At the same time, inside the Taishi City Spirit Association, the president slammed his fist on the table in a rage. What? The Kangxi City captain is fighting our Taishi City captain? Qing Xuan questioned him. Didn't the stellar military region invite the Undertaker to help deal with the anomaly? What is Kangxi City trying to do? The president's voice was grim. This isn't simple. It doesn't just involve our two local associations. It's connected to the stellar military region. Just then, a secretary rushed in to report. Chief. He leaned in and whispered something. The president was stunned. What did you say? He furrowed his brow. Have you contacted Kangxi City yet? What did they say? If they can stop this within 10 minutes, the situation is still salvageable. The secretary replied, We've contacted them, but they said. He hesitated, then continued. They believe that Kangxi is a Tier 3 city, and their captain is their pride. They don't think he will necessarily lose. Thon Huyen flinched as the association president ground his teeth, his voice seething with rage. What? Are they looking down on us? On Tai Thi? The president slammed his fists on the table, unable to contain his fury. Fools! A bunch of utter fools! Thong Thi is far too short-sighted. Do they really think an S-class anomaly is that easy to seal? Thon Huyen calmly analyzed the situation. Perhaps it's not foolishness, but overconfidence. What realm has that man reached? The secretary replied, "We heard he just reached the threshold of the 3-star spirit creation realm." The sky outside the ministry building was a sickly yellow. Inside the meeting room, someone scoffed. So what if he's a 3-star spirit creation realm? The president's eyes turned to ice. So what, you ask? The Annihilator doesn't just possess multiple ultimate attributes. His true power far surpasses his official rank. Thuong Thi never experienced the Hell Monarch incident. They have no idea what the title the Annihilator truly means. Their precious captain, he isn't just going to lose. Back on the battlefield, Shen An threw a cold, relentless punch. He had no idea the president had already foreseen this outcome, a conclusion that matched his own thoughts perfectly. Someone was about to be beaten to a bloody pulp. In the skies above Thuong Thi, it was an almost complete one-sided domination by Shen An. Fong Zhang was utterly powerless to fight back. He was in a state of panic. What is happening? Why won't my flame blade techniques work? At this point, all he could do was raise his arms to defend himself, his body steadily accumulating injuries as his spirit energy drained away like water. In Fong Zhang's eyes, Shen An's attacks were wild and frenzied. His form wasn't perfect, but it was completely overwhelming. He swallowed hard. How could a fighting style exist that forced an opponent to completely abandon all their blade techniques? Just as he was trying to figure out how to break the stalemate, Shen An suddenly spoke. "Hey, we're here." Confused, Fong Zhang glanced behind him. When he saw the building in the distance, his eyes widened in shock. The Spirit Energy Association building. He couldn't believe they had fought their way all the way here. In that moment, Shen An's voice dropped low, echoing in his ear. "Out of respect for Tai Thi and the military district, I was going to give you one last chance." Then, he launched a kick from below, the tip of his boot connecting with Fong Zhang's chin and sending him reeling backward. Only then did Shen An draw his blade. Raising it high, his yang attribute erupted as heavenly flames coiled around his body. But since it seems some people are determined to hide and not show their faces, I guess I'll have to make things crystal clear. Sent flying toward the Thuong Thi Spirit Energy Association building, Fong Zhang still had no idea what was happening. In the sky, spirit energy gathered around Shen An. A sharp-eyed bystander gasped, "Something's wrong. Don't you all feel the temperature rising? It's getting hotter. I see it. There are people fighting in the sky." They saw two figures hovering in the air. Shen An was wreathed in a scorching yang attribute, while Fong Zhang defended himself with a wind attribute infused with dark flames. Below, a murmur went through the crowd. "That fire. I think I've seen it on the news from the neighboring city. I told you. The rumors online were true. The recovery of spirit energy is real." Shen An didn't the attack, as if he was waiting for something. He spoke calmly. "You have 5 minutes left. Weren't you the one who wanted me to use my full power?" At the taunt, Fong Zhang gritted his teeth in fury, enraged by the fact that he was already being completely suppressed. But in the next second, Shen An swung his blade down, his voice cold. "And this is just 30% of my strength." Facing the powerful strike, Fong Zhang was stunned. What does he mean? This isn't his full power? Impossible. He's just in the spirit creation realm, isn't he? Lost in his panicked thoughts, he missed his chance to dodge, only able to watch as the massive wave of spirit energy rushed toward him. With a deafening boom, Fong Zhang's body shot back like a broken kite toward the Thuong Thi Spirit Energy Association building. At the same moment in Van Thi, at the Spirit Energy Association headquarters, the screens in the monitoring room flashed red as alarms blared, signaling a dire emergency. The person in charge pulled up the screen and discovered a massive energy surge originating from the Thuong Thi Spirit Energy Association building. Attention! The energy reading is still climbing. The pioneers were horrified. "That's not a dark attribute. The frequency is wrong." Someone asked, "What's happening in Thuong Thi? We haven't received any reports of an anomaly intrusion." Another person speculated, if it's not an anomaly, then could it be? Just then, someone burst in. "Sir, we just received a message from the Tai Thi Spirit Energy Association. The one fighting is Thuong Thi's new captain, Divine Blade. The other party refused to cooperate, so he's trying to help him retrieve a blade." The director and everyone else were stunned. "What?" The director immediately gave the order. "Thuong Thi has a death wish. Warn them to stand down immediately. If they don't, I'll have the entire upper management of the Thuong Thi Spirit Energy Association dismissed." Into the tense atmosphere, the main doors opened and a figure appeared. We need to dispatch someone immediately. This is a serious incident for the entire Spirit Energy Association. The newcomer was a headquarters pioneer, Kovu Nu. She spoke up, volunteering herself. It would be more appropriate if I go. Back in Thuong Thi, a little girl stood in her home, looking out at the battle raging outside, her eyes wide with shock. From the small house, a brilliant streak of light could be seen hurtling straight into the Thuong Thi Spirit Energy Association building. A heavy crash echoed through the city. The mother rushed over, pulling her child into her arms. "Don't look anymore. Let's go." The father frantically packed their bags, urging his wife and child on. "We can't stay in Thuong Thi any longer. We have to go to Than Thi right now. It might be safer there." The wife, holding her child, asked worriedly, "Is it really like what they said online? Has the world truly changed?" As the Spirit Energy Association building exploded with a thunderous roar, the little girl burst into tears, terrified. "Mommy, I'm scared!" The mother soothed her. It's okay. Everything will be all right." The father led the way. "Let's go, hurry!" Just 1 minute earlier, Nyak Fongjiang had been sent flying by Shen An's fiery attack, creating a streak of light like a shooting star. Even while being beaten so miserably, he maintained his arrogance, daring to shout threats. "Annihilator, stop this at once. If you don't, the Nak family will never forgive you, and the Thuong Thi Spirit Energy Association will never let you go." Inside the Thuong Thi headquarters, the staff saw the streak of light getting closer and closer, and they began to panic. How dare the Annihilator do this? To attack us all the way to our headquarters. This is outrageous, someone shouted. "Quick, go help Captain Divine Blade. He's about to be overwhelmed." Right then, someone issued an order to Shen An. "Captain of Tai Thi, the Annihilator, cease your approach to the Thuong Thi Spirit Energy Associations immediately." Hearing this did not please him. It was clear they had no idea who they were dealing with. He gave a cold look to the group of people threatening him from their glass house. "Divine Blade is our captain," an employee loudly declared, trying to assert their position. "We will absolutely not tolerate this behavior. You should prepare for the consequences." Hearing that, his expression grew even colder. So this is the attitude of the Thuong Thi Spirit Energy Association. He raised his flame blade high, yang attribute and heavenly flames churning into a maelstrom. Shen An calmly exposed their thoughts. "You look down on the captain from Tai Thi who came to help. He's just a captain, after all, you thought. Maybe the Thuong Thi captain is stronger, so none of you stepped in to stop him." With a wave of his hand, the heavenly flames morphed into a fire dragon that enveloped the entire Spirit Energy Association building. The sudden surge of heat sent the people inside into a panicked frenzy. The employee from before fell to his knees in terror, while the others lost all composure. Shen An turned his head to look at the wounded Fong Jiang behind him. "The only problem is, you've all made a terrible miscalculation. With your level of strength, you really thought you could take my blade?" Fong Jiang, looking utterly defeated, took the chance to catch his breath. Shen An had now confirmed the stance of the Thuong Thi Spirit Energy Association. He didn't want to drag it out any longer. He tossed the flame blade toward Fong Jiang. "Then let's see you try." Unaware of the danger, he laughed loudly. "Ha ha ha ha, you've finally come to your senses." He rushed forward to grab it, even letting out a taunt. "The Thuong Thi Spirit Energy Association is so useless, letting Tai Thi forge such a powerful weapon before we could." Fong Jiang was mad with greed. "A treasure like this, only I am worthy of wielding it." Shen An's expression was glacial, his heart filled with contempt. He could never understand pioneers like this, willing to rob and kill for power that didn't belong to them. In the end, how were people like that any different from the anomalies? They were one of the very reasons humanity was on the verge of extinction. Shen An watched the crazed Fong Jiang, his eyes frigid. His decision was made. This man had to be eliminated. A sky-shattering explosion erupted as a massive fireball consumed the upper half of the building. A heat wave washed over the city as Fong Jiang's figure was swallowed by the flames. Shen An spoke calmly. "I forgot to tell you. This blitz is not a spirit weapon forged by the association. It's a weapon I created myself. And it acknowledges only one master, me." Inside the Thuong Thi Spirit Energy Association, flames shattered the reinforced glass and people ran for their lives. Their cries for help were feeble against the deafening roar of the explosions. The entire upper half of the building was consumed by the heavenly flames, which still hadn't died down. Below, the terrified survivors scrambled, asking each other what had happened. Weren't they saying the Undertaker was only at the spirit creation realm? Yet Yi Fengming was supposed to be a whole tier stronger than him. The one who spoke was Wang Chong, the head of the Shangxi Spirit Qi. Association. He had been commanding from underground and thus escaped the carnage, but that only made him more terrified of Shen An's power. Wang Chong calculated silently. Yao Fengming was the only 3-star spirit creation realm pioneer in all of Shaanxi, supported and nurtured with vast resources. His talent and status meant it was only a matter of time before he broke through to the Diamond Realm, making him a top-tier captain. And yet, he was utterly no match for the Undertaker. The Undertaker had already surpassed the level of a mere captain. Just as he thought this, Shen An landed right in front of Wang Chong, forcing him and his 2 bodyguards to stumble backward. Seeing the young man holding his fiery blade, his clothes whipping in the wind, his face an icy mask, a terrifying thought surfaced. This man could destroy the entire city. Overcome with fear, Wang collapsed to the ground as his bodyguards trembled. What do we do now? He wouldn't actually massacre the entire association, would he? Please spare us, the other guard begged. Captain of Taishi, show mercy. This was our mistake. Just then, the roar of a helicopter echoed from the sky, revealing the smoldering ruins below. The pilot reported, Extreme Yang attribute energy detected ahead. The flames are weakening. Wu Yu, standing at the helicopter's open door, heard the report and was slightly surprised. Weakening? It seems we arrived too late. But she wasn't worried. Instead, she was assessing the situation. His power is immense, enough to obliterate all of Shaanxi. Wu Yu raised a hand, summoning her water attribute power, and with a wave, created a cool, gentle rain. She looked down at the city, murmuring to herself. This is the power of a national-level pioneer. The rain fell, cooling the intense heat and extinguishing the last of the flames. This proves he was holding back, she noted. The helicopter circled a few more times as the fires died down. Below, Wang Chong was overjoyed. Headquarters is here! As the helicopter descended, the wind from its rotors whipped at Shen An's clothes. He observed the woman in the white dress, evaluating her. A water attribute pioneer with incredibly pure spirit energy, stronger than Ye Fengming. Among all the people he'd met, she was top tier. At the same time, Wu Yu was assessing him. A high-level fire attribute, a yang attribute, a tyrannical heavenly flame, and a power that was simply unfathomable. Looking at the ruined buildings, she sighed internally. As expected of someone who could single-handedly destroy a city. If he hadn't restrained himself, my water might not have been enough to put out his fire. Suddenly, her eyes fixed on the blade in his hand. A spirit weapon. Its purity and fusion level were remarkably high. Given her expertise, she came to a stunning conclusion. He must have forged it himself. Seeing someone from headquarters arrive, Shen An sheathed his blade, signaling he had no intention of fighting further. Wang Chong saw this and, thinking he now had backup, shouted, Did you have to be so ruthless? Undertaker, headquarters is here. How are you going to explain yourself? Shen An shot him a cold look. I gave you 10 minutes, but none of you had any intention of explaining anything. He stepped forward. That must mean you've accepted your captain's death. His words made Wang Chong choke. Shen An took another step as his power erupted, his yang attribute energy flaring into the shape of a demon's face behind him. His voice was glacial. The next time you speak to me like that, I will take your life. Wang Chong's face went pale with terror. Just then, Wu Yu landed behind Shen An and spoke. Captain of Taishi. He turned to look at her but said nothing. Wang Chong, however, was ecstatic, certain that headquarters was about to put Shen An in his place. Wu Yu introduced herself. A pleasure to meet you. I am Gu Wu Yu. Wang Chong smirked, believing Shen An was about to get a harsh lesson. But contrary to all expectations, Wu Yu walked right up to Shen An and bowed a full 90 degrees. On behalf of headquarters, I sincerely apologize. This entire incident was the fault of our Spirit Chi Association. I'm sorry, we will give you a satisfactory explanation. This act left Wang Chong utterly stunned. Shen An simply nodded. This was the outcome he had anticipated. But Wang Chong was completely frozen, unable to stop himself from crying out, What? Wang Chong couldn't believe it. He trembled as he watched the scene unfold, an invisible panic gripping his mind. What? What is this? The headquarters envoy is apologizing to him. This negotiation was a clear signal of the headquarters' stance on the Undertaker. They had to win him over, they had to yield, they had to compensate him. They absolutely could not allow any more conflict to arise. As for the Shaanxi Spirit Chi Association, meanwhile, seeing Wang Chong shaking, the 2 men beside him grew anxious. So is it over, the first one whispered. No matter how you look at it, the captain of Shaanxi was burned to death. Shouldn't that be considered an internal conflict? The other man frowned, worried. The representative from headquarters isn't just ignoring it. She even said she'd give him an explanation. All eyes turned to Shen An, who stood there coldly, as if waiting for the Spirit Chi Association's response. Wu Yu sighed internally. Whether he's dissatisfied or not isn't the point. The key is that the captain of Shaanxi initiated the attack. He threatened the Undertaker's life, acted with arrogant disdain for everyone, and even repaid kindness with malice despite the support from Tai Shi and the Jingshen military zone. After bowing an apology to Shen An, Wu Yu straightened up and turned to face Wang Chong's group. A cold anger rose within her. Who, she demanded, her voice like ice, is in charge of the Shang Spirit Chi Association? Trembling, Wang Chong raised his hand. I am. You have 3 days, Wu Yu commanded, to stabilize the citizens of Shangxi and manage the public narrative with a suitable explanation. Seeing she wasn't punishing him immediately, Wang Chong forced a sycophantic smile. Of course we understand, but in the next breath, she delivered the final blow. After 3 days, all of you will be dismissed. Headquarters will send a new team to take over Shangxi. The news struck like a lightning bolt. Wang Chong and the 2 men beside him were frozen solid. Wu Yu calmly reminded them, remember this clearly. If you fail to do your job in these 3 days, you will bear the consequences. Behind her, even Shen An was slightly surprised. He hadn't expected the Spirit Chi Association headquarters to fire the entire Shangxi staff. Such a decisive move was truly unexpected. Wu Yu had made up her mind. This time, headquarters must make its stance crystal clear and serve as a warning to everyone. Anyone who dares to provoke the Undertaker will meet the same end. I wonder if this resolution is to his satisfaction? You can rest assured, she said, turning back to him. The Spirit Chi Association headquarters will not let something like this happen again. She stated firmly, anyone who provokes you, provokes the Spirit Chi Association headquarters. Shen An remained impassive. He simply said, I don't care how you deal with them. I just want to know how you plan to control the public narrative. Wu Yu understood his meaning. She nodded and collected her thoughts. You must be thinking that news of the Spirit Chi recovery has already spread among the people of Tixi and Shangxi, making it difficult to conceal. She began to explain slowly. Right now, supernatural phenomena are appearing all over the world. The trouble caused by these anomalies is also increasing. In truth, many people have already guessed most of it. The only reason it hasn't been officially announced is because the time isn't right. If we were to go public now, the global situation would change instantly. Chaos would erupt from within, quickly shattering the fragile peace we've only just begun to build. If Taishi hadn't had someone like you, the Spirit Chi recovery era in Xia country might have officially begun on the very day the city was destroyed by the Anomaly King. And if it weren't for Elder Ungu of the Jingshen military zone, we might have done it sooner, faster. And then, ordinary people, completely unprepared, would be thrown into the age of Spirit Chi recovery. It all clicked for him then. So that's how it is. It's better to have a small group in chaos than to let everyone descend into chaos. To maintain the illusion of equality and a peaceful, prosperous life for all after the Spirit Chi recovery, it's necessary for pioneers to rise above millions of ordinary people. To face the danger head-on. No wonder so many pioneers were foolishly eager to act, even wanting to create greater chaos. To think Xia country would suppress public opinion so forcefully. This way, they can restrain pioneers from starting conflicts, limit the spread of anomalies, and allow ordinary people to slowly transition into the Spirit Chi recovery era. It's an impossible task, he finally spoke. It seems the time for a slow transition is truly over. After saying this, Shen An fell silent. Although he was currently at the spirit creation realm and had resolved a catastrophe, buying Taishi some breathing room, it was still far from enough. Wu Yu spoke politely. You must have other matters to attend to. We will arrange a private aircraft to take you back to Taishi. However, I'd like to trouble you for a moment longer. This is a personal request, not on behalf of the Spirit Chi headquarters. She truly admired him. He was so young, yet he not only possessed the power to slaughter an entire city's worth of threats, but also had the character to shoulder such immense responsibility. For Tai City to have a talent like this, it was truly enough to make anyone jealous. I'm genuinely curious, Shen An's contact began. Sea Mystic, there's no need for formalities. Please, speak, she asked gently. I'm asking this as Gu Wenyu, not as the Sea Mystic. I would like to be friends with you. Is that possible? The scene shifts to the spiritual war zone, where Wang Lin is reporting to Jia Lan. He concludes his summary. And that's the entire situation. She slammed her hand on the table and shot to her feet, her expression furious, utterly ridiculous. The Spirit Association in Shang City. How could they be so stupid and short-sighted? If this continues, Shang City's strategic positions will fall one by one. Headquarters needs to take over, and soon. Otherwise, in the brutal future of the Spirit Energy Revival, Shang City will fail completely and be wiped off the map, Wang Lin analyzed. A weak general brings ruin to his entire army. The main headquarters, at least, should still be reliable. Especially the Sea Mystic, she might even. Of course, GLN interrupted. The Undertaker's compensation absolutely cannot be small. At the very least, it can't be any less than what headquarters would offer. Also, double the initial reward promised by the Shang City Association. Wang Lin sighed in admiration. I have to say, I'm impressed by the Undertaker's strength and personality. Decisive, ruthless, knowing when to advance and when to retreat. These are the essential qualities of a city's leader. He placed a top-secret restricted file on the desk. I believe this reward is more suitable for him. GLN looked at the file. If I didn't know you genuinely admired him, I'd think you were intentionally trying to make his life difficult. Wang Lin explained, danger and opportunity coexist. Only he is worthy of cultivating there. What's more, our own war zone has a genius currently in seclusion. In the future, threats even more terrifying than Hell's sacrificial king will appear constantly, each one shattering humanity's existing beliefs. Only by helping the Undertaker reach the immortal stage quickly can he mature in the darkness of the future and travel to the ends of the earth. She opened the top-secret file. You're right, perhaps our cultivation restricted zone is too simple for him. Just then, a subordinate burst through the door from outside. Chief Jia. Chief Jia, the news he brought had stunned them both. Old Wu is awake. He has something to say to you. A few hours later, the scene shifts back to Tai City, to the villa where Shen An is staying. He sits on the sofa, his eyes glued to a message on his phone. The interface displayed a notification. Your bank account has received a transfer of 10 million yuan. Lin Yi walked in, calling out, Kuzin, you're finally back. I was on the... He turned his head and reassured her. It's nothing serious. Don't worry too much, she continued. You're not worried, but the Vanguard forums are saying you defeated the Blade God of Shang City. The descriptions are just way too exaggerated. Shen An flicked her forehead lightly. Besides training information, you should spend less time on those forums. Did you forget your promise to improve yourself as soon as possible? Then, with his hands in his pockets, he casually walked away. All right, I need to go cultivate for a breakthrough. She was astonished. But didn't you just break through not long ago? I'm about to break through to the 3-star spirit creation realm, he said, his tone a little vague. Well, I'm still not certain. He left a bewildered Lin Yi behind him. Strange. Why do I get the feeling my cousin has something on his mind? The moment he entered his room, Shen An sat down to cultivate. A sphere of energy enveloped him, causing him to float above the bed. Shen An thought to himself, just a little more. This is the purest dark attribute from that bone devil. I'll fuse it into my boundless dark realm. That's the only way to maximize it. From within the golden energy, the shadow of a dragon horse appeared. The system displayed a notification. Do you wish to inlay the dark attribute into the endless dark realm? He immediately chose yes. The notification updated. After fusing with the dark attribute, the boundless dark realm has been upgraded. When an enemy is pulled into the endless dark realm, the Bone Devil and other anomalies within will fight for you, doubling the weakening effect on the enemy. The entire room was plunged into a dark, gloomy atmosphere as light radiated from the energy sphere surrounding him. Shen An was inwardly surprised. Active combat? Doesn't that mean I can command these anomalies like a king, making them work for me? The sphere containing him floated in the air as countless streams of golden energy shot out from it. It pierced through the furiously screaming souls as his new form began to transform. The system announced, Detection complete. You have met the requirements for a breakthrough. Do you wish to break through to the 3-star spirit creation realm? Amidst the raging storm, a 4-armed figure radiating golden light appeared, like a god descending from the heavens. The spiritual energy vibrated violently, and a rumbling sound echoed, causing the climbers on a nearby mountain to cry out in shock. Oh my god, look! What is that thing? A 4-armed star effect? A man holding a camera looked up, tracking the phenomenon. What is happening? Could it be an immortal descending to the mortal realm? Is it the same immortal who saved us last time? The one who destroyed the 7 demons? Shen An had no idea his breakthrough was causing such a massive commotion. Right now, 2 opposing forces, one gold and one black, existed within his room. Inside the boundless dark realm, the young man's figure stood amidst countless colossal anomalies. He showed no fear because they were all his servants. The subdued anomalies were like subjects bowing before their king, continuously reinforcing Shen An's boundless dark realm. He sat firmly on his throne within the realm as every anomaly below knelt in submission. At the same time, the system announced a new ability, Anomaly Combat. After pulling a target into the boundless dark realm, you can summon previously defeated anomalies to attack. Note, the stronger the opponent, the greater the spiritual power consumption and the shorter the duration. Shen An held the sphere containing the Bone Devil in his hand and spoke coolly. Another member has joined our boundless dark realm. He released the Bone Devil and looked down at the anomalies below, instructing them, "Your power is very pure and useful for my growth. From now on, work hard here, and I will not treat you poorly." The anomalies bowed their heads in submission. Shen An began calculating. To make the most of the boundless Dark Realm's new ability, he needed to continue increasing his spirit power reserves. Outside, an explosion like thunder shook the entire area as a golden light shot straight into the sky from behind the mountain. Shen An had finally broken through to the 3-star spirit creation realm. He didn't stop immediately, instead sensing the spiritual energy circulating within his body. It was clear that the abilities he had absorbed and his cultivation techniques had fused more deeply, making his power more refined. He opened his eyes, satisfied. Thanks to the boundless Dark Realms upgrade, using the dark attribute no longer feels so sluggish. Shen An stepped off the bed, the spiritual energy still swirling around him, not yet dispersed. He summoned a small flame in his hand. The rest will need to be tested in actual combat. At that very moment, back at the spiritual war zone, Jialan stood in Old Wu's room. He was awake, his spirits much better than before. He asked, "How long has it been since that boy used the 7-colored divine flower to save my life?" Jialan replied respectfully, "It has been half a month." She couldn't help but be amazed. In just over 10 short days, Shen An had accomplished so many unbelievable things. For any other Vanguard, those achievements would be the work of a lifetime. Old Wu sighed in admiration. He had just stepped into the spirit creation realm, yet he could already suppress the dark attribute annihilation. The 7-colored divine flower not only saved me, but also helped countless vanguards in the fallen kingdom. This ability to suppress the dark attribute, even you and I do not possess it. He looked out the window, his voice full of praise, consecutively slaying the anomaly kings of 2 cities, resolving disasters, and rising 2 stars in rank, all within a little over 10 days. I truly want to meet this genius. At the Tai City Spirit Chi Association, Qingzhuan stared at a screen, overjoyed, looking toward Shen An's new home. He broke through again. An employee system beside him gasped. The energy fluctuation caused by the Undertaker is even greater than when the Anomaly King appeared. The manager gave a command. Activate the protection protocol now. Ensure the Feng Zhang user's advancement is not disturbed. Fan Huyen read the news on her phone. After the Hell King disaster, the Feng Zhang user had made a huge name for himself in the cultivator world. Even ordinary people were gradually accepting these strange phenomena, remembering Shen An's spiritual power and feeling a sense of security because of it. She chuckled as she read the forum comments. To those condescending fools in Shangxi, let me educate you on the power of the Feng Zhang user. Someone had doubted he could handle the Taishi incident alone, only for the Great Master to immediately deal with the Tianbao building. They said its power level was nearly equal to the Taishi anomaly. Yet the Shangxi captain was beaten without any ability to fight back. He was thrashed from start to finish. It's a mystery where he found the courage to be so provocative. The master only had to say a few words, and the man was reduced to ash. Thon Huyen thought that display of power was a sufficient deterrent. No one would dare cause trouble again. Meanwhile, Chu Qingli was biting her nails, her face etched with worry. She never imagined cultivations would be this difficult. Ever since she awakened, there had been no sign of her advancing to the Ghost Mansion realm. What exactly was the problem? The name Feng Zhang user appeared in her mind. Staring at the news on her screen, she fumed. These cultivators were useless, unable to dig up a shred of information and ignoring her questions. Chu Qingli let out a cold snort. It seemed contacting the Feng Zhang user was impossible. She refused to accept it. If only she could meet him in person. Those people looked down on her just because she'd only recently entered the Ghost Mansion realm. She didn't believe they'd maintain that attitude if they met face to face. But after the restoration of spirit energy, her own resources and trump cards were still lacking. Chu Qingli considered her options. According to online information, Shangxi had offended the Feng Zhang user. She couldn't grow here. She had to return to Taishi immediately. With that thought, she turned off her device, packed her things, and slipped her tablet into her bag. She made a silent vow. Back at Shen An's villa, after the breakthrough anomaly, the sky had cleared. Yi approached and asked, "Are you done with your breakthrough?" She had prepared a nourishing meal and asked with concern, "Are there any changes?" Shen An replied while eating, "Well, it's all right. Besides, my spirit energy flowing more smoothly and its effects doubling, there haven't been any major changes yet." He guessed that a truly significant change would probably only come when he reached the Vajra realm. Yi showed him her phone. Big Sis sent a message. She's asking if I want to go to Tianhai Forest. It seems a new anomaly has appeared there. Shen An wiped his mouth and nodded. He showed her his own phone and said with a smile, I received an invitation too. The Spirit Zone government probably wants to make up for the Shangxi incident. If you were invited too, let's go together. Yi happily agreed. Tianhai Forest was a jungle under the strict management of the Spirit Zone government, completely sealed off. It used to be an ordinary forest, but in recent years, it had grown explosively. The creatures within evolved, and the spirit energy reached a high concentration, making it both an ideal training ground and a place teeming with hidden dangers. The two set off at once. The person greeting them smiled. "We meet again, Captain of Taishi." It was Tong Duyet. She smiled and asked, "I wonder if the Great Master still remembers me?" Shen An nodded. "I do. Why are you here?" Tong Duyet replied proudly. "I'm in charge of guarding this restricted zone. The chief has tasked me with receiving you and your cousin and to brief you on the situation." She explained, "Just before you arrived, an unsolvable change occurred in Tianhai Forest. A kind of mutated flame spontaneously appeared in the jungle. It's not dark like the dark tide, but it's extremely insidious. It can't be extinguished or suppressed." Shen An furrowed his brow. "Another new type of mutated fire?" Tong Duyet nodded. "That's right. Since your cousin is here, I'll accompany you." Shen An shook his head. "That won't be necessary." "Yi, what do you think?" she replied. "I agree. There's no need. Thank you." Seeing they were firm, Tong Duyet didn't insist. "All right, please be careful. I'll wait here." She glanced at Yi, thinking to herself that while the girl looked frail, she had a resolute spirit and powerful spiritual energy. Her talent was even greater than her own. As she stood guard, watching the two cousins leave, she felt a sense of awe. She had no idea what they ate to have such exceptional talent. After walking for a while, Shen An and Yi arrived at the site of the anomaly. The place was easy to spot, with a raging inferno radiating intense heat. In the middle of this sea of fire was a cave. Shen An stopped. "So this is the place?" He reached out a hand to feel the air, frowning. "The yin energy is incredibly dense, no less than the dark tide." Yi added, "And this fire can't be put out." To be safe, Shen An activated his golden yang bodyguard and signaled for Yi to step back. She obediently complied. As he sent out his spirit energy to probe, the flames were immediately drawn to him, eager to attack. Shen An assessed the situation. This flame was stronger than a normal fire attribute, and it had a tendency to chase and absorb spirit energy. But no matter how special it was still just fire. He used his yang attribute to counter it. In the face of supreme yang power, these things were insignificant. After his probe, he created a protective barrier for Yi. His intuition told him the source was up ahead. Yi was of the wood attribute, putting her at a disadvantage, so she had to be careful. She nodded in understanding. Preparations complete, Shen An summoned his fire blade, his expression cold. With a thunderous sound, he slashed down, splitting the dark flames and carving a path into the cave. The inside was pitch black and deep. Yi followed closely as Shen An created a ball of fire to light the way. She shivered. The yin energy was even thicker here. Above them, molten lava dripped down. Yi asked. The system announced, "Anomaly detected. Initial confirmation, tomb fire. Attribute cave. System is now calculating day and beginnings analysis." Shen An reached out and touched the boiling lava stream at his feet. The moment he grasped a piece of lava in his palm, the system instantly blared a notification. "You have obtained the Tomb Fire attribute technique. Tomb, God's domain. Ability: absorb surrounding attribute energy and use that energy to enhance the Yang attribute." With a new ability acquired, Shen An didn't hesitate to test it immediately. His golden yang bodyguard enveloped his entire body as the tomb fire surged toward him like a great wave. He muttered, "It feels a bit like the desolate attribute, but it's a fire type?" The system continued its report. New ability obtained, Death Imprint. Warning: this ability possesses a special attribute. Proceed with caution when implanting. Seeing this, Shen An wondered, what's going on? He continued reading the system information. Death Imprint ability. Unlimited uses. After being killed by an enemy, a death imprint will be left on the opponent's body. Effect: causes the opponent to lose their sense of pain and fear of death, forcing them to experience death an infinite number of times. Death Imprint secondary effects. Flames of the Yellow Springs. Flames from the underworld will converge from all directions and endlessly burn the marked individual. Collapse of death. A powerful corrosive effect. As the name suggests, the target will face the erosion and curse of death. Their body structure will continuously break down. Vile scenery of hell. The gates of hell will open, and vile spirits will line up to escort them to their final resting place. Upon receiving this bizarre's ability, a cold smile crept onto Shen An's lips. Infinite deaths, huh? This ability is truly... He immediately made his choice. System, retain the Death Imprint ability. Do not learn or implant it for now. Outside, a series of thunderous explosions echoed as Shen An absorbed all the surrounding rock and magma, causing Yi, who was standing on a cliff, to stare in astonishment. She was thrilled for him. I can't believe cousin managed to directly subdue this hellish flame. Doesn't that mean he's gained another attribute ability? The crimson-red protective aura gradually dissipated and Shen An stepped out. Yi Yi was still lost in awe. Just how many? Noticing his cousin was a bit dazed, he reminded her, "Don't lose focus. There's something else here." Yi Yi snapped back to her senses at his words, and sure enough, she spotted an anomaly. Behind them, a creature resembling a four-legged dragon with wings clung to the cliff face, its crimson eyes staring intently at the two of them below. Yi Yi was startled. "Is that a dragon?" Shen An landed beside her, seeing through its essence. "No, it's just a mutated lizard." Facing this evolved creature, he was completely unfazed. At most, it was just a giant four-legged insect. He chuckled, deploying the Tombfire domain beneath his feet. "Perfect. I'll use you to test out my new Tombfire domain." The lizard opened its massive jaws and spewed a stream of black fire, identical to the lava Shen An had just absorbed. He leaped forward to engage it in battle. Shen An swung his blade down, the Yang attribute transforming into a crescent moon of light that shot forward, blocking the opponent's attack. The shockwave from the clash between the two was so intense that the cave ceiling couldn't withstand it and began to crack and shatter. Boom! A massive explosion ripped through the air, and the cave ceiling completely collapsed. But this was no ordinary explosion. The blast was so powerful that even from a distance, Tong Duye saw half the mountain get blown away. She immediately barked an order, "There's an incident inside. Call for backup now," the young man instantly replied. "Roger that." Within moments, the news reached the Star Command Zone headquarters. "Warning, monitoring has detected a new mutated lifeform in Tianhai Forest. Spirit Chi concentration has spiked by 1,000%. Danger level, S-class. The anomaly's exact level is currently unidentifiable." Jialan frowned. "This is bad. Why is this happening right now?" The spirit chi in this area has been stable for a long time, and it just so happens to spike the moment the mortician goes in to train. Elder Wu's voice was low. "While I have faith in his abilities, I should go and see for myself." "Yes, sir," Jialan replied, and the two shot off, moving as fast as lightning. In the forest, Song Ye and Qingran were running toward the explosion when they saw two streaks of light flash across the sky. Song Ye gasped, "Look, what is that?" Qingran grinned. "It's Elder Wu and Captain Jialan. Elder Wu is back." Just as Song Yue was about to urge them on, a brilliant golden light slammed into the ground with a deafening boom, the shockwave cracking the earth beneath them. The figure who appeared was none other than Elder Wu. As the dust settled, he stood there, radiating vitality in his specialized armor. Song Yue was stunned by this power. Such speed. Is that the power of the King Kong realm? If the Mortician was the type of powerhouse who creates a spectacle with every move, then Elder Wu was a force of profound, restrained power. He didn't need to show off to command respect from all who stood before him. He had pinpointed their location and arrived in mere seconds, his teleportation ability honed to absolute perfection. A moment later, Jialan landed, followed by Song Ye and his soldiers. Seeing that everyone had arrived, Elder Wu gazed at the pile of rocks ahead. He's in there. Clearing the rock slide would be impossible for an ordinary person, but for Elder Wu, it was nothing. He raised his hand, gathering his spirit power, and with a single flick of his wrist, he obliterated the entire obstruction. The cave entrance was revealed. "Let's go," Elder Wu said, leading the way inside. Inside the cave, the chaotic aftermath of the battle still lingered. Though Yi Yi hadn't fought, the shockwaves had left her dizzy and stumbling, only protected by her golden sun guardian. She called out worriedly, "Brother, are you okay?" After an overwhelming victory, the lizard beast had been dealt with. Shen An emerged from the smoke. "I'm fine." He sensed a fluctuation in the spirit chi and glanced behind him. "It seems we have company." A sound echoed through the cave and a figure shot forward with incredible speed. In the blink of an eye, Elder Wu appeared right in front of Shen An. Shen An calmly met his gaze, sensing no hostile intent, and stood his ground to observe. Seeing how composed the young man was, Elder Wu asked, "You're the one who saved my life. You're the mortician, aren't you?" Just then, Jialan and Song Yue hurried to their side. "Elder Wu!" Jialan called out, her attention immediately drawn to the dead lizard beside them. She looked back at Shen An in astonishment. "Mortician, did you really grow this strong all on your own?" Elder Wu analyzed the scene. This creature had nearly completed its evolution. Once it became a true dragon, it would have reached the King Kong realm. He examined the wound, but based on the clean, decisive use of spirit chi, you killed it as a single strike. I can sense a Tombfire aura on you, similar to the half-dragons, but yours is incredibly pure. Could it be that the alarm we received was you? Jialan stepped forward, shocked. You already took care of it? You killed it outright. She thought to herself, if this half-dragon had fully evolved, the consequences would have been unimaginable, if not for the Mortician. Shen An now recognized the man before him and smiled slightly. So it is you, Elder Wu. There's no need to be so formal. I'm just glad to see you've recovered, Senior. The old man laughed heartily. As am I. With a junior like you around, I can finally rest easy. He then asked, since you're the one who killed it, can you help us keep this a secret? Don't let anyone outside Tianhai Forest know, not even the Spirit Chias Association. Shen An's mind raced. On the surface, Tianhai Forest was a training area managed by the command zone, but in reality, it was a place of intense spirit chi fluctuations, a hotbed for the strange and unknown. It was potentially even more dangerous than the anomalies in the extreme dark zone. The Star Command Zone was already shouldering a massive responsibility. They didn't want to add more pressure on the association. Understanding this, Shen An nodded. No problem. A different theory began to form in his mind. Tombfire has the same devouring properties as a Tauti. That lizard had evolved into a half-dragon by absorbing energy. Could a Tauti have once existed here in Tianhai Forest? If a mythical beast of that caliber were to appear, it would be a catastrophe. No wonder this place was so heavily guarded. Noticing the shift in his eyes, Elder Wu smiled and extended his hand. It seems you understand. Thank you. Shen An shook it, replying, it's the right thing to do. No one wanted a high-level anomaly to appear, and there was no need to create panic before there were any clear signs. With the matter settled, the group left the cave. As soon as they were outside, a faint new aura drifted through the air. Shen An subtly noticed it first. This presence. Yi took a deep breath, her face lighting up. It feels so pleasant. Jialan sensed it too, her eyes widening in shock. This spirit chi, she gasped. Has that person broken through to the King Kong realm? At that very moment, a handsome, long-haired figure appeared in the forest, descending from the sky with the grace of a celestial being. The man lightly stepped on floating bamboo leaves, using their momentum to make his way down, as if walking on a solid, invisible staircase. This was a member of the Star Command Zone, Bai Su, a pre-walker with a wood attribute. An officer holding a data tablet cheered with excitement. Isn't this Bai Su's aura? This is great! The Star Command Zone finally has another venerable master reaching the King Kong realm. Amid the joyful atmosphere, Shen An remained unmoved. He had detected something unusual. No, that's not quite right. His spirit chi is actually... Bai Su landed softly on the ground and announced confidently, Elder Wu, Jialan, I have completed my seclusion. His gaze then fell upon the unfamiliar face in their midst. And who is this? Elder Wu smiled and made the introduction. Let me explain. This is the wood attribute pre-walker of our Star Command Zone. Bai Su, our ace in the hole. He has been in seclusion to break through to the King Kong realm. Bai Su offered a polite greeting. Hello, I am Bai Su. But to be clear, I have only reached the half-step King Kong realm. I have not yet fully completed my breakthrough. Shen An returned the greeting with a slight smile. Hello, I am the mortician, Shen An, captain of the Taishi division. He silently assessed the newcomer. Not bad. His spirit core is running smoothly, and the chi flows through his body, without the oppressive feeling many other pre-walkers have. Instead, it feels refreshing. He has truly touched the threshold of the King Kong realm, not too far from my own current level. It just goes to show how difficult the King Kong realm is to overcome. Upon hearing his name, Bai Su froze. The mortician? Captain of the Taishi division, Elder Wu said slowly. This captain was invited here by Jialan. He not only saved my life, but also dealt with, well, he will be an important partner to the command zone from now on. You should show him some respect. Bai Su nodded. So much has happened while I was in seclusion. Elder Wu turned to Shen An. Bai Su awakened very early. His talent and resources are among the top tier in the Xia Kingdom. His breakthrough speed in the spirit creation realm was almost as fast as yours. After that, he was always training here in Tianhai Forest, so he's not familiar with the outside world. He continued, with the recovery of spirit chi, humanity's path of cultivation has always been a struggle against nature. That's why our absorption rate is the slowest among all living beings. Initially, we classified power into 5 levels based on the mutations of plants and animals. To this day, only 5 humans at the pinnacle have reached the 3-star King Kong realm. Elder Wu looked at Shen An. Of course, that doesn't rule out the possibility of undiscovered individuals like you, but they are extremely rare, and most would struggle to advance much further. He went on, as time passes and spirit chi becomes denser, cultivation gets easier, but the King Kong realm remains a formidable barrier. Many fail, and some even lose their lives. He channeled energy into his arm and then retracted it. After reaching the King Kong realm, a person undergoes a complete transformation. He nodded in satisfaction. Bai Su has reached the half-step King Kong realm. His spirit power is stable, not volatile, and even has a gentle quality to it. This is very good. I am very relieved. Receiving the praise, Bai Su looked at Shen An humbly. I can see that the mortician is also very powerful. Seeing his smile, Shen An's expression remained neutral. Bai Su then revealed his true purpose. Just before my breakthrough, I sensed the fluctuation of your spirit power. It was thanks to that feeling that I managed to take that half step into the King Kong realm. Therefore, I would like to have a match with you. May I? Hearing this, a faint smile appeared on Shen An's lips as a palpable battle intent began to spark between them. He noted that while Bai Su seemed humble on the outside, his fighting spirit was incredibly strong. In a way, the two were quite similar, perhaps even two of a kind. It was rare to meet a worthy opponent. Shen An had no intention of refusing. Instead, he let out a laugh. Ha ha! All right! Elder Wu stepped forward. In that case, I will act as the referee. This is just a spar. Know when to stop, and don't take it too far. Shen An, Jia Lam, Song Yue, and the soldiers immediately fell back, giving them plenty of space. At this level, every battle is a rare spectacle. Both fighters were dead serious, their eyes gleaming. With a thunderous boom, the two clashed, sending shockwaves ripping through the entire area. Song Yu was stunned. Bai Su had just come out of seclusion and was already fighting Captain Taishi, a showdown between two geniuses. This was going to be intense. Jia Lam observed calmly, while Elder Yuan pondered the matchup. On one side, the rising star of Taishi. On the other, the representative of the Spirit War Zone. Who would gain the upper hand? From the very start, Bai Su unleashed the overwhelming power of his wood attribute. He manipulated the spirit energy in the surrounding flora, triggering a phenomenon of myriad growth. The trees exploded with life, lunging toward Shen An, who cautiously prepared to defend himself. Wood-type precursors possessed an incredible affinity for nature, allowing them to control plants and accelerate their growth. Shen An placed his hand on the ground, countering with a surge of lightning. But Bai Su's spiritual power had reached a masterful level, allowing him to forcibly create an entire army of plants. Faced with the relentless onslaught, Shen An moved with incredible agility, weaving through the attacks. He shattered the vines, but just as he caught his breath, more vines ambushed him from behind. The entire forest was his enemy's domain. Seeing that lightning was ineffective, he switched to fire. But plants were the perfect fuel. The heavenly fire erupted, instantly incinerating the vines, but they regenerated in the blink of an eye, shocking Shen An. He realized something was different. How could plants controlled by him be immune to fire? Bai Su nodded. That's right. Normally, fire is my greatest weakness. He patted the vines. But right now, my plants are immune to your flames. Shen An narrowed his eyes. He needed to reevaluate his opponent. The vines swarmed around him, rapidly forming a sealed prison. With Shen An trapped inside, Bai Su stood outside and asked, "How's this?" He was confident. If you were a real enemy, what you'd be facing would be far worse than just a cage. Shen An silently praised him. This truly is the power of a half-step king. He activated his golden yang body protection and touched a vine. A potent toxin immediately spread up his arm. This wood spiritual power was incredibly pure. Bai Su warned him, "I wouldn't touch that for long if I were you. The plant itself is poisonous, and through my power, that poison is amplified. Even a 3-star spirit creation realm cultivator like you will have a hard time." Shen An gave a slight smile as his yang attribute flared to life. Is that so? That just makes me want to try it more. Boom! A blinding golden light exploded outwards, shattering the vine cage to pieces. Feeling the terrifying heat, Bai Su was stunned. A towering inferno erupted, incinerating all of his plants. He couldn't believe it. How was this possible? The very technique he was most proud of had been shattered so easily. The shock sent tremors through him. Before him lay a vast, charred forest, and he still couldn't accept it. His plants were protected by spiritual energy. They shouldn't have been burned by fire. Bai Su gritted his teeth. What in the world is that flame? While he was distracted, Shen An appeared behind him, his blade already swinging. You let your guard down. The blade slashed down, but Bai Su managed to dodge just in time. Feeling the immense pressure, he broke out in a cold sweat, his mind in chaos. His opponent was clearly just a 3-star spirit creation realm, yet his strength was not the least bit inferior to his own. He retreated to create distance. Now, the battlefield was nothing but a ring of fire and charred trees. Bai Su looked around. You calculated that I would channel my spiritual power throughout the forest, and you predicted my escape routes. Did you burn this forest on purpose? He asked. Shen An replied. That's right. You're incredibly strong. My only option was to outthink you and strip away your advantages. Otherwise, he continued, the more you prepared, the harder it would have been for me to deal with you. A sense of defeat washed over Bai Su as he gritted his teeth. He considered himself a rare genius of the war zone, and the Tianhai forest was his greatest asset, yet he still couldn't gain the upper hand. He refused to accept it. A single thought blazed in his mind. No, I'm already a half-step king. I cannot lose. He let out a loud laugh. Then try and take this. He sat down, pouring all his spiritual energy into the ground, forcibly creating new plants from the scorched earth. This move even took Shen An by surprise, while Jia Lam and Elder Yuan immediately cried out for him to stop. Baisu, are you trying to kill yourself? Regenerating the entire Tianhai forest will drain all of your spiritual energy. Amidst the forest, a series of booming explosions echoed as a lush green jungle was violently brought back to life. Baisu was madly consuming his spiritual energy to forge a domain that belonged to him alone. Outside the battle, Elder Yuan was powerless to intervene and could only shout his name, Baisu. But it was useless. He was completely unresponsive, wholeheartedly channeling his energy, while Shen An maintained his burning yang attribute inside. Shen An silently assessed the situation. The wood attribute spirit energy was indeed incredibly dense. He charged forward, shouting to the two worried observers outside. Elder Yuan Jia Lam, the match isn't over yet. Just leave this to me. Hearing this, Elder Yuan hesitated, his worried gaze fixed on the battlefield. Now, as he closed in on Baisu, Shen An's eyes shone brightly, the yang attribute flowing through every one of his meridians. He coated his entire body in the yang spiritual power. He struck the vines with immense force, shattering them. Shen An then summoned his blade and slashed down. A sharp swish rang out as the massive vine near Baisu was severed, forcing him to roll aside to avoid the blow. But due to the excessive energy consumption and the destruction of his vine, he suffered a backlash, coughing up a mouthful of blood. Unwilling to accept defeat, he roared, "Again, I can still recreate the entire Tianhai forest." But the only response he received was Shen An's cold voice. "Is that all you've got?" With that, he rushed forward and threw a punch. Even with spiritual protection, Baisu's defensive layer was shattered with ease. Boom! Baisu was sent flying, crashing hard into the ground. A soldier watching exclaimed, "He seems completely unimpressed with the strength of our spirit war zone. Baisu is the strongest among us, and yet it seems he's nothing in that man's eyes." Song Yue watched, stunned, but spoke up to defend him. But he's not wrong. Baisu has truly been pushed this far. Yi looked on as Shen An landed, her expression full of pride. She thought to herself, "My cousin hasn't even used his full power. He still has many attributes he hasn't revealed. It's only natural that the Spirit War Zone's genius would lose." Elder Yuan accepted the reality. He never imagined Baisu would be so thoroughly overpowered, his state of mind completely shattered. "The successor of the Spirit War Zone is still worlds apart from the entombed one," Jia Lam remarked. "You knew that already, didn't you?" Baisu may appear composed on the outside, but inwardly. Back on the battlefield, as the dust settled, Baisu's figure appeared. He was a mess, blood dripping from the corner of his mouth as he rasped, "Thank you." Regaining his composure, Baisu stood up and began circulating his spiritual energy again. "But I can still keep fighting. My spiritual energy isn't depleted yet." Faced with such a martial arts fanatic, Shen An felt a bit helpless. "Actually, I think this match can pretty much end here." Baisu didn't listen. He clasped his hands before his chest and then released 3 clones. "All living things, hear my command." Shen An calmly analyzed the situation. Using spiritual energy to create clones, his spiritual power and consciousness are truly formidable among precursors. I'd say he's the strongest opponent I've ever faced. He's already consumed a great deal of my energy. As Baisu and his 3 clones attacked, Shen An summoned his blade. However, the heavenly fire transformed into a dragon, roaring forward and obliterating the 3 clones. In the blink of an eye, all that was left before him was a vortex of fire. Shen An was gone. Where is he? His presence is still here. A split second of carelessness was all it took. Baisu was ensnared by the heavenly fire. Then, the vortex of flames. In the next moment, the tip of a fiery blade was pointed at his face. Shen An stood atop a fire dragon, his presence overwhelming as he asked coldly, "Can we end this now?" Elder Yuan watched the scene unfold and sighed to Jia Lam. Baisu's defeat is certain. The entombed one truly never ceases to amaze. Jia Lam looked a little pale. Although he'd expected Baisu to lose, he never thought the defeat would be this crushing. This was the first major setback for that prodigy. Yi, however, hadn't been worried from start to finish. "I knew it," she thought. A soldier commented, "They managed to deal with 2 cataclysm-level aberrations in a row. It was inevitable that Baisu would lose." Song Ye nodded. "That's right. No matter how many plants Baisu created, he could never win." The duel was over. The result was clear. Shen An released Baisu. He looked at his opponent and mocked himself. A half-step King Realm genius. Huh? Baisu fell into a state of self-doubt. "So this is all I amount to." Then, as if reaching a decision, he clasped his hands and bowed. "Thank you for the lesson. I have matters to attend to. I'll be taking my leave." Shen An didn't mind. "All right, no problem." With that, Baisu turned and walked away. Jia Lam called out, but it was too late. "Where are you going?" he replied. "Secluded cultivation." Jia Lam was helpless. He's only just come out of seclusion, Elder Wu noted, and there's still so much to do on the base. This is the first time he's been hit this hard. Elder Wu turned to the pained Shen An and walked over with a smile. Undertaker, would you be willing to stay at the Spirit Corps Command? Even as the captain of the Tai Division, you could still hold a concurrent post. His tone then turned serious. I want you to be my successor. Shen An was taken aback by this. Your successor? Elder Wu formally extended the invitation. That's right. I want to cultivate you personally. It's not arrogance to say this. But if the Spirit Corps Command's resources are second in the Xia Kingdom, then no one dares claim first. That's not something you can find just anywhere. Afterward, I will recommend you to the Divine Prefecture, the place with the greatest resources of all. The Spirit Corps Command itself was established by them. The people who have a foothold there are all top-tier powerhouses. You would undoubtedly thrive among them. By exchanging knowledge with them, your own realm could even surpass mine. Shen An offered a faint smile. Thank you, Elder Wu, but I have no such intention. Besides, I don't belong to the Spirit Association. Hearing this, Tong Ye and the soldiers behind him were stunned. But Elder Wu simply nodded, respecting his choice. In this era of spiritual energy's revival, the stronger you are, the less you want to be bound. The major powers don't have the right to force you. Let's just consider this a friendly connection, he said. Even if you don't join, you can still make a request. Shen An thought for a moment, then said, in that case, I'd like to continue training in the Tianhai Forest with Yi Yi. Is that possible? Just as he finished speaking, dark clouds swarmed in, and a clap of thunder rumbled. Old Man Go realized the Tianhai Forest was changing unpredictably. A thunderstorm was about to break. He analyzed the aftermath of the battle. With that thought, Old Man Go let out a hearty laugh. Good, let the masters play their game. Everyone, pull back, but you are forbidden from disturbing the Tianhai Forest. Understood, replied Tong Duye and his soldiers. Elder Wu watched Shen An. As long as he remained a spirit walker of the Xia Kingdom, that was enough. Shen An offered a grateful smile. He had noticed the approaching storm, which was precisely why he'd made the request. Now that it was approved, he soared into the air. Just as he'd expected, the Spirit Corps Command didn't pressure him. This was the advantage of absolute power. Shen An's eyes gleamed. This time, it was the lightning attribute. Electricity crackled across the sky as thunder boomed. Tong Yue looked up and asked, what is the Undertaker doing? Is he planning to make contact with that lightning? His fire attribute is already at such a high level. If he carelessly touches the pure power of that lightning, it will only cause two powerful attributes to clash violently inside his body. Whether it's dual attributes or a mutated one, there's always a primary and a secondary. When one spiritual power is dominant, the other can only play a supporting role. Otherwise, under such an extreme conflict, a human body could never withstand it. Doesn't he understand that? A bolt of lightning descended from above, but instead of dodging, Shen An met it with a confident smile as the thunder crashed down with divine fury. Tong Ye shielded her eyes but still cried out, Elder Wu! Jia Lam! Aren't you two going to stop the Undertaker? The lightning in Tianhai Forest isn't something any living creature can approach, yet he wants to draw the heavenly lightning down upon himself. Jia Lam spoke calmly, because he also possesses the ultimate lightning attribute. The tyrant that was reported earlier, that is the Undertaker. This left Tong Yue utterly speechless. What? Have I been on the base for too long? Dual attributes aren't that rare, but to have two like this is absolutely terrifying. Jia Lam added with pride, you're not the only one who's shocked. I was the same way when I first found out. We've gotten so used to calling him the Undertaker that we forgot he also holds the title of Tyrant. Looking across the entire Xia Kingdom, he is a prodigy who can suppress an entire generation. The stronger the lightning, the more he can convert it into his own power for tempering. Shen An stood at the epicenter of the storm, urging it on. More, come on, I'm still lacking in spirit. Bolt after bolt of lightning rained down, and Shen An absorbed it all, letting the 100 refinement divine lightning temper his entire being. His bones, meridians, and flesh were all cleansed by 10,000 bolts of lightning as the attributes within him harmonized. Nether flame attribute, refinement complete. Heavenly fire attribute, refinement complete. Yang attribute, refinement complete. Dark attribute, refinement complete. With the 100 refinement divine lightning finished, his body and spiritual power became purer, and his reserves of spiritual power grew even more abundant. Shen An clenched his fists, his entire body feeling reborn from the lightning baptism. He then decided to test his new strength on a nearby mountain. With a deafening crack, a lightning-infused fist smashed into the peak, sending shockwaves through the area. Shen An was satisfied. As expected of the heavenly lightning from Tianhai Forest, the difference after training is incredible. Watching this, Baisu was stunned. The spirit mountains and stones here have been nurtured by spiritual energy for years, yet he destroyed an entire peak with a single blow, and he didn't even use 30% of his power. Even a spirit walker of the same level with a lightning attribute couldn't achieve this with just their fists. He looked up at the sky. Is it over? Undertaker, we will have another chance to fight. Elder Wu stroked his chin with pride. A talent like this brings countless surprises with just a brief visit. So young, so skilled, I truly want to keep him here. He can defeat the half-step diamond rank Baisu and even slay a disaster class anomaly. His strength and his mindset are both outstanding. To reach the top ranks of the Xia kingdom through self-cultivation, his talent is truly terrifying. If he became my successor, I would have no regrets in this life, Jia Lam added. But right now, it is the Spirit Core Command that needs him. It is not him who needs us. Hearing this, Elder Wu burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, Jia Lam, you've changed a lot. She looked a bit embarrassed. Have I? Elder Wu replied. It's a very good change. It makes me believe even more in your future. Perhaps we can try with those other 10 young people. Just then, Shen An landed beside them. Looking at his cousin, Shen An's eyes were full of expectation. This is a rare opportunity, Yi Yi. You have to work hard too. But as he happily turned, he saw the familiar faces. Elder Wu? Jia Lam? You haven't left yet? The old man answered. That's right. I have a new idea. And I don't need you to agree to anything. I want to invite your family member, Lin Yi Yi, to train at the command. Shen An asked, You mean Yi Yi can continue her studies and cultivation there? He thought to himself, this offer might not be tempting enough for me, but for Yi Yi, it's a golden opportunity. I just don't know what she thinks about it. Just then, Yi Yi opened her eyes. She heard Shen An say to Elder Wu, Thank you, Elder Wu. The Spirit Core Command is very sincere towards new Spirit Walkers. I'm grateful. As her guardian, this is an offer I find hard to refuse, but I cannot make the decision for Yi Yi. Suddenly, Yi Yi spoke up. I'm not going. Shannon turned to her. You're done cultivating? She replied. Yes, and thank you for your kindness, Senior, but I do not want to go. Elder Wu asked, Why? Yi Yi said, Perhaps I'm still immature. If I said I don't want to put my cousin in a difficult position, it would just be using him as an excuse. But I am also a spirit walker. I have my own pride. I want to rely on my own abilities to achieve everything. Shen An was stunned, feeling that this little girl had truly grown up. Elder Wu nodded. All right, it seems our considerations were not thorough enough. My apologies. We will continue to observe your progress. Yi Yi replied firmly, I will definitely make it. The scene changes to Shen An's home. The spiritual power issue was solved. Next, he needed to sort out the attribute fusion and figure out how to use it. There was also the death seal. These were all bottlenecks for Shen An. When they arrived home, Yi Yi saw a girl sitting at their door. Cousin, why is there someone sitting in front of our house? Su Qingxuan stood up. You two are finally back. Yi Yi was surprised. Captain Su? Shen An asked, Su Qingxuan, why are you here? What's wrong? Qingxuan's expression was grave. Something major has happened at the border. The U Division captain went to the Tai Division Spirit Association to ask for help. Shen An immediately asked, Where is the U Division captain now? Qingxuan replied, She's severely injured and being treated at the association. She risked her life to get the message out. With no other choice, she specifically asked for you, the Undertaker. The next day at the hospital of the Tai Division Spirit Association, a heavily bandaged young woman stood in the hallway. When she heard someone call her name, Chen Ruo, she turned. A smile broke through her pale face when she saw who it was. Sister Qingxuan, you're here! And this is... Qingxuan made the introductions. This is the captain of the Tai Division, the Undertaker. And this is the captain of the Yo Division, Chen Ruo. Hearing this, she immediately rushed forward and grabbed Shen An's hand. Hello, captain of Tai Division. I am the U Division Captain Chen Ruo. The anomaly at U Division has definitely surpassed the A+ rank. I heard you've dealt with 2 disaster-level events before. Please, you have to help me. In stark contrast to her urgency, Shen An simply glanced at the hand gripping his own, saying nothing. Realizing her breach of etiquette, she quickly let go, flustered and stumbling over her words. I'm sorry, that was too forward of me. I'm really panicking. The anomaly's concentration is only rated CB, but too many people have gone missing. Our people went in and just vanished. The support team never came back. My sister, she's so strong, but she also... From her scattered words, Shen An pieced it together. An anomaly in UXE Town was making ascendants disappear. But was it really just a CB-level threat? A place like UXE, no matter how remote, shouldn't lack for powerful individuals. This whole situation was a mess. The real question was, were they missing or were they already dead? Hearing this, Chen Ruo trembled. Seeing her agitation, Qing Huang guided her to a bench in the hallway. Calm down. Chen Ruo just shook her head. I don't know. I can't reach any of them. She clutched her head in self-blame, then added, "But, sister and I, we have a special connection. I can feel it. She's still alive." As she spoke, she suddenly froze, as if remembering something crucial. She hastily dug through her bag. "I almost forgot the most important thing. This is a token of gratitude for you, if you'll just agree to come. Please. I truly have no other options." Chen Ruo presented a small box. As he took it, a rare expression of surprise crossed his face. He wondered, what is this? Even through multiple seals, he could feel a familiar, powerful Yang attribute aura radiating from within. He asked, "What is this? Why is it sealed so heavily?" Seeing she had his attention, Chenro quickly explained, "It's a spirit crystal. It formed from a mountain peak where Yang energy erupted when the anomaly hit Uxi. It contains a massive amount of Yang spiritual power. It's our greatest treasure." Shen An opened the box. Inside lay a brilliant, glittering golden stone. Chen Ruo continued, "At first, we wanted to use it to cultivate." Qing Huang stared at the stone in his hand, utterly stunned. "I can't believe it. A spirit crystal. The conditions to form one are incredibly strict. Even the Spirit Qi Association and the major military districts rarely have them. More importantly, someone without an attribute can use it to awaken their power. That's why all the major powers fight over them. They're almost never for sale. A spirit crystal is a crystallization of spirit qi at a focal point. It doesn't just form naturally." Faced with such a precious item, Shen An accepted it immediately and agreed to help. "Transaction complete. I'll take it. Let's move out." Chen Ruo was overjoyed. "Okay, no problem." The three of them immediately got in a car. When they were about 1 kilometer from Uxi town, Shen An asked, "So how exactly did the anomaly manifest?" Chen Ruo explained as she drove. "At first, graves started appearing in the mountains. The villagers heard movements inside them, but there were no other abnormal signs. The next day, we checked, and the spiritual energy fluctuations were still normal. We sealed off the area and evacuated the civilians. But that night, skeletons crawled out of the graves and started dragging people in. As if on cue, rain began to fall, making the mountain road slick and treacherous. After driving a little further, they got out of the car. Chenro pointed to the graves lining the road. "We're here." Qing Huang shuddered. "This road into town, it looks so sinister." "Great master, what do you think?" Shen An took a moment to sense the area, then said, "It's strange." Chenro led them deeper in. "This is Uxi town." After that first night, graves started appearing everywhere, with no pattern. The skeletons can crawl out at any moment to drag people away. She stared at the sheer number of graves, aghast. "There's so many more, just from one day." She turned to them. "Come on, I'll take you to meet the people from the association and the military." Standing in the rain, Shen An frowned slightly. The anomaly's concentration was far too low. He'd never encountered a situation like this. Skeletons were appearing, yet the graves themselves showed no distinct fluctuations. He mulled it over as they walked. Could the graves be concealing its aura, or is there another purpose? He placed a hand on a tombstone and spoke aloud. "Anomalies are like people. They can perform sacrifices to resurrect a more powerful entity, just like the catastrophe in Taishi City." He elaborated. "The bat swarms massacred the residents to allow the anomaly king to descend." At his words, Chen Ruo froze, her face turning pale. The catastrophe was also a sacrifice. Qing Huang picked up on the key word. "Also," Chen Ruo said with difficulty, "the mountain residents here, they don't like change. Even when we urge them to leave, they refuse to go. They're planning to hold a sacrifice tomorrow." The moment those words left her mouth, the ground beneath their feet suddenly erupted. From a grave near Shen An, a bleached, bony hand shot out, grasping for him. He dodged it with ease. He glanced at it, assessing. A weak individual, definitely CB class. Without hesitating, he swung his blade and severed the skeletal hand. But just as he prepared to strike again, another hand shot out and clamped down on his blade. Shen An looked on coldly. He couldn't pull it free, but he remained perfectly calm, observing the situation. Immediately after, a full skeleton burst from the ground, its jaw unhinged as it lunged forward. Qing Huang was shocked. What's happening? Aren't they afraid of the Yang attribute? At the same time, countless skeletons began clawing their way out of the earth, swarming the trio. A smirk played on Shen An's lips. "It seems so, but I need to confirm it. This mission just got interesting." Chen Ruo didn't stand idle. She drew her bamboo flute, and the sonic attack that burst forth shattered several of the skeletons. She called out, "Their level isn't high, but they have no sense of pain or concept of death, and there are more of them than before. It's an endless tide." A wave of despair washed over her. Is it possible that even the Punisher can't handle this? Qing Huang shattered a skeleton with a kick. "Don't give up," she yelled. Suddenly, flames erupted all over the skeletons, making her freeze in her tracks. "What is this?" She looked over to see Shen An, his voice cold as ice, utter a single word, "Domain." the grave fire domain manifested, a swirling black barrier that instantly enveloped the area. Waves of grave fire surged forward, swallowing the skeletons whole. At the same time, a system notification said, "Special death attribute detected." Shen An's interest was piqued. A death attribute? The notifications continued, absorbing and converting energy, strengthening Yang attribute, finally. Yang attribute enhancement complete. A deafening, earth-shattering explosion ripped through the air. The grave fire domain expanded violently, washing over and obliterating every last moving skeleton on the ground. The shockwave alone was so powerful that Qing Huang and Chen Ro had to struggle just to stay on their feet. Amidst a sea of crimson flames and billowing black smoke, Shen An's figure hovered in midair. Qing Huang said with a proud smirk, "See that? That is the true power of the Punisher." Chen Ruo could only stammer, That was terrifying." The Punisher's reputation is no exaggeration. She collected herself. "That fire just incinerated all of them. I'll take you to meet the other members of the Spirit Chi Association." And so the three of them made their way to the temporary rendezvous point for the Yueshi Spirit Chi Association. A young woman stepped out to greet them. "Captain." Chen Ruo made the introductions. "I've brought reinforcements. This is the captain from Taishi City, the Punisher, and with him, a member of the Taishi Spirit Chi Association, Qing Huang." Then she gestured to her own comrades. "And these are the members of our Yui Spirit Chi Association, Chen Feng, Chen Xing, and Chen Shi." The girl named Chen Xing asked hesitantly, "The captain from Taishi City, the Punisher, is that really him?" She eyed Shen An doubtfully. "He's so young." Chen Feng spoke, his voice heavy with despair. "What's the use? The situation in Yueshi is unlike any other anomaly we've ever seen." He waved a dismissive hand. "There are only a handful of us left. The whole town is about to be swallowed by those graves. You people should get out of here now. Why did you even come back? Why would you lead outsiders here to die with you?" Chen Shi clutched her head. "This isn't a CB anomaly. You two were tricked by her. You've only come here to be buried alongside us." Chen Ruo looked at Shen An apologetically, explaining in a low voice. "Punisher, they've just been through too much." He gave a slight nod of understanding. He looked at the dejected members of the Yuexi Association and stated calmly, "I have taken the job. The problem here, I will handle it." At his words, Chen Shi began to explain the situation in detail. "Our town, Yuexi, is quite remote. The villagers live a very primitive lifestyle. Whenever they face a problem they can't solve, they pray to the gods for blessings." Chen Feng scoffed and cut in. "The whole place is a graveyard. What kind of blessings are they praying for now? We couldn't talk any sense into them. You'll have to see it for yourselves." From a high vantage point, Shen An surveyed the entirety of Yueshi's town. Night was falling, casting a gloomy pall over everything, and a thick fog was rolling in. He began to put the pieces together. A primitive village, simple beliefs combined with ancient rituals. It's a combination that often leads to the appearance of an anomaly. Right at that moment, the thunderous, urgent beat of drums echoed through the valley. Chen Feng and Chen Shi exchanged a startled glance. High on the mountain, a great altar had been erected. Two figures stood upon it, beating massive drums, as a long line of villagers marched toward them, scattering paper offerings as they walked. As Fandix Group and Tran Yuk followed, she voiced her concern. "The ritual is about to start. With this many people gathered, what if the tombstone anomaly erupts?" Ignoring Tran Yuk's unease, the villagers gathered in full force. They lit a massive bonfire in the middle of the square, the designated place for the ritual. Once the flames roared to life, everyone surrounded the altar. The people wept and pleaded, "O divine spirit, please look upon your children. Have mercy, save my child. I am willing to trade my own life for theirs." Then, they all prostrated themselves, the thud of their foreheads hitting the earth echoing in unison. Merciful spirit, merciful spirit. But the instant they raised their heads, the campfire was extinguished. The villagers cried out in panic, "The sacred fire! Why did the sacred fire go out?" A chilling aura filled the air as darkness descended, and the ground trembled and cracked open. From deep within the earth, tombstones began to rise. Those at the edge of the crowd immediately fled. "Tombstones! The tombstones! The skeleton monsters are back!" In the misty night, dry skeletons with glowing red eyes emerged before them. Those who could still move scrambled to escape. "Run! Run!" But some, the frail and the stubbornly superstitious, refused to leave. "Oh gods, divine spirits, this must be a test for us." A young mother trembled, clutching her daughter, frozen in fear. The little girl sobbed, "Mommy, the angels will save us, right?" Elsewhere, someone was already caught by the skeletons. Others were being chased down, their cries for help echoing through the square. "Help me!" The mother was thrown to the ground, but not before pushing her daughter away, hoping she would run. The little girl didn't flee. She didn't even see the skeleton approaching from behind, its bony arm swinging down to snatch her. In that exact moment, a brilliant golden light flared up behind the girl, incinerating the skeleton. The same scene played out elsewhere as skeletons were sucked into a grave fire and burned to ash. The villagers stared in awe at the source of the light, watching the flames leap high as they cheered and bowed. It's a divine flame, a heavenly fire. Just then, a foot appeared on the altar, or more precisely, on its highest point. Van Dyck spoke with a cold indifference. Don't pray. He delivered the cruel truth. There are no gods in this world. They aren't coming. Hearing this, the people below were stunned, falling silent as they tried to process his words. After a moment of silence, someone shouted, "Oh my God, a divine spirit has manifested." Others quickly joined in. "The spirit has averted disaster." Someone else wept, "Spirit, please save us. There are still so many skeletons." Van Dyck realized explaining was futile and just shook his head, but he still had to save them. He raised his hand, controlling the grave fire. He then unleashed the skill that countered the skeletons. Grave fire domain deploy! Instantly, all the skeletons were sucked into the vortex of fire. At the same time, Van Dyck continued to explain, "I am not a god. I am the captain of the vanguards from Tai City, the Entomber." As the grave fire domain expanded, its pull grew stronger. Below, Tran Fong stared in shock. "What is this?" He looked at the boy with disbelief. "Who is this Entomber, really? What is he doing? What kind of power is this?" Tran Yuk didn't know either, only that he was extraordinary. She smiled and said, "I told you he wasn't an ordinary vanguard, but you wouldn't believe me." As Van Dyck moved toward the other anomalous zones in Wit City, Tran Yuk told her teammates, he single-handedly resolved 2 major anomaly disasters in Tai City and Thong City. He even fought the captain of the Thuong City Spirit Energy Association, a top 3 city in the Xia Kingdom. I heard both the Spirit Energy Association HQ and the central government consider him a special guest. Van Dyck charged onto the mountain path. Seeing him, the terrified skeletons scattered and fled. Just then, the system announced, Grave Fire Domain has absorbed a large amount of an unknown attribute. Yang attribute has been enhanced. He watched them run but was in no hurry to chase. He swung his blade down once. A brilliant fire, as bright as 3 suns, erupted, liberating Gwit City. Wherever the Yang-infused flame swept, the abnormal spiritual energy was completely devoured. The townspeople wept with joy. Heaven has not forsaken Wit City. It's gone. The tombstones and the white skeletons are all gone. Simultaneously, the device in Than Huyen's hand beeped as the screen turned green. She announced, Din District is stable. Anomaly value has returned to normal. She continued checking. Bakmok District. Anomaly value has returned to normal. Tran Yuk watched and said, ahead is the Kai Min District where the concentration is. Before she could finish, Thon Huyen's expression changed. Her brow furrowed as a sense of dread washed over her. She looked back. Something's wrong. Don't you all feel it? Thon Huyen said worriedly, the pillars of light. There are more of them. Tran Yuk saw it too, her eyes widening in horror. There's a fluctuation in the Kai Min District. The anomaly concentration is gathering. And she was right. The pillars of light converged on a single point, the concentration spiking to form a dark greenish-black cloud in the sky above the Kai Min District. And within it was a green skull, staring intently at Van Dyck. It was another anomaly king. At the same time, the system alerted him. Unknown attribute detected. Analyzing. A moment later, the system delivered the result. This attribute is called the Death Attribute. The anomaly king, wielding the power of death, manifested in the skies above Newit City. Its body, formed from greenish-black smoke, floated in the air, its skeletal fingers reaching out as if to grasp Van Dyck. Facing the Bone King, he frowned slightly, wondering to himself, why does this aura feel so unsettling? Below, Tran Yuk asked nervously, what in the world is that thing? Thon Huyen couldn't help but grit her teeth. The anomaly concentration. The Bone King carried a giant coffin on its back. It roared and charged straight for Van Dyck. The Spirit Energy Association team below tensed up. It's coming, Tran Yuk realized. That's what's causing the pillars of light to keep increasing. A dense, deathly aura radiated outwards. The Bone King's eye sockets glowed, its cold gaze surveying everything like a monarch. Just one look sent a chill Van Dyck's spine. This was the first time an anomaly king had ever made him react this way. He clutched his head as a searing pain shot through him. He felt his spirit being crushed by an immense pressure, his mind on the verge of shattering. Van Dyck suddenly felt incredibly small as that bony hand closed in, leaving him unable to resist. It's too strong. Could this be a fully evolved anomaly king? This aura far surpasses any anomaly I've faced before. Chains of dense, dark energy shot toward him, and he had no way to defend or counterattack. After a moment, Van Dyck barely managed to stabilize his mind. He glanced at the chains hurtling toward him. Without hesitation, he swung his blade horizontally, dodging the ones in front, only to be swarmed from behind. He had just dodged a few chains when dozens more appeared behind him. He looked down, quickly analyzing the situation. The Yang attribute counters the Dark attribute, but this Death attribute is from the same source as Darkness, just another branch of it. Fan Dick struggled to swing his blade and discovered something unusual. Even his enhanced Yang attribute couldn't completely suppress this power. In the square below, the villagers continued to pray, bowing to their gods. Recreate the miracle. Protect our people. Bless all living things. But their prayers brought no additional strength to the fight against the Bone King. Fan Ditch was gradually losing ground as the fog began to thicken around him. Standing below, Thon Hoyen's eyes widened in horror. The Bone King controlled the coffin on its back. From within, powerful chains shot out, wrapping around Fan Ditch. His fireblade fell to the ground and shattered into pieces. At that same moment in Tai City, Lin Yi's heart suddenly began to pound. A sense of unease washed over her. Kazan. She was cultivating on a mountain, but the growing anxiety made it impossible for her to stop thinking. Why do I feel so uneasy? It's just a normal mission. Cousin is so strong. He easily defeated 2 anomaly kings before. Could something have gone wrong this time? Lin Yi frowned and decided to take out her phone to call him, scolding herself internally. If only I hadn't listened to him. I should have gone to Nuit City with him. But before she could even dial, her phone rang. On the other end, Jilan's voice was grim. Yi, we just received news. Nuit City is surrounded by a horde of tombstones. It's been locked down. Your brother is in trouble. Immediately, Lin Yi went to find Jilan. The army quickly dispatched reinforcements, military vehicles speeding along the mountain roads. In the meeting room of the Tai City Spirit Energy Association, the atmosphere was heavy. Someone held their head in their hands. Just when things were starting to look up, another couldn't believe it. Is the Entomber dead? Is humanity's resistance truly meaningless? If even the Entomber... Meanwhile, at the Spirit Energy Association headquarters in Lin City, someone reported, the Spirit Energy Association is in an uproar over the Nuit City incident. An anomaly king has appeared again due to the CQP's movements. Is now really the time for that? A woman pushed her chair back. I'm going to Nuit City. From behind her, a man named Kwong called out, what are you going for? You are the Nong-Kwok of the city. The military has already dispatched forces to break the siege. Vu Nu stared coldly at the man. First, they lost a Vajra-level venerable, and now the ruler of Thakwok. Her voice boomed, spiritual energy flaring. What do you all think you're doing? Abandoning an entire city? If you won't fight, then just say so. Since when did the Spirit Association become like this? I refuse to accept it. Le Kwong's brow furrowed. What are you trying to say? Miss Vu Nu, Mr. Quat, he began. The one responsible for this mess was the gravedigger himself. In this era of spiritual energy's return, one wrong step means death. It's no surprise he died. Furious, Vu Nu shot back. So we're just supposed to wait for death? Then what's the point of cultivating? Remember the disaster in Shen City? Why did Mr. Ngo have to sacrifice himself to seal it and save us? Her aura intensified with anger. We might as well just seal off Shen City and wait for the gravedigger's execution. Le Kwong retorted, we're doing this for everyone's sake. It's useless for you to go. But she had already stormed out of the meeting room. Vu Nu frowned, her heart filled with indignation, a bunch of cowards. She had seen the gravedigger's true power and refused to believe he could die so easily. Meanwhile, outside Nuit City, military vehicles had arrived. Mr. Ngo, inside one of the cars, saw the purple glow on the mountain and grew worried. This aberrant king was a dark death attribute variant, something they had never seen before. He looked at the anxious Lin Yi beside him. I suspect the gravedigger is in trouble. He might be trapped by some rule he can't escape. The vehicle stopped. He and Jilan stepped out, as a soldier reported. Mr. Ngo, Miss Jilan, the military vehicles can't break through. Jilan asked, what do you mean? Hearing this, Lin Yi's anxiety skyrocketed. The soldier explained, we've deployed all our forces, but multiple attack waves have failed. The city is covered in a field of tombstones that just swallows up every bullet and shell we fire. Our attacks are useless, and all the frontline soldiers have been dragged into the tombstones. The aberrant king's power was still growing, spreading outward. After assessing the situation, the soldier looked at the endless tombstones and chilling death energy, concluding that breaking through was impossible. He then asked, should we retreat? This aberrant king is immune to our attributes and can even seal the abilities of practitioners. Even the gravedigger. Lin Yi abruptly cut him off. No, we can't. Her voice trembled, but her eyes were firm. Everyone has been pulled in. I'll go to Nuit City myself. At that moment, Nuit City's main square was completely empty. Everyone had been dragged into the tombstones, and a suffocating death energy blanketed the entire space. The names of the victims were carved on the headstones, including Tu Thonhuan and Chan Nuok. Wisps of death energy moved as if they had a will of their own, flowing like nutrients into a skeletal figure. It paid special attention to a levitating coffin, the very prison holding Shen An. Inside, chilling insects crawled all over him, greedily absorbing the death energy from his body. Shen An lay still, as if in a deep sleep, completely sealed. But then his eyes snapped open, revealing pupils as black as the abyss. The system immediately chimed in. The grafted death mark ability has been successfully activated. You have obtained the infinite death ability. The system concluded. The trial of the death mark is now complete. Shen An looked at the massive skull before him. Suddenly, it didn't seem as terrifying as before. The Death Monarch even looked somewhat tolerable. He narrowed his eyes. Still, this trial of rebirth was an experience he absolutely never wanted to go through again. The clock rewinds to the moment Shen An confirmed he was locked by the Death Monarch's power. He immediately made a choice. In that instant, he quickly opened the system. If death was inevitable, his only option was to gamble on the death mark. The system acted at once. A crimson mark of power rose up and fused into Shen An's body. The system's notifications were relentless. Death mark activating, awaiting effect. Simultaneously, the monarch's deathly aura erupted. His body lost all control as the Death Monarch dragged him away. The system alerted him. The Death Monarch's law of death has taken effect on you. In the next moment, all life drained from Shen An's body, leaving it like a soulless corpse. But the system continued to run as programmed. You have died. The death mark ability has activated, fulfilling the first condition. Shen An's body was swept into the coffin by the death energy. During this silent death-filled period, the system continued its work. The death mark will now initiate the final step with you, the death trial. The death trial consisted of 3 challenges for its wielder. Only by surviving them could one obtain the 3 abilities of the death mark. The trials were, in order, the fire attribute of the mysterious netherworld spring, an endless inferno of undying flames that burned everything to ash. Second was the poison attribute of the death stele, where the body had to endure relentless corrosion. And finally, the earth attribute of hell's evil realm. The gates of hell opened, and evil spirits lined up to escort him to his grave. During the trial, the pain and experiences were so real it was impossible to distinguish them from reality. It was like being trapped in an infinite cycle of death, body unmoving as a mountain, flesh regenerating, soul turning to dust. One had to pay an immense price to overcome this ordeal. Now having been reborn, Shen An understood. The real battle was just beginning. What he needed to do now was defy the Death Monarch's law of death itself. Instantly, the Death Monarch froze, looking down in confusion. Its special coffin had been shattered from within by a bolt of lightning. Then, Shen An fell out of the levitating prison. With a loud crash, he landed in the middle of the dense field of tombstones. The Death Monarch stared down, its eyes filled with killing intent. As the dust and white bone fragments settled, a cold figure stepped out. Shen An clutched his side, gasping for breath after the fall. He glared up at the Death Monarch, who was just as shocked to see him. Its aura instantly fluctuated. The system announced, "The Death Monarch has detected your resurrection." It roared in fury, raising its hand and hurling 2 death seeds toward Shen An. With a massive explosion, the seeds hit the ground and detonated. Arrogantly, the Death Monarch didn't even bother to check the result. But it never expected Shen An to be completely unharmed. He was smiling. The system announced, "You have evaded the law of death." The Death Monarch was stunned to see him still standing there before it. Though a trace of blood trickled from the corner of his mouth from the internal damage, he was incredibly pleased with his new ability, even flashing a provocative grin. The Death Monarch felt its authority had been insulted, its shock now mixed with pure rage. At the same time, outside the blockade of Nikwit City, an endless field of tombstones stretched across the mountains. Someone gasped, "The death energy is so thick." Mr. Ngo, Jilan, and Lin Yi stood watching. As Lin Yi stared at the horrifying scene, ready to act, a powerful torrent of water erupted from behind them, shattering a row of tombstones in an instant. Vunu appeared, descending from the sky like a goddess. That attack was hers. "I'm here too," she declared. Jilan turned and smiled. "The ocean venerable, you came." The two then launched a coordinated attack, destroying more tombstones. "I'm here to help," Vunu said. Explosions rang out continuously as the tombstone stuff was destroyed piece by piece. As the graves vanished, the soldiers who had been dragged underground were pushed back to the surface, looking around in a daze. What happened? But before they could celebrate, new tombstones erupted from the ground, surrounding Lin Yi, Jilan, and Vunu. The 3 stood back to back. "Here they come again." Jilan warned, Everyone, be careful. The mist here can pull living creatures into the tombstones. Just as she spoke, skeletal hands burst from the earth, and countless skeletons charged at them like beasts hunting prey. But before they could attack, they all froze in place as if receiving an order. In the next moment, they turned back to the tombstones and burrowed back into the ground, vanishing as if they had never been there. This bizarre behavior left Jilan bewildered. Lin Yi was stunned. Watching the scene unfold, Vu Nu spoke up. A mass retreat? What on earth is the aberrant king planning? Jilan shook her head. I don't know, but it must be planning something big. Since we're here, we can only adapt as we go. With that, they continued to advance. Just then, Mr. Ngo appeared. He had just rescued the nearby soldiers and said, perhaps this is a good sign. The aberrant king is recalling its forces. He had saved many of them. He tried to calm everyone. This proves the gravedigger isn't dead. On the contrary, he must be causing the aberrant king a great deal of trouble. Back with Shen An, the lingering dust slowly settled, revealing his calm, cold face. After enduring multiple attacks from the Death Monarch, he remained standing unmoved. The system's voice rang out, Death count 2. Immediately, a positive notification appeared for Shen An. Your ability has trapped the King of Death in a continuous death loop. Weakening progress, 10%. He calmly assessed the situation. When the Mark of Death activated, its effect wasn't just on Shen An, but on the King of Death itself. Once it locked onto a target, that target was destined to die. Before it, there was only death or eradication. This very rule was what made an aberrant king like it so unique. Looking at the still bewildered King of Death, Shen An smirked mockingly. But now, your own rule of death has turned against you. It roared in fury, striking its own body and releasing a massive amount of death energy. Dense green particles of this energy rained down. Shen An didn't even try to dodge, letting the death energy consume him as a thunderous explosion echoed. The system announced, Death count 3. The King of Death still hadn't realized its own power was diminishing. Seeing its attack was effective, it let out a cruel smile. The system continued to report, your ability has further weakened the King of Death. It has begun to fall into a state of unconscious decline, weakening progress, 30%. Immediately after, small cracks appeared on its body, and a few bone fragments flaked off. When the dust settled, Shen An was still standing there, as if the last attack had done no harm at all. The King of Death's smile slowly stiffened, its eyes turning to disbelief. Shen An had revived once again. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, laughing coldly in his mind. Keep it up. I'll wear you down until you're nothing. Standing still and taking hits wasn't his style. While it was weakened, it was time to counterattack. He instantly gathered his Yang attribute, spiritual power. With a piercing whistle, Shen An fired a brilliant golden arrow, blazing with scorching Yang energy, straight at the King of Death. It raised a bony hand to block, deflecting the arrow's force. A system notification popped up. The mysterious mark of Huangshuan has been activated. A black flame ignited and clung to the hand that had just deflected the arrow. The system continued. The King of Death is afflicted with a debuff, bodily calcification. It looked at its hand in confusion, not understanding why it was on fire or why it couldn't extinguish the flames no matter what it tried. While the King of Death was frantically trying to deal with the strange fire, Shen An had already leaped high above its head. His mind raced, calculating, just as the Mark of Death described. The King of Death has no idea its body is weakening. It can't even feel the pain from the debuffs. He gripped the newly forged fire blade and swung down with all his might, but the beast simply assumed the attack would be useless. It thought Shen An would strike from the shadows, but the King of Death had already glanced up towards him. Shen An didn't hesitate, shouting, Skyfire Slash! The King of Death looked up. With his shout of slash, the Skyfire blade collided with its massive bone hand, and a deafening explosion ripped through the air. With a human body far weaker than an aberrant's, Shen An died once again, leaving only a cloud of dust on the battlefield. System notification. Death count 4. The King of Death continues to weaken. Weakening progress, 45%. The Mark of Death. Bone Shatter has been activated. This time, the one affected was Shen An. His body shattered into pieces and a single thought remained in his mind, here we go again. With a loud crack, the King of Death's bony hand snatched his small body out of the air. It brought him close to its face, observing him intently, as if trying to understand how he could keep coming back to life. Even as his body disintegrated, Shen An managed a defiant smirk. King of Death, take a good look at yourself. Look at what you've become. It didn't fully understand his words, but it still looked down at its own body. It saw no changes, aside from a few more bone fragments falling off and some small cracks on its face that it hadn't noticed before. Shen An didn't explain. Flames erupted around his body as he gave it one last smile before vanishing into the inferno. Seeing its prey self-destruct, the King of Death was stunned once more. Immediately, the system announced, death count 5. This time, the change in the King of Death's body was obvious. One side of its face completely shattered and fell away. The system displayed weakening progress 60%. Since eating the petrification fruit, its once indestructible body was now crumbling, sending it into a panic. The system updated again, Mark of Hell, Evelscape has been activated. Weakening progress increasing. At the same time, outside Moon City, the countless tombstones covering the mountain began to crumble in unison. The sound of their collapse echoed everywhere, as if the entire mountain was shaking. Jialan was stunned. Am I seeing things? All the tombstones are collapsing. Yunu confirmed. You're not mistaken, everyone. Look! She pointed to the distant sky. The unusual pillars of light are disappearing. Lin Yia held on to a sliver of hope. Does that mean my cousin is still alive? Oh, Elder Mu immediately gave the order. Go! We're entering Moon City. They still need us there. Announce this to all units. With that, he led the 3 of them forward, and someone below responded, Understood! Inside Moon City, in the Grand Square, the stone monument still stood. Perhaps because they were so close to the King of Death, they hadn't been destroyed yet, showing only a few cracks. Suddenly, a hand broke through the earth, but it was a human hand, not one of bone. It was Qing Huang, who had just escaped her tomb. She struggled to crawl out, gasping for air, her heart still pounding with fear. What happened? Just moments ago, her life force was being drained completely, and when she was pulled into the tombstone, she felt as if her body and soul were no longer in this world. The memory alone made her shudder. It was like being dragged into a hell with no escape. But then, that scene shattered. Qing Huang mumbled, The tombstones, I have to save them. She immediately rushed to another tombstone, the one inscribed with Chenruo's name, and started digging, calling out, Chenruo, Chenruo, are you alive? Soon after, she managed to dig Chenruo out. She breathed a sigh of relief. Chenruo was still there, unlike her younger sister, who had vanished completely. Abruptly, it began to rain. Qing Huang looked up at the sky, which was no longer so dark and oppressive. Ah, the sky. Observing closely, she saw light piercing through the thick clouds. The sky itself was cracking apart. Back on the battlefield, a skull was thrown to the ground. By now, the King of Death was nothing more than a dilapidated head. The light in its eyes was fading, its power draining away. It opened its mouth. I am the noble King of Death. What are you things? It stared at the shadowy figures of all shapes and sizes before it and roared. You dare to scorn me? The shadows didn't answer, simply opening their mouths, ready to swallow it whole. The light in its eyes finally died. The skull cracked and shattered. Death was upon it, and it never even realized it. Its body was now 90% weakened. A moment later, the skull disintegrated. The King of Death never imagined it would meet its own end. The system displayed weakening 100%. Right after, a new notification appeared. The King of Death's power has been completely weakened and seized by you. The black clouds in the sky began to dissipate. Sunlight broke through, shining down on Shen An. Dark purple death energy now swirled around him. The system announced, Congratulations, the old king has fallen. New king is enthroned. The dark clouds parted completely, and a pillar of holy light descended, illuminating Shen An as he floated in mid-air like a god descending to the mortal world. Below, Qing Huang held Chenru in her arms, looking up in awe. What is that? Yunu was astonished. The Undertaker. He didn't die. Not only did he break the King of Death's rule of mortality, but he also summoned the 100 demons of hell to devour it. Elder Mu, as if realizing something, let out a laugh. I fear it's far beyond what we could have imagined. He speculated the rule of death is inescapable. The only way is to break it before falling under the king's dominion. Perhaps the Undertaker had a solution prepared all along. He truly died, yet he somehow held the power to counter the King of Death, achieving life from death. Yunhu was filled with both reverence and doubt. But can a human really possess? She grew worried. The King of Death was an awakened aberrant king. What if it has taken over the Undertaker's body? Jialan understood her concern but shook her head. No, that's not it. Everyone, look. She pointed towards the people who had just been rescued and analyzed the situation. If the Undertaker had been completely defeated and became a puppet or vessel for the King of Death, we wouldn't have been able to save so many survivors. Besides, the things he summoned aren't attacking us. Just then, a panicked voice cried out, Over here, there's a girl who's badly injured. Her skin is turning purple. The girl they weakly asked, What happened? She looked around in a daze. It's so noisy. Wasn't I already dead? The citizens of Moon City saw someone floating in the sky and cried out in alarm. Who is that? Why does he have the aura of an aberrant king? Someone trembled. The god of death? Is that the god of death? Such a thing actually exists? Another person shot back, What are you talking about? That's the Undertaker, the one who saved us. The little girl Shen An had saved suddenly spoke up. That's not right. That name sounds terrible. She coughed, beaming. He is a divine being. He is our god. He's the one who vanquished the plague. At that very moment, Shen An stood in the sky, wielding his scythe of death with his signature coldness. He declared, "It's time to end this." With a sound like tearing fabric, Shen An swung his teeth into the void, and space itself was instantly ripped open. The people below stared in utter shock as the night sky was torn asunder, revealing a cold, gloomy world beyond the rift. A powerful suction force erupted from the rift, pulling in all the residual death energy from below. Wu Nu, Jielan, and Old Man Ngo were stunned. Old Man Ngo exclaimed, "The realm of the underworld where 10,000 ghosts weep? This is summoning hell itself." Shen An hovered in midair, his body cloaked in yang energy, and commanded, "Return to where you belong." Then he raised his hand as if to seal the rift. Yang attribute, purify. Instantly, a brilliant golden light as radiant as the sun illuminated the entire gloomy Yu city. When the light faded, the rift had closed. Shen An let out a soft breath. It's finally over. With that, he slowly descended to the ground. Below, the survivors burst into tears of relief, saved from the brink. Loved ones clung to each other, whispering, "It's amazing! We're still alive!" Shen An watched this scene in silence, a flicker of worry in his heart. The battle with the King of Death had consumed too much of his spiritual power, and now with this mark of death, he had no idea what consequences would follow. Lost in thought, he landed in a quiet, mist-shrouded cemetery. In that instant, Lin Yi rushed forward and threw her arms around him. "Brother!" Her sudden appearance startled him. Lin Yi looked up at him, her eyes filled with tears. "You're not dead, right? You scared me to death." He just smiled and gently patted her head. "I'm fine." Only then did Shen An look around, noticing Qingshuan clutching an injured arm. He didn't understand, but Qingshuan simply smiled and gestured behind her, where Chen Rang was embracing another girl. The two sisters were crying, reunited after the disaster. Understanding dawned on Shen An, and he smiled. Her sister is still alive, a little bit of luck amidst all this misfortune. Old Man Go was observing the scene when a soldier reported, "Sir, we have the final statistics." The soldier detailed the casualties, the losses in Yue City, caused by the King of Death amount to about half the population, mostly those who hadn't awakened or were corrupted for too long. The total number of supporting practitioners was 1,500. Of those, 50 are confirmed dead, 30 are missing, and over 1,000 are injured. Old Man Ngo closed his eyes upon hearing the report, then gave his orders. Begin reconstruction efforts. Compensate the victims and their families. Behind him, Wu Nu added, "Shen City will provide assistance as well." Jialan felt it wasn't enough. "How long can we keep hiding the truth from ordinary people? I feel so powerless. I couldn't save so many." Old Man Go understood, but shook his head. "This isn't a decision we can make." "Don't worry," he said. "Humans aren't as weak as you think. After so many incidents, some have already noticed the signs. Even if they haven't awakened, they are preparing to face the apocalypse." Old Man Go placed a hand on her shoulder. "Jialan, you don't have to carry this burden alone. Every practitioner has their own responsibility. Doing your best is enough." As the event concluded, Wu Nu smiled. "I originally came to support the Undertaker and to meet him, but it seems that's no longer necessary." She watched as he was surrounded by grateful citizens. "He's probably very busy right now. This battle will undoubtedly elevate him to the position of a pillar of Xia country." On the other side of the city, the people of Ye were cheering, "Lord Undertaker, you are our god. Without you, I would have become a vengeful spirit. Thank you." Old Man Ngo understood Wu Nu's point and nodded, announcing that the Undertaker eliminated an anomaly king will be a powerful deterrent to other nations. He gave a strict order, "But we must keep his profile and abilities top secret. Other nations have already started investigating him since he became famous. But our core data remains secure. When the news from Yue City is released, they will assume Xia country has figured out the patterns of the kings, something the rest of the world hasn't. Even with their alliances, they won't dare to act recklessly. This will give us the upper hand." Old Man Go continued to command his forces. "Return and analyze the data and video recordings. We must understand a complete anomaly king as quickly as possible. Xia country's future is long, and we cannot let the Undertaker carry this burden alone." Jialan chimed in, "The next anomaly can be handled by Shen City." After everything was settled, Shen An and Lin Yi returned to his villa in Tai City. He soaked in the spacious bathtub, enjoying a rare moment of relaxation. Holding his phone, he scrolled through the news after the cleanup of Yu City Square. The government had recovered the dark attribute, Spirit Crystal, left behind by the King of Death, and had gifted it to him. On top of that, there was the Yang attribute spirit crystal that Chen Rang had mentioned. He now possessed two top-tier attribute crystals. Shen An stood up, water cascading down his body. He took out the dark crystal, intending to absorb it. Even though the two attributes were opposites, since he was now recognized as the new king of death, absorbing it shouldn't be a problem. The system notification appeared. Dark attribute fluctuation detected. Preliminary analysis confirms. Dark attribute spirit crystal. Initiating ultimate computational power. Commencing compilation. The system quickly completed its task. Compilation complete. You have obtained the dark attribute technique, Death's Journey. At the same time, a shadowy black cloak seemed to materialize over Shen An's body. The system explained. Death's Journey is a teleportation technique that uses shadows as a cloak, allowing you to move through the darkness, passing through the void to reach your target location. After the explanation, the black cloak on his body vanished. Shen An mused, "It sounds a bit vague, but it's essentially a teleportation skill." He stepped out into the dark hallway, illuminated only by the faint moonlight from outside. The skills may be simple, but its effectiveness in combat is hard to measure. Using the shadows in the hallway, he instantly teleported down to the living room in the blink of an eye. Spatial teleportation, it's truly a skill that combines both life-saving and escape capabilities. There was one more thing. After being acknowledged by the Mark of Death, Shen An had transitioned from indirectly absorbing the dark attribute to strengthen himself to being able to absorb it directly. His mastery over dark attribute spiritual power had now significantly increased. After defeating the King of Death and absorbing the remaining dark attribute from its spirit crystal, he could feel it. He was now on the verge of reaching the Diamond Realm, just one short step away. After testing his new ability, Shen An opened the door and entered his room. There was still the Yang attribute spirit crystal. It was originally Chen Rang's payment for helping Yaoi City, but after the King of Death was eliminated, both he and Su Qingxuan had almost forgotten about it. In the end, Yaoi City felt that Chen Rang gifting the crystal privately wasn't formal enough, so they organized a grand handover ceremony and even erected a statue of him in the city. Remembering this, he could only feel speechless. Holding the Yang spirit crystal, Shen An's eyes narrowed, his cold gaze fixed on the crystal before him. At that exact moment, in the sky above the villa, a massive vortex of spiritual energy formed, burning a fiery red. The system activated. Yang attribute fluctuation detected. Preliminary analysis confirms. Yang attribute spirit crystal. Initiating ultimate computational power. Commencing compilation. The Yang spirit crystal spun in Shen An's hand, gathering countless streams of spiritual energy. Then the system announced, compilation complete. The crystal was absorbed into his body. A stream of ever-changing light transformed into a pair of brilliant golden wings on Shen An's back. The system stated, "You have obtained the Yang attribute technique, Sun God." A sun-shaped sigil glowed brightly on his forehead. The system explained that the Sun God could summon a colossal solar avatar in the void to incinerate all things. At that same moment in Tai City, a giant golden crow appeared in the sky, causing everyone to exclaim in shock. "Hey everyone, there's a giant golden object in the sky above Tai City. It looks like the legendary Golden Crow has descended. I'm in High City, and the light from over there is blinding. Is this another supernatural disaster? I'm genuinely scared. We've only had peace for a short while." Amidst the public's anxiety and fear, a bold reporter went live. "Don't panic. This is Tai City after all. I suspect it's that godlike figure who saved all of Tai City. He's probably broken through to a new level again." On the practitioners' forum, discussions exploded. Coordinates are in Tai City. That familiar overbearing Yang attribute has appeared again. Did Lord Undertaker get another new ability? This celestial phenomenon is different from before. Hey, normal practitioners have lives too. I was just passing through on a mission and almost got flash fried like a wild monkey on a mountain. Meanwhile, deep in a dense forest, a group of people was taking a break. One of them, reading the news, spoke up softly. "Wow. This funeral director is on another level. When will we ever be that badass?" A Feng chimed in, annoyed. "And what about that so-called great prophet from Country B yesterday? Sounded like a load of bull to me. Heard him spouting nonsense that Xia Country wouldn't survive the first year of the spiritual energy recovery." Hearing this, Qing Li, a fresh-faced newcomer to the world of cultivators, naively asked, "The prophet from Country B, could what he said be true?" Tan Lu immediately shot her down. "Bullshit. That's just superstitious nonsense and fear-mongering. If anyone's going down, it'll be them first." Despite being scolded, she pressed on, "But Xia Country really has been having a lot of trouble lately." A Feng glared at her. "What are you trying to say? Are you a spy?" Tan Lu was even blunter. "Hey, how long have you been awakened? You're still just a level 1 ghost talisman. Pathetic." Qing Li shot back defiantly. So what? A level 1 ghost talisman is still pretty strong, if it weren't for the spiritual energy recovery. Would you guys even be standing here looking down on me? Her arrogance clearly irritated a Fang. Han stepped closer, sizing her up. Oh, I get it. Your type, who always looks down on others with those judgmental eyes. You must be pretty bitter about the spiritual energy recovery, huh? Doesn't feel good when others look down on you, does it? But you'd better get used to it. Because in this new world, you're the one who's been left behind. In the middle of the desolate mountains, Qing Li unleashed her usual haughty attitude on her own teammates. Even you lot would have to bow and scrape in front of the funeral director. If you want to laugh at me, try becoming a powerhouse like him first. A Feng caught the key phrase. Wait a minute. You don't actually want to team up with the funeral director, do you? Hearing that, she flinched. Seeing her panicked and flustered expression, a Feng burst out laughing. You think you're worthy? Never heard of the funeral director teaming up with anyone. Tan Lu clenched his fist, pointing a thumb at the ground in disgust. You're kicked off the team. Go on, get lost, and find your precious funeral director. With that, they all packed their bags and started to leave. Qing Li panicked. Wait, I did the mission with you. You have to give me my share of the reward. A Feng glanced back over his shoulder, sneering. You want a reward? You should be grateful we're not charging you a protection fee. Han threw a punch from a distance. Get lost and play somewhere else. A powerful blast of wind slammed into Qing Li's stomach, sending her flying backward. She hunched over, clutching her stomach in agony. Her face twisted with rage and pain. You'll all pay for this. On social media, a post was grabbing everyone's attention. Country B's great prophet makes a shocking declaration. Will Xia Country, the world's leading nation of cultivators, truly not survive the first year of the spiritual energy recovery? What is their real motive? Should we temporarily ban these topics? At the High City Spiritual Energy Association, Shen An stood with his arms crossed, staring at a computer screen. This prophecy, is it really having that big of an effect on our cultivators? The chairman nodded grimly. It is. That's why. We had to ask you to use the officially government-verified funeral director account to make a statement. To prevent anyone from tracing your identity, we had to ask you to come here in person. Qing Huang added, Country B has a history of using public opinion and psychological manipulation. Even before the spiritual energy recovery, they pulled stunts like this many times. It's all aimed at shaking our people's morale. The chairman looked at Shen An and continued, Exactly. Xia Country already released information that your abilities are on par with an aberration king, so they can no longer sit still. Country B won't just let us cultivate in peace and grow stronger. We've heard they also had a hand in that near disaster with the Heavenly Gate that almost manifested in Shen City. Hearing this, Shen An stroked his chin thoughtfully. Their overall power isn't as strong as ours. If they could control a Heavenly Gate, then why? The chairman shook his head. We're not sure about that either. The Heavenly Gate was originally predicted by all nations to appear in Country B. Instead, it nearly materialized in Shen City, almost costing us Elder Wu and many other elites. Shen An understood. His fingers flew across the keyboard. I admit, I hadn't considered that angle. Then he hit the Enter key, finishing his post to social media. A new post instantly appeared on his official account. The funeral director. Even if the apocalypse comes, it won't keep up with my breakthrough speed. Countless cultivators who followed Shen An's every move saw it immediately, and the comments exploded. The funeral director is about to break through again? Could he be aiming for the Diamond Realm? That kind of progress is terrifying. He's the god of Xia Country, reigning supreme in the new era of spiritual energy recovery. But a few weaker voices raised a question. Wait, did anyone else notice? The so-called apocalypse in the prophecy? Shen An's thinking was simple. There was no need for a long speech right now, and no need to attack Country B directly. He just had to use the simplest method possible, show them his strength. Beneath his post, first-hand witnesses began to comment. I'm a survivor from U City. I saw it with my own eyes. The funeral director summoned the 100 ghosts of the El Springs to tear apart the King of Death. He annihilated the King of Death. Someone else chimed in. What? The funeral director did that. Another user mocked Country B. Haha, what's that tiny Country B even prophesying about? They'd better hope our god doesn't make them cry later. There were also devoted fans. I'm your most loyal fan. Can you just reply to me once? I'll print it out and frame it on my tombstone so my descendants can admire it for generations. At the same time, at Country B's Information Control Center, a man roared. This funeral director is infuriating. Why is his influence so terrifying? Have you still not gotten any intel on him? You people are completely useless. The one shouting was the network data expert, Marcus, a cultivator from Country B. He raged. If you can't find this person, then don't even think about continuing in this line of work. No one will stop our plan. Back with Shen An, seeing the positive trend online, he said, this should calm things down for a while. The chairman laughed, relieved. Haha, thank you so much. Just then, an assistant rushed in to report, sir. Funeral director, we have a message from headquarters. In Western Xia country, two powerful attribute domains have fused, forming a new forbidden zone. Xia country has already sealed off the area. Shen An looked at him and asked, what attributes? The assistant replied, the Yang attribute and the Dark attribute. That makes it extremely dangerous, but it could also hide an incredible opportunity. A seer from headquarters sent this information exclusively to us. If you're interested, sir, you can set out tomorrow morning. Shen An agreed instantly. All right, he thought to himself with excitement. This is a perfect chance to test my two new abilities. In Western Xia country, outside the Mingshuan Forbidden Zone, the Dark Yang Pond, a massive vortex churned in the sky. Below, military vehicles steadily approached. As they stopped, a slender figure opened a door and stepped out. Next, a firm, reassuring foot planted itself on the ground. Shen An and Jia Lan surveyed the scene. He spoke up. No wonder you had to send so many people with me and conduct real-time surveillance. Jia Lan nodded. Indeed, this dark, stormy curtain is the natural barrier of the Mingzhan Forbidden Zone. You can only get inside by breaking through it. The gale whipped through Shen An's jet-black hair. He remained calm as Jia Lan stared at his back as he stepped forward. She asked, inside is a fierce clash between the yang and dark attributes, with bizarre winds and volatile weather. Funeral director, are you ready? Outside the Mingshuan Forbidden Zone, the colossal storm cloud enveloped the sky, plunging the surrounding area into pitch darkness. Behind them, two more military vehicles sped forward. Shen An was slightly surprised. They are, Jia Lan explained. They are cultivators selected by the headquarters of Shen City and Hai City. She elaborated, like you, they are all 3-star spirit creation realm cultivators, top-tier prodigies with the potential to break through to the diamond realm, who have shown outstanding performance in forbidden zones or during other incidents. A man with a gentle smile spoke up. Apologies, Miss Jia Lan, we're a little late. This man is Captain Wen Shen An of Tai Thi Sao, and this is the new captain of Hai Shi, Wang Lan, a 3-star creation realm ascendant of the water attribute. The man beside me is Song Yiming, a dual attribute user of wind and fire. He's a highly agile ascendant from Shen Shi, and also at the 3-star creation realm. Yiming was colder, more aloof. With a massive blade strapped to his back, he simply grunted greetings. Jia Lan continued her briefing. While everyone was getting up to speed on the situation in the Forbidden Zone, Shen An stood motionless. Feeling 2 pairs of eyes fixed on him from behind, he grew wary. These two? Why are they staring at me like that? Seeing that no one was making a move, Yiming decided to strike first to seize the advantage, letting out a cold snort. Then, he drew the massive blade from his back. If that's the case, I'll go first. He channeled his spiritual energy. This time, Yiming had accepted the mission from the old masters at headquarters for one reason. This man, Shen An. Rumor had it that not only did he possess the incredibly rare Yang attribute, but he had also mastered the power of the Dark attribute during the Nan Yue City incident a few days prior. Combining his fire and wind attributes, Yiming effortlessly lifted off the ground. He calculated that his pure fire attribute, amplified by his wind attribute, could unleash the ultimate power of flames. He confidently charged into the swirling vortex, believing that even with a gap, his power could rival his target's Yang attribute. Below, Jia Lan watched, observing Song Yiming, the dual attribute prodigy from headquarters. She smirked. He has pushed both of his attributes to their absolute limit. The night of dark wind and rain barrier was notoriously difficult to break, mainly because no one knew how the dark attribute within had condensed to simulate such an extreme environment. But for Song Yiming, this was simple. In the blink of an eye, he had sliced open an entryway large enough for one person to pass through. Seeing his teammate go ahead, Wang Lan also made his move. Then I'll be next. He summoned a blue, watery umbrella into his hand. At first glance, Wang Lan's water form technique appeared to have no offensive power. Then, he calmly opened his umbrella and stepped into the vortex ahead. Jia Lan explained, but as his realm has advanced, his defensive capabilities have reached a level of absolute mastery. As Wang Lan approached, the umbrella seemed to effortlessly tear through the defensive barrier of the night of dark wind and rain, creating a narrow path for him. Once inside, he waved his hand, retracting the umbrella. This dark climate is intense, he remarked. If I had just entered the 3-star creation realm, I might not have been able to even hold the umbrella. I would have died right here. He then looked up to survey his surroundings. Whoa, incredible. So the yang and dark attributes can actually fuse and coexist. At the heart of the vortex was a small, rotating sun, radiating both yang and dark attributes. Yiming glanced at Wang Lan and spoke quietly. I don't feel the yang attribute much, but this dark attribute, it's just as they say. It's chilling and violently rejects the human body. Forget about conquering it, just not being affected by it is already an achievement. Wang Lan sensed the surrounding atmosphere. It's a bit overwhelming, probably because you're a fire attribute user, he continued. I also felt a bit more discomfort when passing through the barrier, which is why, Yiming said, with curiosity. I want to see for myself just how powerful this Shen An guy really is. As they were talking, a powerful surge of Yang spiritual energy blasted towards them. An explosion echoed through the air. Yiming immediately yelled, "Danger!" He and Wang Lan scrambled back, narrowly avoiding the attack. Once they were safe, Wang Lan realized what it was. That was the Yang attribute. That single blow had completely torn open the night of dark wind and rain barrier. Shen An strode in, followed by Jia Lan, his expression completely indifferent after that incredible display of power. Walking behind him, Jia Lan was simply at a loss for words. Yiming, finally recovering from the shock, stared at Shen An. That was behind them. The barrier remained ripped open, unable to close. That's right, Shen An replied casually. Yiming stammered, How did you do that? This night of dark wind and rain barrier. It's stuck open. It's not regenerating. Shen An explained, it's simple. You just have to use a stronger, higher quality Yang attribute to suppress the dark attribute inside. It consumes a lot of spiritual energy, but since the Yang attribute is a natural counter, it can be maintained for a period of time. It's just a shame. I could have brought more ascendants in, but for safety, I only brought Jia Lan for now. Yiming heard this and was speechless, cursing inwardly. Simple? He calls that simple? Even Wang Lan was stunned, thinking, is this man really in the same realm as us? It's easy to say, he thought, but to actually do it, you'd have to be a powerhouse like Elder Wu. Jia Lan just chuckled to herself. I'm used to it. Every genius ascendant has their worldview shattered like this at least once. Seeing their silence, Shen An was quite satisfied with his performance, a faint smile gracing his lips. Just then, a system notification popped up. Pollution source detected. Abnormal dark energy fluctuations. An A-rank anomaly has appeared. At the same time, the ground beneath them began to tremble as if in an earthquake. Sensing the pressure in the air, Yiming wasn't overly concerned. Just an A-rank anomaly? Since it's a dark attribute, this might be worth a look. And with that, the group led by Shen An immediately rushed deeper inside. Suddenly, a group of 3 strangers appeared before them. Looking at their attire, Shen An guessed. Are they from Country B? Jia Lan also saw the figures. She was surprised, then angry. Wait, there are other people here? Was it the recent abnormal disturbance? Did they clear the anomaly? No other ascendants were authorized for entry today. They must have snuck in. This is most likely an illegal intrusion. The 4 of them stopped. Wang Lan spoke up. Who are you? How did you get in here? The leader of the other group, a blonde man named Min Hui, introduced himself with pure arrogance. As you can see, ascendants of the Xia Kingdom, we are from Country B, here for a little training. Yiming spat back in fury. Training? This is the territory of the Xia Kingdom. You dare to enter another nation's forbidden zone for training without permission? Jia Lan stepped forward, reasoning with them calmly. This area belongs to the Xia Kingdom. What you are doing is an illegal border crossing. Please leave immediately. But Min Hui had no intention of leaving. People of Xia, the times have changed. He spread his arms as if declaring ownership. If your people won't come in to claim these resources and opportunities, then we won't let them go to waste. We are stronger than you, so the destiny here belongs to us. This is the natural order. Shen An put a hand on Jia Lan's shoulder, then stepped forward, letting out a soft chuckle. So, you're saying only the strong get to claim destiny, is that right? He silently sized up the 3 individuals. Shen An could sense they had concealed their auras, but their cultivation realms were even higher than Jia Lan's and Song Yiming's, which explained their arrogance. Is Country B trying to start a war by sending their top ascendants to infiltrate one of the Xia Kingdom's most critical forbidden zones? Regardless of their strength, he stood his ground and commanded, then get out. Behind him, Jia Lan immediately sent a report to headquarters. We've discovered 3 illegal border crossers from Country B in the northwest sector of the Forbidden Zone. We will proceed with immediate expulsion. Wang Lan and Yiming also took up combat stances. The trespasser, perhaps overconfident, laughed out loud as Min Hui unleashed his spiritual attribute. You refused the toast, so now you'll drink the penalty. Seeing his spiritual attribute, both Yiming and Wang Lan were horrified. A dark attribute ascendant. The intruder gloated. A dark attribute domain. Welcome to my home turf. Jia Lan froze, her eyes sharp as she stared at him. Realizing this was a nether toxin emanating from the decomposing corpses, a mutated branch of the dark attribute, Vung Lam immediately went on high alert. Just as he finished speaking, Ja Lam realized there was a problem with the radio in her hand. This is bad. They've destroyed all the communication and surveillance equipment we brought with us. Shen An understood their intentions instantly. They planned to kill us to eliminate any witnesses. The hot-headed Nutmin gripped his blade and charged forward. Why wait for a formal duel? Let's just attack first. If we can't absorb the dark attribute, we'll just destroy it. Vung Lam tried to stop him. Hey, wait. But it was too late. Nutmin unleashed a massive fireball, sending it hurtling toward the unknown intruder. However, the unexpected happened. The enemy's nether toxin easily enveloped the fireball. With a deafening boom, the ball of flame was thrown skyward before exploding, leaving their opponent completely unharmed. Nutmin was horrified. What? It didn't stop there. The nether toxin continued to spread like an encroaching shadow. Ja Lam warned everyone, here it comes! Vung Lam immediately erupted with his water attribute, forming a barrier to protect the group. Everyone, be careful! Through all this, Shen An remained the calmest, his thoughts a mystery. A hand made of nether toxin savagely tore through Vung Lam's water attribute defense. He cried out in panic, my defense! Just then, Shen An gripped his sword and slashed forward, completely shattering the hand. On the other side, Min Hui was stunned, shocked that someone could actually break through his attack. Behind Min Hui, several more nether toxin hands appeared, looking like spider legs. The man spoke. Xia country practitioner with the fire attribute, I see. You won't be so lucky next time. Now turn around and look at your comrades. They're even more helpless than you are. Hearing Min Hui's smug tone, Shen An glanced behind him. Behind him, just as Min Hui had said, Ja Lam, Vung Lam, and Nitmin were completely ensnared by the nether toxin, their spiritual energy being constantly drained away. Ja Lam realized it immediately. This man was hiding his true strength. He's at least a 2-star Adamant Realm practitioner. Nitmin cursed angrily. Damn it, what a deceitful bastard! Seeing them at a disadvantage, Min Hui let out a loud laugh. Meanwhile, outside the Forbidden Zone, an analyst reported, the Dark Attribute Defense Barrier has closed. The probability of us breaking through it is extremely low. An officer gave the order. Alert headquarters. An unidentified practitioner from Country B has secretly infiltrated our Forbidden Zone and initiated an attack on our people. Huang Fong turned to his subordinate. Do we still have the footage from before the communication devices were destroyed? His secretary behind him reported, it's all been saved, sir. She brought a tablet forward, pointing to the man in the video. I can't believe it's true that someone from Country B really possesses the dark attribute. He doesn't have complete mastery over it, she continued. Based on video analysis, his ability is likely just a minor branch of the dark attribute. Still, its destructive power is immense. Once struck, the wounds are said to be impossible to heal. She added, also, it's rumored that Country B has conducting cruel experiments on their practitioners. The man in this footage could very well be one of their creations. Back inside the dark barrier, Min Hu gloated. Your comrades are being corroded by my nether toxin. Soon, their bodies will break out in ulcers and they will die, their spiritual power becoming nutrients to feed me. He stared at Shen An. As for you, you will return with me to the great Country B. Min He lunged forward, his eyes bloodshot with rage. And become a part of me. Ha 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 ha. Jia Lam struggled but couldn't break free, her spiritual power draining away. You practitioners from Country B, you monsters. Nutmin frowned. What are you doing? Fight back. Do you want us all to die here? Shen An simply activated his Golden Yang body shield and stared coldly at his opponent. A 2-star Adamant Realm, is it? I was wondering just how strong a practitioner from Country B could be. As someone who wields the dark attribute, haven't you noticed? A Yang attribute, blazing like the day sun, erupted from him, instantly dispelling Min Hui's nether toxin. Your nether toxin has no effect on me. The man faltered, clearly having overlooked this crucial detail. What did you say? Just then, Shen An smirked and activated his system. Twilight Fire Domain has been deployed. Yang attribute enhanced almost instantly. With 2 resound thuds, Shen An unleashed 2 strikes, taking down Min Hui's followers on the spot. Min Hui glanced back to see he was now alone. He gritted his teeth and cursed under his breath. Those 2 useless fools to be defeated so easily. Shen An launched himself into the air. Aren't you going to save them? They're about to die. Min Hui raised both hands, gathering power into a sphere of nether toxin above his head. Ha! You foolishly overestimate yourself. So long as you're human, you can never escape the power of my nether toxin. Shen An charged forward with his sword, his Yang attribute blazing with intense heat. It was only when he got close that Min Hui finally realized, wait, this is the Yang attribute? Xia country has someone who wields the Yang attribute? While he was still reeling in shock, Shen An was already upon him. He swung his sword, heavenly fire slash. The sound of flesh being torn asunder echoed as Min Hui was cut down with almost no chance to resist. Though his body had been sliced in two, he somehow wasn't dead. His mind was filled with sheer terror. How can someone possess a power that approaches an abnormal king? Impossible. A black mist escaped from the two severed halves of Min Hui's body. The sight left Nut Min and Vung Lam utterly speechless. High above, Min Hu coughed up mouthfuls of black blood. Instead of falling, his body floated as the deep gash began to slowly knit itself back together. Standing aside, Shen An observed this strange phenomenon. A sickening crackling sound filled the air as the black mist acted like an adhesive, pulling him back together. Min Hui gloated, "The dark attribute is so abundant here. You can't kill me." Seeing him still laughing as his body regenerated, Nut Min was horrified. He's still alive. Watching the ambient dark attribute flood into Min Hui's body like water, Jia Lam spoke up. He was targeting the dark attribute in this place from the very beginning. Shen An let him absorb the energy, commenting coldly, "You want to absorb the dark attribute to heal your wounds? A pity. Your nether toxin is far too weak. Using dark energy to restore yourself, the conversion rate is pathetically low." He narrowed his eyes, assessing him with dissatisfaction. "To deal with you, I don't even need to use the ultimate move I just mastered. A top-tier expert from Country B, is this all you've got?" As soon as the words left his lips, Min Hui felt something was terribly wrong. He panicked. Wait, what's happening? He began to tremble as a sense of dread washed over his entire body. Is my nether toxin being suppressed by something? Why isn't it regenerating? Why? As the man rambled in confusion, Shen An simply raised two fingers. Snap. With a flick of his fingers, he turned away. Min Hui's body instantly exploded, like a firework in the sky. Shen An landed gently on the ground, without a single speck of dust on him. Below, Min Hui's two followers were already dead. Shen An said casually, "All taken care of." He then reached a hand out toward Nut Min and Vung Lam, startling them both. For a moment, they thought he was about to silence them too. Instead, a few gentle tendrils of lightning coursed through their bodies, instantly dispersing the nether toxin afflicting them. As the lightning retracted, Vung Lam gasped in amazement. "This is..." Nut Min joyfully stretched his limbs. Shen An explained, "I removed the dark attribute from your bodies." He then placed his hand on Jia Lam's shoulder, and a similar current ran through her. She smiled. "I never expected you to so easily slay an adamant realm practitioner from Country B. It seems I've greatly underestimated your rate of growth." Shen An looked dismissive. "This trash? Frankly, I'm questioning their combat abilities," he said calmly. That adamant realm practitioner was clearly incompetent. Besides, if they've already infiltrated Xia country, how could they not know that we have a practitioner with the Yang attribute? Jia Lam was also puzzled. "I don't know why they were unaware of your existence either, but there has always been a rumor circulating among us. The abnormal calamity of that year almost descended upon Shenxi City, but Elder Wu stopped it with his own body. It was originally supposed to descend upon Country B, but that story is hard to believe, and we have no concrete evidence." After hearing this, Shen An pondered for a moment. Is that so? I don't think that speculation is a complete exaggeration. Think about it. Elder Wu was a pillar of Xia country, so the chances of him being targeted were extremely high, and Country B has always been our fiercest rival. If that's true, then I guess I've accidentally done a good deed, avenging Elder Wu. Yiming looked at Shen An as if he were a god. Was too foolish before. From this day forward, I'll put a picture of the mortician by my bed to motivate my training, striving for the day I'm finally worthy of his notice. Wang Lin interrupted him. "Xuandi, did the Yang attribute fry your brain or something?" Shen An stepped forward, turning back to say, "Although I've removed the dark attribute from you, in your current state, you aren't fit to enter the central area of the Forbidden Zone." He was even giving orders to military personnel. "Jilan, lead them back. Or you can try cultivating in the outer areas. That will work too." As for himself, Shen An made his own purpose clear. "I'm going to see the true situation at the center of the Ming Xuan Forbidden Palace." Leaving his teammates behind, Shen An ventured alone into the heart of the Forbidden Zone. Song Yiming, seeing Wang Lam standing beside him, turned to Jia Lan and asked, "Miss Jia Lan, what do you think our chances of success would be if it were us?" Jia Lan narrowed her eyes, recalling Shen An's image as he sat casually on a chair, smirking. "You all still need my protection?" After a moment, Jia Lan replied, "I was once considered the only choice to succeed Elder Wu. But when the mortician arrived, I was relegated to the second string. Of course, we can still enter the central zone, but actually absorbing those extreme attributes? That's just a fantasy for us. Hearing Jia Lan's words, the expressions on Yiming and Wang Lin's faces changed instantly. They wondered if they were imagining things. Why had their big sister changed so drastically? Just then, inside the central forbidden zone, the massive vortex suddenly stirred, letting out a series of piercing howls. Song Yiming immediately noticed. He shot a glance toward the center and yelled, "What's happening in there?" Jialan immediately warned them, "Get back, hide." With that, she summoned a powerful shield to block the destructive force of the vortex. The instant the dark power slammed into Jialan's shield, a massive explosion erupted. The blast was so immense that it sent all three of them flying. Song Yiming screamed, "Holy crap!" Everything around them was blasted away, the impact of the explosion affecting everything in sight. After being thrown back, Jialan, Yiming, and Wang Lin finally regained their footing. Yiming gasped. So this is the true face of the Mingxuan Forbidden Zone Center. It was exactly like the satellite images. Before them stood a colossal pillar, topped with what looked like a giant, ominous dark eye. A black aura shrouded the area. Yiming continued, "It's like the eye of some god." As Jialan scanned the area, she frowned and shouted, "Everyone, look, isn't that Shen An?" Just then Shen An was floating in midair, surrounded by the swirling dark energy. Shen An raised his hand, and a sphere of dark energy appeared instantly. He stared at it, thinking, strange. He clenched his fist, his mind racing. He could feel two extreme attributes, complete opposites, that were gradually transforming into a new kind of spiritual power. And what's more, it seemed the transformation only began because he touched it. At that very moment, two spheres, one of the dark attribute, one of the yang attribute, suddenly merged. His system immediately displayed a notification. Heavenly Palace Great Mutation detected. Initially identified as containing both yang and dark attributes. During the attribute fusion process, a completely new, unknown attribute has been detected generating automatically. New attribute born, turbid yang. The sphere in Shen An's hand had now completely fused. The system sent another message. System has begun automatically collecting data. The sphere in his hand continued to release immense dark power. Both streams of energy, yang and dark, were now being absorbed by Shen An into his body. You have received a new technique, Spirit Turbid Harmonious Path. After the absorption, something resembling a third eye suddenly appeared on Shen An's forehead. The system sent him another notification. Spirit Turbid Harmonious Path. All things change in a myriad of ways. All is but an illusion. Illusion and reality give birth to one another. From nothingness, truth is born. The external monitoring teams noticed that the dark energy fluctuations had completely vanished. Song Yiming, standing below, looked up and witnessed the incredible scene. He muttered to himself, "The dark and yang attributes. They've fused." He thought in disbelief. What kind of monster is he? Staring at the remnants of the fused energy lingering in the air, Jialan seemed to be thinking about something. She turned and asked Yiming and Wang Lin, "How do you two feel?" Both of them could feel their own spiritual power surging. Wang Lin spoke up. "This is a completely new spiritual power. It feels terrifyingly potent. But it lacks that instinctual, physiological sense of fear, that primal rejection we felt from the original dark attribute. Should we try it too?" Hearing this, Jialan clenched her fists, her eyes filled with determination. "There's no time to waste. Let's start cultivating now." Immediately, all three of them sat down, crossed their legs, and began to cultivate. Yiming stabbed his sword into the ground and said, "Even if we can only absorb a single mouthful, it'll be worth it." Elsewhere, outside the Forbidden Zone, a member of the task force peered through binoculars and reported the data is real. Even a king-level anomaly is nothing compared to this. The man next to him, holding a tablet to monitor the rankings, also chimed in. "Wait a second. The people from Country B, they seem to be gone." The man with the tablet suddenly frowned and exclaimed, "Could it be? Did the mortician take care of those vanguards from Country B?" We all heard about what the mortician did back in Shangxi City, how he taught their Spirit Masters Association a lesson. The person beside him clenched his fist and gritted out. That's the fate they deserved. Fortunately, we've secured proof of Country B's actions. The two of them hurriedly ran towards their vehicle, shouting, "I'll contact headquarters right away." "Right. This evidence must be delivered directly into the hands of our superiors," the other agreed. "This video can definitely be used as leverage in our confrontation with Country B. We have to do our part to secure a favorable position for Sha Country." The scene changes to a meeting room filled with high-ranking officials. This was the highest military command center in Country B. A man stood up, slammed his hands on the table, and roared. "What in the world happened? Didn't we send our strongest vanguard team?" The furious man was the leader of Country B, a man named Can. He was still shouting, How could they have just vanished? Before the operation, you all guaranteed me success. An older, silver-haired man sitting not far away named Gray spoke up. General, this can't be considered missing. This was an extermination. He rested his chin on his clasped hands and continued with a frown. Our vanguard team suffered heavy losses. They were crushed by those cunning bastards from Xia country. Hearing this, Ken flew into a volcanic rage, screaming, weren't they supposed to be the strongest? And yet they were somehow defeated by Xia country? The entire unit wiped out. You will repay me the benefits I am owed. Everything Xia country has. I want it all. If not, I will pull every cent of funding from you people. Hearing the man's tirade, Gray replied calmly, this debt with Xia country, we will certainly repay it. I will find a way to make them pay a heavy price. It's just that. He suddenly stood up, and a burst of power radiated from him, making everyone in the room flinch. Although I am a citizen of Country B, a nation filled with pride, I am also a vanguard. Unlike the lapdogs you politicians raise, I despise being threatened. I hope you can remember that. Seeing this, the bodyguards tensed up, shielding Can, who could only grit his teeth in silent fury, unable to say a word. As Gray turned to leave, the man screamed after him, I'm calling the leader of Xia country right now. You people had better teach them a lesson. Gray remained silent, leading his subordinates away. As they walked, he finally spoke, his voice low. What's the result? One of his men immediately responded, Sir, we can't get into the Xia Kingdom's forbidden zone at all, nor can we pinpoint the second young master's last known location. The tracker originally placed inside his body was most likely destroyed. We can rule out it being affected by the massive fluctuations in the Mingxuan Forbidden Zone. Hearing this, Gray clenched his fists, his eyes glinting with murderous intent. Xia Kingdom, you just wait. The scene shifts. Deep within the Mingxuan Forbidden Zone, Shen An is levitating in midair, absorbing both dark and light power. The torrent of energy converges, forming a sigil on his forehead. With his eyes closed, Shen An's thoughts raced. The spirit-piercing pupil technique is an illusionary art capable of dragging any living creature into a state of utter despair. Its most direct application is the ability to trap an enemy in a deadly illusion without even making a move, deceiving them until they meet their end. Just as he was processing this, a sudden wave of dizziness hit him, and Shen An buckled, collapsing to his knees and coughing up a mouthful of blood. Staring at his blood-stained hand, he couldn't help but think, this dark power is truly domineering. Even after forming a completely new attribute, and even after he had fully acquired it, the power still tested him with a violent backlash. But then, Shen An's eyes suddenly lit up. He let out a slight smirk and said, interesting. It's been a long time since I've faced a challenge like this. At that moment, within Nation B's Precursor Alliance, the members were gathered in a meeting room. They were in heated discussion. Did our experiment really succeed? A true realm powerhouse, our nation's ultimate weapon, actually lost to the Xia Kingdom. I don't believe it. We wield the dark attribute that no human can control, a power that completely suppresses precursors worldwide. Or were there side effects? Suddenly, the doors were kicked open. Gray strode in and demanded, who was just here questioning the Great Gamma Plan? His face was terrifyingly grim, his presence intimidating everyone in the room. His subordinates flew up behind him, sealing off all exits. It sounds like someone has their own opinion, doesn't it? The leader of Nation B's precursors, Roy, shot a look at one of the men and said coldly, then offer your body as a test subject. His men immediately dragged the unlucky soul away. The man begged for his life. Don't take me. I don't want to be an experiment. Please, Alliance leader, spare me. Another person in the room, trembling with fear, stammered, Alliance leader, is this really confirmed? Gray clenched his fists, declaring, that incompetent fool couldn't get anything done. I will personally go and put pressure on the Xia Kingdom. Brimming with confidence, he added. And not only that, I will make every nation in the world watch. The scene changes again, this time to the highest conference hall of the Blue Star United Nations. Representatives from every nation were in session. One of them began. This time, the Xia Kingdom has truly gone too far. The envoy from the E-Federation and the envoy from Nation A were both present. The E-Federation envoy had even prepared a speech. We, representing the Blue Star United Nations, condemn the Xia Kingdom's act of murdering an important precursor from another nation. With a great disaster looming, our nations should not be killing each other. Suddenly, a loud laugh echoed from behind them, so loud it silenced the entire hall. Ha 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 ha, a good kill indeed! It was Elder Wu, the district chief of Xia Kingdom's spiritual zone. He spoke up, why are you all still drinking spring water? It's not very hygienic these days. He glanced at his subordinate, signaling him, quick, change it to chrysanthemum tea for them. Help them cool their heads a bit. One of the envoys, somewhat intimidated by Elder Wu's presence, spoke cautiously. "It is you, sir. We haven't heard any news of you for a long time." Gray also appeared, his expression souring at the sight of Elder Wu. "It has been a long time, Elder Wu, but now is not the time for reminiscing. The major nations have all agreed. With the restoration of spirit chi, we will not interfere with or antagonize one another." He continued, "And yet, my nation's powerhouse went missing in your Xia kingdom. No matter what, you must provide an explanation." Internally, however, Gray was in turmoil. Wasn't his fate already sealed? Why is this happening? Hearing this, Elder Wu erupted in anger, his aura flaring. He boomed, "An explanation? Ha ha ha, you think you're worthy of demanding an explanation from me?" His words, amplified by his aura, pressed down on everyone in the room. This time, it was clearly your precursor who made the first move, the villain playing the victim. How typical of your country. Some couldn't withstand the pressure. They thought to themselves, Elder Wu has always been so temperate. Why is he being so aggressive this time? Gray, though suppressed, tried to argue back. "Ha ha, talk is cheap. You have no proof." "Do you have any evidence?" he challenged, though inside his unease grew. "What on earth happened in the Xia Kingdom that I don't know about? If the Xia Kingdom's only golden core realm expert has returned to his peak, then my plan." Elder Wu raised a remote and activated a projector. "You want proof? I'll give you proof. Let's make this clear in front of everyone. A precursor from Nation B secretly crossed the border into our Xia Kingdom, intending to steal our opportunities." The screen immediately showed a clear image of Minghui and his men. It even showed them destroying the recording device and attacking first. Unfortunately for them, our precursor counterattacked. I'll say it again. It was a good kill. This kind of scum deserves to be completely wiped out. The envoys in the room were all stunned. After the projection finished, Elder Wu's face was filled with killing intent. He folded his arms and warned Gray, "Let me gift your nation a saying from our Xia Kingdom. The wicked will meet a wicked end. I ask everyone here to bear witness. If any other nation's precursor dares to conspire to steal the Xia Kingdom's resources." Elder Wu turned to leave. "This will be the result." Unwilling to accept defeat, Gray secretly channeled his power, his hand hidden behind his back. He unleashed his technique, commanding, "Ability, Traceless Nether Spirit, follow him!" Several streams of green smoke obeyed, darting toward Elder Wu, but before they could even touch him, the entire attack was reflected back, and the counterforce sent Gray flying backward. Elder Wu didn't even turn around, merely scoffing, "Ha ha ha, such pathetic skills. Don't embarrass yourself. People of Nation B should go back and train some more." Gray slammed hard into the wall and collapsed. Ah! The others rushed over in a panic. "Alliance leader, quick, call a doctor." As Elder Wu departed, he thought to himself, "Mortician, how many more miracles can you create for the Xia Kingdom?" Elsewhere, in the Mingxuan Forbidden Zone, a black vortex was devouring the sky. Jalan looked up, speculating, "Such a terrifying fluctuation. The mortician might be in danger." In the middle of a vast open field, a lone figure stood, his body trembling. It was Shen An. Suddenly, he clenched his fists and threw his head back. 3 beams of light shot out from his eyes and forehead. The light expanded, enveloping him completely. At the same time, Shen An let out a massive roar that cracked the very ground around him. Arge! As the light gradually faded, Shen An had assimilated a new power. The spirit-piercing pupil technique had completely fused with him. His body no longer rejected the dark attribute. His eyes were now entirely covered by a purple hue, including the pupils. "Since I've absorbed a new technique, I should probably test it out." Shen An snapped his fingers. Yes. Spirit-piercing pupil technique. Open. Countless shattered fragments appeared before him. As he looked up, he saw that each fragment contained a different image. He gazed into one, where a giant spider was spraying webs to capture people. "Every opportunity that makes me stronger is a living hell for others. So this is the power of the spirit-piercing pupil technique." The image shifted to a place where ice and lava intersected. "If I combine this with the death stigma, the experience would be like a 3-layered hell." In that instant, Shen An seemed to hold the power of both ice and fire in his hands. Wouldn't that be even more terrifying? The sky above was torn apart by a colossal vortex. Golden ribbons of energy swirled within it, creating a bizarre spectacle. Shen An took notice. Several bolts of lightning appeared, crackling ominously. He checked his power. "My spiritual energy is overflowing. I'm about to break through to the golden core realm." Shen An stomped his foot, shattering the ground beneath him. He stepped forward with a smile. "Good, right on time." A bolt of azure lightning struck down, and a golden illusion appeared before Shen An. The two of them charged at each other. As the two prepared to clash, Jialan couldn't help but stare in shock. Could it be? Is he trying to break through to the golden core realm, right here, right now? Behind her, Song Yiming was just as stunned. "What?" On the battlefield between Shen An and the Phantom, a powerful column of energy shot down from the sky. Standing in the center of the light, Shen An observed it calmly. "Is that all you've got?" A glint of confidence flashed in his eyes. "All right, my turn." With that, he spread his arms wide and roared, "Unleash! Infinite Dark World!" As his power surged, the Phantom across from him showed no fear. Countering with 100 refined divine thunder, Shen An then thrust his hand forward, blasting a bolt of lightning toward the Phantom. Immediately after, another beam of light descended from the heavens. Shen An absorbed the golden streams of energy, gathering them into a swirling orb in his hand as he completed his breakthrough. Breakthrough complete. First stage of the Golden Core realm. Shen An hovered in midair, feeling a new immense power surging through his body. He never expected to break through to the Golden Core realm right here. This was a pleasant, unexpected surprise. Once he had fully assimilated the power of the Golden Core realm, he stretched out his hand, condensing a brilliant orb of golden light. He then unleashed a shockwave that was anything but small. The tremor reached Jialan and Song Yiming. Song Yiming blurted out, He did it!" Jialan couldn't help but sigh in awe. Such powerful spiritual energy. The others were also stunned by the force of the attack, murmuring in amazement. What a terrifying storm! What in the world just happened? Suddenly, a vehicle, thrown by the aftershock of Shen An's power, came crashing down into the rubble. Baisu emerged from the wreckage, horrified. He's surpassed the maximum monitoring threshold. It exploded in an instant. The storm obscured the sky inside the gate, but the faint golden light and the data we saw before the system failed. I suspected someone broke through to the next realm. The other witnesses were completely speechless. "Wait a minute, are you saying the Undertaker has broken through to the Golden Core realm?" They shouted in disbelief. What a horrifying scene. How could he possibly survive so many lightning strikes? Jialan's group moved to stand over a massive crater. Blinding golden light swirled up from its depths, obscuring everything within. Jialan made an assessment. The spiritual energy in the Forbidden Palace has been completely drained. The most we could have absorbed, even working together, would have been a tenth of it. The rest was all devoured by the Undertaker. Wang Lan looked down and gasped. "It's like a giant, bottomless pit." Jialan continued, "If it weren't for him, this spiritual energy would have been carved up by those vultures from Country B. It's better that the Undertaker took it all." With that, she and the other two leaped down into the crater. As he got closer to the pit's entrance, he saw the hazy silhouette of Shen An stepping out of the dazzling golden light. A shiver ran down his spine. His aura is so dense, he's just walking toward us, but it feels like Mount Tai is crashing down on me. Wang Lan, on the other hand, was absolutely thrilled. She even took out her phone to snap a picture. "I'm making this my new wallpaper. Maybe it'll help me break through to the Skycore realm faster." But Song Yiming didn't let his guard down. He worriedly wondered, just how powerful has he become now? Shen An's hand's figure became clear as he approached the group, walking at a relaxed pace. "Hello, everyone," one person yelled out in excitement. "The Golden Core realm! He actually did it!" Jialan looked at him and smiled faintly. If the Shen An from before was a divine sword shining brightly in the dark, then now, at the same time, a sliver of doubt crept into her mind. Everyone knew how impossibly difficult the half-step from the third stage of the spirit creation realm to the Golden Core realm was. How had he grown this strong in such a short time? But on the other hand, she still had immense hope for Shen An. He had given her an incredible surprise. This was truly a blessing for the Xia Kingdom. She was suddenly reminded of Elder Yu. His future is still so bright. Perhaps it won't be long before he can fight shoulder to shoulder with his master. No, he might even become stronger. Meanwhile, news of Shen An's breakthrough had already exploded across every newsfeed and paper. At the western coordinates of the Xia Kingdom, countless bolts of divine lightning were just severed. The Undertaker has broken through once again. People who saw the news were in a state of shock. The Mingxuan Forbidden Zone, which was just classified as a priority S-rank Forbidden Zone, was drained dry. My God! If it was the Undertaker, doesn't that mean our great Xia Kingdom has another Golden Core realm venerable? "The Undertaker is a god. Master, you're a true powerhouse. We must follow him. All hail the Master." Gray, however, was visibly annoyed. It's that Undertaker again. He calculated the situation. If they let the Undertaker continue to grow stronger, the internal factions of the Xia Kingdom would unite, which would undoubtedly interfere with their plans. Gray turned to someone nearby and said, "It's time to make our move." The other person agreed, their face darkening. "Last time, it was the Undertaker who ruined our plans and allowed Taishi City to get lucky and escape. This time, not a single one of them will get away." A woman pulled out 2 photographs to investigate the Undertaker's identity. My informant successfully infiltrated the Pioneer's mobile data warehouse and found these two pictures. Gray looked at the tablet displaying Shen An's information and smirked sinisterly. Haha, it doesn't matter. Whatever methods you use, just make sure our partnership is a happy one, and unmask the Undertaker. Elsewhere, at 3 in the morning, atop a building in some city, a pillar of light suddenly shot down from the sky onto the rooftop. The column of light shone directly on a man enveloped in a red sphere of energy. My efforts of staying up all night and waking up early to train haven't gone to waste. The man was Zhonglu, a fire attribute awakened. Zhonglu clenched his fists in excitement. I've finally reached the 2-star spirit creation realm. He eagerly picked up his phone. With all the commotion my breakthrough just caused, I've definitely attracted a lot of attention. Let's see how everyone is worshipping me. But Zhonglu's gaze landed on a news story about Shen An. Join me as we cut through the dark storm and explore the Mingxuan Forbidden Palace. The Undertaker tours the sacred land and breaks through to the next realm. Zhonglu's face immediately filled with admiration as he stared at the screen. The Undertaker has gotten stronger again, as expected of the master I've chosen to follow. A fire ignited within him. If a genius like the Undertaker has to work that hard, how can I be satisfied with this tiny little breakthrough? He looked up at the sky, picturing Shen An's face. Maybe it's time for me to follow his path. If I go back to Taishi City now, I wonder if he'd be willing to take me in. The sun rose, its bright morning rays illuminating the city. In Taishi City, early in the morning, Zhonglu stood in the middle of the street and shouted, Taishi City, I'm finally back! Nearby, a woman in red high heels walked past, bumping into him. He was immediately annoyed. Hey, beautiful, he called out after her. Didn't your mother teach you to apologize when you run into someone? The woman stopped and took off her sunglasses, revealing a beautiful face. Oh my, I'm so sorry. The moment Zhonglu's eyes met her purple ones, his mind instantly went blank, as if hypnotized. Having achieved her goal, the woman smiled. Come now, she ordered Zhonglu. Come with me, little brother. Someone is looking for you. Zhonglu began to follow her like a zombie. Where are we going? The Church of the Chosen, she replied in a mysterious tone. A cathedral appeared, like a palace from heaven. The woman led Zhonglu inside, her eyes constantly scanning her surroundings with caution. As they reached an alley where ghostly souls floated in the air, she steeled her resolve. I risked everything sneaking into Taishi City. I absolutely cannot disappoint the Holy Father. She thought to herself that the Church of the Chosen had long held control over all of Taishi City. If we can turn the Undertaker's lair into our new territory for development, with the Holy Father above, our great church will surely bring glory to the Sha Kingdom. Inside a room, Zhonglu lay motionless on a cold wooden table, his mouth ceaselessly muttering, Kai, Kai. Suddenly, bizarre words erupted from his own lips, startling even him and sending a jolt of horror through his body. My grandfather and the master aren't close. Even if you kill me, I don't know anything, Zhonglu thought in a panic. But then a strange thought surfaced. Wait, where am I? Damn it. His head felt like it was about to split open. He glanced down at his own mouth and his heart turned to ice. His lips were still moving, but his consciousness had completely lost control. His mouth was no longer obeying his commands. As Zhonglu realized this horrifying truth, helpless tears streamed down his face. His mouth, his own body, was being forcibly controlled. A surge of fury rose within him. These beasts in human skin just wanted to use his mouth to get information about his future master. Luckily, he didn't know a thing. Outside the Grand Hall, a man who had just rushed in spoke urgently. What is he saying? The Holy Mother demanded. The woman standing before her immediately placed a hand on her chest and bowed low, her voice a mixture of reverence and caution. May the great Holy Mother forgive. The leader's face was ice, her eyes flashing with cold calculation. In that case, is he even worthy of being the bait? Man continued, his words heavy. I'm worried the gravekeeper won't come. The woman's gaze remained fixed on the statue before her, completely unwavering, her expression a mask of grim determination. I will strengthen his sense of repentance towards the Holy Mother. No matter what, he is already in our hands. I will see the Holy Mother's mission to completion. Meanwhile, in a quiet room at the Taishi City Spirit Association, 4 people sat facing each other. Qing Huang broke the silence, her voice filled with surprise. So, you came all this way to Taishi City for help, just to find Zhonglu? Mao San nodded instantly, his confirmation firm. Yes, he came to Taishi City hoping to find the great gravekeeper and become his apprentice to increase his strength, but then he just vanished. Lu Ju added, so we and young Master Zhong, we usually know all sorts of people. His connections are complicated. We've asked around everywhere, both in our city and here in Taishi. Someone told us, He lowered his voice, his expression growing heavy. That young Master Zhang might have been taken by the Heavens Chosen. Shen An paused for a beat. The Heavens Chosen? Qing Huang frowned, her tone laced with irritation. Again? I've heard the name. A heretical cult, clearly backed by powerful cultivators. But why would they target Zhang Lu? Lu Ju lowered his head, his gaze falling to the cold floor tiles. His eyelashes hid his expression, but his hands were clenched into fists so tight the veins bulged. Exactly. An organization like the Heavens Chosen, we don't have the confidence to face them. That's why we had to swallow our pride and ask for your help. Qing Huang slowly pulled out a notebook, her eyes scanning the dense lines of text. Her expression turned grave. The Heavens Chosen have always been an enemy of the Spirit Association and the military. They specialize in mental attacks. Over time, their church has infiltrated the general population. Their main headquarters is located in Chuanxi City. Qing Huang's voice continued. In Chuanxi, their followers already number in the thousands. The Chuanxi Spirit Association has tried to suppress them multiple times, but the cult leader and the Heavens Chosen move like ghosts, making them hard to. She glanced at the man beside her, her eyes turning cold. Their headquarters is in Chuanxi City. So Zhang Lu's disappearance this time, does that mean the Heavens Chosen have already infiltrated Taishi City? She nearly shot up from her seat, her voice urgent and resolute. I'll notify the Taishi Spirits Association immediately to put the entire city on alert and hunt for them. If we let a cult of this level successfully infiltrate our city, all our past efforts to fight anomalies and protect Taishi will have been for nothing. Shen An spoke slowly, analyzing the situation. Hold on. From what you've said, the Heavens Chosen is an organization that moves like a ghost. For them to leave their faraway headquarters to secretly enter Taishi City and hide just to deal with me? While they're deliberately trying to stay hidden, I'm afraid it will be nearly impossible for us to find them. A sense of confusion rose in Shen An's mind. But to go to all this trouble just for me? He stroked his chin, his gaze deepening. Right now, I suspect their so-called secret infiltration of Taishi City is actually a piece of misdirection. The moment he said it, the other three stared, completely stunned, their mouths hanging open in shock. Qing Huang couldn't help but ask, her voice filled with doubt, misdirection. Why? Shen An didn't answer directly, instead posing a question of his own. Chuanxi City is probably the place in all of Xia country least affected by the spiritual energy resurgence and its anomalies, correct? She affirmed, that's right. While there are occasional anomalies, they're all low-level, C rank at the highest. Many groups even choose to retire there. Most people haven't even noticed a change in their lives, he explained. Exactly. But Taishi City just experienced a catastrophic anomaly and now has the legend of a world-saving gravekeeper. For a sect to just parachute in here wouldn't be easy. What they likely want to do is establish footholds first, create an opening in Taishi City, and then take it over step by step. Shen An's tone sharpened, and in that plan, I am their single greatest obstacle. Suddenly, Shen An shot to his feet. Jiang Lu has most likely been moved to their headquarters in Chuanxi City. Waiting around is worse than launching a direct assault. We'll book a flight to the nearest airport to Chuanxi City. I want to meet these people who are using the spiritual energy resurgence to stir up trouble and see for myself what they're really made of. Hearing this, Lu Ju immediately stood as well, the earlier gloominess gone, his eyes shining. Understood, great gravekeeper. Mao San also scrambled to his feet, ready to follow without hesitation. We'll go with you. Before leaving, Shen An didn't forget his instructions. Report this to your superiors, but don't get too worked up. If you're really worried, just roll out a few more anti-cult propaganda campaigns. Qing Huang raised a hand in a salute. Understood, sir. At that moment, a single thought crystallized in his mind. The Heavens Chosen must be eliminated. He couldn't believe a cult with this much influence had been allowed to take root in Chuanxi City. The train of thought continued to flow through Shen An's mind. I remember hearing that she had retired and settled down there. The scene shifts. Somewhere in Chuanxi City, at the headquarters of the Heavens Chosen, a man gently pushed open a door. His movements were so careful they were almost silent. He stopped in the middle of the room and bowed deeply, his voice filled with reverence. Holy Mother. The man reported, the gravekeeper and the Bates accomplices have boarded a plane. They will soon arrive in the holy land of Chuanxi. The Holy Mother leisurely spun a small object in her hand, the corner of her lips curling into a satisfied smirk. I never expected that rustic-looking bait to actually be useful, to think he would dare come directly to my territory. Her eyes suddenly turned ice cold, and the object in her hand was instantly crushed to dust. A guest is a guest. Even if they are heretics, we must receive them properly. We cannot besmirch the etiquette of our holy sect. Just as the Holy Mother opened her hand, a faint, illusory image of a clock appeared in her palm. Its hour hand turned slowly in the air, as if counting down to something. She stared at it intently, a smile playing on her lips. Tell me, can a heretic like this truly be of use to our holy sect? Suddenly, the Holy Mother shot to her feet. A heretic is still a heretic! If they cannot be enlightened, they are nothing but stubborn fools. The man advised worriedly. Holy Mother, there's no need to waste your energy on them. She replied coldly, you're right. In that instant, an explosive power erupted from the Holy Mother's body. It was a searing wave of pure destruction. The scene changes to the Chuanchi City airport. Shen An stared at the flickering flight information board, unable to hide his surprise. What surprises me most is that even with the spiritual energy resurgence at this level, Xiao Country's flights are still operating normally. Mao San nodded. They are, but the number of flights has been drastically reduced. If the Spirit Association hadn't helped us book tickets, I doubt we would have made it. Soon they arrived, quickly leaving the city and heading deep into a dense, green forest. Mao San asked curiously, Great Gravekeeper, where are we going now? What do we do? Shen An strolled casually down the leaf-strewn path, his hands in his pockets. We're not going anywhere, we just wait. The man froze, his eyes wide. Wait. Shen An raised a finger to his lips. Shh, just listen. He stood perfectly still, his gaze unwavering, his voice calm and cold. They've already found their way to us. At that moment, the once quiet forest turned terrifyingly eerie. The sound of the wind mixed with a rapid, rustling cacophony from above. Countless dark figures dove down from the canopy, their crimson eyes locked on their targets. Shen An warned sharply, be careful. Don't forget they have hypnotic abilities. Do not look into their eyes. The two men behind him immediately squeezed their eyes shut, circulating their spiritual energy for protection. The wind howled. In that instant, a dark shadow descended, her graceful form wrapping around his neck. Big brother, she whispered. You told your friends not to open their eyes, so why are yours still wide open? The woman immediately activated a seductive illusion technique, but Shen An's expression remained unchanged. He thought to himself, a mere second-level creation realm cultivator? Taking her down will be as easy as crushing paper. She whispered hotly in his ear. Are you trying to keep all my beauty for yourself? He replied coldly. That's right. Then, Shen An's lips curled into a mocking smile. Did you really think I would answer like that? The woman froze, her pupils shrinking. Her seductive charm vanished in an instant, replaced by pure shock and unease. What? His spiritual energy erupted like a tidal wave. You're the first person who's dared to get this close to me. You really deserve a little reward for that. Perhaps illusion-wielding practitioners like you are more interesting. With that, Shen An counterattacked with his spirit-piercing eye technique. The move sent a shockwave through Baigu's mind. No, this is absolutely impossible. How can a gravekeeper use illusion arts? This was never mentioned in any of our intelligence. Trapped by the technique, she screamed frantically, You're using illusion arts against me? Baigu pulled out a magical pocket watch and roared. You ignorant heretic! My heavenly selected cult are the true masters of illusion. She threw the watch towards Shen An with a contemptuous laugh. Pathetic. With the blessing of the Reverend Mother, defeating a nobody like you is as easy as flipping my hand. In the next moment, Shen An began to taunt his opponent. Keep going. His words alone were enough to make a seed of unease sprout within Baigu. In the blink of an eye, a sphere filled with demonic souls materialized before her. Shen An's voice echoed, a little white mouse that only knows how to jump around. You truly are the perfect test subject. The formation slammed into Baigu, injuring her as she let out a piercing scream. Resentment filled her heart as she wondered, why? Why does his illusion cause such real pain? My power? My techniques? Have they all failed? Why? The moment that thought crossed his mind, chains shot out to seize him, threatening to string him up like an animal. Bakkat's mind raced. He had been acknowledged by the great priest himself, so why was he still being treated like just another target for slaughter? He wasn't like the others. He was one of the heavenly chosen, selected by the gods. But as the chains tightened around him, he heard them, the countless, agonizing wails of demonic souls. In a panic, Baidu began to babble incoherently. As the demonic souls attacked, she stammered, Who am I? Where am I? After breaking free from Shen An's illusion, Baigu stared blankly. Shen An looked at her and muttered to himself, Is that all she's got so weak? If I push this any further, this cultist would definitely die. I should get some intel first, then send her on her way to the afterlife. With that decided, he questioned her directly. All right, now you're going to tell me everything you know. What is the goal of your heavenly selection cult? She clasped her hands and answered with devout sincerity. The Reverend Mother said we must eliminate the grave keepers. They are the greatest obstacle. Only then can our grand plan be completed. He pressed further, and what is this grand plan? Where are the exact locations of the Reverend Mother and Jiang Lu? Baigu stammered in response. The grand plan is the Reverend Mother, they are at the holy altar. Save me. At that exact moment, a restriction curse within her body activated, causing her to feel excruciating pain. After a blood-curdling scream, Baigu coughed up a mouthful of blood. Watching her collapse before him, Shen An gritted his teeth in anger. He pieced it together in his mind. She must have triggered some kind of restriction, a technique used by that Reverend Mother to prevent her followers from speaking of forbidden things. If they do, they die. A moment later, the real masterminds behind the ambush finally showed their faces. Shen An spoke in a low voice. "Come on out. What have you done to your own subordinate?" Shuizhu roared. "How dare you disrespect the Reverend Mother?" Tang An. Lan Xiang gave the order. "Capture the Special Investigation Unit's captain alive, and the Heavenly Selection Cult's glory will ring throughout the Xia Kingdom." Gu Yuan added, "The Reverend Mother is not someone a piece of trash like you can even approach. Surrender now and accept your punishment, or else we'll slaughter every last one of your teammates." Shen An made his move and shot back. "In your dreams." I thought to himself, I have to admit these heretics are all at the third level of the creation realm. One of them is even close to a breakthrough. With their illusion arts, they could indeed cause some trouble, enough to even take on an entire city's spirit association. But their foundations are unstable. They're all bark and no bite. Shen An decided to unleash his technique, the Skyfire single slash, and roared, "Your strength isn't even worth mentioning." In an instant, the heretics were defeated, crying out in pain. A moment later, he placed his blade on Shen Feng's neck. The man was so terrified he was frozen solid. Li Zhong, standing nearby, was trembling just as much. Shen An then looked towards the mirror on Li Zhong's chest. An image of the Reverend Mother appeared in the glass. On the other side, the Reverend Mother was also holding a mirror, observing Shen An through it. "Gravekeeper," she said, "perhaps there has been a misunderstanding between us. Our Heavenly Selection Cult exists to save humanity. In fact, Chuan City has already experienced 3 catastrophic anomalies, and it was our Heavenly Selection Cult that resolved them each time. From that perspective, isn't the Spirit Association the true group of heretics, holding power but doing nothing?" Shen An burst out laughing. "You've been lying to others for so long, you've started lying to yourself. Chuan City is surrounded by mountains on all 4 sides, with a restricted military zone sealing it off from the outside. Where did these 3 anomalies come from? You use enchanting words to attract followers and hoard resources, all for the sake of continuing your own cultivation and breakthroughs. That's the real goal behind your fabricated stories, isn't it? Your methods are truly despicable." The Reverend Mother felt no shame at all. Instead, she just chuckled. "Oh, you!" Then she took out a pocket watch and casually opened its lid. She began to make her move, speaking with excitement. "You understand us quite well. From our point of view, people like you who sell their lives to the Spirit Association are the ones who are truly brainwashed. What's the point of protecting those ordinary people? They are too weak. It would be better to let them die. This world should belong to us, the pioneers. We are walking a path of evolution that no one has ever walked before. What awaits us is glorious splendor." Hearing this, Shen An tightened his grip on his blade. Without a moment's hesitation, he charged towards the mirror. Seeing this, Li Zhong screamed in panic. What do you think you're doing?" Shen An said calmly, "If you believe the weak deserve to die, then all of you should die as well." With those words, his blade slashed straight into the mirror's surface, sending a shockwave through the Reverend Mother herself. His power traveled through the glass and struck her directly, causing her to cry out in terror. "How is this possible?" The Reverend Mother was completely stunned, realizing Shen An's power could pass through the mirror and reach her. Even so, she remained unharmed. She thought to herself, how treacherous, it was an illusion art. Any closer and I would have been dragged into his illusionary world, silently executed inside his mindscape, and that bizarre power attribute. With that, the Reverend Mother let out a laugh and said to him, "Interesting. Today's methods were truly fascinating. You are indeed very strong. Perhaps we can negotiate." Shen An saw the wound on her forehead and thought to himself, strange. Her head seems to be infected with some kind of dark blood, but that's not right. That substance doesn't look like blood. It's a shame she isn't here in person. That last experiment, my illusion still couldn't cross the distance. I want you and your people out of Chuan City within 3 days. A sense of unease flickered within Shen An. I can only bluff for now. In 3 days, if she goes back on her word, she'll definitely make a big move. He sent another pulse of power through the mirror as a threat and said, "Furthermore, release everyone you've captured." If not, a thought flashed in Shen An's mind. Given the Heavenly Selection cult's methods, there's no way they'll retreat this easily. I'll just have to deal with whatever comes my way. The Reverend Mother agreed very quickly. Fine, I agree. The Heavenly Selection cult will withdraw from Chuanxin City. As for your people, in 3 days I will return them, as long as I can leave here safely. Shen An didn't make things difficult. No problem, she nodded at him. Then it's settled. Farewell, Gravekeeper. The Reverend Mother then displayed her power through the mirror, intentionally harming her own subordinates in the process. Her lackeys began to scream in agony. It's so hot! Don't burn me! It's too hot! I can't take it! Divine Father, save me! After that last attack, Shen Feng's eyes were also affected. He clutched his head, crying out in pain, as minutes later, Shen An looked over at Lu Ju and Mao San. He quickly woke them. Hey, get up! Their main target isn't Jiang Lu, so he'll definitely be back safely in 3 days. Next, I need to head to the association. As the two came to their senses, he reached into his pocket. While they were still trying to get their bearings, Shen An stared at his phone, lost in thought. I guess I'll just have to wait at the Chuan City Association for a few days, he decided. Once everything settles down and this is all over, I'll go contact her. The scene changes to the Chuan City Spirit Association, where Chen Yang is speaking respectfully to Shen An. Lord Funeral Director, my captain, Qing Xuan of Tai City, has contacted me. We will cooperate with you with all our strength. Shen An lowered his voice and replied, you don't need to do anything, but these two are Jiang Lu's teammates. They don't belong to any spirit association, so please watch over them. The man replied cheerfully, no problem. Just then, an assistant ran in holding a phone, speaking urgently. Boss, you have to see the Pioneer forums. When he saw Shen An, he froze. Huh? Realizing who he was, he immediately handed over the phone and explained, Lord Funeral Director, please don't mind this. It must be some troublemaker stirring things up. I don't know what they were thinking, trying to incite the pioneers. Shen An took the phone and said calmly, oh, let me see. He scrolled through it. It's certainly lively. All 3 pages are about this same topic. The issue had blown up before anyone could even notice. The screen displayed the headlines. The funeral director is unworthy of leading the pioneers. The funeral director has repeatedly killed innocents, his tyrannical methods proven by photos. The ugly truth behind the so-called pioneer. Those who blindly support the funeral director are just paid lackeys from Tai City. Funeral director. Funeral director. Shen An wasn't angry, merely observing. The strange thing is, all these posts. The scene cuts to the Tai City Spirit Association headquarters. A man is on the phone, shouting furiously. This is the Tai City Spirit Association. Cooperate with us and immediately block all IP addresses from Chuan City. This heaven's chosen sect. If we don't eradicate them soon, they'll become a disaster for the entire Xia Kingdom. The scene shifts to the Divine Father, who is passionately preaching to her followers. I have seen the future. The chosen ones will be trapped in a cage of fire, struck by lightning and burned by demonic flames. This is not divine punishment, but the work of those who stand in our way. Oh, chosen ones, we have overcome countless hardships. We walk the path of the heavens to save this world and bring forth a new life. The funeral director uses a facade of kindness to deceive the masses, even murdering our chosen ones. Now we must eliminate all who obstruct us. Let us expose the evil disguised as good. The righteous heaven's chosen sect will prevail. The heaven's chosen sect is the world's true savior. Don't be fooled by false appearances. The real demon always appears in the guise of a messiah. Save Tai City. Tai City is nurturing a demon. The people of Tai City are in peril. Does the funeral director want to destroy Chuan City? To kill the Heaven's Chosen sect is to kill Chuan City. We will not allow our guardian deity to be driven away. In an instant, a massive crowd began marching towards the Chuan City Spirit Association building. They chanted relentlessly. Seeing his 2 comrades in a panic, Shen An remarked, the Chuan City Association truly has no public support. Lu Ju held his head, lamenting, there's nothing we can do about these people. He seethed with anger, ignorant and unreasonable. As pioneers, our hands are tied. Just then, Chen Yang ran over. Lord Funeral Director, the current situation. But before he could finish, Shen An cut him off. That's right. Your abilities are useless here. Using civilians as weapons and hostages. It's just a petty trick. The scene shifts again, revealing the Divine Father standing amidst the crowd. She thought with glee, Funeral Director, I wonder if you like this gift? Every single person in Chuan City is my puppet. To destroy the Heaven's Chosen sect, you must first destroy Chuan City. Then she continued to incite the crowd. We must force him to retreat. We'll go on ahead. Let these foolish masses continue to block. Also, return that useless pioneer to them. The Heaven's Chosen sect always values loyalty. Hao Bing, go! She commanded. From a high vantage point, Shen An saw everything. In a flash, he erupted with rage, unleashing his power in a massive explosion. The crowd screamed in terror as a golden light burst from the building. The Divine Father watched the scene, utterly confused. A second later, Shen An appeared, his voice booming. I told you, if you haven't left Chuan City in 3 days, you will face the consequences. The Divine Father stared in shock, thinking, why would he dare to show himself? Isn't he afraid of causing chaos throughout the city? Immediately, she shouted, I miscalculated today. If I had known you were hiding him, I would have killed him sooner. But with all these people here, Shen An swung his blade, laughing loudly. Is that something you didn't know? With a single slash, Shen An wounded Hao Bing and made the Divine Father's face turn pale. Taking advantage of her distraction, he attacked again, saying, my cultivation technique was born to suppress dark attribute anomalies. Thankfully, the Divine Father managed to block the blow with her watch. At that moment, Shen An stared straight at her and asked, are you even human? Cornered, the Divine Father finally admitted it. So you figured it out. As expected, nothing gets past you. As she spoke, a third eye opened on her forehead. The Divine Father's voice turned eerie. To be honest, it's been a very long time since I've been seen. Shen An glared at her, filled with rage, but said nothing. A moment later, as the Divine Father completed her grotesque transformation, she spoke arrogantly. Someone like you, a perfect parasite. Seeing that monstrous form, he immediately had the system analyze it. The response came back. Dark spiritual intelligence detected. This dark spiritual intelligence is a sub-branch of the dark attribute that has awakened its own consciousness through a process of attribute death. It has no fixed form and strengthens itself by grafting onto and killing various pioneers. Each grafting process results in the chosen pioneer's gruesome death, as both their body and spiritual energy become nutrients for the dark spiritual intelligence. The scene cuts to the headquarters of the Heaven's Chosen Sex Earth Palace. As it bursts into flames, the members scream in panic. Our palace. The scene snaps back to Shen An. After transforming, his opponent had become even more arrogant. A perfect vessel, abundant spiritual energy reserves, and such talent, it's better you hand it all over to me. My followers, the time has come for your contribution. In an instant, following a series of blood-curdling screams, she completely drained the spiritual energy from all her nearby followers. The dark spiritual intelligence then formed a colossal sphere of spirit energy and immediately used it to crush Shen An. But he reacted instantly, unleashing a single sword strike that pierced through the sphere and shot straight towards the entity, carrying an immense power capable of incinerating everything in its path. Shen An's attack sliced off a part of the entity's body, making it howl. It hurts. It's been so long since I've felt pain like this. But before the dark spiritual intelligence could finish, Shen An cut it off. It seems that wasn't enough. I'll have to cut you down completely to finish this. As he attacked, he thought, this dark spiritual intelligence has an escape plan. The fact that it can gain consciousness, disguise itself as a human, and build its own faction means it won't be as easy to eliminate as the previous Anomaly King. With a single move, Shen An directly shattered its body. Chen Yang watched in horror. The dark attribute, it can actually gain sentience and it can parasitize pioneers? I have to report this immediately. At the same time, his ice arm managed to trap a piece of the dark spiritual intelligence's body. But as the entity escaped, Shen An was slightly surprised. The dark spiritual intelligence turned back and mocked him. Expected, isn't it, human? No matter how special you are destined to become my vessel. Don't worry, I'll put your body to good use. Its maniacal laughter and bizarre aura spread across the entire city, casting everything into darkness. Only the spot where Shen An stood remained brilliantly lit. Far from being scared, he looked intrigued. This is getting interesting. You're pretty strong. Dark spiritual intelligence. Even when my Yang attribute should completely suppress your dark attribute, you can still fight back against my power. But you should understand, I'm completely dead. At his words, she cried out in panic. What are you talking about? Lu Qi stared as the aura of the dark spiritual consciousness Shen An, his voice trembling. The Gravekeeper! He's been swallowed by the dark attribute. Mo Ran quickly tried to reassure them. It's all right. The Gravekeeper can kill even the King of Death. He can definitely handle this too. But Song Yue added nervously, I hope so! But this dark spiritual consciousness is unlike anything seen since the Spirit Association was founded. Chen Rui cut in sharply, all right, enough talk. All we can do now is trust him. Just then, Zhonglu regained consciousness and sat up. Ugh, what happened? Seeing no sign of Shen An, he panicked. Did my master lose? But inside the sphere of dark energy, he was perfectly safe. Shen An observed his surroundings, thinking, so this must be the inside of the dark spiritual consciousness. A moment later, a system notification appeared. Deaths 1. Death seal activated. Due to your ability, the dark spiritual consciousness has been weakened. Weakening level, 20%. Shen An looked at his hands and murmured, my soul, but I didn't turn into a spirit form. Seconds later, he was stunned by the sight before him, as several souls drifted towards him. When a female spirit drew near, he stammered, you are the last pioneer who was corroded to death? Shen An was even more shocked when they all knelt before him. He asked cautiously, do you all want me to set you free? He then reasoned to himself, these pioneers died long ago. What's left are just trapped remnants of their souls, coexisting with this entity, but drained of all energy. If I destroy the dark spiritual consciousness, they'll fade away completely. Shen An immediately drew his sword and activated his power. He extended his hand, his intent clear. To die in a purifying flame is the best release I can offer them. Shen An's sword strike was blindingly fast, unleashing a wave of purifying yang energy that spread through the darkness. The dark spiritual consciousness shrieked in agony. What did you do? It hurt so damn much. It's useless. I'll corrode you to death soon enough. So you've chosen punishment over mercy. At the same time, the system announced, large-scale impact on dark attribute has activated the enhancement condition for the Hellscape mark. Due to your ability, the dark spiritual consciousness weakens further, weakening progress. 50%. Hellscape mark activated. Dark spiritual consciousness weakening progress. 80%. The weakening process reached its limit. Dark spiritual consciousness weakening progress has reached 99%. The opportunity had arrived. Shen An thrust his hand toward the entity and roared, break, sending a shockwave of terror through the dark spiritual consciousness. And with his final word, an immense explosion ripped through the sky, followed by the entity's final desperate scream, no! As everyone on the ground watched the sky erupt in a series of violent blasts, they descended into chaos. Chen Yang stared, his voice filled with anxious awe. That sound. Could it be the Gravekeeper has actually destroyed the dark spiritual consciousness? Standing beside him, Jianglu couldn't help but exclaim, such powerful spiritual energy. A sense of disbelief washed over him. To think a human body could reach such a limit, wielding the Yang attribute as if he were a king of the sun descended to earth. With righteousness present, all evil scatters. At that moment, Shen An appeared. He murmured to himself, looks like this trip wasn't a waste after all. A system notification promptly followed. Analysis complete. Dark spiritual consciousness has been destroyed, confirming no rejection reaction between the host's body and the dark attribute. Spirit fusion is continuously strengthening your cultivation method. The infinite netherworld is enhancing your domain. Just then, the spirit flower spoke up. Me too. I want some too. Not only could it speak, but it quickly snatched the other flower from his hand. It then bowed its head to Shen An. Thank you for the reward, master. Meanwhile, Shen An was analyzing the flower's gender. From that voice, it seems to be female. After I entered the Vajra realm, the spirit flower has been secretly growing stronger. Absorbing power was just an instinct. But now it can speak, its own consciousness awakened. It's likely due to the spiritual power it absorbed in the infinite netherworld. After purifying the dark attribute, its aura has grown considerably. A few minutes later, Shen An saw it dozing off. Strange, it seems sleepier than before. I'll have to find a chance to study it a bit. Back on the ground, as the sky cleared, Chen Yang said excitedly, thank goodness for Captain Gravekeeper. Without him, our Chuan city would have been finished. Yonglu agreed. The Gravekeeper truly managed to handle a sentient dark attribute. I've witnessed him save an entire city with my own eyes. Now I can die with no regrets. As soon as he finished speaking, a burst of energy shot straight at him, moving as fast as a bolt of lightning. But before it could harm Jianglu, someone intervened, stopping the attack in its tracks and leaving him stunned and terrified. A second later, Jianglu demanded angrily, what in the world just happened? The one who saved him was Shen An. He spoke calmly. So a fish slipped through the net? Seeing him, Chen Yang beamed, Lord Gravekeeper. Thank you, truly. We, along with the entire city of Chuan, will forever remember the debt we owe you. Zhonglu couldn't help but stare at the young man in shock. Seeing the mark left on the ground, he thought to himself, such a refined attack method, a meticulous setup, a single strike of pure yang, giving the darkness no chance to escape. This is the Gravekeeper who has entered the Vajra realm. He is my one and only idol in this life. A moment later, Chen Yang stepped forward to shake Shen An's hand with a smile. Lord Gravekeeper, thank you for eliminating this disaster for Chuan City. You should know, we fought tooth and nail against the Heavenly Selection cult for so long, yet we could never get rid of this threat. Shen An replied quietly, Don't thank me yet. I need to remind you, dealing with the heavenly selection cult isn't enough. You can't let your guard down. Chuan City has never experienced a major catastrophe. Compared to other cities, you're all still living in the past. But the area around Chuanchuan City is rich in natural resources. The recovery of spiritual energy is an unstoppable trend. A mutation could happen at any time, and when it does, the more he listened, the more uneasy Chen Yang became. He then explained his own plan. We've been preparing. The restricted zone has dense spiritual energy, and we conduct patrols there every day. Shen An nodded. Just now, I had to feign death to destroy the dark spiritual consciousness, but one remnant of the dark attribute still slipped through the net. He pointed at Jianglu and continued, it almost latched onto him. As he finished his sentence, all three men cried out in unison, "What?" After a moment, Shen An turned to leave. He then made a suggestion to Chen Yang, take me to Chuan City's restricted zone for a look. I feel that the full spiritual energy recovery for the city isn't far off. Chen Yang immediately agreed, understood. Shen An pulled out his phone and glanced at it, thinking, I wanted to see you one more time. Looks like I'll have to put that off for later. The scene shifts to the mountain region of Chuan City. As Chen Yang drove Shen An through the forest, he explained, our national highway that winds through the mountains is still in use. Most of the mountain area is still open. Only a small section confirmed to have dense spiritual energy is part of the restricted zone. Oh, right. Later, would you like to see the pandas? Or maybe grab some hot pot? Hearing this, Shen An paused to think. After considering it, he replied, let's skip it. We should focus on the task at hand. At the same time, the image of the primordial chaos iron-eating beast popped into his head and he mumbled to himself. The people of Chuan City truly live a carefree life, so relaxed. But if a panda absorbed spiritual energy, would it really transform into the form described in the ancient texts? Lost in thought, he suddenly spotted something outside. Shen An's focus sharpened as he whispered, found it, over there. He immediately leaped from the moving car. Ignoring Chen Yang's shouts of Lord Gravekeeper, Shen An commanded, seal off the main road from here. I'm heading up the mountain. None of you need to follow. However, Chen Yang slammed on the brakes, quickly getting out to watch his retreating figure. After observing for a moment, he murmured, why can't I sense anything at all? The scene changes as Shen An ventures deep into the forest alone. He immediately activated his powers, thinking, I'm close. It's the aura of a thunder peak. The closer I get to the summit, the clearer this resonance becomes. Shen An took a vantage point on a nearby tree branch, scanning his surroundings carefully. Then he enveloped the very trunk he stood on with crackling lightning. A moment later, a bolt of judgment struck down from the heavens, right onto his position, triggering a system notification. Analysis complete. A top-tier lightning attribute barrier has been detected. Armed with this knowledge, Shen An resolved to shatter the barrier. Without hesitation, he unleashed his power, roaring, divine lightning, 100 refinements. In the blink of an eye, the sky was consumed by a maelstrom of thunderbolts. But to his astonishment, the barrier remained completely unscathed. Shen An then noticed a strange phenomenon in the sky, the divine punishment lightning, a legendary weapon of the God clan. It strikes with unstoppable, unerring accuracy, delivering solemn judgment upon its foes. Its appearance always heralds a major natural disaster, a grim omen of imminent danger. Frustrated by this revelation, he slammed his hand on the branch. Gathering his will, Shen An roared and unleashed another technique, lightning. Become one with my body. His own lightning surged toward the heavens, confronting the divine power. Before him lay either a colossal disaster or a brand new, world-changing opportunity, two opposing fates hanging in the balance. Shen An's thunder clashed with the divine force, neither side able to overpower the other. A second later, the system provided more data to assist him. Analysis. A large quantity of lightning attribute has been detected. Activating ultimate computational ability. Compiling. You have obtained the divine tier technique. Lightning tribulation. Lightning tribulation. Summons a lightning tribulation, channels it into the body, shatters all limits, and pierces the bottlenecks of traditional cultivation realms. Assists in mastering cultivation methods, completing lightning evolution, and elevating combat power. The system's message left Shen An both thrilled and contemplative. As I understand it, every power in this world has its own limits. Take cultivation realms, for example. You have to meet specific conditions just to sense the threshold for advancement, and even then, a breakthrough can either succeed or fail. With techniques, you need strong and abundant spiritual energy to maximize their effectiveness and enhance them. He glanced at his hand and let out a faint smile, deciding to test his new theory. But the very essence of this lightning tribulation seems to be breaking those rules. It can summon a tribulation at will. It uses the process of tempering the body to strengthen both my progression and my techniques, Shen mused. What's more, the description explicitly states the tribulation can also be used to eliminate enemies. It can become a trial sent from the heavens themselves. Its intensity is likely comparable to the hundred-forged divine lightning, making it an incredibly reliable power. It's not. Suddenly, Shen An sensed a disturbance from the mountain peak, and his guard went up instantly. He decided to investigate, thinking to himself, there's a powerful fluctuation coming from the peak. The source must be there. I have to check it out. Right now, this lightning peak doesn't seem to intimidate me anymore. Arriving at the source, Shen An saw a single point radiating brilliant lightning as the system announced. Analysis. A throne's descent has been detected. Throne attribute. Top-tier lightning. The throne pulsed with ancient spiritual energy. It seemed to be awakening in sync with the world's recovering spiritual energy. He immediately tried to subjugate the lightning throne, but just inches away, his body froze, and he let out a grunt of effort. Ultimately, he failed. The system confirmed his defeat. The lightning throne has already accepted a master. Access denied. Shen An spotted a glowing lotus, and this is a holo lotus. A stunning realization dawned on him. I can't believe it. The master chosen by the throne is a plant. It's true. As spiritual energy returns to the world, all things under heaven find their own opportunities. Nothing can be underestimated. Fruits, flowers, grass, in this new era, any of them could evolve into formidable beings. Just then, Lin Ho emerged and spoke. Master, were you the one calling me? A surprised Shen An asked. Lin Hoa? Before he could figure out what was happening, Lin Ho proactively approached the Holo Lotus. Shen An realized, from the looks of it, the Holo Lotus sensed Lin Ho's presence and initiated contact. He stood aside to observe. After a few seconds, Lin Hoa turned to him and said, Master, it is greeting us. It says we are the first of its kind that it has ever met. It wants to be friends with us. Shen An could only respond with a puzzled, oh. He forced a smile. Kindred spirits, huh? Internally, he thought. It makes sense to call Lin Ho its kind, but me too? Maybe it's because I carry an aura similar to the lightning throne. Lin Hoa continued to relay the message. It says it can't leave this place yet. It absorbed too much and fell into a deep slumber. Shen An looked at the Holo Lotus, muttering to himself. So that's it. The Holo Lotus gained a massive opportunity and now needs time to digest it. Once it's done, it will evolve just like Lin Hoa, growing into a terrifyingly powerful existence. Despite this, Shen An stepped forward and offered a greeting. Hello, Master of the Lightning Throne. At that moment, his perspective shifted. Although he was disappointed about being one step too late to claim the throne for himself, he realized he didn't need to take it by force. First, this awakened spirit, the Holo Lotus, seems gentle and harmless despite being the throne's master. It even initiated contact, so it's not a threat. Second, there's no way this is the only so-called throne in the entire Xuanti wilderness. If I want a throne of my own, I need to think carefully. An opportunity like this could choose a Holo Lotus or it could choose an aberration. If a powerful opportunity like this fell into the hands of an aberration, humanity's future would become even more dire. It seems I can't keep this information to myself. I need to report it to the Spirit Energies Association and the military. But then again, what if it's possible to possess more than one throne? Just then, Lin Hoa relayed another message. Master, it says, to please head west. Startled, Shen An replied. What? She clarified. It says its throne can sense that a new throne has just descended to the west. The new one is a wood attribute throne. Shen An turned to the Holo Lotus and said, thank you for the guidance. In that case, we'll take our leave. As he finished speaking, the Holo Lotus began to glow. He let out a confused sound, but thankfully, Lin Hoa immediately explained. It asks you to wait a moment. The lightning attribute energy here is incredibly rich. If you cultivate your new technique now, the results will exceed all expectations. Shen An agreed to the suggestion. Is that so? Well then, it would be rude not to accept. Shen An quickly sat down and began cultivating, thinking, this Holo Lotus truly sees me as a friend. To be this enthusiastic, even sharing the spiritual energy and opportunity of its own lightning throne with me. A few seconds later, as his power reached its peak, he shouted, lightning tribulation. His body began to transform, the lightning coiling around him growing stronger and stronger. A minute later, Shen An suddenly yelled, Golden Sun breathing technique. In an instant, a pillar of pure energy shot straight into the heavens. Shen An looked to the sky, gritting his teeth. So this is the power of the lightning tribulation. I can feel the strength of the lightning, flooding my limbs and meridians like a raging river, only to be quickly absorbed by my golden sun chi. The two powers don't clash. Instead, they create a warmth that spreads through my body, as if my very soul is ascending to a new plane. As he contemplated this, a system notification appeared. Golden skiing technique has broken its limit. Currently evolving, evolution successful. An expression of pure disbelief crossed Shen An's face as he stared at his hands. As his body floated weightlessly in the air, the system announced, Divine Sun Ascension Technique. You have transformed into a divine sun, devouring the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Your ability to absorb spiritual energy has been greatly enhanced. A sudden rain began to fall. Shen An spread his arms wide, feeling his newfound power. This is incredible. It feels like standing in a lush green field, receiving the purest rain from nature itself. Pure spiritual energy floods my body, making me feel refreshed and revitalized. The vast mountains, the golden rain, all the spiritual energy in the area is converging on me. But as he reveled in his achievement, a look of shock appeared on his face. No way. Why do I feel like I've already touched the threshold of the Jinggang realm? The system confirmed his suspicion. Extreme Yang and Void Lightning attributes have fused, forming the Divine Purification Meridian. Conditions for breaking through to the Jinggang realm have been met, initiating breakthrough. The moment the notification appeared, a triumphant grin spread across his face as he thought, this is happening way too fast. Shen An was channeling every ounce of his power to shatter his limits. He ignored the searing pain racking his body, desperate for a successful outcome, and just as he'd hoped, the system immediately confirmed his breakthrough to Diamond Rank 2. As he came down from his cultivation high, he reflected on the nature of his training. The essence of a pioneer's power is to absorb the pure spirit chi of heaven and earth. However, this raw energy can't be directly assimilated. It must first undergo a series of complex transformations and refinements before the human body can safely absorb and utilize it. Only by mastering high-level techniques and advancing one's realm can the efficiency of this transformation be improved, especially in this new era of spirit chi recovery. The world is plagued by anomalies and corruption, yet humanity's strongest have only ever reached the third tier of the diamond rank. And somehow, I've already broken through to the second tier this quickly, and a king's throne has appeared on top of it all. After thinking it through, Shen An confirmed his suspicions. The era of spirit chi recovery was accelerating, arriving even sooner than predicted. Just then, Lin Hoa appeared before him. Master, it said, leaving Shen An slightly taken aback. Lin Hoa then relayed Holodang's message. Congratulations on your advancement, my lord. The pressure from your breakthrough has forced the king's throne to begin its own cultivation. As night has fallen, it hopes we can rest for now. Shen An agreed with the sentiment. He had, after all, caused a massive commotion this time. News of the king's throne had to be reported to the Spirit Association and the military as soon as possible. But Holodang was harmless. It would be a disaster if others coveted its power. Shen An knew the abilities the king's throne held would undoubtedly ignite a war among the pioneers. But on what grounds did the pioneers believe that the king's throne must belong to humanity? Finally, Shen An made a promise to Holodang. Rest easy, he said. I won't let my own kind come here and try to steal your throne. Since it couldn't leave this place for now, they had to part ways. Until we meet again, Lord of the Thunder Peak. The scene shifts to the military district, where Jia Lam rushes to find Elder Wu. Elder Wu, she exclaimed, have you heard the news? He immediately replied, headquarters just detected an unusual fluctuation in Chuan City. It's a 3-star diamond rank disturbance caused by 2 separate sources of spirit chi. What did the Gravekeeper say? She honestly relayed the entire story to Elder Wu. He broke through to diamond rank 2. There was also an S-class spirit chi fluctuation, characteristic of the diamond rank, originating from a phenomenon called a king's throne. Due to its unique nature, he wants to entrust the investigation of the king's throne to us. Hearing this, the old man fell into a thoughtful silence, which made Jia Lam ask curiously, aren't you surprised? Elder Wu lowered his head, a troubled look on his face. The dramatic recovery of spirit chi was inevitable. The appearance of a special opportunity like the king's throne was also within our predictions. You've been at the half-step diamond rank for a long time now. Have you felt a powerful urge to break through recently? During this period, all of Han Nation's pioneers have entered a breakthrough phase. On top of that, anomalous activities have reached their peak. To be honest, he admitted, I myself feel I'm about to touch the boundary of a breakthrough. His words made her eyes widen in shock. What? She gasped, and he quickly explained. When spirit chi erupts, both opportunities and dangers multiply and become more unpredictable. We are pioneers, but we are also soldiers of Han Nation. Our duty is to be the first to enter dangerous zones and secure them. Even if it costs us our lives, Han Nation must seize this opportunity, and I, an old man, cannot stand on the sidelines of this rising tide. Then Elder Wu clenched his fist with grim determination. Han Nation cannot let the Gravekeeper be the only one to claim a king's throne. We pioneers must obtain one as well, and we will fight with all our strength to get it. He then roared his command. Relay my orders. We will fully cooperate with the Gravekeeper and the Thai City Spirit Association's operations. We must unite all forces we can, even those pioneers and factions with their own selfish ambitions to seize resources. Under the pressure from us and the Spirit Association, they will be forced to fall in line. The scene cuts to the Spirit Association headquarters. Wu Nu, having received the news, addressed her people. We've received a report from the Gravekeeper about the king's throne. We are now conducting a comprehensive investigation of all areas where one might appear. Immediately summon all city captains. But inwardly, she was deeply worried. This is happening too fast. The situation has reached its most dangerous point. Can we truly overcome this? The scene shifts to the Thai City Spirit Association. The guildmaster, after taking a report over the phone, exclaimed in shock, "What? The Gravekeeper broke through to the second tier of the diamond rank? So that's how it is. I understand. The Thai City Spirit Association will coordinate with Captain Gravekeeper to manage Thai City effectively, so he can operate in Chuan City without any worries. Qing Xuan, at Diamond Rank 2, he's second only to Elder Wu himself. He's the second strongest in all of Ha Nation, and our Thai City will benefit from this. You've now reached the half-step Diamond Rank yourself." Qing Xuan looked a bit embarrassed and scratched her head. "It's just the abnormal surge of spirit chi. I truly didn't anticipate this. I was too naive. Just 2 days ago, I was feeling smug about my own progress." The guildmaster agreed. Indeed, if Thai City were to face another incident like the last, no, a catastrophe even greater than before, I dare not imagine it. We must protect Thai City. 10 hours later, in Chun City, the association captains from various regions have gathered. Wu Nu was presiding over the emergency meeting, presenting her findings. Based on the clues provided by the Gravekeeper, headquarters analyzed similar spirit chi fluctuations on a global scale. We found over 20 similar cases, though we can't yet confirm if they are directly related to the king's throne. Within Ha Nation's borders, there are 7 such locations. Upon hearing this, the first-tier diamond rank captain of Feng City propped his feet on the table and said confidently, "So that means we have 7 king's thrones." Just then, the captain of High City, Wang Lan, who was at the half-step diamond rank, spoke up softly. "Captain Fang, this is a Spirit Association conference. I kindly ask you to put your feet down." Annoyed at being corrected, the man shot back. "And who are you to tell me what to do? You think you're worthy of a king's throne?" The Feng City captain immediately released a threatening aura. Wang Lan clenched the teacup in his hand, his knuckles white. "And what if I am?" he said through gritted teeth. "Is there anyone here who doesn't want one?" The tension from their clash made the air in the room heavy, while Wu Nu remained silent. At the same time, the captain of Lin City, Chen Ya, who had been looking down thoughtfully, suddenly put his feet up on the table, mimicking the other captain. He smirked at Wang Lan. "Our esteemed Gravekeeper shares the same attribute as you. Do you really think a suitable king's throne will fall into your hands? Speaking of which, how did a place like High City end up with a captain like you?" He began to flex his power as he retorted, utterly uncultured. Before the situation could escalate further, Wu Nu slammed her hand on the table. "Captains of Feng City and High City, that's enough. No fighting is allowed during this conference." The moment she finished speaking, a sudden, overwhelming pressure descended upon the room, instantly suppressing everyone. Wu Nu, Wang Lan, and the Feng City captain were all stunned. As the Feng City captain found himself completely immobilized, Wang Lan thought in horror, "What is this? This pressure, it's terrifying." A moment later, they heard footsteps approaching. The Feng City captain looked toward the source of the power, his mind racing. Who is it? Could it be Elder Wu from the military district? This monstrous power, it's a 3rd-tier diamond rank. But why would Elder Wu be here? Could it be? However, his guess was wrong. The person who walked in was Shen An. "Hello, everyone," he said calmly. "Looks like I'm the only one who's late. My apologies." Seeing him, Wu Nu said, "Gravekeeper, you're here." The Feng City captain shot Shen An an uneasy look, thinking to himself, "Strange, why do I feel so suppressed? What's going on? He's the Gravekeeper?" A few seconds later, Shen An lowered his voice. "Can someone tell me what was just happening here?" As he spoke, his gaze drifted towards the captain of Feng City, who immediately feigned ignorance, laughing nervously. "Nothing at all. We were just having a discussion." With a look of sheer annoyance, he stared the man down. A second later, Shen An unleashed his power, ready to teach his opponent a lesson in manners. Frozen in place, completely unable to move, Captain Feng Shi seethed silently. "How could this be? I'm a 1st-tier Diamond Realm Master, so why can't I even twitch a muscle?" After neutralizing the troublemaker, he returned to the head seat to continue the meeting. All right then. Wang Lan, Chen Ya, and Sea Mystic. It's been a while. Wang Lan smiled warmly. It's been too long, Shen An. He sat down and addressed the room with a serious tone. I've come here today to share some information with all of you regarding the throne. Because I am also a member of the Spirit Association, I don't want to hide anything. A throne has appeared on a barren mountain in Chuan City. It holds immense power, enough to reshape the world, and its attribute is cauldron. And the spirit chosen by the throne as its master is a gourd vine. Hearing this, everyone gasped in unison. A gourd vine! Immediately, Zhao Dao shot to his feet, shouting in disbelief. The throne, a divine object containing ancient power, was claimed by a gourd vine? What a colossal waste of a heavenly treasure, Wu Xiang quickly agreed. That's right, something like this should be in the hands of a capable human. Even Captain Feng Shi jumped up, his voice booming. I propose we immediately take control of the throne and use it to enhance our own strength. If outsiders learn that a throne of the Xia Kingdom is in the hands of a gourd vine, won't we become a laughingstock? But Shen An instantly shut them down. I disagree. I'm here today to make one thing perfectly clear. If anyone dares to make a move on the cauldron throne, then I, the gravedigger, will personally take it back. His words plunged the entire room into a dead silence. After a moment, a hand rose in the air. It was Chen Ro, and she spoke in his defense. I agree with the gravedigger. Wu Ru also voiced her support for Shen An. I agree as well, and I'd like to add something. The captains shouldn't underestimate these plant-based life forms that have been blessed by the world's spiritual energy. According to the latest findings from the Chuan City Spirit Association, right before the captains arrived, the area where the cauldron throne descended transformed into a hellish cauldron landscape that no one can enter. Wangton thought for a moment, then raised her hand. I also agree with the gravedigger and the sea mystic. I'm in. One by one, the others relented. I have no objections either. Then we should focus on finding a new throne. Seeing the situation stabilize, Wu Ru breathed a sigh of relief. Having the gravedigger here is a massive help. The current Spirit Association wants to control all the pioneer-level individuals, but it's truly not an easy task. A moment later, she turned back to the map. If there are no further objections, we will proceed with assigning tasks for the throne search. Based on the spiritual energy fluctuations, we'll divide the search into 4 directions. Each city's captain will choose the location nearest to them to begin. For the unclaimed thrones, the Spirit Association will not actively interfere in the competition for them. However, we absolutely forbid anyone from concealing information about the appearance of a hidden throne. Just then, an assistant burst into the room shouting, Report! Breaking news! The Cauldron Lord has completed its ascension. Even our drones can't get close. All readings are still climbing, exceeding all our projections. The Cauldron Lord's spiritual energy has reached the 3rd tier of the Diamond Realm. Captain Feng Shi couldn't believe his ears and yelled, What? Wu Xiang was just as horrified. 3rd tier Diamond Realm? Even Wang Lan lost her composure. Doesn't that mean it now has the power to dominate the entire Xia Kingdom? Shen An remained silent, deep in thought. 3rd tier Diamond Realm? If the throne truly contains ancient spiritual energy, then this isn't so surprising. He quickly pulled out his phone to check the screen. Today's forecast. Chuan City, 11 degrees Celsius, thunderstorms. Chuan City, 9 degrees Celsius, thunderstorms. The day after, Chuan City, 5 degrees Celsius, thunderstorm. As he read, Shen An mumbled to himself, perhaps once its ascension is complete, I should pay another visit to the mountain. With that thought, he announced loudly, This meeting is adjourned. I wish all you pioneers the best of luck in acquiring the throne and successfully ascending. Scene change. After the meeting, Wu Ru approached Shen An. Gravedigger, headquarters hopes that you can temporarily remain in Chuan City. He just grunted, giving her a questioning look. Wu Ru quickly explained, We're concerned that some pioneers might still try to make a move on the Cauldron throne. Moreover, even though the Dark Lingji incident is over, Shen An understood what she was implying. Everyone thinks there's a chance the Dark Lingji wasn't completely destroyed, right? Wu Ru confirmed at once, exactly. Both the Dark Lingji and the throne are products of the spiritual energy eruption. The throne possesses the power of creation, which we can set aside for now. We witnessed the destruction of the Dark Lingji firsthand, but we still worry that a remnant of it might survive. Since it would be severely weakened and unable to leave Chuan City, it could become a major threat to this area. Shen An opened his phone again. On the screen were 2 words, Goo Goo. He then looked at Wu Ru and said frankly, You're right, it's better to be prepared. I was thinking the same thing. I won't be leaving Chuan City for the time being. Scene change. Shen An finally arrived at the Forbidden Lightning Zone on Chuan City's barren mountain. Seeing the ceaseless heat lightning strikes, he thought, all this magnificent lightning, it's almost like it's welcoming me. Today, I'll borrow this even more potent lightning energy to temper my body and upgrade my techniques. Shen An walked up to the gourd vine and called out, "It hasn't been that long, and you're already cultivating faster than I am." It replied, "Thank you, it was you who helped me." He paused, surprised. Me? Shen An mused to himself. So the Cauldron Lord is starting to develop true consciousness. But that makes sense, considering it has cultivated to the peak of what human pioneers can achieve. A moment later, it explained, "The throne told me. It predicted that you would be the one to save me from calamity. So I want to give you a portion of my spiritual energy. Before that, and me too," Shen An quietly added his own thoughts. "Actually, I was planning to do the same. In that case, I'll gladly accept your kind offer." He immediately sat down, while Ling Hua ran to the gourd vine's side. Ling Hua and the gourd vine released their spiritual energy to aid Shen An's cultivation. After a few minutes, he muttered to himself, "All right then, let's cultivate the Crimson Flame Saber technique." As the image of the saber appeared above his head, he shouted. Now, instantly, the Crimson Flame Saber erupted with lightning. The systems immediately announced. Detecting a massive amount of lightning power, Crimson Flame Saber technique requires a suitable spiritual energy to advance. Crimson Flame Saber technique is now evolving. Shen An struggled to control his own power to merge it with the external energy. As the two forces intertwined, he roared in agony. Then the system announced, Crimson Flame Saber technique evolution successful. Finally, Shen An had obtained the Thunder Flame True technique. A second later, he threw a punch to test the might of his new power. While Shen An was cultivating, the system notifications kept coming. Thunder Flame True technique. After being tempered by the lightning of a heavenly tribulation, the Crimson Flame Saber technique has surpassed its limits. Body tempering process has reached 100%. Reinforcement complete. A moment later, a massive explosion of fire erupted from the mountaintop. Scene change. Watching the monitor, Chen Ro's eyes widened in shock. "This flame, it's the Gravedigger!" Wang Lan looked confused. "But isn't that the forbidden zone of the Cauldron Throne? Could something have happened between them?" Captain Feng Shi's face twisted with jealousies and rage. "That guy, he forbids us from going after it. So does he want it for himself?" Someone else interjected. "The Gravedigger already said the Cauldron Lord is his friend." Scene change. At the Chuan City Spirit Association, the monitor flashed a red alert, and Liao Bao shouted his report. "Warning! Anomaly levels at the throne's location have exceeded all measurable limits. All access to the Forbidden Zone is strictly prohibited." Chen Yang stared at the screen in disbelief, thinking, what on earth is the Gravedigger doing in the Forbidden Zone? Could it be model? He's locked in a fierce battle with the throne itself. The scene shifts. Shen An reaches out, grasping the Crimson Flame Saber technique. He's ecstatic, thinking to himself, perfect! The Crimson Flame Saber technique has evolved, and the saber itself has been tempered 1,000 times over. The system also brings up an update on Ling Hua. Its spiritual intelligence has been enhanced, and its wilderness attribute abilities have surged dramatically. Just like that, it chats with the throne for a while. Afterwards, Ling Hua happily returns to Shen An and says, "Master, the throne is so kind. Let's go find the next one right away." Immediately, he turns to the gourd vine and asks, "A new throne has appeared." It speaks to Shen An with sincerity. "My friend, you are truly remarkable. Congratulations on achieving a new breakthrough. During my recent cultivation, I felt a sudden connection," the gourd vine explains. "A new throne is about to descend, and it carries an aura that is both synergistic and conflicting with my own." He glances at Ling Hua and thinks, synergistic and conflicting with Ling Hua, it must be a wood attribute throne. A moment later, the gourd vine tells him, "I can sense its general location. I will send the signal to you." It then activates its power, guiding Shen An. He closes his eyes to focus. Once he pinpoints the location, Shen An breaks into a smile and says, "I see it." The scene shifts. Arriving in a new city, he feels a sense of familiarity and slowly murmurs, "This is Yuan City." From what he knows, Yuan City is an autonomous city about a 2-hour drive from Chuan City, famous for its luxury and modern conveniences. But this place has a dark side. It's a den of vipers with a culture as vibrant as it is chaotic. It once held the title for the highest crime rate in all of Jia country. The scene changes to Shen An walking through the downtown area. As he walks, his mind races. Now that spiritual energy has returned, the Spirit Association's progress in establishing a branch in Yuan City has been painfully slow. The reason? Obstruction from powerful local gangs. As a result, no pioneers are willing to join the Spirit Association here, meaning there's no captain and effectively no Yuan City branch. Suddenly, Shen An stops dead in his tracks. He scans his surroundings, then looks to Ling Hua. You feel it? To the west. It immediately nods in confirmation. The scene cuts to a brilliantly lit mansion in the distance, a massive swimming pool glistening within its grounds. A man is swimming laps. A moment later, Zhong Huan rushes over, calling out, Young Master Jiang! Young Master Jiang! He leans in close and whispers urgently in the man's ear. Hearing the news, Zhong Sheng looks slightly surprised. Then, the man known as the Serpent of Yuan City throws on a robe and laughs. So what? No one can make waves in my city. The moment those words leave his mouth, a massive explosion erupts, leaving him both stunned and confused. A gigantic sphere of mana swells in the distance, illuminating a vast section of the night sky. A violent shockwave follows, sending everyone into a screaming panic. Even Jiangsheng's face shows a flicker of concern. Unwilling to accept someone causing chaos on his turf, he barks, Let's go! I want to see who has the guts to stir up trouble right under my nose. 2 minutes later, Zhongsheng and Zhongwan arrive on the scene. At the same time, Shen An is searching the area, thinking, it must be just ahead. Before he can take another step, Zhonghuan rushes at him, yelling, Who are you? How dare you trespass on young Master Jiang's private property? Seeing the fist flying toward him, Shen An says coldly, Private property. He effortlessly blocks the attack with a single hand, causing Zhonghuan to gasp in shock. What? Shen An then retorts loudly, This mountain range is the territory of Xia country. If it belongs to anyone, it belongs to all its people. And yet you dare call it private land? As he speaks, Shen An sends Zhonghuan flying with a devastating kick. Meanwhile, the throne is coiling around Jiangsheng, who is desperately pleading, You have no reason to reject me. I am the king of this place. You appeared here, so you naturally belong to me. I must sit on the throne. The throne must be mine. If you dare refuse me, don't blame me for what happens next. I'll destroy you too. Hearing this, Shen An lets out a cold laugh. Enraged, Zhongsheng spins around and shouts, Who's there? Shen An calmly places a hand on his shoulder. A treasure of this caliber chooses its own master. You want to become the Lord of the Wood attribute? Clearly you are not worthy. Zhongsheng screams in fury, I'm not worthy. Shen An ignores him and walks toward the throne. Seeking revenge, Zhongsheng lunges at him, roaring, You're dead meat today. But just as he's about to strike, he freezes, his face draining of color and sheer terror. The source of his fear is the sight of Ling Hua. He's too scared to utter a word as Shen An calmly remarks, You're not even a match for my guardian. Is the serpent head of Yuan City really this pathetic? The moment he speaks, the throne suddenly resonates, initiating its selection. A notification appears. Wood attribute throne is pairing with a master. Pairing. Successful. Master confirmed. Ling Hua, a pillar of raw energy, shoots into the sky. Far away in Chuan City, a brilliant green light erupts across the night. Wang Lan sees it instantly. The wood attribute throne has found its master in Yuchuan City. If one of their pioneers claimed it, things could get complicated. Wu Ru quickly calls him. Gravedigger, what's your status? Shen An answers. The pioneers in Chuan City must have seen the fluctuations. I'm just calling to let you all know. The wood attribute throne has successfully claimed its master. He anticipates her next question. The new Lord of the Wood attribute is a plant, not a human. But it's my Ling Hua. Go ahead and announce it. You can also announce that I possess the wilderness attribute. I raised Ling Hua. You could call it my spirit pet. That ghost lantern that appeared with the true sunflower, I eliminated it. Also, the local serpent here. That nest of gangsters in Yuan City. I've dealt with them. The Spirit Association can come and set up a station here now. As for his remaining forces, I'll leave the cleanup to you. It's a long-term project. After hanging up, Shen An turns to Ling Hua with a smile. Hey kiddo, your luck isn't half bad, but you'll have to stay here for now. We'll have to part ways for the time being. Seeing Ling Hua's dejected reaction, he can't help but think, why does this feel like dropping a kid off at school? It asks in a gentle voice, Master, when can I return to your side? Shen An estimates, probably when you've matured to the diamond realm. Cultivate diligently and make the most of this incredible opportunity. The next day, in Chuan City, Lin Yi is summoned by the Spirit Association. She thinks to herself joyfully, Kuzin's Ling Hua became the master of the wood attribute throne. The news has already spread through the entire pioneer community. And on top of that, he even revealed that he possesses the wilderness attribute himself. As she enters a meeting room, she sees 4 people waiting for her. Her mood sours. It's just that. The Spirit Association suddenly wants to recommend me as the captain for Yuan City. Even though they promised us their full support. Still, Lin Ji sighs, rubbing her temples. For now, all I can do is wait and see. I don't even know if I can handle this responsibility. First, I should go visit Mom. Life in Chuan City should be pretty peaceful, right? Just as she leaves, The streets begin to tremble violently. People run in panic. Earthquake! It's an earthquake! Everyone, get to the shelters! But Lin Yi knows better. No, this isn't right. This violent surge of spiritual energy, it's an anomaly. Cut to the Chuan City Spirit Association, where chaos has erupted. An anomaly has formed. Someone reports frantically. How is that possible? Why didn't we sense it? Why didn't the warning system go off? An assistant rushes to Wu-Ru. This is bad. A massive, abnormal spiritual energy fluctuation has been detected in the Shanlin Forbidden Zone. The concentration levels are off the charts. There was no warning. The beasts in the mountains have absorbed the energy and have all mutated. They're forming a horde and marching straight towards Chuan City. The beast horde attacks. Piercing screams fill the air. Help! The monster is huge. We're going to die. We're all going to die. Caught in the chaos, Lin Yi can only try to run. She tries calling her mother, but the call won't connect. We're sorry, the number you have dialed is currently unavailable. Please try again later. Damn it, Mom. From the mouth of a colossal beast, a blinding torrent of fire erupts. Dazed, Lin Yi slowly turns to look behind her. A woman lands with shattering force, splitting a monstrous beast in two. She gasps. It is. Seeing Shen An approach, she delivers a grim report. Chuan City is definitely mutated. I can't contact Mom. Hurry, we have to find her now. Inside a downtown supermarket in Chuan City, chaos reigns. Desperate cries echo through the aisles. Grandma, Mom! A little boy stands alone, sobbing. Where is everyone? Fear grips him, and he tries to choke back his tears, but the terror is too much. The boy Xiao Hao collapses to the floor, wailing. In a flash, Shen An's aunt rushes over and clamps a hand over his mouth, whispering urgently. Xiao Hao is still sniffling. But, my mom and dad, she smiles warmly and pulls out a package of snacks, instantly distracting him. This is my favorite, Fang Hong coaxes. All right then, first you have to stop crying. Wait until the grown-ups come to get us, and then I'll let you eat it, okay? This is a reward for being a good boy. But just as they let their guard down, a monstrous beast stalks toward them, its eyes glowing crimson with pure savage hunger. It lets out a horrifying roar and lunges. Fang Hong scoops up the boy and runs for her life. But her foot catches on a bottle, sending them both crashing to the ground. Fang Hong clutches Xiao Hao tightly, shielding him with her body. As the beast's razor-sharp descends, she screams, "You damn beast! You god-forsaken monster! If I'm going down today, I'm taking you with me!" Suddenly, the beast is struck down. Shen An has arrived just in time, standing as a shield before them. He turns, his voice calm. Is everyone okay? Shen An's gaze falls upon the child in his aunt's arms. Xiao Hao stares back, wide-eyed and stunned. Then, Shen An notices the snack cake in the boy's hand. This rice cake. A memory surfaces. A time from his childhood, visiting a grave with his aunt. She always used to bring him this exact snack to comfort him. Fang Hong's voice snaps him out of his memory. Xiao Yi, it's really you, Xiao Yi. He looks at her, his curiosity piqued. Auntie, who is this child? She explains, the supermarket was so dangerous earlier. This little one must have gotten separated from his parents. I thought I could at least do something to help. From behind, a frantic Lin Yi rushes forward, calling out, Mom! Fang Hong is stunned. Yi, she pulls her daughter into a fierce hug. Mom, you scared me to death. Fang Hong smiles, patting her back. It's okay, I'm fine, I'm not hurt. Shen An stands aside, watching the mother-daughter reunion. Just then, the little boy tugs on his sleeve and whispers, Superman. Shen An glances down. In Xiao Hao's eyes, he's a real-life superhero. Are you Superman? This is for you. Can you take me home? Shen An accepts the snack. Then try making a wish on it, he says gently. It might just grant you the blessing of being reunited with your family. The words have barely left his mouth when he senses an immense danger from behind. Shen An grabs the boy and dives, rolling away. An instant later, a massive hole is blasted through the wall where they just stood. He squints into the dust. What is that? Seeing its colossal muscular form, Shen An knows immediately this is their beast king. Just moments after their reunion, a new crisis descends as the dark, oppressive aura of the monster envelops them all. He thinks to himself, good, it seems this mutated beast's target is me, the one with the highest spiritual power. That gives me some room to work. At the very least, my aunt and the others will be safer. Shen An immediately orders Lin Yi, get them out of here. I can't make my move otherwise. Just react as you go. As the beast roars at him, Shen An instantly analyzes its nature. A dual type, thunder and wood. A fusion? That happens to be the same attributes as two of the thrones. The Beast King lunges, taking the offensive. Shen An raises his sword. Judging by the surging dark energy, it's been corrupted by a shadow attribute. The Beast King sizes up its prey. It raises a massive fist and charges, its maw of razor-sharp teeth gaping wide, as Shen An raises his sword to meet the attack. The Beast King throws its head back and roars. At the same time, Lin Yi's escape route is suddenly cut off by another Beast King. She gasps in horror. Damn it, a beast king? There are two of them? Behind her, Fang Hong clutches Xiao Hao inside a spiritual barrier, crying out, Yi! Lin Yi shouts back, Mom, don't worry! Lin Yi launches herself into the air, ready to strike. I am your daughter, after all. But the other Beast King is already gathering a terrifying amount of energy. It unleashes a devastating blast of wood elemental power straight at her. At the same time, a dark aura gathers in the Beast King's other hand, aimed directly at Fang Hong, even as Lin Yi is occupied deflecting the first attack. She rapidly analyzes the impossible situation. We're both wood types. My spiritual power has no advantage against this creature. If I charge in recklessly, Mom and that child will die. An idea forms in Lin Yi's mind. She makes a bold offer. Eating two ordinary humans won't make you much stronger, she calls out. How about you trade them? For me. The scene cuts to the Spirit Association headquarters in Chuan City. Inside the monitoring room, an operator stares at the screen, his face pale with dread. How can this be? The birth of a single Beast King is already considered an S-class disaster. Two glowing red dots are circled on the map. Chuan City has two of them? The mutation concentration. All pioneers are already deployed helping civilians, but Chuan City is about to be annihilated. A frantic report comes in from a pioneer in City A. Countless beasts are still breaking through the restricted zone. A massive horde is invading Chuan City from the mountains. Can't HQ send reinforcements any faster? Requesting a disaster level upgrade. We need urgent, top priority backup now. One of the staff members is in shock. But didn't the Gravekeeper say? Suddenly, in the sky above the city, a colossal pillar of light descends from the heavens. They recognize the location instantly. That's where the throne descended. The scene shifts back to Shen An, the ground trembling around him as dust and smoke fill the air. He stomps on the head of the defeated Beast King, his voice cold. You came from the wild mountains. Tell me, do you know about a gourd vine? High above, the clouds churn violently as heavenly lightning strikes down. Shen An looks up, his eyes wide with disbelief. No way. Could this entire beast disaster have been caused by the Master of the Thunder Throne? If that's true, it means owning a throne brings immense danger to all other pioneers. But the system's announcement was clear. The throne is a grand opportunity, with 100 benefits and not a single drawback. So what went wrong? Back with Lin Yi, the situation is desperate, as the second Beast King raises its claws for the killing blow. She shields herself within a sphere of energy. Did you really think I was stupid enough to just let you eat me? Lin Yi's eyes narrow, a plan forming in her mind. She declares with cold fury, if you want to eat them, her spiritual power explodes outwards. You'll have to get through my dead body first. You beast. Today, either you die or I do. At that very moment, the phenomenon in the sky intensifies. A magnificent throne and a giant gourd vine materialize high above. A nearby pioneer shouts in awe. It's the Thunder Throne. The master of the throne is here. They all stare at the incredible sight. Look over there. What is that thing? My God, it's a seedling, and it's enormous. Shen An watches the event unfold in silence. All around, the demonic beasts growl, their eyes fixed on the trembling form of the Beast King. He realizes something crucial. This Beast King, it's terrified. It seems they only borrowed the power of the Thunder Throne to mutate. They aren't actually being controlled by the throne or its master. The colossal plant anchors itself to a skyscraper and begins to sprout massive gourds. A tranquil green aura flows out from the gourds and washes over the Beast King. Instantly, vines entangle the creature, and its once ferocious body shrinks until it's as small and harmless as a kitten. The Lord of Thunder's voice zooms, filled with embarrassment. My friend, I am so terribly sorry for causing such a catastrophe. I just had a breakthrough in my cultivation, and I could finally leave the mountains. These naughty little ones. Could I possibly take them back with me? Please, don't kill them. On the monitors, the staff of the Spirit Association stare in utter disbelief. The Lord of Thunder is apologizing to the Gravekeeper? So, this disaster wasn't intentional. A heated discussion erupts. I'm more interested in that gourd vine. How could it become so powerful? That lightning didn't just defeat the Beast King, it directly purified it. The power of a throne, it's completely unfathomable. If only I could be acknowledged by a throne and gain such an opportunity. But then again, for someone as mighty as the Lord of Thunder to bow his head to the Gravekeeper, doesn't that mean we need to completely re-evaluate the Gravekeeper's true power? With the danger averted, the next day at the Chuan City Spirit Association, a critical meeting is underway. This is the current situation across the entire world. He continued, explaining that the peaceful days were now over. However, he assured them that the government and the Spirit Division would do everything in their power to keep everyone safe. When Fang Hong understood the full gravity of the situation, she grew worried. Does this mean humanity will truly be annihilated? Shen An simply smiled to calm his aunt. Why so pessimistic? Have you forgotten who I am? I'm the Undertaker. I've already handled quite a few disasters, you know. Even an S-rank abnormal king who felt my spiritual pressure was terrified during our fight. In the end, it couldn't escape death. And as for your daughter, she's also one of the foundational pillars of the Xia country. The military even wanted to recruit her as a captain. His aunt sat beside Lin Yi and said gently, "You kids, you've worked so hard." Hearing words like this at a time of chaos and crisis, it doesn't really comfort an old woman like me. I'm just worried about whether the two of you are exhausted or if you're getting hurt. I worry about what happens if, one day, you truly have to make the ultimate sacrifice. He quickly changed the subject. Don't overthink it. By the way, what happened to Zhonglu's group? I didn't see them helping out when the anomalies appeared. The man recalled, them? Oh, I took them to the Spirit Division hospital for treatment, but the doctor told me all three of them left in the middle of the night. Don't waste my time. I need to get stronger. I have to get stronger. It's beyond embarrassing. I heard that Zhonglu fellow was incredibly agitated at the hospital, constantly demanding to be discharged so he could resume his training. As they spoke, someone entered the room, calling out anxiously, "Xiao Hao!" The little boy's eyes lit up. "Dad! Mom!" While Xiao Hao's father held his son tight, his mother tearfully expressed her gratitude. "You are Xiao Hao's saviors. You didn't just save his life, you saved our entire family." Their family bowed deeply, and the boy's mother continued, "Even though we're just ordinary people with no special powers, if there's ever anything you need, the two of us will be there in a heartbeat, no questions asked." "Thank you," Lin Yi replied warmly. "Please, there's no need for that. It was the right thing to do. That's all." After Xiao Hao's family left, Shen An suddenly remembered something. "Oh right, Auntie. Would you like to come back to Tai City with us?" Soon, they were on a plane, heading back. In Tai City, a group was waiting with a celebratory banner that read, "Welcome back to Tai City, Undertaker!" Ching Ching clapped, welcoming him back. As they walked inside, Fang Hong gasped in amazement. "This villa, it's massive." Lin Yi covered her eyes. "Mom, close your eyes for a second." She opened a cabinet drawer, revealing a property deed. "Guess what we prepared for you?" Shen An explained. "This is the house that Yi and I bought for you here in Tai City. The location and the building itself are very safe, and it's right next to where I live. Whenever you miss us, you can just come visit. And later, if Yi decides to go to Yuan City, that's fine too. We've already bought a new house for you in Xuan City, just in case." Their aunt was moved to tears. "My two wonderful children, Mom is so proud of you. But, Yi, I can feel that something is troubling you." He spoke for his cousin. She's conflicted about whether or not to go to Yuan City. She confirmed it. "Regarding the Spirit Division in Yuan City, I honestly don't know what to do. I feel like they're just treating my cousin like a lifeline, desperately trying to establish a connection with the Undertaker. But changing things there won't happen overnight, and they can't help me forever." Fang Hong lovingly stroked Lin Yi's cheek. "Why not give it a try? When has my daughter ever wanted to do something and not done it immediately? Back then, didn't you use tutoring as an excuse to trick me so you could run off and find your cousin?" Lin Yi was stunned. "Wait, you knew all along?" A surge of confidence filled her heart. "That's right, I'm a grown-up now. I'm not a child who just follows in the footsteps of my family anymore. What is there to hesitate about? I'll just give it a shot." Just then, Shen An's phone buzzed. He answered it. "Hello? Jialan, any new leads from the war zone?" She delivered the news. "Old Wu has discovered a new mysterious belt, and he wants to invite you to join his expedition." The scene shifts to a shadowy black market, where several figures are gathered around a table, their leader a man with a scale-like tattoo on his forehead. A woman spoke up. "So does this mean we can never go back to Yuan City?" A remnant of the Zhang family's forces slammed his fist on the table. "Nonsense!" The door creaked open, and a mocking laugh echoed from the outside. The newcomer wore a half-mask, concealing their identity. "No need to be so tense. People of the Zhang family, our objectives are aligned. How would you like to make a deal with me?" The scene cuts to the Spirit War Zone, where Shen An has just arrived. The moment he stepped through the gate, he sensed danger. Old Wu launched a surprise attack, throwing a punch right at Shen An, who quickly raised a hand to block it. Shen An asked, confused, "Old Wu, what is the meaning of this?" The old man chuckled, reassuring him. "Don't misunderstand. It's just that none of my old brothers here could believe that a monster of your caliber truly existed in Xia country." As several other old men stepped out from the shadows, he asked, "Well, now that I've let them see for themselves, are you all a little more convinced?" An old master from the Golden Steel War Zone replied grimly, "Old thing, where did you dig up such a promising seedling? I just saw you sneak half a step back." Another one teased. The man behind him chimed in, "Old Wu, the new generation surpasses the old. Maybe it's time for you to retire." Shen An was astonished, thinking to himself, these old guys, every single one of them is at the second level of the King Kong realm. Old Wu suddenly mentioned, kid, do you remember the polar negative belt from before? The truth is, mysterious domains like that appeared on Earth long ago, and some are even more dangerous. They are all closely tied to the revival of the planet's spiritual energy. These old comrades from the war zone have remained hidden, even during the chaos in Xia country. That's the reason why every major war zone is short on top-tier combat power. It's because they've all gone to these mysterious domains. You could say that is the true front line. The war that humanity is facing against the spiritual energy revival, it began long before you ever realized it. Shen An replied calmly, Jia Lan told me that a mysterious domain is like a time-lapse basin, where many dangerous attributes have fused together. The old man revealed, the extremely high concentration of dark attributes has given birth to all sorts of terrifying things. Because this is a classified domain, and their recent activity has been far too frequent, new domains have been appearing constantly. This also serves to benchmark the cultivation levels of the pioneers. King Kong Realm, Spirit Selection Realm, and Ghost Body Realm. It all clicked for Shen An. No wonder. Xia country had marked out contaminated zones and forbidden areas long before the spiritual energy revival even began. The old man added on, to be able to continuously explore and maintain this secret, while also preserving order in Xia country in such a brutal and terrifying zone. Every single of us here has reached the King Kong realm with a truly solid foundation. The true power of the spirit war zone cannot be underestimated, Shen An thought. It's likely far greater than what anyone sees on the surface. Old Wu's demeanor turned serious. This time, we will be exploring the most difficult part of the mysterious domain. He stated their destination, the Octo Hat Colony. From behind them, someone let out a cold snort. The newcomer was Old Zhang Tian, one of the founding elders of the Spirit War Zone. Old Wu called out in surprise, Old Zhang! The elder was staring intently at Shen An, sizing him up. Without waiting for Old Wu, Zhang Tian spoke. This is Old Zhang Tian. He's eccentric, stubborn, and as pig-headed as a mule. Even we have to be mindful of his mood, so don't take it personally. That's just how he is. But don't let his attitude fool you. Among our group, his strength easily ranks in the top 3. We called him here to ensure our safety. He may have a terrible temper, but he's a man who values righteousness. Shen An replied, it's fine. I have always respected the veterans who have dedicated their lives to Xia country. A stubborn personality is just a character trait. Old Wu playfully nudged Zhang Tian's shoulder. Old Zhang. He then introduced the boy. This young man is the captain of the Tai City Spirit Division. His code name is the Undertaker. That S-rank disaster, the Earth-Eye Sacrificial King that caused chaos throughout the city before, this kid solved it all by himself. Zhang Tian was shocked. An S-rank disaster? Old Wu urged them on. Now that everyone's here, let's go. It's time to open the gate to the mysterious domain. The 5 of them approached the entrance to the mystical zone, the Void Gate. Staring at it, the young man was taken aback. He never expected the legendary gate to look so incredibly simple. A seal made of spiritual energy shimmered over the entrance, clearly a recent repair. Shen An reached out, his hand passing through the portal's edge as he thought, but there's no way to remain inside. The moment he stepped through, he was staggered by the sheer force. The elemental power was overwhelming. Were all those strange phenomena really just manifestations of pure elemental energy? Shen An's gaze sharpened, because he realized every single aura emanating from these visions felt alien, as if it originated from the depths of outer space. Elder Wu, leading the group, warned, do not get close, and don't stare too long at these anomalies, or you'll be. Shen An ignored the strange energies pressing in on him, his mind racing. The amount of elemental power here is off the charts. Lightning, water, fire, the void. If you get touched by any of it, your body and spirit will be devastated. It could even mean instant death. These anomalies aren't just strange phenomena. They are pure, lethal, elemental power. Even his own mark of death would be useless here. It was impossible to imagine how many different dimensions this place was connected to. If this rift wasn't suppressed, it would surely unleash a cataclysmic disaster upon the world. Elder Wu's tone turned grave. We're here, he announced. Everyone, release your spiritual energy. Maintain a calm state of mind, and then enter. They stepped into the vast tomb complex, a place shrouded in a gloomy aura. Elder Wu remarked, the power of death is so thick here. As wisps of black energy began to churn, Elder Wu warned, it's starting. We need to end this fast. A surge of black mist shot upwards, coalescing into a monstrous form. Someone gasped. What is that thing? They charged forward, launching a palm strike at the creature as it took shape. Elder Wu and Zhang Tian attacked in unison. The monster raised a hand, and a wave of force slammed into the 2 of them. Elder Wu and another man stared up in shock. Shen An remained calm. This is bad. We all have to attack together, he realized, sensing that the Black Giant's aura was interfering with and weakening the spiritual energy of cultivators. Flames gathered in Shen An's hand. Just now, Elder Wu and another peak Golden Core Realm Master attacked together, yet they could only unleash less than a tenth of their power. In that case, he thought, let's try this. He simultaneously launched a Crimson Flame Blade, a Thunderfire True Incantation, and a burst of flame directly at the monster. A thick cloud of smoke billowed out. Shen An looked at the blade in his hand. Just as I thought, my power is being weakened too. If it weren't for the suppression, that attack would have obliterated it. Someone spoke up. Huo Shengyi, did you see that? He almost took care of that black giant all by himself. Old Zhang, do you see that? This level of skill is even more incredible than single-handedly quelling a calamity, someone said while Zhang Tian stared astonished at the scene. Elder Wu proudly revealed his nickname is the Sealer. If you knew where that name came from, you'd be even more shocked. At that moment, Shen An's pupils changed color as he activated his spirit-piercing eye technique. Deploy. Tombfire Domain. Around him, dark auras erupted, morphing into countless shadowy claws that shot towards the monster. Go. The system chimed in. Tombfire Domain deployed. Large amount of dark attribute detected. Your technique is now active, negating negative effects of the dark attribute. Target Black Giant marked. Wakening in progress. Dark attribute power reduced by 50%. With a cold gaze, Shen An pronounced its death sentence. Die. A single razor-sharp sword strike sliced through the monster's body. As its form disintegrated, Shen An stood calmly to the side, his body erupting in flames that began to incinerate its remaining fragments. Zhang Tian was in shock. How is this possible? Elder Wu, much calmer, explained. It's the Yang attribute. He's suppressing the dark attribute in this place. The scene shifts to Yuan City, home of the wood elemental throne. Ling Hua sensed it. Its master needs my help. It shot off from its perch. Meanwhile, back in the tomb, Shen An realized he still hadn't killed the dark entity. This dark giant looks like nothing special, he thought. But it's unbelievably hard to kill. I wield the power of death and am the master of an elemental throne, yet it's still struggling. Elder Wu urged, hurry, the kid needs help, let's go. Zhang Tian was already rushing forward. You think I need you to tell me? The four of them gathered their powers simultaneously. 4 beams of condensed energy shot down, merging and flowing into Shen An's back. This combined power caused the flames he unleashed to detonate like a massive explosion. The shockwave and blinding light forced everyone to look away. When the light subsided, they looked down in amazement. So, this is the real tomb complex? Before them, rows upon rows of tombstones had been revealed. Shen An walked up from behind them. Thank you for your help, seniors. It was only with your assistance that I could destroy the dark giant. I was too careless before. Is everyone all right? Zhang Tian sheepishly approached him. I'm sorry, my attitude earlier was out of line. Thank you for saving me. His old friends behind him thought to themselves, is this the same stubborn mule we know? Did he get possessed? Since when does a dog's mouth grow ivory tusks? From the ground below, skeletal hands began to emerge as legions of the undead crawled towards them. Shen An called out, Seniors, do you remember the calamity disaster back in US City? Of course I remember, Elder Wu replied. I never thought we'd encounter something like it here. Zhang Tian stepped forward. Disgusting wraiths! I'll go first! He unleashed a crimson flame to incinerate the horde. Elder Wu shouted from behind, We're coming too. A sphere of power gathered in his hands. Leave this side to me. The ball of energy slammed down, shattering the skeletons. The others were also locked in fierce combat. The system alerted Shen An. Strong dark attribute fluctuation detected. Please approach and touch to create a new technique. He took the lead. Let's keep moving. I can feel a powerful dark attribute fluctuation up ahead. Elder Wu stopped. Up ahead, everyone look. What is that, an illusion? He squinted. No, this stone tablet is still emitting a dark attribute. But when did it appear? It's likely a manifestation of the dark power, Shen An replied. I'll go check it out. Seeing Shen An rush forward, Zhang Tian worriedly called out, Hey, kid, but Shen An showed no fear, his flight speed only increasing. Now Shen An hovered directly in front of the colossal, sky-high stone tablet. As he raised his hand, darkness radiated out, the system announced. Automatically creating a new technique. Great Hellblade. 1/ summons the souls from the tomb complex to fight for you for 3 minutes. The power of the souls is determined by your own power, Shen An mused. They're all dark attribute techniques. The weakness of the infinite dark world is that I have to pull the enemy inside to weaken them. The bone summons and other anomalies that fight for me get stronger with each soul they absorb. But the chances of using it successfully are getting smaller. The hellscape requires the mark of death as a prerequisite. I have to activate the death of my target to open the gate to hell. But this one, who knows how long this tomb complex has existed? Every single spirit here is stronger than the ones in Yuan City. Their power could rival the demons of hell. This technique not only lets me command them, but it has no growth limit. By the time Elder Wu caught up, he speculated, so this stone tablet really is solidified dark attribute energy. This is incredible. Quick, we have to bring a piece back for the Research Institute. They always said that if we could thoroughly study this stuff, we could change the future. This thing is amazing. Come on, let's all help, Shen An asked, confused. Seeing Zhang Tian's actions, Elder Wu explained from behind, this is a solid-state dark attribute. It's unprecedented. We want to bring it back to the Research Institute for development. If we make a breakthrough, we'll no longer be held back by the dark attribute in the future. Suddenly, a tremor ran through the tablet. The Elder realized too late. Oh no, maybe this tablet can't be touched. Massive chunks of stone began to crack and fall. As the debris rained down on them, they tensed up. This is bad. We need to retreat now. He suddenly realized, no, this surge of spiritual energy was familiar. Shen An finally understood where the original Black Sea had come from. Crimson auras erupted, blanketing the entire tomb. Someone cried out in terror. The Dark Tide! It's the Dark Tide from the other world, and it's even more terrifying than before. A powerful dark energy surged up from the ground. Old Man Go roared. Explorer's rule number 1. No matter the situation, if you encounter the Dark Tide, you retreat immediately. The man beside him screamed, It's here! The dark swarms lunged at them, seeing the old man realized their plan. These damn things! They want to trap us all here! Kill them! Seeing Shen An just standing there, Old Man Go yelled anxiously, Hey, Embalmer, what are you doing? Get over here now! But Shen An was stunned. From within the tide, it felt like a voice was calling to him. With no fear at all, he thought, well then, let's see what this is about, fully believing this could be his end. His actions threw Old Man Ngo into a panic. Shen An vanished behind the curtain of the dark tide, and the others watched, frozen in shock. Zhang Tian charged forward, wanting to save him, but was held back. He roared, What are you stopping me for? Old Man Ngo pleaded, Zhang Tian, calm down. You can't save him. If you go in there, you'll just be one more person dead. Zhang Tian refused to listen. He is the future of the Xia Kingdom. We old geezers are the ones who got him into this. If only one person from the Xia Kingdom can be chosen as its future, it has to be that kid. Get a hold of yourself, Old Man Ngo retorted. You think we don't know that? If I could, I would trade my own life for his in a heartbeat. He's already in more danger than he can handle. If we suffer more casualties, the future of the Xia Kingdom will truly be left for others to trample. Every single person left alive must get out of here safely. You hear me? I'm the one who invited him here. I'm in more pain than any of you. All responsibility falls on me. You don't need to take the blame. As I said, if the embalmer makes it out okay, it wouldn't matter if any of us died here. But just as he finished speaking, a golden orb of energy flared up from within the darkness. Someone shouted, Look, that's the embalmer's yang attribute. They were bewildered. What do we do now? Can we go in and save him? Someone else reminded them, You idiot! That kid is the one who saved your life. Don't you forget it. Meanwhile, Shen An, cloaked in his own spiritual energy, plunged straight down to investigate. The deeper he went, the stranger it felt. Weird. There's nothing unusual inside the dark tide itself. His intuition told him that the source of the call was directly ahead. But the voice that had been guiding him had suddenly gone silent. Shen An needed help from the system and called out System. His vision was filled with nothing but crimson. He knew that with the protection of his golden yang and the foundation he'd built, no dark attribute, no matter how strong, should affect him. Could he be hallucinating? Was the dark attribute here trying to wait for his spiritual power to run dry, draining him until he died? A voice echoed, I am right here. The system screen flickered, displaying an error. A message appeared, affected by a massive amount of ancient power. System, experiencing minor fluctuations. Attribute power source detected ahead. Position confirmed, 25 degrees ahead. Please proceed. Shen An was taken aback. Ancient power? Is it something like the king's throne? Shen An pushed forward. Looks like I was right. It's this way. The closer he got to the unknown object, the stronger its influence became. And then he stopped. There it is. Runes of a great power radiated from ahead, and Shen An felt a crushing, heavy sense of oppression. A figure appeared in the center. It was a suit of armor. This aura, every single scale is imbued with an unfathomably profound destructive attribute. The system announced, Source of the Dark Tide has been discovered. He shot forward. No wonder the attribute power here is even stronger than when the king's throne descended. But if I made it this far, it means I can subdue it. Sensing Shen An's approach and his intent to tame it, the ancient armor immediately reacted, letting out a piercing cry. Seeing this, Shen An furrowed his brow and paused for a fraction of a second. In that instant, the ancient armor unleashed its power. Shen An immediately created an orb as a shield to block the dark power from the armor. He raised both hands in front of him, but the orb was shattered by the armor's might. He stared at the ancient armor, his mind racing. This malevolent energy, even in a sealed state, it can still erase my yang attribute? The dark attribute has always been countered by the yang attribute. Even when my enemy's power was stronger, I've never faced such violent resistance. If that's the case, then I must have it. With that thought, Shen An spread his arms wide and unleashed his power again. Yang attribute, scatter. After releasing his power, he used a new technique. Boundless dark world! Instantly, a massive sphere appeared. The armor's power sensed it and swarmed around the sphere. Shen An drew his blade and raised it to the sky. At the same moment, spectral souls appeared. Shen An declared, "Great hell escape art, go!" He commanded the souls to charge straight towards the ancient armor. But the scene that unfolded before him left Shen An slightly stunned. As the souls rushed forward, the ancient armor unleashed its power again. Within that space, Shen An frowned and muttered, "This armor's dark aura, it's far stronger than any dark attribute I've ever absorbed. I'm being suppressed." Now the dark power released by the armor was surging toward Shen An. Seeing this, he refused to stand down. He swung his sword, slashing through the energy, and declared, "So this is a dark attribute that's existed since ancient times. Then let's see if I can tame you today, or if you can tame me." The armor then took the initiative, attempting to merge with Shen An. It spoke, luring him in, "Come, become one of us." Shen An gritted his teeth, thinking, "It wants to turn me into a demon. It's trying to take over my body. The only way to stay sane is to maintain the divine sun-devouring heaven art." At that thought, the look in Shen An's eyes changed. He clenched his jaw. Then he roared, unleashing his power and screaming, "Old man, don't you dare underestimate me. System, I want to mobilize the full attributes of every technique I've ever learned." Receiving his command, the system sent a message to Shen An. "Warning, warning, your current realm is detected as Two-Star King's domain. Your actual capabilities. Based on calculations and simulations, if the host mobilizes all techniques and attribute powers, the host's body will be unable to withstand the strain. Probability of bodily destruction, 99%. Shen An sucked in a massive amount of the surrounding power into himself and roared, "Mobilize. Today it's either victory or death." As he absorbed the power, the look in Shen An's eyes shifted. His system sent another notification, accepting host request, mobilizing all learned techniques. After absorbing all the ancient power, Shen An suddenly clutched his head with both hands. Black blood streamed from his eyes as a splitting headache made him cry out in agony. Shen An's body fell into an uncontrollable state. His system continuously updated with notifications, confirming host's death, death evasion seal in effect, host is alive. The system analyzed images of Shen An to confirm his status. After a moment of checks, a new notification appeared, confirming host's death, confirming vital signs, host is alive. The moment Shen An opened his eyes again, the system sent a new message. Ancient artifact now has a master. Shen An's eyes glowed a deep crimson red as he let out a powerful shout. Shen An had subdued the armor. As he wore it, the system updated again. Equipment unlocked, ancient demon armor. New technique acquired. Secret art, dark crimson stream. This secret art and the ancient demon armor share the same origin. The controller of the armor will automatically acquire this secret art, mastering it without instruction. Shen An floated in the air, surrounded by an immense source of power. A red flame ignited in his hand, and he clenched his fist, extinguishing it. Just then, the dark tide began to rise higher and higher, and the sound of deafening thunderclaps echoed through the air. Staring at the scene before him, he muttered to himself, "Wait a minute, isn't this the dark tide? Does this mean I can now control the power of the dark tide? Can I truly unleash the real dark tide?" With that thought, Shen An immediately waved his hand, and a surge of dark power materialized in the space around him. Shen An murmured again, "And it's not just that. I can walk through the dark tide as if on solid ground. I can control it, even make it recede." Comparing it now, he realized this was completely different from the dark attribute he controlled before. Before, he could use the dark attribute, but it always came at a cost, draining his own energy. Now, however, the dark attribute felt like a loyal pet, treating him as its master, almost affectionately. From this moment on, no dark attribute will ever be an obstacle for me again. With a wave of his hand, Shen An dismissed his ancient armor. Tucking one hand into his pocket, he seemed incredibly pleased with this new prize, casually remarking, "It's about time I went back." But then, Shen An raised a hand to his chin, sinking into deep thought. He wondered, just how long have I been in here? If I don't get back soon, things outside are going to descend into chaos. The scene shifts. We're now at the Spirit Association's headquarters in Divine Capital City, inside the chairman's office. A blonde man in the center chair shoots to his feet, slamming his hands on the table. This is Ye Xiao, the furious chairman of the Xiao Nation's Spirit Association, and he's roaring. You people sent the Undertaker away, so why couldn't you bring him back? How many years have you all trained? You possess the most advanced cultivation methods and the rich spiritual energy zones in the entire Xia Nation. And now you can't even protect a single junior. The elders below could only bow their heads in shame. Elder Wu stammered, "We." But before he could finish, Ye Xiao's voice thundered again. What kind of incompetence is the Spirit Core Division showing? You needed the Undertaker to help you escape the Dark Tide? What right do you have? How can you possibly show your faces and claim to protect this nation? Jia Lan, standing just outside the room, leaned against the wall in silence. Though her expression was a perfect mask of calm, her fingernails were digging so deep into her own flesh that they pierced through her clothes. After a moment, mustering all her courage, Jia Lan pushed the door open and stepped inside. She raised her hand and announced loudly, "Pardon the interruption, Chairman Yi, but I have a different opinion." Walking further into the room, she spoke her mind with a determined frown. "First, there is one thing I am absolutely certain of. The Undertaker has more than enough strength to escape the Dark Tide on his own. I believe that if he chose to remain in the Dark Tide, it's very likely because he encountered a situation of extreme importance, something he was willing to risk his life for." Hearing her analysis, Ye Xiao simply pursed his lips, saying nothing. Jia Lan continued, addressing everyone. "Second, regarding the protection of the Xia Nation, Elder Wu, Elder Zhang, myself, and all the other war banners have always been on the front lines. We face life and death situations, prepared to fight to the bitter end, and we've sent off countless comrades. The Undertaker, a man of extraordinary talent, has resolved numerous cataclysmic crises for the Xia Nation. Elder Wu and everyone else faced a person of such caliber, they would absolutely never intentionally push him into a dangerous situation." As Ye Xiao listened to her words, he raised a hand, pointed, and shouted, "But the Undertaker is the core of our Spirit Association's captain plan. Can you guarantee he can escape the Dark Tide? Your own predecessor couldn't do it. We're talking about the Dark Tide." Enraged, Ye Xiao waved his hand dismissively and roared, "His value is greater than all of yours combined. Why was it him and not one of you?" At a nearby seat, Yuru stood up to speak, "Chairman," but Jialin could no longer hold back and loudly retorted, "Chairman Yi, if that's the case, on what grounds do you claim he is more important than the entire Spirit Core Division? If you doubt the Undertaker's strength and the importance of the Spirit Core Division so much, then fine. In this era of spiritual energy revival and global transformation, without the Spirit Core Division, can your precious Spirit Association alone ensure the survival of the Xi'an Nation? Can you people do it?" Hearing her outburst, Elder Wu turned to caution her. "Jia Lan." Having calmed down slightly, Ye Xiao spoke. "I was a bit heated just now. Jia Lan is not wrong." He sat back down, his expression grim as he continued, "So, how do we handle this now? Once the news of the Undertaker's disappearance gets out, not only will the cities of the Xia Nation fall into chaos, but those vultures circling both inside and out will certainly not stay quiet." Hearing this, Jia Lan and Elder Wu spoke in unison, locked down the information. "Handle this with the highest level of security." The scene changes to Shen An's villa in Tai City. Lin Yi is at home, her face etched with worry as she thinks, "It's been a week. Cousin still hasn't come back." Just then, a knock sounded at the door. Lin Yi's head snapped up as she called out, "Cousin!" But the person who opened the door was Fang Hong, who had just returned from grocery shopping. Seeing her daughter, she asked, "What is it?" "Is Xiao Yi back? That boy, on a business trip for so long without a single phone call home. He's really making us worry. Did you try calling him?" Lin Yi replied to her mother, "It's no use, Mom. The place my cousin went is very dangerous. His phone can't get a signal." Lin Yi then walked to the door, putting on her shoes as she said, "But has he ever been out of contact for this long before?" Fang Hong didn't answer, changing the subject instead. "By the way, the Spirit Association asked you to go to Yuan City for new post. When are you leaving?" Lin Yi replied, "Not yet. I was supposed to wait for my cousin to get back. He was going to go with me to Yuan City for my trial training first. But now that he's busy, the Spirit Association hasn't given any further notice." Lin Yi's face was clouded with worry, her mind racing. A situation like this has never happened before. Even when he was temporarily unreachable, he always came back quickly. "I already tried contacting Captain Su. The message I sent to Sister Jia Lan, it's like it vanished into thin air." With that thought, Lin Yi rushed out the door, calling back, "Mom, I'm heading out for a bit." The scene shifts to the streets of Tai City. It's pouring rain, and Lin Yi is running frantically through the downpour. As she ran, she thought, if something happens to my cousin, it's not just Tai City that will be affected. The entire Xia Nation will change. The captain plan will collapse. But no, he has to be okay. After all, with his level of strength. And everything is still operating normally right now. Amidst the heavy rain, a violent crack of thunder suddenly tore through the sky. Lin Yi, still running, sensed something unusual about the sound and stopped, looking up. Meteors were suddenly streaking across the sky, falling towards the city. People on the street screamed in panic, "Run! A meteor is about to hit the earth! Help!" Squinting through the downpour, Lin Yi forced her eyes open to get a better look, whispering, "This is a throne." In the sky, a brilliant light blazed, illuminating everything. Not far from the city, another group of people saw the light emanating from the city's direction. One of the men let out a loud laugh, his eyes glinting with bloodlust, as he said, "They're about to feast!" The scene cuts back to Shen An, still trapped inside the dark tide. Staring at the floating rocks in the void, Shen An muttered, "It's true. I absolutely can't find the coordinates to return to reality." He thought to himself, "It's like walking in circles on a road with no end." Shen An then looked down at the ancient armor he was wearing and asked, "Don't tell me you can't find a way out either." The armor let out a few mechanical whirs in response. Shen An continued, "This is strange. Even my system can't get access," he added. "The system here seems to be just like before, no signal." Shen An frowned, having tried countless methods without success. But this ancient demon god armor can't find an exit. Could it be that when I brought it out of that mysterious zone, I triggered some kind of butterfly effect? Or did something else happen? Just then, the ancient demon god armor on his body let out another sound, startling him. Hearing its cry, he immediately asked, "You mean that's not your problem?" I suddenly remembered. Weren't you able to talk before? You even used human speech to tell me to enter the dark tide. Staring at the power of the armor before him, Shen An pressed on with his questions. Seeing that the ancient demon god armor wasn't responding, Shen An could only let out a sigh and say, "Forget it. Right now, the most important thing is finding a way out." Just as Shen An was at a loss, a strange sensation washed over him. He instantly lifted his head, his eyes widening as he exclaimed, "Wait, I can feel it!" A coordinate from a mysterious spatial region had just descended upon Tai City. The scene cuts back to the city, where Lin Yi was still rushing down a major street, her mind racing. A throne descended on Tai City at a time like this? This is bad, my cousin isn't here. The appearance of a throne will cause a massive disaster. I have to go check it out. As Lin Yi was running, she glanced down at something that made her freeze. Suddenly, two men appeared out of nowhere, blocking her path. One of them held a knife and demanded loudly, "You're Miss Lin, aren't you?" Seeing this, Lin Yi immediately questioned them, "Who are you?" Activating her spirit energy, she spoke in a cold voice, "You people dare to trespass in Tai City at a time like this. What do you want?" In an instant, Lin Yi's power erupted, blasting the two men away. Immediately after, she used her power to form a cord-like vine, binding one of the men's hands and body. Lin Yi lifted the man into the air, kicked him hard, and interrogated him fiercely. "I'm asking you a question. Are you deaf, you clowns?" The man was sent flying by her kick, crying out in pain. The remaining thug was stunned, completely frozen in place. Just then, another man appeared and whistled, giving a signal. Instantly, a whole crowd of people materialized, surrounding Lin Yi. A bearded man, gripping a large blade, pointed it straight at her and roared. "A snot-nosed brat who's still wet behind the ears, famous only because you're riding the funeral director's coattails, and you dare to act so high and mighty." With that, he signaled for the others to charge and attack Lin Yi all at once. Seeing this, the girl looked at the mob, a thought flashing through her mind. Underestimating me, huh? Then let's test the multi-combat skills I've trained so hard to master. Lin Yi immediately unleashed her skills, attacking and binding the men with her vines. This was her dividing vine strands technique. She rushed forward, her kick connecting squarely with the faces of two men, making them cry out in agony. The man still entangled in Lin Yi's vines couldn't struggle free. He roared in frustration. The vines in Lin Yi's hands were actually 5 whips created from her own spirit energy. With a powerful swing of her arm, she flung the ensnared men far away and shouted, "All of you, get lost." After dealing with the mob, flaming embers began to fall from the rainy sky. Lin Yi's eyes shot upwards. As she controlled her vines, she watched the flames and an immediate realization dawned on her. Not good. This fire is mixed with a corrosive dark attribute. If it were normal fire attribute flames, they wouldn't be able to suppress my vines right now. At that moment, a flicker of fire shot past Lin Yi's arm. instantly drawing blood. Injured, she clutched her wounded arm, her breathing becoming labored and difficult. Just then, the men she had thrown away returned. Seizing the opportunity, the entire mob charged at her again. Lin Yi instantly formed a shield with her spirit energy to block the attack and sneered, a whole gang of grown men against one student. This is all you've got. As she spoke, Lin Yi simultaneously commanded her vines to violently hurl the men away once more. The group was sent crashing to the ground. The bearded man struggled to sit up and muttered, "We've fought this long and he still hasn't shown up. It seems the funeral director really isn't in Tai City." The man's gaze on Lin Yi suddenly turned menacing. He continued, "Retreat." Just as he finished speaking, the entire group vanished in an instant. Lin Yi was caught completely off guard, her mind reeling. What? She clenched her fist and slammed it against a nearby wall, cursing herself. Damn it, I fell right into their trap. My actions and attitude just confirmed that my cousin really isn't in Tai City. If they come back next time, they'll definitely be fully prepared. Lin Yi bit her lip, a look of despair on her face as she thought, "This stupid brain of mine, think of a way out now." At that very moment, something fell from the sky, causing a massive explosion that grabbed Lin Yi's attention. She looked up and said, wait a minute. I've got it." It seemed Lin Yi had figured something out. She decisively pulled out her phone and made a call. The moment the other end picked up, Lin Yi spoke, "Captain Su, is that you?" On the other end of the line, Su Qingxuan was in a forest, surrounded by a sealed-off area. Receiving Lin Yi's call, she asked, "Yi, I'm at the throne's quarantine zone. Were you just attacked by intruders? The Spirit Energy Association will dispatch someone immediately." Before Su Qingxuan could finish, Lin Yi cut her off. "I've already driven them away, but this isn't a long-term solution. Their goal is to prove that Tai City has no one left to protect it." Hearing this, Su Qingxuan replied, "You mean?" Just then, a voice came from behind Su Qingxuan. "I want the throne. I want to become its master, to control it." Lin Yi had appeared there at some point, her voice firm with conviction. Lin Yi looked at Su Qingxuan with dead seriousness and said again, "Captain Su, I don't have a second choice." Su Qingxuan immediately rushed forward and hugged the girl tightly, crying out, "Are you insane? The metal system is notoriously dangerous. The power emanating from that throne is 100 times sharper. What's more, you're a wood system user. You're at a complete disadvantage against metal. Don't go looking for a death sentence." Right at that moment, two figures in black cloaks ran towards them from a distance, shouting in alarm, "This is bad." The underground factions and neutral forces from all over, those outside the control of the Spirit Energy Association and the military, even registered practitioners are all flocking to Tai City. The scene shifts elsewhere, where a massive crowd had gathered, every single one of them wanting to seize the throne. A chorus of shouts erupted from the mob. "The funeral director is dead. We have to seize the throne, even if it costs us our lives, and become the new king of the Xia Nation." Scene H's. The scene cuts again, this time to the mysterious domain. A group of people were flying through a tunnel. Suddenly someone shouted, "Found it! But the location is slightly different from where we were before." Zhang Tian, who was leading the group, suddenly stopped and announced to everyone, "The place where the funeral director vanished is indeed this mysterious domain. When the accursed dark tide suddenly struck, we had no choice but to retreat." As they exited the tunnel and saw nothing but a sea of white sand, Zhang Tian couldn't believe his eyes. What? How did it become like this? Is this still the mysterious domain? Where's the tomb? Where's the dark attribute? Just then, a massive rift tore open in the space before them. Seeing this, someone in the team exclaimed, "What is happening? This power, this aura, could it be what you all were talking about? The things from the ancient legends?" From the spatial rift, Shen An suddenly appeared. As he flew down, he muttered to himself, "To think I'd end up back in this place." Shen An landed, seemingly unaware of Zhang Tian's group as he continued, "I was clearly following the throne's aura in this direction. There's no mistake." As soon as he saw the figure standing on the white sand dune, Ye Xiao immediately spoke up. "Wait a minute, isn't that the funeral director? His power?" Zhang Tian agreed, his voice filled with certainty. "It's him. It's definitely him. This kid's spirit energy, it's already surpassed Old Man Wu's." Staring at the aura radiating from Shen An, Zhang Tian narrowed his eyes and observed, this kind of overwhelmingly dominant spirit energy radiating outwards. He's not just in the early stages of the Vajra realm anymore. With that, he raised his hand and called out loudly, "Shen An, is that you, Shen An?" Hearing someone call his name, the young man turned around. Seeing the man, he called out Zhang Tian. Soon after, Yesiao, Zhang Tian, and the others landed on the sand dune where Shen An stood. The moment they arrived, Yesiao walked over, shook his hand, and said with joyous relief, "Hello, funeral director. Model." Hearing this, Deep 2, representing the Spirit Association headquarters, finally released his grip. "Forgive me," he said. "I haven't properly introduced myself. I am the head of the Hawkwalk Spirit Association, Diep Tu." Hearing his title, Shen An's mind raced. The head of the Spirit Association? Shen An eyed him cautiously, thinking, I've never heard of him before. He must be newly appointed. His gaze was probing. After a moment, he finally spoke. "Hello." Then, Shen An turned to the others with a more somber expression. "But this isn't the time for pleasantries," he stated. "I can sense the presence of a throne. I don't know if its arrival is the reason, but I've been stuck here, unable to find my way back to Earth. I've just been going in circles. Please, everyone needs to return to Tai City as soon as possible." Truong Thien, leading the others, spoke up. "It seems we old-timers are still of some use after all. We can certainly help you with that." A moment later, he and the others began gathering their power. He looked at Shen An and declared, "There's no time to waste. We leave immediately." Shen An nodded. Understood. A troubling thought crossed Shen An's mind. "For some reason, I have a terrible feeling that little Yi Yi is in danger. I hope I'm wrong." Once the portal opened, Shen An and the others flew through. Inside the gateway, Truong Thien was lost in his own thoughts. He'd forgotten to ask the young man how he managed to find an opportunity to break through to the next realm while inside the Dark Tide. Diep Tu, too, was as deep in his own calculations. Meanwhile, back in Tai Tai City, the streets were a war zone. Buildings lay in ruins, reduced to rubble, as members of the Spirit Association clashed with other martial artists. Someone roared, "Damn it! Where did all these invaders come from?" Fighting desperately, another warrior yelled, "They've all gone insane. Do they really want to fight to the death with the Spirit Association?" The president beside him replied grimly, "These secret organizations have always been hostile to the association and the government. Ever since spirit energy returned, their arrogance has known no bounds. They seek to overturn everything so they can indulge in their own twisted version of freedom. A freedom won through pillaging, by trampling over their own kind to seize power, pleasure, and strength. That is why we will do whatever it takes to eliminate these invaders." Just then, a member ran up with an urgent report. Hearing it, the president immediately issued a new command. "You all, split into 2 teams and go support the team leaders. Leave this area to me." Someone hesitated, "But sir, we don't have much time." The president strapped on his gauntlets and roared, "No buts! Follow my orders. I just received good news. If we can hold off this wave of attacks, victory will be ours." And just in the nick of time, Vuong Lam and Tong Not Min appeared to provide support. Seeing the two, the president called out, "You two are from headquarters?" Not Min shot him a sideways glance and smirked. "The Tai City Spirit Association. You didn't actually think every pioneer is after those petty little trinkets, did you?" Wong Lam laughed and added, "We're here to repay a debt." With that, Not Min clenched his fists, his fire-based spirit energy flaring to life. With Wong Lam backing him up, he unleashed a devastating attack straight into the horde of invaders. Engulfed in his flames, the invaders screamed in agony. "You're an elite from the Divine City. The funeral director obviously isn't here, so why are you helping Tai City?" Hearing this, Not Min replied coldly, "You stupid mob of degenerates. Even I wouldn't dare covet the Tai City throne, and yet trash like you thinks you have the right to touch it? You don't know your own limits." One of the invaders shouted defiantly, "I don't care who he is. Kill them all. Today, this metal attribute throne belongs to me." Just then, Vuong Lam appeared in the air above. He manipulated his water umbrella, freezing several invaders solid where they stood, and laughed heartily. "For the record, I'm not a pioneer from Tai City." A survivor, terrified by the display, stammered, "Monster." Elsewhere, a group of armed men stood before Shen An's house, whispering and laughing. "So this is the funeral director's den, huh? Starting today, it all belongs to me. I heard he even has 2 little sisters inside." Suddenly, the sound of a flute echoed through the air. Each note transformed into a wave of power, flying towards the men and binding them. Restrained and helpless, the men began to scream. "Wait, what's happening? Damn it, I can't move my limbs. Oh, it hurts. Where the hell did Tai City get so much backup? And a control-type pioneer, no less." The flutist was none other than the captain of the Moon City team, Tran Yuok. Her voice drifted over calmly. "My mother always said that those with insufficient ability but excessive greed are the most frightening things in the world." It seems she was right. The scene shifts to the base of a mountain, where the throne had descended upon the summit. Another group of invaders had already arrived. Their leader laughed boisterously. "You useless trash from the Tai City Spirit Association. This throne is mine now." The moment the words left his mouth, a brilliant beam of energy shot down from the peak, striking his group. The men cried out in terror. What was that just now? The aura of the metal attribute throne. But the three of us are all metal attribute pioneers. We're from the metal ministry. Why is the throne rejecting us? The invaders below erupted in angry discussion. Could it be that someone up there has already made contact with it? Those cunning bastards from Tai City. They secretly made contact with the throne one step ahead of us. Well, now that we're here, we'll just kill that cripple, the funeral director, and the entire Spirit Association. The group failed to notice a figure approaching from behind. It was Shen An. His eyes glowed as power enveloped his body, and he growled, "Who was it?" That just called my name. Hearing his voice, the men's faces twisted in absolute terror. They stammered, "Fu, the funeral director." The immense power radiating from him made them tremble in fear. Shen An drew his flame blade, great hellblade style. His gaze turned ice cold as he swung the fiery sword, conjuring a massive flaming beast head that opened its jaws, ready to devour them whole. Flames erupted amidst the rain as the ground around him shattered. Shen An then looked towards the throne on the hilltop, and a thought solidified in his mind. It really is Yi Yi. There Lin Yi was enveloped in a sphere floating in midair, arcs of electricity crackling violently around it. Below, Thon Huyen and the others were desperately trying to protect her. She would risk her very life to defend Lin Yi until her spirit energy ran dry. Gritting her teeth, Thon Huyen pushed herself to the limit. "Come on, Lin Yi," she gasped. "You have to succeed." At that exact moment, Shen An flew up to the sphere. Seeing the figure approach, Thon Huyen shouted, "Who's there?" The words barely left her mouth when the exertion caused her to suddenly cough up a mouthful of blood. The assistant next to her caught her, exclaiming, The funeral director." As soon as she heard his title, Thon Huyen looked up and smiled weakly. "You're back, Shen An." In response, he raised his hand and his own power began to pour out. Shen An's energy enveloped the sphere, wrapping around the unconscious form of Lin Yi, who was lying peacefully inside.